In a fantastical realm, Feng Xuan discovers an extraordinary anomaly: the existence of Pokémon. There are deities with the power to reshape the very fabric of reality, and Pokémon masters capable of splitting mountains and rivers. To his astonishment, Feng Xuan realizes he possesses the unique ability to bestow Pokémon with additional traits. By stacking identical traits, he can even induce mutations within those traits. Imagine a Charmeleon infused with the power of the sun. Sun, sun, sun. Charizard proclaims, "Under the blazing sun, I am the sun god. Consider a blaze monkey with the Iron Fist ability. Iron Fist, Iron Fist, Iron Fist." The blaze monkey asserts, with his punch, you might just weep. Or a sandstorm Tyranitar. Sandstorm, sandstorm, sandstorm. Tyranitar declares, "The world is destined to be engulfed in a sandstorm," starting with a Charmeleon, the invincible kind at its tier. Chapter 1. Transcendence. An enigmatic history, asterisk asterisk. Upon this sapphire-hued planet, a remarkable existence, known as Pokémon, thrives. After eons of exploration, humanity and Pokémon coexist harmoniously, establishing numerous leagues. This world is home to 8 grand Pokémon leagues. Amongst them, the formidable Eastern League of the Dragon Kingdom, the Nordic League from the Northern Territories, the Soviet League from Eastern Europe, and the American League from North America stand out prominently. The Eastern League boasts a prodigious strength, comprising 17 masters and 1 champion. The 17 masters correspond precisely to the 17 elemental types recognized today. The fairy type remains undiscovered, with Xerneas still in slumber. Although internationally referred to as the Eastern League, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom often refer to themselves as such. At this moment, within a school located in Longjiang City, situated in the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, a white chalk piece arcs perfectly through the air, landing squarely on a resting head. Look at the time. Still sleeping. The irate teacher scolds, furious that the important knowledge he just imparted was lost on his students. The head that had been struck lifts groggily. The drowsy eyes blink open, taking in the large characters on the blackboard as they murmur, "Recommendations for novice Pokémon?" In an instant, the half-closed eyes widen, and the student rubs at them with his hands. The drowsy student is a 17-year-old boy, a sophomore in high school named Feng Xuan, who is currently grappling with the overwhelming revelation on the blackboard. What is this? He merely pulled an all-nighter playing Pokémon Emerald last night. Has he now succumbed to hallucinations? And recommendations for novice Pokémon, no less. It feels eerily authentic, as if he has truly crossed over. Meanwhile, the teacher at the podium remains oblivious to the chaotic thoughts swirling in Feng Xuan's mind. Upon noticing the boy has awakened, he resumes his lecture. As everyone knows, grass-type Pokémon are among the easiest to care for. I highly recommend that everyone consider a grass-type Pokémon as their first choice. Among grass-type Pokémon, options such as Shroomish, Oddish, Budew, and Acorns are all excellent selections. Grass types have numerous advantages. Not only are they simple to nurture, but they also assist humans in cultivating fruit trees, hastening their growth. This will help you overcome initial challenges. Thus, with your second or third Pokémon, you can opt for even more formidable companions. The teacher passionately expounds on the merits of his recommendations, outlining a path that is undoubtedly advantageous for ordinary individuals. He himself has traversed this very journey. His first Pokémon was an Oddish, which has since evolved into a beautiful Vileplume. Thanks to that first Pokémon, he was able to choose a more powerful Bulbasaur as a second. Today, he has successfully become a teacher at a prestigious high school, thereby achieving a remarkable turnaround in his life. If anyone prefers Pokémon of other types, I have several recommendations, he continues. Electric-type Pokémon such as Magnemite, Mareep, and Espurr. Water types like Tadbulb, Lotad, and sheltered fire types such as Vulpix, Slugma, Flareon, and Ponyta, as well as bug types. All of these are perfectly suited for novice trainers. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rings, and the teacher concludes his final sentence before gathering his books and exiting the classroom. In an instant, the previously quiet classroom erupts into a lively chatter. Ugh. With so many Pokémon recommended by the teacher, which one should I choose? A student exclaims, clutching his head in confusion. Trust me. Join our bug-type family and embark on this glorious evolution together. Class monitor, have you decided? Me? I'm leaning towards either Squirtle or Horsea. I want a turtle too. Real men choose fighting types and engage in arm wrestling with Machoke. Amidst the fervent discussions regarding their first Pokémon, Feng Xuan, still reeling from the lecture, comes to a realization. Dang, it turns out he truly has crossed over. and to the Pokemon world he adores most. Though this Pokemon realm seems distinct from the original anime, it possesses the essence of Pokemon manifesting in a modern urban setting. Yet, despite the contemporary backdrop, this history is utterly fascinating. Feng Xuan muses, eagerly flipping through a history book that, in 221 BC, Emperor Qin Shi Huang forged a pact with the radiant Rayquaza, successfully unifying the Dragon Kingdom. Regrettably, after his demise, Rayquaza vanished, leading to the downfall of the second emperor. Moreover, subsequent historical events unfolded with equal mystique. Emperor Gaozu of Han allied with the ideal dragon, Zekrom, to seize control. During the late Han period, General Zhang Jiao, aided by the mythical Pokemon Cresselia, stirred the chaotic times. Alas, while his ideals were noble, the ensuing developments diverged from his vision, and the dream god departed from him. Afterward, the realm was divided into 3 kingdoms, with Wei receiving the assistance of the Thunder Beast, Raikou, Shu being aided by the Fire Beast, Entei, and Wu obtaining the Water Beast, Sukin. Thus, the 3 Kingdoms era was born in later epochs. Similar mythologies unfolded, such as during the Ming Dynasty. The Hongwu Emperor received the aid of the true dragon, Reshiram, in his quest for supremacy. Throughout the annals of the Dragon Kingdom, the legends of Pokemon have emerged repeatedly. Each appearance has ignited a fervor of change and revolution. All these historical epics convey a singular truth. Coexisting peacefully with Pokemon is the only viable path forward. Drifting a bit off topic, back to the small classroom. Hey, why are you daydreaming? Have you decided on your desired Pokemon yet? A voice interrupts Feng Xuan's historical reverie. It is his deskmate, Su Hao. His tone is as carefree as his side-parted hair that I'm not quite sure which Pokemon to choose. I guess I'll go with my instincts. Feng Xuan shakes his head, responding to his deskmate's inquiry. Still disoriented from his arrival in this new realm, he finds himself at a loss for choices. Who could have imagined that awakening would reveal a transformed world? The people remain the same, yet the world has shifted dramatically. He is still the high school student on the brink of turning 18 in that case. Hurry and join our flying-type family. I'll take you soaring. Su Hao playfully tosses his hair, exuding coolness. All right, I need to catch up on sleep. Feng Xuan replies dismissively, resting his head on the desk, closing his eyes to contemplate his initial Pokemon. In this world, there are 2 paths to acquire a starter Pokemon. The first approach involves aligning with national policies by selecting the officially provided Pokemon as the new academic year approaches for the 3rd year of high school. The advantage of opting for the officially offered Pokemon lies in their exceptional standards. There is an assurance of neither exceptionally outstanding Pokemon nor those that are particularly subpar. Naturally, the provision from the authorities is not without cost. A fee of 180,000 is required, which equates to an annual expenditure of 10,000. The second approach entails purchasing independently and registering the Pokemon oneself. The pros and cons of this method are quite apparent. While it may expose one to potential pitfalls, it also offers the opportunity to acquire superior Pokemon. Chapter 2. Encountering Pokemon, the system emerges. Feng Xuan's choice was naturally the first option. With the advancement of time, various breeding houses have sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, leading to a market where the prices of different Pokemon are not excessively exorbitant. However, exceptional Pokemon remain exceedingly rare and precious. Among the official offerings, there are indeed formidable Pokemon, such as the starter trio. The market value of these starters is exceedingly volatile, typically ranging from several tens of thousands to several million. This vast price fluctuation is influenced by several factors, including their characteristics, inherited moves, developmental status, and overall potential. While the authorities provide relatively high-quality starters, whether one can secure them ultimately hinges on one's own abilities. It is well known that to capture a Pokemon, one must engage in a thrilling duel that showcases determination and fervor, earning the respect of the Pokemon through sheer strength. Yet, what skills do high school students possess? They must rely on their silver tongues to persuade, rather than deceive, Pokemon to join their ranks. Thus, the ability to convince those official starter Pokemon to join one's team is considered a fundamental aspect of high school education. After all, the authorities would never tarnish their reputation by offering subpar starter Pokemon, especially since some Pokemon professors also double as breeders with numerous starters in their laboratories. It would be detrimental to have inferior Pokemon originate from a certain laboratory. Such an outcome would be quite unseemly. As the chalk left marks on the blackboard from various teachers, time gradually slipped away. With the ringing of the dismissal bell, the 2nd year of high school came to a close. What followed was a 2-month summer vacation. It is widely acknowledged that the second-year break is not merely a holiday, but an opportunity to secretly study and surpass peers. For students, the most significant event looms on the horizon, the official Pokémon Day on July 1st, when they can select their initial Pokémon. Zipping up his backpack, Feng Xuan glanced into his drawer to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything before slinging the bag over his shoulder and stepping out of the classroom, embarking on his journey home. Why do you seem so glum today? Is it because of the impending Pokémon Day tomorrow? Feeling anxious? His classmate Suhao inquired, sidling up beside him. Don't just focus on me. What about you? Do you have any targets for tomorrow? Feng Xuan raised an eyebrow in response. As expected, the moment the topic arose, Suhao's face lit up with excitement. Of course, it's the pure flying type, Chinchou. Let me tell you, among all the Pokémon, only our Chinchou is a pure flying type Pokémon. It is truly the guardian of our flying types, and there is more under the glow of the twilight. The two boys animatedly discussed their favorite Pokémon. After reaching a crossroads, Feng Xuan and Suhao parted ways. As he walked home, Feng Xuan's mind continued to whirl. Aside from mythical and legendary Pokémon, it indeed seemed that Chinchou was the only pure flying type Pokémon. Speaking of pure flying types, he suddenly recalled a particularly intriguing Pokémon, Tornadus. It resembles a dragon and is even named as such, yet it is classified as a flying type, completely devoid of any dragon attributes. The most astonishing part is that Tornadus seems incapable of learning a single dragon-type move. It's noteworthy that even Pidgey can learn the dragon-type move Hurricane. How fascinating. It's akin to a water deity with no water attributes at all. Just as Feng Xuan contemplated this while walking, a gentle breeze swept overhead. Upon looking up, a small Pokémon suddenly descended and landed on his shoulder. It was a Pidgey. From the memories that surfaced upon arriving in this world, Feng Xuan recognized it as the Pidgey that would wake him up every morning. Hello, Pidgey. Suppressing his excitement, Feng Xuan finally made contact with his first Pokémon. Its feathers were soft, gentle, and warm, so comforting. A look of satisfaction spread across Feng Xuan's face. He had never imagined he would truly interact with a Pokémon in this lifetime. Thank you, Fate. Pidgey. It tilted its head, looking curiously at Feng Xuan, who was grinning like a fool. But the surprises were far from over. Suddenly, a melodious chime jolted Feng Xuan from his reverie. Beep. Pokémon encountered. System activated. Beep. System loading. Beep. The mastery system is at your service. Hearing the enchanting mechanical voice, Feng Xuan quickened his pace, eagerly heading home. Suddenly, a spark of exhilaration ignited within him. Holy smokes, a system after crossing over. If I'm not the protagonist, then who is? Watch me defeat mythical beasts and legendary Pokémon to claim Arceus for myself. I'm back. Upon opening his front door, Feng Xuan exclaimed with fervor. Welcome back. Just in time for dinner, came his mother's reply from the kitchen. As the only child, the dinner table hosted just 3 people. His father, who worked in logistics. His mother, who managed an e-commerce business, and soon-to-be 18-year-old Feng Xuan. At the table, his father frequently glanced over, ultimately unable to contain his curiosity. Have you decided on a target for Pokémon Day tomorrow? To alleviate his parents' concerns, Feng Xuan nodded vigorously, assuring them to not worry. After swiftly finishing dinner, he placed down his chopsticks and dashed back to his bedroom. Shutting the door to his small room, Feng Xuan rubbed his hands together in excitement. He was determined to delve into the system. Following the usual procedure, he attempted to call upon the system in his mind. System? Beep. Welcome, host. To the mastery system. System. What functionalities do you possess? Beep. This system focuses on researching Pokémon characteristics and can assign the most suitable traits to them, as well as grant Pokémon multiple abilities. Feng Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Multiple traits? Characteristics are inherent talents of Pokémon. Having multiple gifts would be truly extraordinary. After some time spent understanding the system's functionality, Feng Xuan grasped that it could not only modify Pokémon characteristics, but also bestow them with multiple traits. However, there were stipulations. Each Pokémon could only alter its traits once in a lifetime, and less capable Pokémon could not be endowed with multiple traits. Furthermore, a Pokémon could hold a maximum of 3 traits. Most importantly, to utilize these enhancements, one must invest, though not with real currency, but rather with system currency. There were various ways to earn this currency, such as through battles. Winning or losing battles would yield currency. The system also featured a data panel function, providing the host with additional assistance. Feng Xuan's panel appeared as follows. Host. Feng Xuan. Pokémon. None. Items. None. Quests. None. Shop. Unopened. Currency. 0. Gazing at the large 0. Feng Xuan felt a surge of excitement. As someone who could immerse himself in games for an entire night, he was eager to commence battling. Chapter 3. A Fated Partner. Charmander. July 1st. The morning sun shone brightly, its rays filtering through the sheer curtains and casting dappled patterns on Feng Xuan's cheeks. As the alarm clock rang, a new day began. Dressed and ready, Feng Xuan walked towards school under the appreciative gaze of his parents. Although it was a holiday, they still needed to gather at school before heading to the official breeding house to select their starter Pokémon. On the school bus, the air was suffused with animated chatter, each person's face brimming with anticipation and excitement. Especially when discussing their favorite Pokémon, everyone couldn't help but play the role of a commentator. In my opinion, among the 3 legendary beasts, Inti is the strongest. Its sacred fire is said to be a gift from the legendary Ho-Oh. It is the flame of life. On Feng Xuan's side, it was relatively tranquil. His deskmate Su-Hao was catching up on sleep, snoring softly. He was reminiscing about a scene from the morning. With the system now activated, Feng Xuan performed a system appraisal on the Pokemon Bobo, resulting in an attributes panel. Pokemon Bobo. Gender: female. Level: novice, LV9. Types: normal, flying. Ability: keen eye. Moves: tackle, sand attack, gust, pursuit. Potential: elite. Feng Xuan was quite astonished upon discovering the last line. He had not expected the system to also assess the potential of Pokemon. Just as humans are categorized into various tiers, so too are Pokemon. However, potential is not static. It is dynamic. Much like humans, who can improve through learning, so too can Pokemon evolve. Under the meticulous nurturing of humanity, a Pokemon's potential can naturally grow, fulfilling its trainer's aspirations. This is the true brilliance of Pokemon, rather than merely possessing immense power. In this world, the concept of potential exists as well, albeit in a rather vague manner. A true master would not merely fixate on those 2 words. As for the hierarchy of Pokemon strength, it is distinctly categorized. Internationally, there are 9 stages of Pokemon ranks: novice, ordinary, elite, professional, gym leader, champion in waiting, champion, and master. Note: corresponding levels: 1 to 10, 11 to 20, 21 to 30, 31 to 40, 41 to 50, 51 to 60, 61 to 70, 71 to 80, 81 to 90, 91 to 99. Regarding the number 9 on the panel, Feng Xuan speculated that it indicated a more precise classification by the system. In other words, the elite potential Bobo would easily reach that level with appropriate nurturing, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. Just as Feng Xuan's thoughts were still swirling, the school bus came to a halt. They had arrived at their destination, the Dragon River City breeding house. After playfully slapping his deskmate twice, he eagerly disembarked. Like his excited classmates, he too was impatient to select his initial Pokemon. At that moment, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding. Task issued. Task: obtain your initial Pokemon. Details: trainer. Go and acquire your first Pokemon. Task reward: Luxury Ball X1, 10,000 coins. Note: all tasks carry no penalties. After comprehending the task, Feng Xuan felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated such generous rewards for a novice mission. A starting sum of 10,000 coins? How generous! Moreover, the luxury ball was no trifling matter, with a market average of 3,000, enough to purchase a high-performing smartphone. All the students lined up, 2 by 2, following the lead. At this moment, the homeroom teacher spoke. Feng Xuan pulled the sullen Su-Hao into the queue. The breeding house before them was immense, sprawling like a sanctuary for Pokemon. Upon entering the hall, the verdant-themed decor instilled a sense of tranquility. Although the hall was filled with students, the atmosphere remained remarkably serene. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Feng Xuan's class's turn. As they entered the lengthy corridor, the lush world at the end captivated every student in the class. That was the habitat of the Pokemon, a reserve. Stepping into the green expanse, warm sunlight bathed each student's face. At this moment, the homeroom teacher spoke again. Everyone, please be quiet and come forward to receive your equipment in order. The equipment consisted of electronic tablets, which the teacher had previously explained. After receiving the tablets, the homeroom teacher allowed everyone to explore freely. Lao Xian, I'm off. The flying types are over there, Su-Hao said, pointing to the map displayed on the tablet. All right, bye. I'll search for the starter trio with the crowd, Feng Xuan replied. After parting ways, Feng Xuan headed toward the habitat of the starter Pokemon. Within this vast breeding house, everything was meticulously organized. Naturally, the starter Pokemon also had designated areas. A majority of the class accompanied Feng Xuan, for everyone hoped to encounter a starter Pokemon by chance. After a brief walk, Feng Xuan came across a group of adorable Oddish. The Oddish bounced joyfully across the grass. Let me take a look at these lovely little creatures, Feng Xuan said enthusiastically as he performed a system appraisal. Pokemon Oddish. Gender, female. Level, novice, LV4. Types, grass, poison. Ability, chlorophyll. Moves, absorb, growth, acid, leaf tornado, photosynthesis. Potential, professional, novice, ordinary, elite, professional, gym leader. This Oddish was the finest one Feng Xuan had encountered. Not only was it taller and larger than its companions, but its leaves were also a vibrant green. Its potential had reached the professional level, which was quite impressive for an unevolved starter stage. With proper training, it could potentially achieve even higher levels after evolution. Not only was its potential remarkable, but its moves were also exceptionally well-rounded, inheriting 2 moves, one offensive and one supportive. However, Feng Xuan was not particularly interested in this Pokemon. Continuing on his way, Feng Xuan finally arrived at the territory of the starter Pokemon. Tata, a small green creature, emitted an adorable cry, raising its head from the grass and curiously gazing at the group of bipeds. Oh my, it's a Bulbasaur, one classmate exclaimed excitedly, moving forward to invite it to become a partner. Tata, the little green frog, glared fiercely, extending its vine to swat away the classmate's outstretched hand before bouncing away. Wow. Seeing the red mark on the classmate's hand, Feng Xuan gasped in surprise. Let us move on. Feng Xuan began to wander aimlessly, for he still had ample time. Along the way, he passed by numerous excellent Pokemon: Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Trico, Cyndaquil, Turtwig, and many others. Yet, none stirred his impulses, until he laid eyes on it. The little red creature also noticed him. They locked eyes, and in that moment, Feng Xuan was overwhelmingly certain that it was his destined initial partner. The little Charmander felt equally assured that this human before it was the trainer it would follow for a lifetime. There was no logic to this connection. It was simply fate. Chapter 4. The Exceptional Charmander. Pokemon Store. As Feng Xuan gazed at the Charmander before him, his excitement was palpable. With unwavering determination, he stepped forward, crouched down, and extended his right hand, softly saying, "Become my partner, little Charmander." He refrained from checking the system panel, as Feng Xuan did not wish for the panel data to influence his choice of initial Pokemon. Even if the Pokemon before him possessed poor potential and moves, Feng Xuan would not regret his decision. Roar! The Charmander's eyes sparkled as it grinned and let out a joyful cry, placing its tiny hand in Feng Xuan's. Thus, the initial bond was formed. This is fantastic. Feng Xuan's excitement soared to new heights. He quickly embraced the Charmander in his arms, finding it increasingly endearing. After a considerable time, when his emotions had settled, Feng Xuan retrieved his electronic tablet. The Charmander also displayed the identification tag hanging from its neck. Following a scan by the device, the Charmander officially became Feng Xuan's Pokemon. Ding. Task completed. Rewards issued. At that moment, the system promptly notified him of the task's completion. Feng Xuan lifted the Charmander high, beaming with joy as he exclaimed, "Let us go home." Roar. Growl. Upon returning to the assembly point, Feng Xuan encountered a number of classmates who had already selected their Pokemon. Each of them cradled their chosen companions, their faces radiating enthusiasm. Although they could have departed after informing the teacher, they chose to linger, engaging in discussions about the future. Feng Xuan had no intention of leaving early either. He wished to wait for Su Hao. While waiting, Feng Xuan examined the data panel of his Charmander. Species, Charmander. Gender, male. Level, novice, LV5. Type, fire. Ability, solar power. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, dragon pulse, outrage. Potential, gym. The excellence of Charmander exceeded Feng Xuan's expectations. Setting aside its rare dream ability, the move set alone filled him with immense delight. To his surprise, Charmander had inherited Outrage, a formidable dragon-type move boasting a power of 100. Of course, Dragon Pulse was also a commendable move. Furthermore, Charmander possessed gym potential, making it an exceptionally rare find. It could be said that this particular Charmander was a perfect match for Feng Xuan. Before long, a boy with a flowing hairstyle arrived, accompanied by his little sparrow. It was none other than Su Hao and his Qingling. Wow! Upon seeing the little creature nestled in Feng Xuan's arms, Su Hao couldn't help but exclaim in awe, "Hey, what is this?" "Oh, you." His reaction was a vivid display of excitement and confusion. "You haven't called me your foster father yet. I'll take you flying in the future." Feng Xuan smirked, feigning seriousness. Su Hao's scalp tingled with embarrassment. Damn, he's got me there. After reporting to their homeroom teacher, the two of them departed together. Before they left, the teacher reminded them not to squander the 2 months of summer. They were aware that upon entering their 3rd year of high school, there would be an entrance exam. determining class placements based on their scores. This was deemed fair, as all students had received their initial Pokémon on July 1st. It would ultimately depend on who could train their Pokémon to be the most formidable during the summer. In the taxi on their way home, Feng Xuan and Suhao discussed their training plans for the summer. Suhao had a clear plan, to return to his hometown small woods for flying training. Feng Xuan also had a definitive strategy, which involved battling extensively to accumulate system coins. The only places suitable for extensive battles were the Pokémon Center and the Battle Arena. The former was an official venue, while the latter was a private enterprise. Both had their pros and cons, yet they posed no barriers, making them ideal for novice trainers like Feng Xuan. Throughout the journey, the two shared their training philosophies while their Pokémon peacefully dozed in their trainer's arms. Charmander, adorably curled up with its little tail tucked in, slept soundly in Feng Xuan's embrace. After parting ways, Feng Xuan made a beeline for the Pokémon store. Heading straight to the food section, he and the now-awake Charmander gazed longingly at the energy cubes displayed on the shelves. Let's get some. Seeing the eager expression on Charmander's face, Feng Xuan chuckled. Roar! Charmander excitedly pumped its fist, looking at the pale blue energy cubes. Feng Xuan spent 1888 coins on 10 of them. These were basic energy restoration cubes of good quality, primarily made from oran berries. It was astonishing how something so inexpensive could be transformed into such costly energy cubes. The industry was indeed lucrative. However, it was undeniable that crafting energy cubes required skill. The higher the quality, the more challenging the production. Quality was categorized as ordinary, good, excellent, and perfect. The classification was straightforward, primarily determined by the impurity rate and energy utilization rate. After all, the raw materials were limited. The best standard for evaluation was how much waste could be eliminated and how much essence could be extracted. Returning to the main topic, aside from energy cubes, Feng Xuan also purchased a substantial amount of Pokémon food. This food was crafted from staple ingredients, such as high-quality meats and fresh vegetables, representing the daily meals for Pokémon. After the food section, Feng Xuan explored the items section, where he beheld the sparkling fire stones. He sighed, feeling financially constrained. Fire stones were precious treasures, containing immense energy that could assist Pokémon in evolving and enhance their capabilities. However, fire stones were merely carriers of fire-type energy. Their essence remained energy that could be absorbed by Pokémon. In truth, there were other rare treasures akin to fire stones, formed by mysterious rules, such as charcoal. A tiny piece of charcoal could remarkably enhance a Pokémon's move power, undoubtedly involving some enigmatic principle. Such principles were undoubtedly beneficial to Pokémon, allowing them to absorb these treasures to significantly boost their strength. This meant that if Charmander were to absorb a piece of charcoal completely, hypothetically, the energy contained could lead to immediate evolution and enhance its potential. However, the time it would take for a small Charmander to fully absorb a piece of charcoal was unfathomable. Regrettably, after wandering through the spacious Pokémon store for quite some time, Feng Xuan failed to find any sign of charcoal or similar treasures. After all, who would display such valuable items? After finishing his exploration of the items section, Feng Xuan proceeded to the move section, where numerous move discs were available. These discs could effectively aid Pokémon in learning specific moves. However, they only assisted. They could not guarantee that a Pokémon would learn the move directly. After all, this was the real world, not a game. It was akin to engaging a superlative tutor for human learning. Gazing at the discs on the shelves, Feng Xuan grimaced. Flame Punch, price 50,000 coins. Protect, price 100,000 coins. Flamethrower, price 200,000 coins. Wow, that's quite expensive. It's important to note that each disc could only be viewed a maximum of 10 times. If 10 attempts failed to yield any success, it would mean a total loss of money. After browsing through the entire store, Feng Xuan felt enlightened. Upon exiting, he lifted Charmander high, proclaiming, "Training starts tomorrow." Roar. Chapter 5. Augmenting Charmander's ability. The form of the solar deity. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, with twinkling stars adorning the night sky. In Feng Xuan's small room, he sat across from Charmander, both wearing serious expressions. Feng Xuan earnestly introduced himself. Charmander, behaving like a big child, nodded attentively. Although it was their first day together, Charmander showed no signs of shyness, comfortably sprawling on Feng Xuan's bed, exposing its belly as it prepared to doze off. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan continued to explore the system. Host, Feng Xuan. Pokémon, Charmander, ability, solar power. Items, luxury ball. Tasks, none. Store, not open. Coins, 10,000. Feng Xuan had already utilized the luxury ball reward from the task, but Charmander preferred not to reside in the ball, opting instead to sleep together. As for the coins, he declared, "System, I wish to augment Charmander's abilities." Ding. Generating options. Response to host. There are two options for modifying Charmander's ability. Option 1. Change Charmander's ability, solar power to blaze. Cost, 1,000 coins. Option 2. Augment Charmander's ability. Augment blaze. Cost, 5,000 coins. Overlay solar power. Cost, 10,000. Please make your selection, host. Upon reading the system's response, Feng Xuan rubbed his hands together in excitement. I choose to overlay solar power on Charmander. Feng Xuan replied with certainty. There were only 3 slots for abilities, and Feng Xuan felt that blaze seemed rather useless. He was nonetheless curious about the effects solar power would produce. Ding. Received. Ding. Please take note, host. Charmander's original ability is solar power. Further overlaying this ability will yield special effects. Would you like to proceed with the overlay? The system inquired proactively. System, is there a chance of adverse effects? Given the significance of this matter concerning Charmander, Feng Xuan asked cautiously. Ding. No, there will be no adverse effects. Then let us proceed with the overlay. Affirmative. Feng Xuan did not hesitate. Ding. 10,000 coins deducted. Note, during the overlay process, please do not disturb the Pokémon undergoing the enhancement. After stating this, the system fell silent. Feng Xuan nervously gazed at Charmander lying on the bed, pacing back and forth. In the next moment, a beautiful white light enveloped Charmander, resembling the glow of a Pokémon evolution. The white light enveloped Charmander, even emanating gentle waves of heat, akin to a miniature sun. Ding. Overlay successful. Feng Xuan excitedly opened Charmander's attribute panel. Pokémon, Charmander. Type, Fire. Ability, Solar Power. Ability effect. While in sunlight, the power of the Pokémon's fire type moves increases by 100, and other moves by 50. Under clear sunny conditions, fire type moves power increases by 200, and other moves by 100. Under other weather conditions, fire type moves power increases by 50. Side effect improvement. During sunny weather, move consumption increases by 10. Qualification, Gym Leader Candidate. Incredible. Gazing at Charmander's attribute panel, Feng Xuan felt the presence of something extraordinary. This ability was simply phenomenal. As soon as sunny weather commenced, the power of Charmander's fire type moves would triple. When factoring in the type advantage, it would be even more formidable. The power of other moves would double. No sunny weather? No problem. As long as there is sunlight, the power of Charmander's fire type moves would still double. Who could withstand a blast of flame? Even more astonishingly, the power of fire type moves would increase during rainy and snowy weather as well. Moreover, its qualifications had improved. Although qualifications are dynamic, this progress seemed overly effortless. One could only say that this future is undoubtedly that of a sun god. As for the increased move consumption, Feng Xuan dismissed it, deeming it insignificant. It merely meant that a move consuming 100 stamina points would now consume 110. Note, this is just an example and does not represent the actual stamina consumption of Flamethrower. Yet, the power had tripled. At this moment, the white light surrounding Charmander dissipated. The awakened Charmander gazed in bewilderment at its tail, feeling immensely stronger. Its tail also appeared remarkably stylish. Immersed in the system's wonders, Feng Xuan snapped back to reality, noticing Charmander's expression, and of course, the golden flames adorning its tail. Charmander inspected its tail from left to right, utterly enamored. At that moment, it noticed its trainer, who had been watching intently. With a sudden leap, Charmander dove into Feng Xuan's embrace, nuzzling against him and chirping excitedly. It must be the incredible abilities of its master. What splendid judgment. Hee. Observing the delighted Charmander nestled in his arms, Feng Xuan couldn't help but smile with a motherly grin reminiscent of his first encounter with the Pokémon Pidgey. Hee. It's no wonder I have such keen insight. On the small pillow lay 2 heads. Feng Xuan reclined on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, contemplating tomorrow's training. Suddenly, he recalled something and called out to the system. System, what is the cost for further overlaying Charmander's ability? Ding. Response to host. Charmander's current strength is insufficient to proceed with the next ability modification. TSK. Feng Xuan clicked his tongue in disappointment. Was this what the system referred to as the factor of strength? Ding. When Charmander evolves into Charmeleon, ability changes can be made. When Charmander evolves into Charizard, ability overlay can be performed. Listening to the system's reply, Feng Xuan clicked his tongue again. It seems he must wait until Charmander's evolution into Charizard. However, that day would come soon. and he was very much looking forward to the emergence of the sun god Charizard. After finalizing his plans for the next day, Feng Xuan peacefully drifted into slumber. On July 2nd, the morning sun shone brilliantly, golden rays streaming through the gaps in the window, gently illuminating Feng Xuan's small room. Coo! Coo! The wood owl alarm clock rang punctually, waking the two heads from their slumber. Charmander rubbed its eyes and groggily sat up. Hearing the cooing sound, Charmander clenched its fists, ready to teach the intruding wood owl a lesson. However, upon opening its eyes, it noticed the blanket draped over it and the figure sitting beside it. Charmander, time to get up. Let's go wash up together, Feng Xuan yawned, beckoning Charmander to join him in the bathroom. Realizing they were no longer in the forest area, Charmander quickly sprang to its feet and followed closely behind him. How wonderful it was. After breakfast, Feng Xuan made his way to the neighborhood park. This place was relatively spacious, and there were not many people early in the morning, making it quite suitable for Charmander's initial training. As for the type of training, it was, of course, a morning run. With only a level 5 Charmander, high-intensity training was not suitable. Light yet effective running would also help Charmander grow stronger. The path to a Pokémon's strength undoubtedly lies in the enhancement of its physical body and the increase of its energy level. The enhancement of the physical body is primarily achieved through battles, training, and the increase of energy levels. There are many ways to increase energy levels. As time progresses, a Pokémon's energy level will naturally rise. This is because Pokémon are constantly passively absorbing the natural energy of the surrounding environment. However, this passive absorption rate is quite slow. Nonetheless, this rate can be influenced. Battles, training, and vigorous physical exertion can all accelerate a Pokémon's passive energy absorption rate. This is the principle behind a Pokémon's growth. Hence, running would also facilitate Charmander's absorption of the surrounding natural energy, thereby enhancing its strength. All of this knowledge was something Feng Xuan learned during his studies at Pokémon High School. Chapter 6. Training begins. As favored children of the earth and sky, Pokémon can continuously draw attribute energy from their surroundings. However, this absorption is passive, and the rate is quite slow. Yet, as cherished beings of nature, Pokémon can influence this rate. Simultaneously, a Pokémon's innate qualifications affect the lower limit of this rate. So how can this rate be influenced? In summary, it boils down to two words: growth. The world is remarkably perfect, qualifications are dynamic, and growth is also dynamic. Returning to the morning park, Feng Xuan and Charmander were both running. As a newly born Pokémon, Charmander was still quite inexperienced. Feng Xuan accompanied it while correcting its running posture and breathing rhythm. Yet, within just a few minutes, Charmander stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. Feng Xuan did not rush it. Instead, he offered a water bottle for a brief rest. After a few minutes of recuperation, Charmander, encouraged by Feng Xuan's words, resumed running once more. With remarkable patience and understanding, Feng Xuan devoted himself to nurturing the young Charmander, who had only recently come into existence. Thus, the morning passed gently, amidst the creature's energetic frolics and moments of respite. The initial training began to bear fruit. Charmander's gaze grew increasingly resolute, signifying its budding growth. From a mere few minutes of sustained running at the outset, the little fire dragon progressed to enduring over 10 minutes, showcasing significant advancement. Upon reviewing Charmander's status panel, a delightful revelation emerged. Pokémon, Charmander. Gender, male. Level, novice, LV5 to LV6. Type, fire. Ability, solar power. Moves, scratch, growl ember. Dragon pulse, outrage. Potential, near champion. Charmander had leveled up. This unexpected development filled Feng Xuan with astonishment. Although training accelerates a Pokémon's ability to absorb energy from the environment, Charmander's prowess was truly exceptional. It was clear that this little creature, boasting near champion potential, was living up to its reputation. Even casual training yielded impressive results. As the morning drew to a close, it was time for lunch. Watching Charmander voraciously devour its meal, Feng Xuan quickly offered a carton of Moo Moo milk, perfectly suited for newly hatched Pokémon. The price of Moo Moo milk fluctuated greatly, primarily depending on the prowess of the dairy-producing milk tank. Feng Xuan was now required to be quite frugal. His parents had endowed him with an initial sum of $10,000. While this amount was substantial for daily expenses, it was merely a drop in the bucket when it came to Pokémon training. Following his visit to the Pokémon shop yesterday, half of his funds had already been consumed by a month's worth of food for Charmander, 10 energy cubes, and Moo Moo milk. This left Feng Xuan grappling with financial concerns. Although trainers invest heavily in their Pokémon, the returns could be quite rewarding. Venture into the wild with a Pokémon and gather some berries for sale, and one could easily earn a few thousand. Not to mention, fortune might bless one with rare treasures. Hence, this was Feng Xuan's nascent plan for generating income. Gazing at the munching Charmander, he hoped for its swift growth. As afternoon arrived, Feng Xuan's training regimen was straightforward. He aimed to have Charmander practice its moves. Mastery of moves is crucial in battle, as the level of proficiency directly influences the speed and power of their execution. Among two similarly leveled Charizards engaging in a flame clash, the one with greater mastery of the flamethrower would undoubtedly prevail. Thus, practicing moves was of utmost importance. To hone one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. Upon reaching a small park, Feng Xuan enthusiastically called out, "Charmander, use Ember." As he observed the wooden target positioned before them, Charmander began to gather energy. The fire-type power swirled within its mouth, and in the next moment, a fireball the size of an egg erupted forth, landing 4 meters away from the target, despite being 5 meters distant. "Bravo, Charmander," Feng Xuan cheered, reassuring himself. "No worries, let's try again." Ember. With newfound confidence and determination shining in its eyes, Charmander summoned all its fire-type energy. A substantial ball of energy coalesced in its mouth and, in a flash, transformed into a fireball the size of a fist, soaring a remarkable 7 meters. What? How could a target that was 5 meters away be hit at 7 meters? It was simply that the target lacked an arrow. Watching the fireball narrowly miss the target, Charmander felt a twinge of disappointment. At this juncture, the role of the trainer became vital. As Charmander's trainer, Feng Xuan offered words of comfort and encouragement, devoid of any disappointment. As the most extraordinary beings, Pokémon invariably respond to their trainer's hopes. This is where their true brilliance lies, not in sheer strength. Charmander, in turn, reciprocated Feng Xuan's faith after the third ember was unleashed. It successfully struck the wooden target, leaving a charred mark. While Feng Xuan was immensely satisfied, he knew their journey did not end there. He encouraged Charmander to continue practicing Ember, aiming to enhance its release speed, power, and intensity. At last, after the 10th ember hit its mark, Charmander's energy was depleted. Yet the target bore the scars of their efforts. Delighted by its achievements, Charmander eagerly leapt into Feng Xuan's arms for a brief respite. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan found himself lost in thought, contemplating Charmander's mastery of Ember. "System, can you display Charmander's proficiency in its moves?" Ding. Affirmative, Charmander's status panel has been updated. Pokémon, Charmander. Gender, male. Level, Novice, LV6. Type, Fire. Moves, Scratch, Beginner. Growl, Beginner. Ember, Minor Mastery. Dragon Pulse, Not Learned. Outrage, Not Learned. Move proficiency levels are categorized as Beginner, Minor Mastery, Major Mastery, Perfection. Now, this was more comfortable, clear, and concise data. As for Scratch and Growl, Feng Xuan did not plan to delve deeper into their study. After all, these moves were straightforward and would be easily mastered as Charmander grew stronger. Move proficiency is not static. It evolves alongside the Pokémon itself. As for the 2 Dragon-type moves, Feng Xuan felt it prudent to refrain from any further examination. While Dragon Pulse could potentially be trained, it might drain all of Charmander's energy in a single use. As for Outrage, given Charmander's current level, it was likely beyond its capabilities. This world adheres to the law of conservation of energy. After a brief rest, Charmander was invigorated and ready to continue its training. The fireballs erupted from its mouth with increasing force, striking the wooden target with ever louder sounds. By the time its energy was spent, Charmander had unleashed an impressive 11 emblems. The visible progress sparked joy in both Charmander and Feng Xuan, who hoisted the little creature high in celebration. Chapter 7. Master Tournament. Training Diary. In the modest park, a group of elderly residents had gathered in a circle. The flickering flames emanating from within the circle revealed that it was Feng Xuan and Charmander who were at the center of attention. Bang. That fire was impressive. Bang. This one seems a bit scattered. Bang. This one lacks power. Listening to the comments from the older folks, Feng Xuan awkwardly embraced the shy Charmander, which had shrunk back in embarrassment. The morning's jogging had gone unnoticed, but the afternoon's training session, with its explosive displays of Ember, had undeniably attracted a crowd. Surrounded by neighbors, Feng Xuan found it challenging to express any concerns about the impact on training. However, upon reflection, one might consider this an early test of Charmander's ability to withstand the pressures of battling in front of thousands in an arena. Feng Xuan shook his head, returning his thoughts to their training progress. After 3 hours in the afternoon, Charmander had completed 3 rounds of Ember training. In the 3rd round, it reached its limit, launching 13 fireballs, each maintaining a consistent level of power. Charmander's rapid progression was evident. During these 3 hours, Feng Xuan did not remain idle. He meticulously adjusted Charmander's position, the distance from the target, and the precision of its lateral attacks, as well as the alignment with the bullseye, and testing the limit distance of sparks and so forth. It can be stated that a trainer's enhancement is not solely a product of the Pokemon's efforts. It requires the trainer's diligent collaboration. Feng Xuan meticulously noted the intricacies of the move training in his little notebook. Although Feng Xuan's experience as a trainer remains rather nascent, he is making earnest strides in his development. The afternoon swiftly elapsed. Following the conclusion of Charmander's move training, Feng Xuan presented it with an energy cube, precisely the junior energy recovery cube he had purchased earlier. This cube effectively accelerates a Pokemon's energy restoration. Due to his limited finances, Feng Xuan could only afford to offer one at the end of the session. Crunch! Charmander eagerly swallowed the cube, and a delightful flavor erupted in its mouth. Simultaneously, Charmander's attribute panel subtly transformed. Pokemon, Charmander. Type, Fire. Level, Novice, LV7. Potential, Semi-Champion. Charmander leveled up once more. Although it is still the early stages of its growth, Charmander's excellence is undeniable. Feng Xuan contentedly cradled Charmander as they made their way home. As night fell after dinner, Feng Xuan did not impose a training regimen upon Charmander. Learning requires a balance of intensity and relaxation, and the evening was dedicated solely to Charmander's leisure. Feng Xuan thoughtfully selected an animated series for Charmander to enjoy, titled The Return of the Dragon Emperor. The narrative follows a resplendent Charmander who is expelled from the Dragonite Valley tribe and subsequently befriends a future Fire-type champion, culminating in a triumphant return. Though fictional, the animation captivated Charmander, especially as it witnessed the little dragon overcoming formidable foes, its tail flames flickering with excitement. Despite the fictional nature of the tale, Feng Xuan found it peculiar that the current Fire-type champion also possesses a radiant Charizard. The Kingdom of Dragons boasts 17 champions, each corresponding to the 17 elemental types. Among them, the Fire-type champion consistently ranks within the top 10 of the Master Rankings. Speaking of the Master Rankings, it is the list Feng Xuan most ardently aspires to join. To be a Pokemon Master signifies a remarkable achievement in Pokemon training. The champions certainly deserve the title of Master. The Master Rankings are, in fact, synonymous with the Champions Rankings. The Master Tournament, which determines the Master Rankings, is held every 4 years, co-organized by the United Nations. Each iteration of the Master Tournament sees the champions of the Kingdom of Dragons perform exceptionally well, with instances of them sweeping the top 2 positions. How exhilarating it is to witness 2 champions from the Kingdom of Dragons face off in the finals. At that moment, the pride of the people of the Kingdom of Dragons swells immensely. The current champions remain extraordinarily formidable. The top rank in the Master Rankings is currently held by the Dragon-type champion. Long due following closely is the Fighting-type champion, Steve, from the Americas Alliance. The third position belongs to the Ice-type champion from the Soviet Alliance. The Master Tournament is a competition of global significance, its reach far exceeding that of the Football World Cup from Feng Xuan's previous life. On the warm couch, Charmander envisioned the moment it would become the Dragon Emperor, while Feng Xuan dreamed of ascending the Master Rankings. July 3rd, clear skies. Another perfect day for training. The morning was dedicated to running, perhaps influenced by the animated series. Charmander was particularly diligent in today's running exercises. The afternoon resumed with training on the Spark move. Despite Spark's modest power of 40, it is a genuine Fire-type move. Practicing it extensively could lay a solid foundation for Charmander, making it easier to master more powerful Fire-type moves in the future. After the move training concluded, and after Charmander digested the energy cube, it was no surprise that it leveled up. Pokemon, Charmander. Level, Novice, LV8. The sensation of daily progress invigorated both Feng Xuan and Charmander. July 4th, overcast skies. This marked the 3rd day of training. As with previous days, Feng Xuan's training plan remained unchanged. Perhaps due to the rapid advancement of Charmander, it did not level up today, yet it still made progress. Charmander could now unleash the Spark move a maximum of 18 times. 7 energy cubes remained. July 5th, overcast skies. This was the 4th day of training. Though the training plan remained the same, Charmander showed signs of improvement and leveled up. Pokemon, Charmander. Level, Novice, LV9. Unexpectedly, Feng Xuan received a financial boost of 10,000 from his parents, as word had spread about his unwavering commitment to training. Naturally, his parents were aware of his daily dedication to training. Thus, they provided their support. Feng Xuan replenished his supply of energy cubes, leaving him with 16. July 6th. Overcast skies. This was the 5th day of training. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred today. Charmander continued to progress steadily. July 7th, light rain. It rained today, and Feng Xuan granted Charmander a day of rest. However, the little creature felt restless, yearning to move. After a brief run outside, it succumbed to the rain and settled down. This prompted Feng Xuan to ponder. It is only natural for fire-type Pokemon to detest water. However, to become an exceptional Dragon Emperor, one must overcome the fear and aversion to water. Feng Xuan often bathed Charmander, which would always resist an extra minute in the water. Given that today was a rainy day without training, Feng Xuan decided to conduct a psychological resilience training for Charmander. Fortuitously, the animated series The Return of the Dragon Emperor featured a scene where the future fire-type champion overcame the fear of water through perseverance, ultimately evolving into a black Charizard. Witnessing this, Charmander's eyes sparkled, and the golden flames at the tip of its tail flared high. Feng Xuan's eyes also gleamed with excitement as he mischievously tugged at Charmander's tail and led it into the bathroom. Chapter 8, Level Up. The first battle. In the bathroom, Charmander, eyes closed and trembling, gingerly settled into the bathtub. Feng Xuan showed no mercy, pouring a large basin of water over it. Instantly, Charmander quivered even more. As for the flames on Charmander's tail encountering water, that was not a concern. The flame represents Charmander's very life. Contact with water does not generate high temperatures. Rather, it imparts a refreshing warmth. This flame, when exposed to water, merely brings discomfort, as it is essentially an integral part of Charmander's physiology. With Feng Xuan's continuous encouragement, Charmander's mindset gradually shifted from fear of water to mere aversion. Achieving a calm demeanor around water would require extensive training. After emerging from the bathroom, Charmander curled up in Feng Xuan's embrace, unwilling to move. It detested water, yet it held no animosity toward Feng Xuan, who was the one pouring the water. Observing Charmander's lethargy, Feng Xuan produced an energy cube to cheer it up. To his astonishment, Charmander leveled up. After a day of rest, without any training, it managed to level up. Could this be the result of accumulated effort? After tirelessly training for 5 days, such progress seems justified. Pokemon, Charmander. Gender, male. Level, novice, LV10. Type, fire. Ability, solar power. Moves, TBD. Potential, semi-champion. Oh yes, Charmander has reached level 10, attaining the pinnacle of the novice stage. It has arrived at a minor bottleneck. The next phase will be the ordinary realm, and with further cultivation in this ordinary realm, Charmander is destined to evolve. Speaking of evolution, Feng Xuan must prepare diligently. Not only does he need to provide Charmander with an ideal environment for evolution, but he also must gather the necessary resources. However, all of this requires money. A look of anguish crossed Feng Xuan's face. What should he do? It's quite a conundrum. Suddenly, 2 small hands climbed up Feng Xuan's cheeks, seemingly attempting to transform his troubled expression into a smile. Looking down, he was greeted by the equally cheerful face of Charmander. Oh well, don't worry, boss. I won't be afraid of water next time. Charmander seemed to think that its fear of water was the source of Feng Xuan's distress. Feng Xuan smiled gently, offering no words, but simply embraced Charmander tightly. A new day dawned. The weather was exceptionally splendid, with sunlight shining brightly yet gently, not scorching. Gazing at the sun above, Charmander felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through its body. The power of the sun invigorated it, filling Charmander with a fierce fighting spirit. Having reached level 10 yesterday, Feng Xuan decided to alter the training regimen. He intended to take Charmander into battle. The goal was to break through to level 10 during the fight and enter the ordinary stage. After finishing breakfast and notifying his parents, Feng Xuan made his way to the Pokémon Center. The Pokémon Center was the very destination of Feng Xuan's journey. Here, one could not only handle various affairs, but also engage in Pokémon battles within the free arena. Before long, a magnificent building came into view. As an official establishment, the Pokémon Center was far more grandiose than those depicted in games. It served as the face of the city. Upon entering the opulent hall, Feng Xuan approached the front desk to apply for his trainer's certificate. Although he had acquired Charmander, he had delayed obtaining the certificate, which was necessary for entering the arena. "Hello, here is your trainer's certificate," said the receptionist, her voice reaching Feng Xuan's ears. "Thank you," he replied, departing afterward. After locating the signs directing him to the arena, he proceeded slowly, while Charmander was already mesmerized by the splendor of the Pokémon Center. Before long, the entrance to the arena stood before him. Before Feng Xuan even stepped inside, he could hear the lively cheers emanating from within. He could vaguely make out excited exclamations of encouragement and challenges. Upon entering the arena, he discovered a large battle platform where 2 Pokémon were engaged in an intense clash. One of them had an oval-shaped body adorned with yellow and black markings, sporting horn-like appendages resembling plugs, black stripes on its arms, and a lightning bolt pattern on its abdomen. Pokemon Electric. Gender, male. Stage, ordinary, LV13. Type, electric. Ability, static. Moves, glare, thundershock, quick attack, charge, spark, arm thrust. Qualification, professional, novice, ordinary, elite, professional, gym leader, semi-champion. The other Pokemon resembled a small child, entirely gray. It had red irises and black pupils, with 3 tile-like structures atop its head. Its hands had 5 fingers, while its feet were unsegmented. Additionally, it possessed a tail. Pokemon, Machop. Gender, male. Stage, ordinary, LV14. Type, fighting. Ability, no guard. Moves, low kick, glare, focus energy, revenge, low sweep, bullet punch. Qualification, professional. The 2 Pokemon battling on the platform were indeed Electrike and Machop. With just a glance, Feng Xuan could tell that Electrike would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Unfortunately, the advantage of Electrike's static ability over the fighting type was overwhelming. As expected, at a critical moment, Electrike's ability activated, and its trainer seized the opportunity to execute a powerful arm thrust, ending the battle. Feng Xuan then witnessed the Machop trainer handing over 2 red tickets to the opposing trainer. Most of the trainers present were novices who had recently acquired their Pokemon. After all, only beginners would come here. Those with some prowess would gravitate towards specialized battle arenas. Before long, Feng Xuan locked eyes with a trainer who appeared to be just as inexperienced as his own Pokemon, Squirtle. Hello, would you care for a battle? Feng Xuan approached confidently. However, upon seeing him and Charmander, the trainer shook his head and walked away, leaving Feng Xuan with a nonchalant silhouette. Feng Xuan and Charmander scratched their heads in confusion. Well, one must swim against the current. Hey there, could I challenge your Squirtle to a battle? Feng Xuan smiled. The trainer holding Squirtle looked at the newcomer, a look of disbelief crossing his face. A fire type daring to challenge him with a water type? How infuriating. All right, same rules as always? Yes. Feng Xuan nodded. The established rule was that the loser would pay 2 red tickets. As the battle commenced, Feng Xuan took a deep breath, placing Charmander on the ground. He and Charmander exchanged determined glances, igniting a fervent fighting spirit within both of them. In this inaugural battle, they would surely triumph. At that moment, the system unexpectedly chimed with activity. Chapter 9, Victory. Consecutive battles. Just before the battle commenced, the system unexpectedly released a task. Ding. Task issued. Task, first battle. Task requirements. Achieve victory. Task rewards. 1,000 coins. 10 excellent basic energy recovery cubes. Ordinary, good, excellent, perfect. Upon seeing the task rewards, Feng Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He was acutely aware that energy cubes were precisely what he lacked at the moment. After all, to engage in numerous battles, it was imperative for Charmander's energy recovery to be expedited, and energy cubes served that purpose well. The system rewards were unexpectedly generous, especially since his current energy cubes were merely of good quality. With the task in mind, Feng Xuan cast a fierce gaze toward the opposing trainer. But the surprises kept coming. Ding. Task issued. Task, breakthrough. Task requirements. Help Charmander break through to the ordinary stage. Task rewards. 1,000 coins. Firestone, ordinary quality. 10 basic fire-type Pokemon breeding energy cubes, good quality. System marketplace, unlocked. Oh wow. Just when one wave of excitement subsided, another arose. The rewards were simply astounding. The Firestone and energy cubes undoubtedly would aid Feng Xuan in nurturing Charmander more effectively. The unlocking of the system marketplace was what Feng Xuan anticipated the most. While he might lack Dragon Country coins, the system's currency was easily attainable. Becoming an exceptional trainer not only requires conviction, but also an abundance of resources. Reigning in his excitement, Feng Xuan focused intently on the Squirtle before him. Pokemon, Squirtle. Gender, male. Stage, novice, LV8. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Moves, tackle, tail whip, water gun. Withdraw, water pulse. Qualification, professional. As a fellow novice who had just acquired his Pokemon, it was evident that Squirtle lagged behind in terms of level compared to Charmander. Aside from its type advantage, it was at a disadvantage in every other aspect. After exchanging nods with the opposing trainer, the duel commenced. Charmander, Ember. Squirtle, water gun. With no strategy involved, both trainers launched straightforward attacks at one another. In regard to the spark move, Charmander has become exceedingly proficient. In the next instant, a fireball of leaden proportions erupted forth. Meanwhile, Squirtle on the opposite side exhibited signs of being a novice. After a 2-second delay, it finally managed to unleash a cylindrical jet of water. The result was a collision of spark and water gun against Squirtle's face. This exemplifies the advantage of mastering moves. Hiss! A substantial cloud of steam immediately enveloped the area, leaving Squirtle in considerable discomfort. Squirtle, are you alright? The opposing trainer exclaimed, suddenly concerned. Charmander, continue with the spark attack. Feng Xuan seized the opportunity to press the advantage. Damn it! Squirtle retreated into its shell. The onlooker trainer reacted swiftly, advising Squirtle. Squirtle, Squirtle. Squirtle curled its limbs and head inward, resembling a sturdy fortress. Bang! The spark successfully struck the turtle shell, which rolled and tumbled. Feng Xuan raised an eyebrow, instructing Charmander to attack once more. Charmander, use spark. Before the shell could come to a stop, another burst of spark hit it. The opposing trainer was in a state of panic, utterly at a loss for an effective strategy. However, in the next moment, Squirtle emerged from its shell, its eyes spinning. After enduring 3 sparks, Squirtle had succumbed to its inability to continue fighting. It is worth noting that Charmander's fire-type moves are no ordinary flames. Were it not for Squirtle's water-type resistance of 12, it would have been rendered incapable of battle after the second spark. The onlooker trainer was left in astonishment, pondering. Is the opponent using a fire-type Pokemon? It must be a fire-type, right? How on earth did such a trivial move as Spark manage to defeat Squirtle so swiftly? Observing the other party reluctantly handing over 2 red tickets, Feng Xuan gratefully accepted them. Yes, a triumphant first battle. Ding. Task. First battle completed. Rewards have been distributed. Ding. Earned 40 coins from the battle. Listening to the melodious sound of the system notification, Feng Xuan cradled Charmander in his arms. Charmander let out a disinterested yawn. To conclude a battle after merely 3 sparks was far too trivial, hardly deserving of a warm-up. It was hardly more intense than a typical training session. Not content with a single victory, Feng Xuan began to seek out his next opponent. Before long, a young man caught Feng Xuan's attention. The youth did not appear to be a novice trainer. Perhaps he was nurturing his 2nd or 3rd Pokemon. His Pokemon was also a rather distinctive one, a Snivy. Bai Yang commanded Snivy to finish off its opponent and chuckled with ease. The weather was splendid today, and he had brought his freshly captured Snivy to engage in a bit of practice. Thus far, everything had gone smoothly. The trainers here were all high school students, and Snivy effortlessly dispatched them one after another. After tossing Snivy an energy cube, Bai Yang planned to take a break. However, he suddenly noticed a high school student approaching him. The student had a charming appearance, a smile gracing his face, exuding an air of friendliness. The high school student spoke up. May I battle your Snivy? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Bai Yang glanced at the Charmander cradled in the student's arms. It was clearly a novice Pokemon, quite juvenile in nature. A battle against a type disadvantage could also serve as valuable experience for Snivy. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, observing the nod from his opponent. Feng Xuan also nodded enthusiastically. This promised to be a worthy adversary. Gazing at the opposing Snivy, a property panel materialized before him. Pokemon, Snivy. Gender, female. Level, ordinary, LV 13. Type, grass ice. Ability, sharp eyes. Moves, tackle, leer, taunt, quick attack, ice shard, leaf tornado. Qualification, gym, novice, ordinary, elite, professional, gym, near champion. Judging from the panel, Feng Xuan's chances of victory appeared slim. However, the purpose of the battle extended beyond merely winning. The experience gained was of paramount importance. In simpler terms, EXP 1 was the ultimate goal. Arriving at a battleground, Charmander approached with a solemn demeanor, recognizing that this opponent was formidable. The battle commenced. Charmander, use smokescreen. Snivy, quick attack. Both trainers simultaneously issued their commands. Charmander exhaled, enveloping itself in a thick cloud of smoke. Against such a close-range adversary, this proved to be an effective tactic. Meanwhile, Snivy transformed into a streak of light, swiftly closing the distance to Charmander, then diving into the smoke. Snivy, leaf tornado. Bai Yang's lips curled into a smile as he commanded. He had not anticipated that a move typically employed against fighting-type Pokemon would be useful here. After all, Snivy, being grass and ice-type, was quadruple weak to fighting. One must understand that leaf tornado is nearly always a guaranteed hit. The opposing trainer surely would not foresee Snivy employing it. As he contemplated this, Bai Yang's smile broadened. Chapter 10. The System Marketplace opens. In response to the impending leaf tornado attack, Feng Xuan remained unperturbed. You might want to lower that smirk. I'm about to unleash my own surprise. Charmander, Meet it head-on with Dragon Rage. Although Dragon Rage was not part of the training regimen, it was merely due to the vast amount of energy required for its release. That did not mean it had never been utilized before, especially when Charmander had sufficient energy after leveling up. In a clash within the smokescreen, it was a reckless contest of strength. Since it was a hard-hitting exchange, the advantages of Dragon Rage would be greatly highlighted. What? Upon hearing the words Dragon Rage, Baiyang could hardly contain himself. How cunning! Luring him in with smokescreen. In the smokescreen, visibility was drastically reduced, making it difficult to evade the move, and once Leaf Tornado was deployed, a direct confrontation became inevitable. But how did the opposing high school student know he would use Leaf Tornado? Damn it! It must be luck. He began to pray fervently, hoping that Snivy would not be eliminated in an instant. Dragon Rage was unleashed. Charmander's eyes glowed crimson, its muscles bulging, radiating waves of purple energy. It resembled a Super Saiyan in full power. As Snivy executed its Leaf Tornado move, it transformed into a streak of white light, charging directly at Charmander. Charmander swung its fists, meeting the incoming white light in a fierce clash. Bang! The force of this collision was tremendous. The shockwave generated slightly dispersed the smoke. Snivy was sent tumbling out of the smokescreen's range. Charmander also staggered back several steps. Observers could easily see that Charmander had gained the upper hand in this confrontation. It was broad daylight. Although Dragon Rage was not a fire-type move, it still received a 50 power boost. Under such conditions, the higher-level Snivy could hardly endure the impact. Snivy was knocked over, rolling several times before managing to stand, albeit in a disheveled state. Though gravely injured, it had not lost its fighting capability. Baiyang sighed in relief. It was now Charmander's Dragon Rage enhancement phase, and it was best to avoid direct confrontations. Snivy leer. As Snivy attempted to leer, roar, Charmander responded with a mighty roar. The effect of the roar caused Snivy's physical attack to diminish. Seeing that Snivy was eager to attempt another roar, Baiyang found himself at a loss. He couldn't engage in battle nor defend, and could only resort to long-range attrition. However, regarding long-range attacks, Charmander was keen to speak up. Snivy, Ice Shard attack. Snivy summoned its inner energy, quickly forming an ice shard around itself, and hurled it at the opponent with great speed. At this moment, Feng Xuan felt a sense of certainty. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. Feng Xuan's strategic maneuvers were all aimed at this moment. Having just suffered a reduction in physical attack, how could Snivy contend with Charmander? Especially when Charmander had been diligently training its Spark special attack. Charmander, hold on. Use Spark to finish the battle. At present, the state of reverse scale has yet to conclude, and Feng Xuan is determined to bring the battle to a swift resolution. Sensing the trainer's intent, the Charmander's gaze turns fierce. It begins to channel all the elemental energy within its body. A burst of sparks erupts instantaneously. Yet, it proves insufficient. Another surge of sparks follows suit. A third volley of sparks quickly ensues. This triad of fiery explosions astonishes all spectators present. The first burst annihilates the icy debris that had accumulated on its face. The second volley restricts evasive maneuvers. The third strike finds its mark. The Snorant is left utterly defenseless. It has lost its capacity to battle. Charmander emerges victorious. Gazing at the aftermath before him, Baiyang stands transfixed. From the onset of the duel, he felt as though he had been ensnared by the opponent's rhythm. Whether it was the initial smoke screen or the final fiery display, everything was executed with impeccable precision, radiating the beauty of combat. He sensed that throughout the encounter, he had been completely controlled, as if his every move had been laid bare. This young trainer is undeniably extraordinary. Without a doubt, he will prove to be remarkable in the future. Baiyang collects his composure, retrieves Snorant into its luxury ball, and approaches the high school student across from him. Your Charmander is quite formidable, Baiyang states earnestly, offering 2 red tickets. Feng Xuan, cradling his fatigued yet slightly disoriented Charmander, nods contentedly. He relishes the praise for his beloved Pokémon. Although Feng Xuan wishes to engage in further conversation, he prioritizes taking Charmander for treatment. Despite the victory, it was far from effortless. Charmander had not only exhausted its stamina, but also depleted all elemental energy within. It bore some bruises from the clashes. The little dragon lay limp in Feng Xuan's embrace. Yet it stubbornly resisted returning to its Pokeball, desiring to remain nestled in its trainer's arms indefinitely. After entrusting Charmander to the medical staff, Feng Xuan patiently awaited in the hall. Reflecting on the previous urgency to seek medical attention, he had neglected the system's notification sound. He opened the records. To his surprise, the words "Mission accomplished" greeted him. Mission complete. Breakthrough. Mission requirement. Enable Charmander to achieve the ordinary realm. Remarkably, Charmander had achieved a breakthrough during this battle. What splendid news! It is worth noting that Feng Xuan had only obtained Charmander less than 10 days ago. Now, it has ascended to the ordinary realm, truly outpacing its peers. Mission rewards distributed. Host receives 1,000 gold coins, Firestone, ordinary quality. 10 basic fire-type Pokemon breeding energy cubes, good quality. System shop unlocked. Ding. The system shop is now open. Ecstatic. Feng Xuan accessed the system to review his panel. Host, Feng Xuan. Pokemon, Charmander, ability, solar power. Items, 10 excellent basic energy recovery cubes, Firestone, ordinary quality. 10 basic fire-type Pokemon breeding energy cubes, good quality. Mission none. Shop, open. Gold coins, 2,170. Adding the 130 gold coins from defeating Snorant, Feng Xuan's total now exceeds 2,000. With newfound wealth, he was naturally inclined to indulge. Upon opening the system shop, a dazzling array of products overwhelmed his senses. Sacred Fire, price, 1,000,000. Silver Feather, price, 100,000. Holy Ash, price, 10,000. Flame Scone, price, 1,000. Fire Z Crystal, price, 20,000. Z Ring, price, 30,000. Orange Berry, price, 10. Dragonfire Fruit, price, 100. Firestone, price, 500, 1,000, 1, 502. 000, price varies by quality, ordinary, good, excellent, perfect. Thunderstone, price, 500, 1,000, 1, 500, 2,000, price varies by quality, ordinary, good, excellent, perfect. HP Feather, price, 4, 900. Strength Feather, price, 4, 900. HP Booster, price, 9, 900. Attack Booster, price, 9, 900. Keystone, price, 30,000. Charizard X Evolution Stone, price, 20,000. Such a plethora of options. Gazing at his burgeoning treasury, Feng Xuan shed tears of longing. Holy Ash, capable of restoring all Pokemon in a state of near death. This item is undoubtedly a lifesaver. Priced at only 1,000 gold coins, what a bargain. Flame Scone, heals all abnormal conditions of a single Pokemon. A mere 1,000 gold coins, truly valuable. Fire Z Crystal, Keystone, Evolution Stone. Oh heavens! The temptation is unbearable. Yet, he did not expect the system to offer treasures like HP Feather. HP Feather, a Pokemon item that slightly increases a single Pokemon's base HP points. Besides HP Feather, there are 5 other types of feathers, each corresponding to various base attributes. Closing the system shop, Feng Xuan felt increasingly impoverished. I must battle. A fierce fire ignited in his eyes. Chapter 11. Give it your all, trainer. Just as Feng Xuan was about to close the system shop, he unexpectedly stumbled upon this. To his astonishment, the shop also contained this. Power of the Evergreens, price, 10,000. Power of the Waveguide, price, 10,000. Psychic Power, price, 10,000. Wow. No more words. Let us battle. Ecstatic. As Feng Xuan pondered his thoughts, a pair of feet appeared before him. Hello, would you like to be friends? Baiyang spoke softly. Having brought his Snorant for treatment as well, fortuitously encountering Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan replied, puzzled as he looked up and recognized the newcomer, nodding in acknowledgement. Baiyang settled beside him and introduced himself. After a brief exchange, Feng Xuan learned more about his counterpart. Baiyang, the son of the Ice-type gym leader, comes from a family of Ice-type specialists. Speaking of gyms, there are a total of 17 official gyms nationwide, each located in major cities. Thus, this Ice-type gym leader is indeed noteworthy. In light of Baiyang's genuine desire for friendship, Feng Xuan shared his own circumstances. When Baiyang learned that Feng Xuan was a high school student and that he had only recently acquired Charmander, his eyes twitched in surprise. It was no wonder Feng Xuan had not encountered much in the way of experience. As the son of a gym leader, Baiyang had witnessed many prodigies. However, those talents were primarily manifested through their Pokemon. For instance, the son of a certain gym leader had just received a starter Pokemon and, within 10 days, was able to evolve it. Moreover, it was not a rushed evolution that compromised the Pokemon's well-being. Even after evolving, the Pokemon could contend with elite-level opponents. Yet, encountering a trainer like Feng Xuan, who excelled in both training and battling, was a rare occurrence. Not to mention the extraordinary Charmander he commanded. Yang experienced firsthand the adeptness of Feng Xuan's commands. The two conversed for quite some time, with Feng Xuan predominantly seeking Yang's insights. Yang, being a year ahead of Feng Xuan, would soon enroll in university, thus possessing a wealth of experience compared to Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan inquired extensively about Pokemon evolution, significantly enriching his knowledge base. It was only after the medical staff returned Charmander's luxury ball that Feng Xuan finally concluded the conversation. Upon receiving Charmander, Feng Xuan intended to take his leave, as his primary objective remained battling. Yang smiled and bid farewell to Feng Xuan. Throughout their discussion, he found many of Feng Xuan's perspectives quite novel, particularly his intuitive views on ice types, which proved to be quite insightful, especially during their discussion on snowy weather. He seems to frequently emphasize the need for a more cautious selection of Pokemon for snowy weather, urging deeper consideration. Yet, if one does not employ the Snow King in snowy conditions, what alternatives remain? And I must procure an EV, for his reasoning holds merit. An Ice-type EV possesses commendable resilience and offensive capabilities. As for the reference to the spiky shell, what is that all about? Why mention it only to leave it unexplained? Yang scratched his head in confusion. At that moment, Feng Xuan was also contemplating the snowy team composition. The quintessential Pokemon for snowy weather would undoubtedly be the Ice Ninetales. Regrettably, the Ice Ninetales has yet to be discovered. Aside from the Ice EV, Feng Xuan also wished to recommend the Ice-type Alolan Dugtrio. The Alolan Dugtrio boasts two remarkable abilities. The common ability, Snow Cloak, enhances evasion in snowy weather, while the hidden ability, Snow Warning, increases speed in such conditions. It could serve as a physical attacker for a snowy team. The Ice EV is equally impressive, entirely capable of fulfilling the role of a special attacker. As for the spiky shell, one can only say that those who understand. Returning to the arena, Feng Xuan began selecting his opponent once more. Currently, his Charmander's attribute panel appeared as follows. Pokemon, Charmander. Gender, male. Level, ordinary, LV11. Type, fire. Ability, solar power. Moves, TBD. Potential, near champion. Having made a breakthrough, he was quite pleased, as a greater selection of opponents was now available. Shortly thereafter, a trainer accompanied by a Totodile caught Feng Xuan's attention. The Totodile exuded an aura of energy, its mental state vibrant, likely on the brink of evolution. After a sincere invitation, the Totodile trainer amiably agreed. The two ascended to the battle platform, where a companion of the Totodile trainer assumed the role of referee. Through the system panel, Feng Xuan could clearly observe the Totodile's data. Pokemon, Totodile. Gender, male. Level, ordinary, LV15. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Moves, bite, leer, water gun, rage. Scary face, ancient power. Potential, professional. The nearing evolution level prompted a serious expression from Feng Xuan. The odds of victory in this match were quite low. Had it not been for Charmander's ability enhancement, he would surely have been at a disadvantage. As both sides prepared, the referee issued the command. The match commenced. Totodile, water gun. The spectator trainer initiated the attack. Charmander, smokescreen. Given the considerable level disparity, Feng Xuan opted for a more cautious approach. Charmander, emerging from behind, exhaled a cloud of smoke to envelop itself. Totodile opened its jaws wide, unleashing a jet of water that pierced through the smoke and struck the ground, evidently missing its target. The opposing trainer clicked his tongue in frustration and continued. Totodile, ancient power. With a few light growls, Totodile began to summon energy from within. Soon, several rocks materialized around Totodile and swiftly swept towards the smoke. Unexpectedly, during Totodile's charging period, Charmander did not merely wait idly for the assault. Instead, it continued to deploy smokescreen. The smoke on the field thickened, expanding its coverage. Totodile's ancient power traversed through a patch of smoke, yet no sound of impact ensued. TSK. The spectator trainer was disheartened, compelled to persist with ancient power. Totodile repeatedly conjured rocks and hurled them into the smoke. While occasional muffled sounds of impact could be heard, the spectator trainer found no solace, for the smoke continued to proliferate, enveloping an ever-increasing area. He dared not let Totodile venture into the smoke, fearing an ambush lay in wait. Yet, the expanding smoke instilled a sense of urgency, clouding his thoughts. Conversely, Feng Xuan remained unperturbed. This was a strategy he and Charmander had meticulously devised in advance. The moment he selected an opponent, he had already orchestrated their tactics. For every battle, he prepared thoroughly, as he wished for Charmander to triumph, not due to his own shortcomings. After all, tiny Pokemon could sustain injuries and feel pain, while trainers merely needed to engage their minds and voices. Only through a unified effort with their Pokémon could they truly grow together. Chapter 12. Battle. Exhilarating. The smoke in the arena consumed Totodile's safe zone inch by inch, akin to a ravenous demon. The spectator trainer grew increasingly anxious, repeatedly commanding Totodile to use ancient power to clear the smoke, hoping that Charmander would falter first. However, reality did not unfold as he had anticipated. The smoke thickened, ultimately cornering Totodile into a desperate situation. Now Charmander. Feng Xuan seized the moment, calling out loudly. He harbored no concerns regarding Charmander's direction. As the smoke grew denser, Charmander cautiously peeked out, remaining undetected. Indeed, just as Feng Xuan finished speaking, a figure burst forth from the smoke. Charmander, with fiery red eyes and surrounded by a swirling purple aura, charged forward with valor. Startled, Totodile stood frozen in place. Totodile bite. The spectator trainer, tense and alert, issued the command swiftly. Yet, after consecutively unleashing ancient power, Totodile lacked the capacity to respond and was sent flying by Charmander's assault. Totodile lost its ability to battle. Charmander emerged victorious. You have received 160 coins. Feng Xuan approached, joyfully high-fiving Charmander. He had not anticipated the opponent would be so easily defeated. Initially, he had devised a strategy based on the opponent's reliance on ranged moves, leading him to implement the smokescreen to exhaust his adversary. He had even envisioned a scenario where Totodile might attempt to engage in close combat within the smoke. However, the opponent's trainer, in a state of panic, lost control of the situation, treating the smoke as a no-go zone, unwilling to enter it. It is worth noting that Totodile's physical attack stats surpassed its special attack. Yet, the trainer merely swept away with ancient power. By the time he recognized the need to charge in, the smokescreen tactic had already been executed to its fullest extent. A well-played hand had been squandered. One could say this battle was the easiest Feng Xuan had encountered. The Totodile trainer stood frozen for a considerable time until the referee's companion gently tapped his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. With a complex expression, he handed over 2 red tickets before departing with his Totodile. After exchanging a joyful high-five with Charmander, Feng Xuan sat down, feeling somewhat bewildered. The consequences of a reverse scale had set in. Observing this, Feng Xuan promptly lifted Charmander and fed it 2 energy cubes, one for energy recovery and one for nurturing fire-type Pokémon. Previously, after battling against a Snivy, he had also offered 2 cubes as a small reward for Charmander. This not only satisfied Charmander's palate, but also accelerated its energy recovery and growth, a win-win. Feng Xuan cradled Charmander as he sat alone on the sidelines, selecting opponents while observing the battles of others. Within this Pokémon Center's arena, there were 8 battle platforms. While not every platform was overflowing with participants, combat was always taking place somewhere. Furthermore, the trainers varied widely. There were scruffy uncles, dapper gentlemen in suits, urban beauties in form-fitting skirts, clumsy high schoolers, and college students battling against them. Although the trainers were diverse, they shared one commonality. The Pokémon here were not particularly formidable. Feng Xuan encountered the most formidable Pokémon, an elite Machamp. The attributes of this creature were the most extravagant he had ever observed. Pokémon, Machamp. Gender, male. Level, elite, LV29. Type, fighting. Ability, thick fat. Moves, sand attack, tackle, charge, water gun, push, dynamic punch, force palm, air slash, knock off, belly drum, low kick, brick break, thunder punch, substitute. Protect and throw. Potential, professional. The move set was overwhelmingly opulent, striking him with its grandeur. Its trainer had certainly nurtured it exceptionally well. As a pure fighting type Machamp, it possessed not only ample offensive capabilities with its own type moves, but also had Thunder Punch to counter flying types and Throw to contend with psychic types. One could assert that it was well prepared for various encounters. Unfortunately, it lacked means to restrain its opponent's speed, rendering it an easy target. Feng Xuan proposed an enhancement strategy to learn Earthquake and Stone Edge. These moves would serve a broad spectrum of purposes, both on land and in the air. Meanwhile, nestled in Feng Xuan's embrace, the little Charmeleon let out a soft yawn. Having sustained minimal injuries in the previous battle, it had nearly fully recovered after consuming 2 energy cubes. It then cast an eager glance at Feng Xuan, indicating its desire for battle. Upon assessing Charmeleon's condition, Feng Xuan began selecting another opponent. However, before he could finalize his choice, someone approached him. "Hello, may I have a battle with your Charmeleon?" The newcomer was a handsome young man, his age indiscernible. Accompanying him was a fire-type Psyduck. Pokémon, Psyduck. Gender, male. Level, ordinary, LV13. Type, fire. Ability, Flame Body. Moves, Leer. Mist, Ember, Smoke Screen, Clear Smog, and Sonic Boom. Potential, Professional. Flame Body and Sonic Boom. How bothersome, Feng Xuan mused. Nevertheless, it was manageable. Burn status merely diminished the power of physical moves. A quick resolution would suffice. The reality unfolded precisely as Feng Xuan had anticipated. The opponent initiated with Sonic Boom, compelling Charmeleon to retaliate with Ember. Ultimately, after several exchanges of Ember, the opposing Psyduck collapsed. The idea of withstanding multiple assaults from the future Solar God Charmeleon was overly optimistic. The opponent's trainer was left astounded, nearly dropping his jaw. Was Charmeleon not on elite level? The Fire-type moves were simply outrageous. You have earned 130 coins. With both coins and currency in hand, Feng Xuan hummed a tune as he cradled Charmeleon for healing. Despite the victory, Charmeleon had endured considerable suffering from the burn inflicted by its opponent. Battling in a Pokemon Center is splendid. Healing is always at hand. Moreover, it is not only economical but also effective. Of course, the low fees were primarily due to Charmeleon's still modest strength. Thus, Feng Xuan spent an entire day at the Pokemon Center. After a casual lunch within the center, he eagerly entered the arena. The arena was not only a venue for battles, but also an excellent training ground. After his midday meal, he took Charmeleon for a leisurely stroll. The afternoon continued with fervent battles. Although the frequency of battles was high, the variety of Pokemon encountered kept Feng Xuan from feeling monotony. Like Feng Xuan, Charmeleon was also a combat enthusiast. Battle, heal, battle, heal. At this stage of its development, the damage sustained during battles did not adversely affect Charmeleon. Furthermore, being in the Pokemon Center meant any injuries would be promptly treated, leaving no opportunity for lingering damage. In the eyes of seasoned trainers, Feng Xuan's style of combat resembled childish play, merely a clash of singular moves. It was overly simplistic and monotonous. In high-level battles, moves were executed in a fluid sequence, often with multiple moves unleashed simultaneously. Both Charmeleon and Feng Xuan had ample room for improvement. Chapter 13. Preparations for Evolution. After nearly a day in the arena, Feng Xuan's gains were substantial. Although he and Charmeleon were quite fatigued on their return journey, Charmeleon had curled up and fallen asleep in Feng Xuan's arms, who himself dozed off in the taxi. Speaking of gains, Charmeleon's progress was markedly evident. Battles were undoubtedly the finest catalysts for growth. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Gender, male. Level, ordinary, LV 13. Type, fire. Ability, solar power. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, mastered. Dragon pulse, outrage, smoke screen. Dragon breath. Potential, semi-champion. Charmeleon's level had soared by 2 tiers. The mastery of ember had reached a consummate level. It had also learned a new move, Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath unleashes a powerful breath towards the opponent, occasionally inducing paralysis. While Charmeleon had significantly strengthened, the cost was not negligible. Feng Xuan's energy cubes were entirely depleted. Now, his status panel read as follows. Host, Feng Xuan. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Ability, solar power. Item, Firestone, ordinary quality. Quest, none. Marketplace, open. Coins, 3,880. In just a day, Feng Xuan's coin count had nearly doubled. As for the depletion of energy cubes, although the system's marketplace only offered energy cubes for glamorous contests, augmenting charm and intellect, Feng Xuan had devised a solution. In the system marketplace, an ordinary Firestone was priced at only 500 coins. In the real world, a single ordinary Firestone could fetch over 10,000 coins, with prices soaring to 15,000 in coastal cities. Feng Xuan pondered that in the city, the attribute that commanded the highest price would dictate his choice of energy stone to sell. However, he remained somewhat hesitant. He could not explain the origins of the energy stones. While utilizing them himself posed no issue, selling them raised questions of provenance. Thus, Feng Xuan opted to sell something else. He even considered the classic golden pearls from Pokemon games. In those games, there existed a category known as valuable items, comprising pearls, large pearls, golden pearls, and so forth. Yet, these were not easy to sell. After much contemplation, Feng Xuan settled on the safest option, berries. Berries were abundant in the wild, as many Pokemon fed on them. Numerous explorers ventured into the wild primarily for the income derived from berries. Feng Xuan had even seen a trainer acquire rare berries during an expedition, which fetched over 100,000 at an auction. The berry he chose was the starfruit, revered as the Rolls-Royce of berries. Energy cubes crafted from starfruit significantly enhance certain basic attributes, be it special attack or physical defense, depending on the Pokemon's unique traits. In the system marketplace, they were priced at 500 coins each. Quite an exorbitant rate, especially considering that oran berries were merely 10 coins each. After a battle, Feng Xuan could purchase 10 or more oran berries. As night fell, Feng Xuan and Charmeleon leaned against the headboard, engrossed in the animated series Dragon Emperor Returns. Feng Xuan held a tablet, while Charmeleon clutched the Firestone. It was indeed a delightful blend of entertainment and growth. The energy within the Firestone was far purer than that found in the ambient air. In ordinary environments, the energy in the air was scant and muddled, comprising an assortment of attributes, resulting in a natural growth rate measured in years. Now, however, Charmeleon absorbed the energy with squinting eyes, appearing utterly content. Feng Xuan was eager to witness the expressions Charmeleon would exhibit when presented with a higher quality Firestone. The summer days unfolded with a certain monotony. Yet time seemed to slip away swiftly, with 3 days passing in the blink of an eye. During this brief interlude, Feng Xuan, with the assistance of his parents, successfully auctioned the star peach fruit, netting an impressive profit of over 200,000. After all, this is the current period, the golden season of summer vacation, when novice trainers are fervently racing forward. Fruits like the star peach, which are immensely beneficial to beginners, are in such high demand that they are sold out almost instantaneously upon entering the market. Furthermore, no one cares where your fruit comes from. The demand far exceeds the supply. Such scenarios are commonplace, with fruits abundant in the wild, yet wild Pokémon are equally plentiful. Seizing the opportunity to procure them is paramount. With the money in hand, Feng Xuan dove headfirst into the Pokémon shop. After his shopping spree, he rushed into the competition arena of the Pokémon Center. There, he immersed himself in battles, seizing every opportunity for exhilarating and intense confrontations. His relentless spirit earned him the nickname Brother One. The reason for his newfound fame was simple. Brother One was either battling or on his way to a battle. Most notably, he had yet to suffer a defeat, leading others to shy away from challenging him. Indeed, Feng Xuan had engaged in dozens of battles over the past few days, emerging victorious each time. This remarkable streak granted him another moniker, the Little Invincible of the same tier. As for the Little designation, he overheard others say that sweeping the Pokémon Center was trivial. True invincibility was achieved by conquering the Shuanghua Arena. The Shuanghua Arena is the largest private competition venue in Longjiang City, where Feng Xuan resides. It is rumored that winning there rewards challengers with monetary gains, though a small fee is required to participate. The fighters there are of high caliber. With a strict hierarchy, the capable rise while the less skilled are relegated. It resembles a ranking system. Defeating a fighter grants you their spot and the accompanying rewards, while the defeated are pushed back in line. Hence, it is not uncommon for individuals to pay for battles daily, yet the rankings remain unchanged. The fighters are not mere laborers. They enjoy substantial benefits, including access to private training rooms and generous salaries. Each fighter has a dedicated training space, with those occupying rooms numbered closer to the front boasting more luxurious equipment and greater space. This system significantly promotes the advancement of trainers in the Dragon Kingdom, which is why the authorities allow it, provided taxes are paid. Feng Xuan refrained from venturing there, as the Pokémon Center offered greater freedom in battles and more opportunities to earn coins. Of course, once he exhausts the easier opponents, he would make his way to the Shuanghua Arena. However, reflecting on his recent achievements filled Feng Xuan with a profound sense of satisfaction. Host: Feng Xuan. Pokémon: Charmander. Ability: Solar Power. Item: Firestone, common quality. Quest: None. Market: Open. Coins: 9,880. His coin total was nearing 10,000. At that point, he would seize the moment to acquire a perfect quality Firestone, particularly because Charmander was on the brink of evolution. Pokémon: Charmander. Gender: Male. Level: Ordinary, LV 16. Type: Fire. Ability: Solar Power. Moves: NA. Talent: Near Champion. To ensure that Charmander underwent a flawless evolution, Feng Xuan diligently devoted 3 days of effort, all for that perfect Firestone. This item represented the pinnacle of quality. In terms of energy purity, nothing in this world could surpass it, save for those of superior quality. Throughout the day, Feng Xuan battled, and at night, he fervently sought information. Numerous studies indicated that highly pure energy flows could induce transformation in Pokémon. Chapter 14, Competition. The Little Flame God Cup. Within the competitive arena of the Pokémon Center, Feng Xuan, alongside Charmander, finally defeated his first challenger. Since rising to fame in the arena, opponents had begun choosing Feng Xuan rather than the other way around. Whenever he approached, adversaries would disperse or outright decline his battle requests, resulting in just one match this morning. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He had finally amassed 10,000 coins. The battles over the past few days had taken their toll, leaving him exhausted. Fortunately, Charmander was in the midst of a rapid growth phase, brimming with boundless energy. However, it recently expressed discomfort, indicating a desire to evolve. Yet, under Feng Xuan's gentle persuasion, Charmander managed to restrain its eagerness. Charmander only had 2 opportunities for evolution in its lifetime. Each evolution represented a significant leap in its life stage. If they failed to prepare adequately now, how could they hope to reach the pinnacle of power in the future? Pokemon, Charmander, level, ordinary, LV17. Moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rage, Smokescreen, Fire Fong, Dragon Breath. Even without evolving, Charmander's strength continued to progress. Especially at level 17, it would learn Fire Fong, a highly effective melee fire-type move in the early stages. Typically, Charmander would evolve at level 16 into Charmeleon before acquiring Fire Fong. Now that he had gathered 10,000 coins, Feng Xuan had no intention of lingering in the Pokemon Center. Earning coins was too slow, and opponents fled at the sight of him. It was time for him to focus on preparing for Charmander's evolution. While the material conditions for Charmander were met, the environmental conditions were still lacking. To achieve a perfect evolution, optimal environmental conditions were also essential. Feng Xuan had done his homework. He set off in the afternoon, purchasing a high-speed train ticket to Yunjing City. In the picturesque Yunjing City, there lay a natural volcanic group. According to internet rumors, the dormant volcanoes of Yunjing City are the largest gathering place for fire-type Pokemon in the south. Furthermore, they enjoy a considerable reputation not only in the southern region but across the entire country. Many from the north travel here seeking fire-type Pokemon to return and triumph over those who favor ice-type Pokemon. This volcanic group bears a majestic name, the Flame God Volcano. It is said that this volcano was once the dwelling place of the legendary beast, the Flame Emperor. Such mythic tales are not limited to just the Flame God Volcano. To the northwest lies the Water God Lake, and to the northeast, the Thunder God Plateau, truly steeped in mythos. On the swiftly moving train, Feng Xuan sat by the window, while Charmander perched on the small table, gazing dreamily out at the scenery. Small Pokemon are permitted on the train. Isn't it fast? Feng Xuan remarked with a smile. Charmander nodded eagerly, its eyes sparkling. When you evolve into Charizard, you'll be able to fly just as swiftly. Feng Xuan chuckled, affectionately ruffling its little head. Charmander's eyes gleamed even brighter. Their conversation captured the attention of a fellow passenger. The young man greeted them warmly. Are you going on a trip? Feng Xuan nodded, something like that. I highly recommend visiting the Flame God Volcano. The young man replied with a smile. Thank you. Feng Xuan acknowledged with a nod. After the young man smiled back, he turned his attention to his planning book, appearing lost in thought. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his eyes brightened again. He turned back to Feng Xuan and whispered, Hey, are you interested in competitions? Feng Xuan was taken aback. Competitions? What kind of competitions? Subsequently, the young man began to introduce an upcoming Pokemon battle competition scheduled for mid-July. In mid-July, Yunjiang City will host a contest exclusively for high school students. Aptly named the Little Flame God Cup, Yunjiang City is a bustling metropolis with over 10 million residents. Each year, as July approaches, a competition co-hosted by enterprises and government authorities, the Little Flame God Cup, takes place. Despite the seemingly modest name, the event's popularity is anything but low. It is, in fact, exceptionally fervent. Not only will the local populace of over 10 million in Yunjiang be captivated, but individuals from other cities will also take notice. High school students from distant cities often travel to participate, seeking to build their reputations. The young man's intention is straightforward, to capitalize on the event's popularity. He is not oblivious. The formidable little Charizard is unmistakably in peak condition, practically emblazoned with the word strong atop its head. Thus, he desires for Feng Xuan to participate and, in doing so, advertise for their company. The advertising fee will be contingent upon Feng Xuan's performance, with a guaranteed minimum payment. Feng Xuan listened, momentarily dumbfounded. If there's a battle competition, he would undoubtedly participate. If there's money to be made, he would seize the opportunity, especially for such easy earnings. The young man works for a clothing company and wishes to emblazon their logo on Feng Xuan's attire, allowing Feng Xuan to choose the style. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan exclaimed with enthusiasm, Well, I shall not hold back. He envisioned a red and white cap, a black and red jacket, blue jeans, a black shirt and sneakers. Satisfied with his design, Feng Xuan nodded approvingly, ready to embrace his role as a combatant once more, putting on a show. Upon arriving in Yunjiang City, Feng Xuan took a deep breath of relief. The high-speed train ride had left him feeling drowsy. Little Charizard had already dozed off on the table. Cradling little Charizard, Feng Xuan did not intend to head straight to the volcano of fire. Instead, he sought a hotel to settle in first. Initially planning to stay for just a day, he fortuitously coincided with the Little Flame God Cup. While it was quite fortunate, it meant he would have to linger a few more days. Feng Xuan had already arranged his schedule. The Little Flame God Cup was set to commence the day after tomorrow, with registration closing the following day. He planned to register first. In the taxi en route to the registration venue, Feng Xuan dialed Su Hao's number. After a considerable wait, the call was finally answered. "Hello? What brings you to call me?" Su Hao asked, bewildered. He had previously attempted to contact Feng Xuan, but Feng Xuan had missed the calls, engrossed in intense battles. There's a competition here in Yunjiang. I'm already here. Will you join?" Feng Xuan hesitated briefly before getting straight to the point. "Oh my gosh. I almost forgot about that. Please register me. I'll arrive tomorrow." Judging by Su Hao's reaction, it was evident that the Little Flame God Cup was indeed quite popular. At the Pokemon Center, Feng Xuan completed the registration process successfully. With a mischievous grin, he turned and made his way toward the arena. Since I've arrived in this new place, I must take full advantage. Utilizing the advantage of his fresh face, Feng Xuan wreaked havoc in the arena until an old friend from Longjiang City recognized him, prompting him to reluctantly cease his rampage. He had amassed a tidy sum of 1,300, quite impressive indeed. Emerging from the Pokemon Center, the night had already fallen. Back in the small hotel, Feng Xuan accessed the system marketplace and searched for the Firestone. Firestone, price, 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, prices categorized by quality, ordinary, good, excellent, perfect. In the system marketplace, Feng Xuan found the coveted Firestone and chose to purchase it. In the next moment, a fist-sized red crystal materialized in Feng Xuan's hand. As the Firestone appeared, the room's temperature soared. Little Charizard, engrossed in an animated show, tossed aside its phone and stood up with wide eyes. "Ouch, it's hot." Observing Little Charizard's astonishment, Feng Xuan tossed the Firestone toward it. Upon catching it, Little Charizard drooled over the stone, gazing longingly at Feng Xuan. "Haha." Feng Xuan laughed heartily. "Don't worry, tomorrow we'll make a big move." As dawn broke, Feng Xuan prepared to set out from the hotel. The morning sun shone brightly, invigorating Little Charizard. In the taxi heading to their destination, Feng Xuan perused the travel guide for this journey. The volcano of fire is not merely a single mountain, but rather a cluster of volcanic peaks. Among these towering mountains lies the highest and largest volcano, which has naturally become known as the Volcano of Fire by visiting tourists. The Volcano of Fire cluster has long been devoid of vegetation, littered with charred rocks. It was only after development began that pathways leading deep into the mountain range were established. During the initial stages of developing the volcano cluster, significant obstacles were encountered. Within the depths of the volcano, numerous fire-type Pokémon thrived, with various exceptionally powerful individuals forming distinct clans. Among them, the four strongest clans, Wind Speed Dog Clan, Flame Monkey Clan, Charizard Clan, and Flame Warrior Clan, dominated the mountainous terrain. These clans were immensely powerful, with champions emerging frequently. This situation directly stalled the progress of development. It was only when the fire-type champion intervened that negotiations became possible. Ultimately, it was decided that 1/3 of the profits generated from this area would be allocated to purchasing breeding resources for the four clans, with the stipulation that their habitats must remain undisturbed. In exchange for these concessions, the authorities secured the rights to develop the area and gained access to several slots for annual entry into crucial habitats. In truth, it was the latter condition that piqued the interest of the fire-type champion. Pokémon born in such an ideal fire-type environment are bound to possess exceptional qualities. If the best can be selected, a champion-level Pokémon might just emerge. Moreover, it just so happens that his beloved grandson has yet to choose a Pokémon. Before long, the taxi arrived at their destination. Stepping out, Feng Xuan was taken aback by the bustling market that lay before him. At the entrance of the volcano, a lively marketplace thrived. The air was filled with the sounds of haggling customers, the shouts of vendors, and the disputes over counterfeit goods. Feng Xuan did not expect such a vibrant scene so early in the morning. As he ventured into the market, vendors immediately approached him, promoting climbing sticks, backpacks, and more. Feng Xuan politely declined their offers, well prepared for his adventure. Continuing along, he curiously examined the wares on display. Some vendors sold berries, others offered firestones, and some dealt in fire gems. To his surprise, he even spotted a vendor selling Pokémon eggs. While the volcano is indeed a prime breeding environment, one must be cautious not to be mistaken for an egg thief by the local Pokemon. As he strolled through the market, Feng Xuan purchased 2 cups of milk tea. Upon reaching the ticket booth, he found it equally crowded. Despite the early hour, this attraction remained bustling, especially with the Little Flame God Cup set to commence the following day. After much effort, Feng Xuan finally secured his ticket, and both he and little Charizard let out a sigh of relief. What a tiring endeavor. I hope it doesn't disappoint, Feng Xuan muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. After traversing a lengthy passage, Feng Xuan finally entered the volcanic area. Upon exiting the tunnel, a world of red and black unfolded before him. The landscape was dominated by black mountains and red earth. Rumor has it that there exists a vast berry forest here, which serves as a primary source of income for the scenic area. As Feng Xuan stepped onto the red soil, the oppressive atmosphere caused him to frown. Unlike other scenic spots that boast fresh air, this place felt stifling. However, in the eyes of Charmander, the reality was quite different. This place was nothing short of a sanctuary, with the air infused with an abundance of energy it adored. Sensing Charmander's exhilaration, Feng Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Typically, the atmosphere contains 17 types of elemental energy, albeit varying in concentration depending on the locale. Yet, Charmander indicated that there was none of the energy it despised here. This implied that the fire-type energy was overwhelmingly dominant, forcefully expelling any traces of water, grass, ice, and bug-type energies. Truly, this was a sacred ground for fire-type Pokemon, perfectly suited for their kind. It seemed this journey was undoubtedly worthwhile. Feng Xuan ventured deeper, seeking a spot that would provide Charmander the utmost comfort and the opportunity to evolve. After traversing several peaks, Feng Xuan, breathless, paused to rest and commenced a picnic. Despite appearing utterly exhausted, Charmander remained unfazed, even carrying the luggage. Delightfully nibbling on a sandwich, it felt a sense of joy in assisting its trainer, even without being cradled like before. As Feng Xuan munched on his sandwich, his gaze drifted vacantly towards a distant mountain, which was his destination, the majestic Mount Inferno. Once he finished his meal, Feng Xuan resumed his journey. Along the way, he encountered numerous fire-type Pokemon, all exhibiting no fear of human presence, as if they were attractions arranged by a scenic locale. There were docile Ponytas, exuberant Monfernos, and charmingly wobbling Flareons. A glance at their data panels revealed that each was more formidable than the last, with none below level 20, all elite creatures. The Flareon was particularly impressive, nearing the threshold of evolution, classified as a professional-level powerhouse, evolving at level 35. With steady strides, Feng Xuan pressed on, his destination now in sight. Within the heart of Mount Inferno, a man clad in flamboyant red attire unexpectedly emerged. This vast cavern was the dwelling of the 4 major clans. Ignoring the various Pokemon, the man strode purposefully deeper within. He traversed a guarded passageway, leading to a chamber bathed in a crimson glow, where walls adorned with shimmering firestones illuminated the space in a resplendent red. The man marveled at such beauty. Every visit filled him with awe at nature's artistry. Indeed, this grandeur was a natural formation, not a human endeavor, suggesting the presence of a vast firestone vein. Yet, despite the richness of this vein, it paled in comparison to the treasures at the center of this chamber, the dazzling red-hued Pokemon eggs. Chapter 16, Evolve, Charmander. Within the mountain of Mount Inferno lay a wondrous space adorned with brilliant firestones. This locale served as the repository for fire-type Pokemon eggs. Astonishingly, a human had ventured into such a significant area. Although clad in eccentric red garb, his demeanor was remarkably composed, showing no signs of excitement at the sight of so many eggs. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Turning to glance back, he found a colossal Charizard approaching. While the average Charizard stood about 17 meters tall, this one towered nearly 3 meters high, with a serious expression and scars that added to its imposing presence. The Charizard exuded an aura of authority. Unfazed, the man spoke calmly. "I have come to collect my share for the past few months." The Charizard snorted, nodding in acknowledgement. Under the watchful gaze of the Charizard, the man retrieved a high-tech spatial backpack, casually stuffing 10 eggs inside. "I'm off," he declared, slinging the bag over his shoulder and waving farewell to the Charizard. Roar! The Charizard let out a deep growl. Having interacted with this Charizard for over a decade, the man instantly understood its meaning. It desired a thrilling battle with this enigmatic figure before him. To be acknowledged by a Charizard of such stature indicated that the man was likely the current fire-type champion, ranked among the top 10 on the master list. However, the man continued his steady march, murmuring to himself, "What is the point of battling me? It's far more exciting to spar with spirited youngsters. With a dismissive smirk, he exited the chamber filled with Pokemon eggs, showing no sign of longing. Meanwhile, on the other side, a weary Feng Xuan continued his arduous ascent. With Mount Inferno now in close proximity, he forced a smile despite his fatigued legs. His body was no novice. It had been worn down by prolonged, intense climbing. Upon reaching the base of the towering volcano, he encountered a long staircase with handrails. Climbing steadily, he and Charmander ascended step by step. The area was bustling with visitors, many trainers accompanied by their fire-type Pokemon. The rich fire energy here provided an ideal environment for training. The sweltering atmosphere had Feng Xuan drenched in sweat. Had he not prepared adequately, he might have succumbed to thirst along the way. Yet, despite the heat, trainers remained fervently engaged in training and battles, as if the environment bestowed an experience-boosting buff upon fire-type Pokemon, facilitating their growth. Charmander, brimming with vigor, hopped joyfully up the steps. In no time, Feng Xuan reached the top of the staircase, only to find himself at a large platform mid-mountain. Here, trainers were diligently training with their Pokemon. The scene was alive with trainers engrossed in fierce battles, wild Pokemon roaming freely, and scattered fruit trees dotting the landscape. To his surprise, Feng Xuan even spotted food stalls selling snacks, beverages, and fried rice. However, the one thing he couldn't find was a staircase leading further up. What on earth? Is this it? I thought I had only reached the halfway point. Why can't I ascend further? The guidebooks had not mentioned this, and Feng Xuan had anticipated reaching the volcano's summit for Charmander's evolution. With no path forward, he decided to select a suitable spot to prepare. The environment was already quite favorable, and he often caught glimpses of Charmander lost in blissful reverie. Feng Xuan discovered an area densely populated with fruit trees, a promising sign. As fruit trees thrived on the energy of nature, he set down his backpack, instructing Charmander to stay put. Charmander clasped its hands together, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Feng Xuan began to unpack. First, he revealed the energy cubes he had meticulously prepared, a box containing 10 premium fire-type nurturing cubes, a costly investment. Next, he produced the remaining ordinary fire stones, left over from Charmander's previous consumption. Then came the pivotal moment. Feng Xuan retrieved the perfect fire stone from the system. The instant the fire stone appeared, a transformation occurred. Perhaps due to the environment, visible red energy swirled in the air, encircling the fire stone in a mesmerizing dance. As the air vortex intensified, Feng Xuan hastily exclaimed, "Is the Charmeleon ready?" "Roar. Absolutely, boss." The Charmeleon's eyes seemed to blaze with fervor, feeling the adrenaline surge within. It devoured the energy cube voraciously before accepting the fire stone handed to it by Feng Xuan. At last, a radiant white light emerged. It was the light of life. White, pure. The glow of evolution was not at all blinding. Instead, it exuded a comforting warmth. However, before Feng Xuan could fully revel in the moment, he was abruptly interrupted by a sudden spectacle before him. The red vortex, initially summoned by the fire stone, did not dissipate. Instead, it swirled around the Charmeleon, growing ever larger. The whirlwind swept everything in its path. Feng Xuan's hair danced wildly, his eyes nearly squeezed shut. As the red vortex expanded, Feng Xuan could only retreat slowly. This spectacular scene naturally drew the attention of many onlookers, and more tourists gathered around. Observing the red vortex, the crowd buzzed with speculation. Some claimed it was a rare treasure about to emerge. Others suggested a powerful figure was breaking through their limits, while some even posited it was an earthquake, with subterranean energies escaping to form the whirlwind. Yet, in the next moment, their chatter ceased, for the light of evolution had pierced through the vortex, illuminating the surroundings. Gradually, the vortex ceased to enlarge and began to shrink instead. All the spectators fell silent, their eyes fixated on the center, until a figure emerged before them. It was a majestic silhouette adorned with a horn, its tail ablaze with golden flames. Everyone recognized it immediately. It was the evolved form of Charmeleon. Feng Xuan pushed through the crowd to stand beside the Charizard, gazing at the imposing figure before him, his heart swelling with excitement. This was the Pokemon he had nurtured, the one he had painstakingly trained step by step. A profound sense of accomplishment filled Feng Xuan's heart. The Charizard stood an impressive 17 meters tall, reaching the average height of a Dragonite. Karar. The Charizard felt a surge of power coursing through it, beaming at its trainer. "I really have a keen eye?" The Charizard mused with delight. "I chose my boss right away, hee hee hee." Feng Xuan looked at the Charizard, now nearly shoulder to shoulder with him, overflowing with pride. "Indeed. My judgment is impeccable. I selected the Charmander at first glance." Ha ha ha. At that moment, the trainer and his dragon exchanged a knowing glance, both chuckling in amusement. Hee. Chapter 17. Battle against the champion. Instantaneous defeat. The duo's quirky laughter immediately sparked a wave of laughter among the onlookers. This trainer-dragon pair was indeed a perfect match. Yet, they could not help but admire the duo. For trainers capable of eliciting such grand displays during Pokemon evolution were indeed a rarity. Suddenly, from the crowd of spectators emerged an oddly dressed individual. Clad in a flamboyant red outfit, wearing a sun hat and oversized sunglasses, and carrying a large backpack, the visitor grinned at Feng Xuan. "Hey, little brother. Your Charizard looks in top shape. How about a battle?" Feng Xuan's eyes lit up. It was as if the universe had aligned perfectly. Absolutely. As the two prepared to battle, the surrounding tourists stepped back, clearing a space for the confrontation, yet none departed. Eager to witness the prowess of the Charizard that had caused such a commotion, Feng Xuan and the red-clad visitor stood opposite each other. The Charizard confidently strode forward, its tail flames blazing fervently. The opposing trainer produced a luxury ball, releasing a Pokemon whose name Feng Xuan could not recall. This Pokemon boasted a vibrant green body and two heads resembling peppers, one green and the other red, an exceedingly peculiar sight. Unfazed, Feng Xuan awaited the system's clarification. Pokemon, Spicy Pepper. Gender, male. Rank, Elite, LV24. Type, Grass, Fire. Ability, Chlorophyll. Moves, Glare, Fire Fong, Leaf, Bite, Growth, Leaf Blade, Sunny Day, Seed Bomb, Headbutt, Pepper Essence, Flamethrower. Seed Bomb, Worry Seed, Protect. Potential, Entry-Level Champion. A Grass-Fire type combination, this pairing, augmented by the Chlorophyll ability, seemed akin to a defensive strategy meticulously cultivated by a Fire-type expert. It is well known that Fire types have three primary weaknesses: water, ground, and rock. Yet, all three are countered by Grass types. Quite remarkable. This Grass-Fire combination indeed proved to be an excellent match, with type advantages that were quite favorable. They were only doubly weak against Flying, Poison, and Rock types. Feng Xuan grasped the data instantly, but he was perplexed by the potential rating. System. What does the potential rating signify? Ding. That is a more precise delineation of the panel. The strength range of champions is vast. Sometimes, even Pokemon of the same champion rank can differ immensely. In terms of levels, 6180 represents the transitional range for champions. Feng Xuan suddenly comprehended. So that's it. He also understood the panel for his Charizard. Pokemon, Charizard. Gender, male. Rank, Elite, LV21. Type, Fire. Ability, Solar Power. Moves, Scratch, Roar, Ember, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Tail, Smokescreen. Dragon Breath, Fire Fong. Potential, Peak Champion. The evolution of Charizard represented a true metamorphosis. Not only had it ascended to the elite level, but its potential had undergone a monumental transformation. This was largely thanks to this being the Charmeleon's first experience with the perfect Firestone. However, this experience had been utilized by Feng Xuan for evolution. Yet, no matter how the perfect Firestone was subsequently used, such a transformation would be challenging to replicate. The metamorphosis brought about by the perfect Firestone had already been experienced by Charizard. Another enhancement would not yield such a monumental change. In truth, the perfect Firestone was not the sole catalyst for achieving perfect evolution. An ideal environment, a perfect mental state, and optimal physical condition were all crucial factors contributing to this evolution. With such a formidable panel, Charizard prepared for its inaugural battle. Spicy Pepper and Charizard locked eyes, both exuding their battle intent with fervor. Spicy Pepper. Sunny Day? The red-clad trainer was the first to call out. In contrast, Feng Xuan remained utterly still. He was aware that the opponent would most likely initiate with Sunny Day. After all, the main focus of this Pokemon's training was its ability, and the only move that could activate this ability was Sunny Day from its move set. Thus, Feng Xuan waited. He awaited the arrival of the sun. Without any obstruction from Charizard, Spicy Pepper unleashed Sunny Day. Instantly, the sunlight intensified, and the Sunny Day was established. Under the bright sun, the Chlorophyll ability activated, doubling Spicy Pepper's speed. However, Charizard's ability also activated. With eyes half closed, its body became ablaze with heat. Suddenly, golden waves of energy surrounded it. Its solar power ability had been triggered. In the bright sun, Fire-type moves gained an additional 200 power. Furthermore, under sunny conditions, Fire-type moves already received a 1.5 times boost. Coupling this with the inherent 1.5 times increase of its own moves. 100, 200, 5050, the mini-sun god had emerged. A golden aura enveloped the fire dinosaur, and in that moment, it bore a striking resemblance to a Super Saiyan. observing the fire dinosaur in this state. The man across from it was utterly astonished. Having dealt with fire types for a lifetime, he had never encountered such a uniquely gifted fire dinosaur. Could it be a shiny variant? Or had its flames mutated? Countless scenarios raced through his mind, yet he could find no comparable examples. Wen Xian was equally taken aback, awestruck by the magnificent display of the fire dinosaur. Spicy Pepper. Unleash Flamethrower. The man in red decided to test the waters first. Spicy Pepper had two large heads, one red and one green. The red head let out a roar, and a fire dragon was immediately unleashed from its mouth. Fire Dinosaur. Spark Attack. Wen Xian's confidence surged, his smile widening uncontrollably. The fire dinosaur nodded slightly, understanding its trainer's desire to showcase its prowess. It swiftly summoned its elemental energy and released a massive burst of sparks. What would typically be a mundane spark attack transformed into something extraordinary in the hands of the fire dinosaur. Rather than a mere spark, it resembled a fireball. The colossal fireball collided with the opposing fire dragon, and in an instant, it obliterated the dragon, continuing its trajectory straight towards Spicy Pepper. Stunned by the spectacle, Spicy Pepper was struck directly in the face by the fireball. What the hell? The man in red exclaimed, his astonishment palpable. Before he could recover from the shock, another massive fireball came hurtling towards him. Protect! The man in red's lips twitched as he was caught off guard. The increase in chlorophyll not having the chance to be utilized. The fire dinosaur, unperturbed by the protective barrier, continued its relentless barrage of fireballs. As the second fireball struck the protective barrier, the third followed closely behind. Spicy Pepper. Dodge to the right. The man in red urged, but it was too late. The large fireball grazed Spicy Pepper's body, charring its green form to a dark black. With that glancing blow, Spicy Pepper was left severely weakened. However, it was unfortunate for the man in red, as the fire dinosaur's most proficient move was the spark bombardment. It would not cease its onslaught until its opponent lay defeated. And with the arrival of the fourth fireball, the man in red could only cover his forehead with one hand while returning Spicy Pepper to its pokeball with the other. You just took me out in an instant? He thought, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 18. The Pokemon Egg? As Wen Xian's mental partner. The fire dinosaur had completely grasped Wen Xian's battle style. When it chose to strike, it did so with unrelenting ferocity. Thus, once it unleashed its spark attack, the fire dinosaur would not limit itself to just one or two. It would continue until Wen Xian called for it to stop, or until the opponent could withstand the barrage. Clearly, Spicy Pepper could not endure such relentless firepower and was swiftly defeated. The red-clad man was left in disbelief, his eyes wide behind his sunglasses. With Spicy Pepper's return signifying an implicit surrender, the battle concluded with the fire dinosaur emerging victorious. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Did you see that? Of course. I just didn't want to hear it. Huh. What do you mean you don't want to hear? I don't want to hear that kid call that enormous fireball a spark attack. It's absolutely incredible. I really want to ask him how he trained that little fire dinosaur. Does he sell any secret techniques? Dream on. Such things are never for sale. ISNT, that kid still a student? He can't possibly be a competitor in tomorrow's Little Flame God Cup, can he? Oh wow. I need to keep a close eye on this. Listening to the praise from the crowd, the fire dinosaur strutted proudly back to its trainer's side. The preceding 4 consecutive spark attacks were mere trifles for it, now that it had absorbed the red stone, feeling its energy vast as the ocean. Fire dinosaur. You were amazing. Wen Xian beamed, giving a thumbs up. Compared to the crowd's accolades, the praise from its trainer made the fire dinosaur beam with joy. The boss thinks I'm awesome. The boss is awesome too. Witnessing such a harmonious trainer-partner duo, the man in red approached with a smile. Here is my business card. Let us connect on WeChat. He produced a card in his phone, speaking kindly. Oh, Wen Xian quickly took the card and scanned his QR code with his phone, only to be taken aback by the WeChat nickname. Nickname, Suyi. Why does that name sound so familiar? Oh right, the current fire-type champion has the same name. What a coincidence, sharing a name. What a coincidence. This is clearly the real deal. Wen Xian's thoughts became a whirlwind, especially since just a moment ago he had thoroughly trounced the man. Despite his internal musings, Wen Xian swiftly added him as a friend. I can't believe I just added the champion on WeChat. I can brag about this for a whole year to my buddy Su Hao. Indeed. You've trained this fire dinosaur exceptionally well, Su Yi remarked, observing the fire dinosaur with admiration. Of course, I've aimed to train it like your Charizard. Wen Xian sincerely complimented, standing before one of the most powerful individuals in the realm. Ha, you little rascal. Su Yi laughed, pointing at Wen Xian. If you encounter any issues in Pokemon training, feel free to consult me. Su Yi said half-jokingly. Oh, really? Wen Xian's eyes sparkled brightly at this prospect. Of course. However, I might take you to participate in some competitions. How does that sound? Faced with such a promising talent, Suyi could not resist extending the olive branch. Absolutely. Wen Xian nodded, feeling as though he was being propelled to new heights. It felt akin to a graduate student suddenly receiving an invitation from a prominent professor from a prestigious university to collaborate on a project. Thus, Suyi and Wen Xian strolled and chatted. When Suyi learned that Wen Xian had yet to take his college entrance exams, he was momentarily taken aback. Their conversation was more of Wen Xian listening intently, as is often the case when conversing with a superior. Nevertheless, hearing the fire-type champion's extensive experiences left Wen Xian enthralled. In his youth, he had participated in numerous competitions, most of which he concluded with championships, until he encountered the dragon champion Long Du during the national youth competition, where he faced Long Du in the semifinals and lost 6-4, ultimately finishing in third place. The runner-up was no ordinary individual. It was none other than the current fighting-type champion. Oh, by the way, I just received a few Pokemon eggs. Feel free to choose one. Suddenly recalling the backpack he carried, Suyi spoke up. Oh, thank you so much. Wen Xian did not decline. His curiosity piqued as he peered into the backpack. The eggs in the champion's possession were surely exceptional. Wen Xian glanced over them, and although he did not utilize a panel, he immediately gravitated towards an egg adorned with reddish-brown stripes. Taking the Pokemon egg from the fire-type champion's hands, Wen Xian cradled it cautiously. The fire dinosaur also looked at the egg with great curiosity, thrilled at the prospect of having a little brother. From this day forth, I shall be the second brother of this household. Since I am the second brother, let the little brother enjoy the boss's embrace. After descending the mountain, Suyi bid farewell to Wen Xian and departed on his Black Charizard. That Black Charizard. It's so damn cool. Both the fire dinosaur and Wen Xian were left in awe. Fire dinosaur, safe travels, Dragon Emperor. To be fair, that Black Charizard bears a striking resemblance to the shiny Charizard from Return of the Dragon Emperor. After Suyi left, Wen Xian had no intention of lingering. The atmosphere felt stifling. Today, the objective has been achieved, and it is time to return and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Speaking of which, has he forgotten something? Never mind. It slips my mind. At this moment, in the waiting area of the high-speed train station, a young boy with a sparrow perched on his shoulder scratched his head. Odd. Wasn't he agreed that they would meet at this time? Why can't I see anyone, and why can't I reach them by phone? The Pokemon Center. You said you would pick me up. Ah, speak up. Su Hao shouted hoarsely at Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan scratched his head awkwardly, repeatedly apologizing. My fault, my fault. So what was it he forgot? It turns out it was this. Don't be angry, let me show you this. With that, Feng Xuan pulled out an incubator from his backpack. Inside the incubator lay Feng Xian's Pokemon egg. Wow, is this your new Pokemon? What happened to your Charmander? Come on, tell me, what Pokemon is it? Su Hao was instantly captivated, eagerly probing Feng Xuan. Hee, it was given to me by someone else. I don't even know what Pokemon it is. In truth, Feng Xuan was indeed unaware of what Pokemon it was. He hadn't checked its data panel with the system. After all, this Pokemon egg was now his. He refrained from looking at the panel to preserve the mystery for the moment of hatching. Hatching a Pokemon is such a wondrous event. Oh, who would be kind enough to give you a Pokemon? Su Hao leaned in closer, seriously examining the egg, casually remarking. Hee. Feng Xuan stifled a grin. It's nothing much. Just a gift from the fire champion, Su Yi. Oh, what? Su Hao exclaimed, the issue is not with me, but with you. Chapter 19, the opening of the competition. Whoa, damn it, you're really dead meat. Gazing at the name Su Yi in Feng Xian's WeChat list, Su Hao sincerely congratulated him. Ha. Feng Xian burst into laughter. You're the one who is truly in hot water. Ignoring him, Feng Xian continued to stoke the flames. Charmeleon, come meet your old friend, the sparrow. What? Huh. Ah, Pigsy was left agape. When did your Charmander evolve? It just evolved today, otherwise. How could I have missed picking you up? Woo-woo. Damn, your Charmeleon is so cool. Woo-woo. How does that saying go again? Afraid of brothers suffering, yet afraid of brother driving a Land Rover. Looking at the incubator containing the Pokemon egg, Feng Xian's eyes brimmed with anticipation. As the egg was placed in the incubator, Feng Xian's system unexpectedly issued a task. Ding. Task issued. Task. Hatch the Pokemon egg. Task description. You have received an excellent Pokemon egg. Please take good care of it until the moment it hatches. Task reward. 5,000 coins. This is the system's gift for the newborn little one. Quite splendid. Sometime later, Feng Xuan and his companions appeared at the Pokemon shop. Feng Xuan was there to purchase a move tutor. Now that Charmeleon had evolved, Feng Xuan wished to expand its repertoire. He spent 50,000 to acquire the move tutor for Thunder Punch. seeing Feng Xuan spend such a sum in one go. Su Hao gasped in shock. In truth, had it not been for financial constraints, Feng Xuan would have also liked to buy the move tutors for Protect and Sunny Day. There are many ways for Pokemon to learn new moves. Move tutors are merely one of the more efficient methods. In fact, the exchange of knowledge through practice between Pokemon is also an excellent way to learn moves, although not as efficient as the former. The latter allows Pokemon to develop a deeper understanding of their moves. This deeper comprehension of moves is incredibly valuable, just like Charmeleon now. It has thoroughly grasped the Spark move, which is why it can transform Spark into a fireball during battles. In the double room of the hotel, Feng Xuan and Su Hao were discussing tomorrow's competition. Due to the large number of registrants, the organizers divided the competition into 10 zones. Moreover, the events in the days leading up to the competition are all preliminary rounds. All duels will be held at the local Flame God Arena. Within the vast Flame God Arena, there are numerous battlefields. The largest one can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. Unsurprisingly, that will be the venue for the final match. Feng Xuan's battle information had already been received on his phone, a message from the organizers. Feng Xuan, please arrive promptly at 9 o'clock tomorrow at Arena No. 7 of the Flame God Arena. Your contestant number is 556, located in the 6th zone. Similarly, Su Hao received related information, though it was entirely different from Feng Xuan's, making it nearly impossible for them to encounter each other in the early stages. This is a good thing. If Feng Xuan were to personally send him off, Su Hao would accumulate too much resentment from this trip to Yunjiang City. Moreover, after Feng Xuan received the message, the system promptly issued another task. Ding. Task issued. Task description. The Little Flame God Cup competition is about to commence. What kind of results can you achieve? Task reward. Rewards based on ranking. Another welfare distribution. This tournament is far too easy for Feng Xuan. With an evolved Charmeleon, elite strength, and invincible traits, this power is already considerable among high school graduates. Not to mention, most participants are soon-to-be high school graduates. It can be said that he is undeniably in a leading position. What are you looking at? Noticing Su Hao chuckling to himself, Feng Xuan leaned in curiously. I'm browsing the forum for the Little Flame God Cup. You wouldn't believe how interesting it is. Su Hao cheerfully showed his phone to Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan took a glance and was immediately intrigued, picking up his own phone to access the forum. Post. Discussion on the likely champion of this year's Little Flame God Cup. I'll go first. I'm betting on Lu Jianpeng, the 16th fighter from the Yunjiang Arena, who is an ordinary realm player. Lu Jianpeng comes from a family that deals in fruit trees. He's a rich kid and excels with flying-type Pokemon. Reading the post, Feng Xuan thought it sounded quite like a jinx. Scrolling down, he found even more colorful replies from netizens. Wake up, OP, the information has been updated. He's now 18th. Lu Jianpeng isn't anything special. I'm rooting for Su Rong, the son of the fire-type gym leader. What? Su Rong is participating? I'm betting on Lin Jingyang. Although you don't know him, he is my deskmate. Haha. Su Rong is participating? Then I'm backing Li Mu, the daughter of the renowned water-type professional trainer in our city. I'm rooting for the class monitor. They're pretty impressive, always scoring full marks in every exam. Everyone, please support me. I'm participating. When we reach the finals, I will make my move. Feng Xuan read with great interest. This would be his first competition. To be honest, he felt quite excited. The scale of this competition was substantial, with at least tens of thousands of spectators expected at the finals. To showcase his prowess before such a large audience would be absolutely exhilarating. Moreover, with system rewards and the coins earned from battles, he would have both prestige and wealth. The next morning, Feng Xuan donned the outfit sent by the sponsor, admiring his reflection in the mirror, feeling quite dashing. A red and white cap, a black shirt, a red and black jacket, complemented by light blue trousers and sneakers. Truly a striking ensemble. Wow, where did you get that outfit? And it has a logo? Su Hao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. It's sponsored by someone. I'll get some money afterward. TSK, TSK, TSK. Along the journey, Feng Xuan garnered a multitude of gazes. His somewhat eccentric attire exuded a certain charm. Upon arriving at the Flame God Arena, he was met with a scene teeming with people. Although the arena was quite expansive, the fervor surrounding this competition was palpable. The hall was packed with spectators and combatants alike, creating a vibrant atmosphere. After parting ways with Su Hao, Feng Xuan made his way to Arena number 7, with his Charmeleon trailing behind, clutching its incubator. In the competitors' waiting area of Arena number 7, Feng Xuan and Charmeleon found their place. Here, 2 large screens displayed an array of information. One screen showcased live feeds from various battle stages, while the other displayed a plethora of match details. For instance, The first match featured competitor 589 against 611, set to take place at Stage 3. As previously mentioned, a single arena comprises multiple stages, and a single arena complex houses several arenas. This particular arena, while not as grand as a Pokémon Center, boasted 4 stages for battles. Amidst the lengthy list of match information, Feng Xuan located his own, the 12th match, featuring competitor 556 against 702, scheduled for Stage 1 at 9:30. Feng Xuan was positively brimming with anticipation. Chapter 20. The initial foray into the tournament. His match was the 12th. Feng Xuan could hardly contain his excitement, envisioning a thrilling clash with his opponent, culminating in a triumphant victory that would electrify the atmosphere, basking in the audience's fervent applause and cheers. He was thoroughly invigorated. At 9:30, Feng Xuan, clutching the incubator, observed impassively as his opponent fumbled to throw a pokeball and awkwardly commanded a tackle attack. "Ah!" cried the trainer, "Rattata, are you all right?" Ultimately, the hapless trainer scooped up his Rattata and fled the stage in distress. Charmeleon emerged victorious. Competitor 556 claimed the win. The referee, with an expressionless demeanor, dutifully announced the outcome of the match. Ding! Earned 6 coins. Marvelous. A splendid triumph in the inaugural battle. Such a result could not be better. Though the process was somewhat unsatisfactory, the outcome was favorable, wouldn't you agree? Charmeleon ambled behind, observing its smiling master. Although Feng Xuan was grinning, there was an unsettling aura that sent shivers down Charmeleon's spine. Second match. The 26th battle featured competitor 556 against competitor 661 at Stage 2. Expected to commence at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Use Absorb. Drain it thoroughly. Ding. Earn 6 coins. Third match. The 40th battle. Featuring competitor 556 against competitor 555 at Stage 4. Anticipated to begin at 10:30. 10:30. Haha. Pidgey. Let them witness our might. Ding. Earn 66 coins. At noon. Charmeleon followed its master with an expression of confusion. Observing Feng Xuan's dejected demeanor, Charmeleon thoughtfully took the incubator from him. Now standing at a height of 1.7 meters, Charmeleon bore a striking resemblance to its master, almost like a big brother and little brother duo. On the other side, Su Hao hummed a cheerful tune as he exited the arena. His matches that morning had been exceedingly smooth, filled with novices. What a delight! Although he too was a novice, he had trained diligently over the past half-month. The result? A flawless morning. He joyfully walked into the hall, immediately spotting the conspicuous Charmeleon. However, its trainer, Feng Xuan, sat with his head down, cradling his forehead in despair. What's wrong? Couldn't he possibly have lost, could you? Did you encounter some formidable opponent? Su Hao approached with concern, his expression betraying worry. Could it be that Feng Xuan had truly been defeated? Oh, Rattata. Woe is me. I feel as though I'm squandering my life. I've been battling all morning for mere hundreds, and yet it felt like child's play. Feng Xuan lamented, covering his face in frustration. After a morning of battles, he had earned at least 500 coins, enough to exchange for a starfruit. The claim of earning hundreds of thousands was no exaggeration. Upon hearing Feng Xuan's grievances, Su Hao's expression morphed into incredulity. Uft, nonsense. I earned billions overnight. Am I boasting? And what do you mean by child's play? Please, spare me the theatrics. In the afternoon, the arena belonged to others, and Feng Xuan had no scheduled matches. Thus, he returned to his usual haunt, the Pokémon Center's arena. Charmeleon. Thunder Punch. The towering Charmeleon swung its electrified fist towards its opponent. Hawlucha, we shall retaliate with Brick Break. A young trainer passionately commanded his Hawlucha. Boom. The collision of fists created a resounding explosion. The shockwave tousled Feng Xuan's hair as he observed the evenly matched combatants. A smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he too shouted with fervor. Haha, Charmeleon. Again, roaring with enthusiasm, Charmeleon unleashed another electrifying punch. Hawlucha, we cannot fall behind. Boom. As the two combatants clashed once more, Su Hao wiped the sweat from his brow. My apologies, Brother Xian. I may have shouted too loudly. Damn, this Charmeleon is astonishingly powerful. When did Xian become so formidable? Feng Xuan, unusually, had not prepared a strategy in advance. Knowing that his opponent's Hawlucha had the reckless ability, he intended to orchestrate a battle of raw strength for Charmeleon. The results were impressive, in a contest of strength. Charmeleon held its own against the elite-level Hawlucha. Pokemon, Hawlucha. Gender, male. Level, elite, LV28. Type, fighting. Ability, reckless. Moves, various. Potential, professional. This freshly evolved Charmeleon could contend with an experienced elite Hawlucha. Feng Xuan's training was beginning to bear fruit, as Charmeleon exhibited overwhelming prowess against its peers. This was particularly true when utilizing Thunder Punch. Paired with the Fire-type move Flame Punch, Charmeleon's strength would be unparalleled. Speaking of Thunder Punch, Charmeleon's innate talent was remarkable. It had mastered the move after only 2 viewings of the technique tutor, though it was still refining its skill. Thus, Feng Xuan had brought Charmeleon to train its Thunder Punch. Combat is the finest catalyst for growth. Now, Charmeleon had evolved from initially struggling with Thunder Punch to becoming an equally matched competitor. Unsurprisingly, Charmeleon emerged victorious in this battle as well. After merely exchanging a dozen punches, the opponent succumbed to exhaustion and injury, while Charmeleon still had ample energy left. Feng Xuan knew this extraordinary outcome was largely attributable to the perfect Fire Stone. The immense energy of the perfect Fire Stone exceeded what Charmeleon could presently harness. Consequently, a significant portion of that energy resided within Charmeleon, continuously replenishing it. It could be said that Charmeleon underwent a transformative evolution during that process, even expanding its energy limit. Following the conclusion of this battle, the opposing trainer embraced Feng Xuan, expressing gratitude for an exhilarating and passionate contest, conceding defeat with good grace. Feng Xuan gave him a thumbs up, recognizing that such individuals were truly suited for fighting-type battles. Reminiscent of the vibrant youth embodied by a green-skinned watermelon head, Ding earned 560 coins. This elite-level duel bestowed substantial rewards upon Feng Xuan. He had yet to discern the pattern governing the system's coin rewards. It appeared that the quantity of coins earned from a battle was influenced by various factors, not solely determined by the opponent's strength. It was reminiscent of the morning's battle, where the earnings were merely in single digits, despite the opponent's lackluster abilities. In contrast, the clash with Howley was exhilarating and fervent, showcasing a level of intensity that culminated in the highest single-battle gold accumulation to date. Perhaps the brilliance of a battle can indeed influence the quantity of gold earned. Setting aside the aspect of excitement, merely locating elite-level Pokémon within this Pokémon Center is a formidable challenge. Let us discuss the trainer rankings. Elite trainers are already considered the crème de la crème of society. To apply for the status of an elite trainer, one must possess 3 elite-level Pokémon. Trainers ranked above elite have the privilege of serving as mentors at Pokémon universities, akin to scholars who have obtained doctoral degrees in our world. Thus, for Feng Xuan, encountering an elite Pokémon in the arena of this novice village is quite a daunting task. Chapter 21, Unveiling Beauty. Trainers ranked above elite can indeed become professional mentors at Pokémon universities. Moreover, gym leaders are authorized to establish gyms in various cities, albeit only 17 national gyms exist. Their status unassailable, and their badges are exceedingly precious. Obtaining a gym badge equates to receiving national recognition, an affirmation of strength. It is comparable to your friend having their paper acknowledged by an esteemed journal. Furthermore, aspiring participants in national competitions face stringent requirements regarding the number of badges they must possess. Among these, the highly coveted National Youth Trainer Competition mandates at least 1 gym badge or 4 local gym badges for eligibility. The more prestigious National Trainer Competition demands a minimum of 4 gym badges. Of course, for Feng Xuan, such ambitions are still premature. The allure of battling in gyms is undeniably enticing for someone like him, who revels in gaming. Returning to the matter at hand, Feng Xuan's gaze wandered in search of an opponent within the arena, while his Charmeleon diligently practiced Thunder Punch, delivering successive blows to the iron post. The resounding thuds echoed throughout the arena, captivating the audience, including Su Hao, who silently swallowed in awe, knowing that this electric-type move was beyond the capabilities of his Chinchou. After another powerful punch, Charmeleon exhaled deeply, clearly pleased with its performance. Excellent, Feng Xuan praised, tossing 2 energy cubes towards it. Charmeleon eagerly caught them and licked its lips in satisfaction. Observing this, Feng Xuan threw 2 more energy restoration cubes, and upon witnessing Charmeleon's contented expression, he sighed, realizing he had no means to procure more of these energy cubes. They indeed contribute significantly to a Pokémon's growth, yet the system's marketplace offered none. Only glamorous energy cubes meant to enhance beauty for contests were available. Speaking of contests, Feng Xuan suddenly sat upright. How could he have forgotten about beauty points? Beauty is one of the 5 attributes in Pokémon contests, and a well-known representative of beauty is Milotic. When Phoebus's beauty reaches 170 or above, it evolves into Milotic. The system sells beauty energy cubes that can increase a Pokémon's beauty points. Thus, Feng Xuan had stumbled upon a shortcut to obtaining Milotic. In a world where Milotic has only one method of evolution, It is indeed a prized possession. Among the renowned individuals Feng Xuan knew, it seemed only the water-type champion owned one. Regarding the energy cubes in the game, Feng Xuan possessed extensive knowledge. The cubes that enhance beauty are blue, characterized by a bitter taste, with the prime ingredient being Misty Berry, which has a high probability of being crafted into excellent blue energy cubes. Orange berries, also bitter, yield blue cubes as well. Energy cubes and energy blocks are merely different terminologies. Given Feng Xuan's eclectic knowledge, it seemed he could potentially mass-produce Milotic. The benefits were too great for him to overlook. Perhaps he should keep this endeavor to himself. It appears he needs to learn how to create energy cubes. Moreover, Milotic is an exceptionally remarkable Pokémon. Possessing one would indeed be a stroke of luck. During the afternoon, Feng Xuan engaged in only 2 battles, dedicating the rest of the time to training Charmeleon's moves. Having recently learned Thunder Punch, Charmeleon could now execute it proficiently, with minimal delay in its execution. However, due to the move not being of its primary type, its power was not particularly impressive. Nevertheless, those 2 battles yielded substantial rewards for Feng Xuan. Host, Feng Xuan. Pokémon, Charmeleon, Ability, Solar Power. Items, none. Tasks, Hatching, Contest. Marketplace, Open. Gold, 3,000. This was Feng Xuan's current data panel. His gold had once again reached the significant threshold of 3,000. Yet, in comparison to the abundant resources often exceeding 10,000, Feng Xuan still found himself in a precarious financial situation. Presently, the most appealing resource for exchange was the Intelligence Feather from the Feather series. The Intelligence Feather, a Pokémon item that slightly enhances a single Pokémon's special attack-based stats. Priced near 5,000, its effects are undoubtedly profound. The term slightly might not correspond to its implications in the game. This is the real world. Who knows how these items might mutate? Even Firestones have undergone updates in accordance with real-world principles, now distinguished by quality. Thus, to afford this Intelligence Feather for Charmeleon, Feng Xuan would need to exert considerable effort. As night fell, Feng Xuan received another message from the competition organizers, reiterating the details of the upcoming match, including the venue. However, his interest had waned. As a semi-advantaged individual, though he trained his Pokémon himself, the resources he acquired were provided by the system. Consequently, his combat prowess significantly surpassed his peers. Were it not for the unique and mysterious grand prize awarded to the champion of this competition, Feng Xuan might have considered slipping away. After placing the Pokémon egg incubator on his bedside, Feng Xuan drifted into slumber. Charmeleon set aside its tablet, turned off the light with its tail, and snuggled under the covers alongside Feng Xuan. The following day, Feng Xuan was awakened by the chirping of birds. Groggily rubbing his eyes, he discovered Su Hao and his Chinchou had risen early, preparing to venture out. "I'm heading out for some exercise. I'll bring you breakfast when I return," Su Hao called, waving as he exited. Adjusting his expression just outside the door, he silently encouraged himself before resolutely stepping out. He must strive to advance. Old Xian's Charmeleon had unveiled a broader world to him. So this is what genius looks like. The unspoken pressure compelled him to progress. Otherwise, he would merely become a drop of seawater beneath the wheels of history. Inside the room, Feng Xuan squinted at his phone, realizing it was barely 6 o'clock. Tugging at the blanket that Charmeleon had claimed, he flopped back down to continue sleeping. Time flew by swiftly. At this moment, at the Flame God Arena, the number of visitors had increased, with breakfast vendors and general merchandise stalls positioned outside the venue. Although we are currently in the preliminary selection stage, the excitement has already been ignited. This morning, during the first 2 battles, Feng Xuan encountered, as expected, novice trainers. Their Pokémon were rather inexperienced, succumbing to a single roar from Charmeleon, which rendered them unable to battle. However, the third match proved to be intriguing. Feng Xuan finally faced an interesting opponent, a high school student who surprisingly brought along a Charmander. In this third bout, Feng Xuan unexpectedly came across a familiar companion, a Charmander. While encountering a Charmander is not particularly noteworthy, it evoked a sense of nostalgia in Feng Xuan. "Let me, as a senior, demonstrate a few moves for you," he thought. Upon seeing that his opponent was a Charmeleon, the high school student's expression soured instantly. What terrible luck. Initially, he believed that with his and Charmander's capabilities, they could at least pass through the preliminary stage and enter the official competition, but now it seemed he was destined to fail. Pokémon, Charmander. Gender, male. Level, ordinary, LV12. Type, fire. Ability, blaze. Moves, NA. Potential, professional. This was Feng Xuan's first glimpse of another person's Charmander's data panel, which instilled in him a sense of the fleeting passage of time. Facing such an opponent, Feng Xuan, showing a hint of mercy, allowed his adversary to land several hits. Reminiscent of a senior's guidance, Charmander unleashed Ember, while Charmeleon retaliated with a slightly more powerful Ember. After exchanging around 10 moves, Charmander ultimately lost its ability to battle. Ding! You have earned 120 coins. Oh, quite a substantial amount. Feng Xuan exclaimed, surprised to find that by deliberately prolonging the match, he had accrued more coins than expected. This implied that, under Feng Xuan's intentional efforts, the battle had become a tad more thrilling, rather than ending abruptly. This was quite an interesting revelation. Nevertheless, Feng Xuan's battling style remained unchanged. He would always prioritize victory over merely accumulating coins, refusing to hinder Charmeleon's performance for the sake of monetary gain. His goal was to nurture an undefeated and formidable Charizard. The morning competitions concluded effortlessly. Feng Xuan awaited the return of Su Hao, who also emerged victorious. The two chatted animatedly as they made their way to lunch. Su Hao was particularly buoyant, as the preliminary selection would conclude the following day. If they performed excellently, they would progress to the official tournament, which only had 256 slots available. After the preliminary round, the remaining contestants would enter an exhilarating elimination phase. Just by winning a single match, they could secure a spot in the top 128 of the Xiaoyan Cup, thereby earning official rewards. Not only were there prizes, but also certificates to validate their achievements, an accolade of considerable significance in high school, equivalent to being among the top 100 in the city. In the previous life, this would have made them a prime candidate for a prestigious university, making it perfectly acceptable to boast. Some universities would even seek them out directly. Hence, the fervor surrounding this competition was palpable, as high school students from all over the city participated, drawing the attention of their parents as well. During lunch, as Feng Xuan scrolled through his phone, Su Hao suddenly exclaimed, "Wow! Old Xuan, you've become famous." Su Hao, with excitement gleaming in his eyes, gestured towards his phone. "What are you talking about?" Feng Xuan queried, glancing over and discovering that it was a forum discussing the Xiaoyan Cup. "Someone has been watching your battles and uploaded pictures praising you," Su Hao exclaimed joyfully, sharing in Feng Xuan's triumph. Old Xuan should have been recognized long ago. Forget the champion seeds and the children of gym leaders. Old Xuan is the true dark horse. "Oh, let me see." Feng Xuan felt a surge of excitement. As a high school student, he relished the attention. In his previous life, he had only lived until high school. No, he had been in class when the world had suddenly changed. He was still himself, just a naive high school student. Opening the forum, a fiery post immediately captured his attention, with over 10,000 likes. Question: who is this student? This is outrageous. Photo JPG. I've watched several of his matches. His Charmeleon barely did anything. One roar could end the fight. Wait, how does he have a Charmeleon? Mind blown. Is he really a high school student? Comments. Hee hee. As someone who has been roared at, I don't want to expose him. I want others to experience it too. Agreed. I've been following several of his matches. But seriously, how can he dress so cool? What logo is that? I want a set too. This young lad is impressive. I hope my child doesn't encounter him. Can the gym leader's son, Su Rong, have a match with him? Haha. As someone who has been there, I can tell you no way. He is a professional trainer. That Charmeleon is clearly at an elite level, not your run-of-the-mill elite Pokemon. You think you can match him? I suggest ending the competition and handing out the awards. Why? Damn. How can a baby cup have such hellish difficulty? Hope I don't run into this guy. Oh, isn't that our brother won? He is our city as small invincible. Who would have thought his Charmander evolved? So familiar. Isn't that my classmate? What is his name again? Reading through the flood of praise from netizens, Feng Xuan's smile widened. His head bobbed in agreement. What a thrill. Charmeleon. Look, we made it big. Feng Xuan promptly shared this joy with Charmeleon, even reading some of the amusing comments to his illiterate companion. Charmeleon clutched its tiny hands, eyes sparkling as it gazed at its trainer. Observing the bond between the two, Su Hao sighed in admiration. This is why he is so strong. Pokemon are truly remarkable creatures. They are often referred to as magical beasts. Such extraordinary beings are influenced by the bonds they share. They are pure, sincere, and friendly, capable of keenly sensing their trainer's emotions, responding wholeheartedly in return. This is the essence of what makes Pokemon special, rather than merely possessing immense power. In the afternoon, Feng Xuan received a call from a representative of a clothing company. After flattering Feng Xuan for a while, the representative brought up the matter of remuneration. He explicitly stated that if Feng Xuan could secure a top 4 finish, the base advertising fee would be no less than 500,000. Should he win the championship, the base salary would double, with a lucrative contract for future endorsements. After concluding the call, the clothing representative was overjoyed. His company had invested in numerous competitors, yet the most outstanding one was under his wing. A promotion was surely on the horizon. Feng Xuan felt completely justified in accepting that 100,000. However, he deemed it prudent to delay any discussions about future endorsements for the time being. As the afternoon unfolded, Feng Xuan continued his routine at the Pokemon Center. Accompanied by Su Hao, determined to pass the final day of preliminaries, they left no time wasted. After bullying a few ordinary-level Pokemon at the center, Feng Xuan became somewhat notorious. Others would flee upon spotting him. Nevertheless, the fervor surrounding the Xiaoyan Cup attracted many skilled trainers, possibly accompanied by family members there to watch the competition. Naturally, these adept trainers became Feng Xuan's targets for challenges. Before long, Feng Xuan found himself facing a formidable opponent. Chapter 23, Meeting New Friends. Feng Xuan's first target was a middle-aged man. Beside the middle-aged man stood a tender high school student. The uncle's Pokemon was imparting battle wisdom to the young trainer's Pokemon, likely sharing invaluable combat experience. "Uncle, may I challenge your Pokemon to a battle?" Feng Xuan, cradling an incubator, said amiably, accompanied by a Charmeleon. The uncle turned around, astonished as he regarded Feng Xuan. To him, it was evident that Feng Xuan, much like his nephew, was merely a high school student. Yet, he had the audacity to propose a duel. However, if the challenger was that Charmeleon, it was no wonder the lad felt emboldened. "Very well," the uncle readily agreed. He then shifted his gaze to his nephew. "You'd better pay attention." The nephew hesitated, recognizing the Charmeleon. Wasn't it the illustrious one? Could uncle win? "All right, I shall act as the referee." The nephew nodded enthusiastically. They arrived at a battle arena. Facing each other, they prepared for combat. "Go, Charmeleon." "Let's go, Golem." Charmeleon strode confidently into the arena, while Golem matched its presence with a resounding roar of battle intent. Pokemon, Golem. Gender, male. Level, Elite, LV27. Types, Rock, Ground. Ability, Sturdy. Moves, Various. Potential, Semi-Champion. Goodness. The opponent's strength is rather formidable. The Rock and Ground types hold a distinct advantage over Fire types. A Fire type's attack against Golem would only deal half the damage. A Golem with Semi-Champion potential? This uncle is no ordinary individual. Golem, Rock Slide. The uncle commanded calmly, initiating the offensive. In the next instant, a boulder appeared in Golem's grasp, which it hurled forth. Rock Slide. Pick up a small rock and throw it at the opponent for an attack. Power, 50. Charmeleon. Ember. Feng Xuan instructed. Charmeleon was exceedingly proficient with the Ember move. In an instant, a fireball erupted from Charmeleon's mouth. The massive fireball collided with the rock hurled by Golem, resulting in a dull thud as stone shards scattered across the ground. "Huh. Golem, use Stomp." The uncle calmly ordered. Rocks can be blocked, but aerial attacks are a different story. Golem forcefully stomped the ground, unleashing a surge of potent ground-type energy in all directions. However, just as Golem completed its stomp, a fireball barreled toward it. This was Charmeleon's rapid-fire Ember. The fireball struck Golem with considerable force. Hiss! The uncle gasped in surprise. He hadn't anticipated Charmeleon could execute the Ember technique with such finesse. Typically, only professional trainers master such combos, right? Is this the level of skill a fledgling Pokemon can exhibit? Yet, responding to this was Charmeleon's third Ember. Currently, Charmeleon could rapidly unleash 3 Embers. Beyond that, it would require more time to charge. Golem dig. The uncle reacted swiftly, commanding Golem to burrow underground. Golem dove into the earth with a whoosh, evading the third Ember. Meanwhile, the potent ground-type attack surging from beneath caused Charmeleon considerable distress, given that ground types inflict double damage on fire types. Faced with Golem's dig, Feng Xuan could only instruct Charmeleon to remain stationary and concentrate. It is said that dig determines the opponent's location based on surface vibrations. After all, there is no visibility underground. During this waiting period, Feng Xuan and Charmeleon exchanged a glance, engaging in an unspoken communication. "Golem, finish it," the uncle declared with a sweeping motion of his hand. Boom. Golem erupted from the ground, appearing behind Charmeleon. Reacting swiftly to this surprise attack from behind, Charmeleon surged forward. Now, Charmeleon roared, its eyes glowing red as it charged, radiating a purple energy aura. This was Dragon Rage. Despite the element of surprise provided by dig, the time taken from emerging to attacking could never be instantaneous. This brief moment was just enough for Charmeleon to activate Dragon Rage and confront Golem head-on. It is known that in the games, the dig move can even miss. In the anime, evading it is a common occurrence. with Dragon Rage activated. Charmeleon collided directly with the oncoming golem. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as their fists met. Charmeleon's strikes were equally formidable. Following the clash, both were pushed back. Yet the combative Charmeleon charged forward once more. With Dragon Rage in effect, it resembled a ferocious beast. It relentlessly pummeled its opponent. The uncle's brow furrowed. Golem was ensnared, unable to escape. Moreover, Golem currently had few close-range moves, many requiring time to charge. But he was waiting for the momentum of Dragon Rage to wane. At that point, Charmeleon would experience fatigue and confusion. That would be the moment to strike back. The uncertainty lay in whether Golem could endure until then. Feng Xuan thought otherwise. Charmeleon's energy post-evolution was exceedingly abundant. The state of Dragon Rage was far more enduring than before. Indeed, under Charmeleon's relentless assault, Golem finally succumbed, losing its ability to battle. Even its sturdy ability had triggered once. Oh, the nephew was momentarily taken aback but quickly announced, Golem has lost its ability to battle. Charmeleon is the victor. Ding. Earn coins. 880. Feng Xuan let out a long sigh. Charmeleon, equally exhausted, plopped down onto the ground. The moves Golem had unleashed upon it dealt double damage. Lasting until now was no small feat. Feng Xuan swiftly returned Charmeleon using a luxury ball, intending to head to the Pokemon Center for healing right away. Young man, shall we go together? The uncle approached, holding Golem's Pokeball. Sure. After arranging Charmeleon and the other Pokemon, Feng Xuan and the others casually found a spot to chat. This is my nephew. I brought him to participate in this year's Flame God Cup. My surname is He, given name Chun. I look forward to your guidance. After speaking, the uncle extended his right hand to shake Feng Xuan's. The uncle's hand was as steady as his demeanor, radiating warmth. Hello, I am He Tan. Tan, as in Titan. Xiangu, I know you. You are quite famous on the forums. The nephew exclaimed in surprise. Ah, thank you. I am Feng Xuan. Following their introductions, the three engaged in open conversation. Xiangu, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Much stronger than my cousin in college. He Tan chuckled. Indeed, with your prowess. This competition should pose no challenge for you. Uncle He Chin nodded in affirmation. However, one must remain vigilant. This competition is quite significant, especially with the rewards for the top few positions. Uncle He Chin spoke mysteriously. What do you mean, uncle? Feng Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of the rewards for this grand competition. The contest was jointly organized by the officials and local enterprises. He recalled that the enterprises had prepared cash and resource rewards, while the official rewards remained shrouded in mystery, never disclosed. Chapter 24. The Mysterious Rewards. You should understand the nature of this competition. Uncle He Chin spoke steadily. Feng Xuan nodded, recognizing it as the baby cup spearheaded by the officials. It aimed to train those newly equipped with Pokemon, particularly high school students. This competition served both as training and selection. Your strength is formidable. You will learn of the rewards in due time. Uncle He Chin recounted. Back in the day, when the Yunjiang City officials were developing the Flame God volcano, they obtained several spots to venture deep into the volcano. Uncle He Chin narrated with enthusiasm. The Flame God volcano indeed served as the erstwhile abode of the sacred beast of the Flame Emperor. It boasts an abundance of resources and an exquisite environment. Deep within the volcano lies a treasure trove. Naturally, the opportunities to access such a realm are exceedingly rare. The authorities have generously allocated 4 slots for this baby cup. As for the remaining slots, one must demonstrate exceptional circumstances to qualify. For instance, winning competitions or excelling in the college entrance examinations. Thus, this is what the uncle referred to as the mysterious rewards for the top contenders. Feng Xuan listened intently. So, the son of the fire-type gym leader has come to participate in the competition for this reason? I had wondered why a gym leader's offspring would partake in such a baby cup. The officials have kept a tight lid on this information, and most participants are unaware of the slots. Moreover, those who have secured a slot would not foolishly disclose it. After all, individuals capable of obtaining such slots are generally remarkable and would not act so naively. Thank you, uncle. Feng Xuan expressed his gratitude sincerely. He had indeed entertained the thought of slipping away since his opponents were rather weak, and the coins earned were minimal, far less than what he could arrange for himself. However, he could not afford to miss the throne of champions now. No need for thanks. You will eventually come to know. He Chun waved his hand dismissively, his expression nonchalant. Feng Xuan felt thankful in his heart. This uncle and nephew duo were evidently not ordinary people, yet they exuded a friendly demeanor. Indeed, I desire a slot as well. I pray I do not encounter Brother Xian. He Tan remarked wistfully. Isn't your Pokemon a Geodude? Feng Xuan inquired, puzzled. Previously, While Uncle He-chun was instructing He-tan, Feng Xuan had observed their Pokémon, a Geodude and a Golem. A Geodude venturing into the fire-type sacred ground merely to seek experience? Surely, they are not ordinary individuals needing such exposure. Geodude does not require this slot. My other Pokémon, a Larvitar, does. After all, a volcano is still a mountain. He-tan scratched his head, speaking shyly. Feng Xuan's lips twitched. Good. What he said was indeed spot on. Although it is a sacred land of the Flame Emperor, it is still a mountainous region, where the energy of rock and ground types is equally rich and latent. Perhaps if not for the Flame Emperor's presence, the fire energy there would be overshadowed by that of the rock and ground types. Yet, on another note, he actually possesses a Larvitar. Feng Xuan had long coveted a Tyranitar, a powerhouse among Pokémon, and held a deep affection for it. It is worth noting that a Tyranitar in reality does not evolve at level 55 as in the games. That is typically the case for wild Tyranitars. In the hands of a trainer, from the stage of Larvitar, they are lavishly cared for. During their professional or gym stages, typically around levels 30 or 40, they undergo early evolution as a reward for their trainers. He-tan's intention was simply to indulge Larvitar with delightful treats. After adding the uncle and nephew duo on WeChat, Feng Xuan parted ways with them. On the way out of the Pokemon Center, He-tan expressed his frustration to his uncle. Brother Xian is an ordinary person. How can his Pokemon be so strong? Ouch! Why are you hitting me, uncle? He-chan scoffed, his expression remaining stoic. Huh. If you were as close to your Pokemon as Brother Xian is, you could achieve that as well. But ordinary people simply cannot. He-chan added in his heart. Only those capable can become excellent trainers, and Brother Xian is precisely that kind of person. He-chan adopted a serious demeanor, firmly stating to his nephew. The bond between trainers and their Pokemon is boundless. He-chan was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed his usually serious uncle utter such profound words. Is that the reason Brother Xian is so formidable? In a world where potential can fluctuate, indeed it is. You should communicate more with Brother Xian in the future. His future is beyond your imagination. He-chan continued as he walked. He-tan pouted. His uncle is a rock-type champion. His Larvitar was gifted to him by his uncle. I refuse to believe that I cannot surpass Brother Xian in the future. He-tan clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Feng Xuan, who had encountered the champion family, he continued battling. The miracle walker remained engaged in combat. Feng Xuan was still in the midst of his battles. The state of his Charmeleon was exceptional. After a rest, it was once again a robust dragon, brimming with energy and eager to fight another 300 rounds. Unlike the formidable opponent, Golem, encountered previously, this time the adversary was quite ordinary. A mere Snorlax. The Snorlax succumbed to 2 of Charmeleon's dragon pulses and was swiftly defeated. Charmeleon easily triumphed over its opponent. Finding no challengers in the immediate vicinity, Charmeleon began training its moves alone. Feng Xuan had a structured approach to training Charmeleon. During this period, Charmeleon had become quite adept at the newly learned move, Thunder Punch. Subsequently, Feng Xuan had Charmeleon practice Dragon Pulse and Outrage. The practice of Outrage was infrequent, generally attempted towards the end of training sessions. In truth, were it not for Feng Xuan's financial constraints, he would have long since purchased some move tutors for Charmeleon. Not to mention, he had been yearning for Sunny Day for quite some time. However, he was broke. Feng Xuan's peak savings barely exceeded 200,000, and weather-type moves like Sunny Day are exceedingly precious. Even for consumable move tutors, the starting price for Sunny Day is a staggering 250,000. Furthermore, they are often available only at exorbitant prices. Nevertheless, Feng Xuan devised a plan. He intended to seek out a Pokemon that could teach Charmeleon the move. Many Pokemon can autonomously learn Sunny Day, but the challenges are numerous. However, Feng Xuan had some feasible strategies in mind, which struck him as he conversed with Uncle He-chun. Since the reward of the Little Flame God Cup is access to the Fire-type sacred ground, it should be possible to find a high-level Dusknoir. Dusknoir is indeed one of the Pokemon that can learn Sunny Day autonomously. Of course, he could also approach some Charizards that have already mastered Sunny Day. As for how to persuade them to assist, Feng Xuan believed that spending some coins for Charmeleon to learn from its predecessors would be worthwhile. He just hadn't quite decided what resources could serve as bribes. Or rather, what offerings would be appropriate to present as a token of respect. Chapter 25, The Power of Emotion. The third day? This marks the third day of the Little Flame God Cup. It is also the final day of the preliminary rounds. On this day, the participating high school students were sweating profusely, all hoping to successfully advance through the preliminaries. Suhao shared this hope. He arose early, exchanged pleasantries with old Xian, and hurried downstairs to train. Old Xian's training regimen was exceedingly rigorous. He had spent the entire previous day in the arena and was still busy drafting plans at night. Ugh, so incredibly intense. Su Hao gazed at his little blue bird, anticipation shining on his face. His little blue bird was on the verge of evolution. It was about to transform into a majestic blue bird, a haunch crow. This would certainly bolster his confidence in the competition. However, what about the evolution material, the flying gem? A moment later, Feng Xuan arrived at the Flame God Arena, feeling lethargic as he walked in for breakfast. Today's matches were scheduled for the morning once more. Feng Xuan could only hope that his opponents would ignite a spark of combativeness within him. Farewell. Good luck. Good luck. After parting ways with Su Hao, Feng Xuan proceeded to his competition arena. Upon entering the waiting room, he immediately felt the collective gaze of everyone upon him. Feng Xuan, in a state of confusion, walked in and found a seat. Cradling the incubator, the Charmeleon plopped down beside him. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Is he truly the strongest dark horse? Doesn't he seem particularly remarkable? Is that the Charmeleon? It's so robust. What bad luck to be in the same arena as him. I sincerely hope I don't get matched against him. Wow, I thought I was the only one thinking that. Damn it. To encounter him on the final day of the preliminaries. I think he is just average. My Prince of Waves will definitely overshadow him. Feng Xuan, oblivious to the murmurs, was lost in thought, gazing at the egg within the incubator. When will this little one hatch? I can hardly wait. I wonder which Pokemon it will be. Feng Xuan firmly believed that the system's data panel should not influence his choices regarding Pokemon. Thus, he remained unaware of the adorable creature nestled within the egg. This only heightened his anticipation. The competition commenced. Contestants numbered 543 and 533, please proceed to the stage. Announcements echoed through the waiting room. One by one, the participants stepped out, nervously heading towards the arena. Before long, Feng Xuan heard his contestant number called. As the gaze of the crowd followed him, he arrived at the competition stage. Oh, there are so many spectators today. Feng Xuan looked around in surprise at the audience. There must be over 1,000 people. For a mere preliminary round, such a large turnout is astonishing. Could they all be parents, eager to see how their children fare? Contestants, please prepare. The referee's voice interrupted Feng Xuan's thoughts. Come forth, Charmeleon. Feng Xuan threw the luxury ball, summoning Charmeleon. In the competition, Charmeleon must return to its ball when necessary. Let them see you at your best. Prince of Waves. The opposing trainer let out a huff as he summoned a blue penguin. Prince of Waves, the evolved form of the water-type Pokemon Piplup. Pokemon, Prince of Waves. Gender, male. Level, ordinary, LV17. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Moves, NA. Potential, gym leader. A freshly evolved water-type starter. Feng Xuan mused, stroking his chin in silent evaluation. Decent strength. He can surely surpass the preliminaries among high schoolers. It's just unfortunate he crossed paths with me. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Gender, male. Level, elite, LV22. Type, fire. Ability, solar power. Moves, scratch, growl, ember, dragon pulse, outrage, smokescreen, dragon breath, flamethrower, thunder punch. Potential, peak champion. Although Charmeleon's stats hadn't drastically changed, its strength had steadily progressed. Currently, Charmeleon could be considered a minor powerhouse within the elite tier. As for being a major powerhouse, Feng Xuan modestly awaited Charmeleon to master Sunny Day before unleashing its full potential. The match begins. Upon confirming both contestants were ready, the referee declared, Prince of Waves. Use water gun. With a fierce glint in its eyes, Prince of Waves expertly unleashed a well-practiced move. A jet of water materialized instantly, shooting towards Charmeleon. As for Charmeleon, since the beginning of the tournament, Feng Xuan had hardly given it commands during the Baby Cup. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, Charmeleon was already quite strong, easily capable of winning against such novice opponents. Secondly, Feng Xuan was focused on cultivating Charmeleon's independent combat skills. Now, faced with the approaching torrent, Charmeleon remained unfazed. It felt that even if it were struck by the water, it wouldn't be much of a bother. After all, the battle with Geodude yesterday had been intense. Lost in thought, the water jet crashed into Charmeleon's face. The next moment, Charmeleon was splattered with water. Witnessing this, Feng Xuan covered his face with both hands, muttering about the embarrassment. What a dark horse. Clearly just a novice, battling like a beginner. Doesn't he know how to strategize? Surely, he hasn't encountered a Pokemon with a type advantage until now? The opposing trainer burst into laughter at Charmeleon's predicament. Feng Xuan buried his face even deeper. Feeling utterly humiliated, However, before the opposing trainer could revel in his amusement, the next moment, the laughter faded. Charmeleon appeared to sprout several hashtags above its head, and the water on its face evaporated in a burst of flames, revealing a fierce visage unmarred by injury. How dare it embarrass its trainer? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn it! Damn it! Prince of Waves. Use Water Pulse. Seeing that the opponent bore no wounds, the trainer of Prince of Waves felt a twinge of panic but quickly issued commands. As the swirling water ball surged towards Charmeleon, it opened its mouth and unleashed a ball of fire. Fueled by anger, the fireball grew to an unprecedented size. Under the astonished gaze of the opposing trainer, the fireball evaporated the water pulse, continuing its trajectory towards Prince of Waves. Watch out! Feng Xuan shouted. Charmeleon, quickly! The impact of such a powerful fireball would surely inflict severe damage on Prince of Waves. Charmeleon hesitated for a moment before swiftly charging at the fireball. However, someone was faster. Golduck, Hydro Pump. A blue duck emerged behind Prince of Waves, unleashing a powerful torrent of water. The water dragon dispersed the fireball, albeit significantly weakened, crashing into the ground. Phew! Feng Xuan exhaled in relief. He hadn't anticipated that emotions would have such a profound impact on moves. Charmeleon had yet to unleash a fire attack of such magnitude. Indeed, emotional power is a genuine phenomenon, particularly renowned with moves like Reversal. Additionally, Dragon Rage also harnesses emotional energy. Who would have thought that a single battle could unveil the potential of emotional power? The possibilities are vast. It all depends on how Feng Xuan chooses to develop and utilize it. Seeing that the situation was under control, Charmeleon approached Feng Xuan, wearing an apologetic expression. It too was puzzled as to why a simple ember had exceeded its previous capabilities, nearly causing a mishap. Chapter 26, Gem Resources. Noticing Charmeleon's remorseful demeanor, Feng Xuan smiled reassuringly. It's all right. We'll train more to harness it. Roar. Charmeleon responded, rejuvenated. Feng Xuan approached the opposing trainer, expressing his apologies. I'm sorry. Are you all right? Feng Xuan expected the trainer to complain or lash out, but to his surprise, the trainer was even more ecstatic. Big bro, I'm fine really. Big bro, you're the strongest and coolest peer I've ever met. Big bro, my name is Bai Ding. You can just call me Xiao Bai. Feng Xuan nodded, taken aback by the rarity of the surname Bai. Wait, he recalled having a friend with the surname Bai as well. Who was it again? He struggled to remember. After that encounter, Feng Xuan's gaze shifted to the trainer of Golduck. The trainer who summoned Golduck wasn't a referee, but a middle-aged man from the audience. I apologize for the trouble, Feng Xuan said politely. No worries. Nice to meet you. I'm this little one's uncle, Bai Chongbin. Hello, uncle. My name is Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan shook hands earnestly, surprised to discover yet another uncle-nephew duo. Looking at Golduck, he opened the data panel. Pokemon, Golduck. Gender, male. Level, professional, LV 40. Type, water. Ability, swift swim. Moves, NA. Potential, near champion. Wow, a fully leveled professional. Just a step away from entering the gym leader tier. Feng Xuan exclaimed. Once again, we witness an extraordinary pair of uncle and nephew. Big brother. Second uncle has long known your name. You are quite renowned. Young Bai Ding interjected. Feng Xuan twitched his lips. It was utterly absurd to acknowledge his nephew as his junior in front of others. Observing Feng Xuan's subtly pained expression, Uncle Bai Chongbin smiled gently, showing no sign of disapproval. At the moment when the Gyarados unleashed its attack, he had observed with clarity. An elite Charmeleon could emit such a formidable fireball. Astonishingly, his peak professional Gyarados' Hydro Pump, with a power of 110, barely surpassed it. Although that Hydro Pump was executed in haste, it was still overwhelmingly impressive. This was the first time he had encountered such a Charmeleon. One could only say, talents emerge in every generation. This Charmeleon could possess the potential of a champion. It was indeed remarkable to have a nephew, full of grand ambitions, forge a bond with such a talent. Ultimately, the nephew comprehended the situation better than he did, promptly acknowledging him as big brother. After a brief conversation, Feng Xuan parted ways with the uncle and nephew, as it was inappropriate to occupy the competition stage for too long. As they separated, Feng Xuan added them as WeChat friends. He then returned to the waiting area of the arena while Bai Ding and his uncle made their way back to the audience. In the following two battles, Feng Xuan sailed through without any turbulence. It appeared that encountering a formidable opponent like Bai Ding was indeed a rarity. After watching one match, Bai Ding messaged him to inform that they had departed. Now, Feng Xuan's WeChat was filled with unfamiliar names, including the fire-type champion Su Yi, Uncle He Chun, the quasi-god He Tan, and the Bai family duo. Oh, And there was also the son of an ice-type gym leader named Baiyang. It remained to be seen what connection this gym leader's son had with the Bai family he had encountered today. As the morning selection gradually concluded, Feng Xuan, feeling a bit bored, exited the arena, with Charmeleon closely trailing behind him. Upon reaching the hall, he spotted Su Hao, who was eagerly waiting for him. Su Hao's face was alight with excitement, evidently having passed the selection smoothly. As Feng Xuan approached, Su Hao joyfully exclaimed, "Haha, my Pidgey broke through this morning." It was a total rampage. He proudly displayed his little blue bird before Feng Xuan. Observing the Pidgey, Feng Xuan nodded appreciatively. It was well trained, with powerful wings and keen, bright eyes. Under Su Hao's gentle caress, it behaved quite obediently. Clearly, the bond between them was strong. One could say that Su Hao's efforts during this time had yielded excellent results. Feng Xuan's gaze swept across, and a data panel appeared before him. Pokemon, Pidgey, gender, male, level, ordinary, LV17. Type, flying, ability, keen eye, moves, glare, peck, swagger, scratch, fury attack, pluck, tailwind. Potential, professional, and exceptionally outstanding Pidgey. Moreover, it was nearing the time for evolution. Your Pidgey is about to evolve, isn't it? What are your thoughts? Feng Xuan inquired. Su Hao sighed, expressing his concerns. Alas, I wish for Pidgey to evolve smoothly, but I'm still missing a flying gem. Feng Xuan was taken aback. A flying gem? The flying gem is a type of held item. In the game, there are a total of 18 such gems, each corresponding to a different type. Unlike evolution stones like the fire stone, the flying gem is a consumable item. It can enhance the power of a corresponding type move for one use during battle. In reality, the flying gem has even more uses. Such battle use gems are resources that Pokemon can easily absorb. This signifies that these items are strategic materials. Unlike firestones, which can gradually draw energy to aid Pokemon growth, gems deliver the stored energy directly. They are genuinely strategic resources. Thus, acquiring such gem resources is quite challenging. In the market, the average price for ordinary quality gems is at least 10,000 each, with higher qualities priced at least tenfold. Moreover, they are often in scarce supply. Gems, of course, vary in quality. The classification of gem quality is distinct from evolution stones like the fire stone. Gem classification purely depends on the amount of energy contained within. Gems that enhance the move power of champion Pokemon cannot possibly be priced the same as those that only enhance the move power of elite Pokemon. However, gems do have their drawbacks. They cannot be used for regular Pokemon training. They deliver energy all at once, unlike energy stones that allow for gradual absorption. Nevertheless, the inability to use them regularly is inconsequential. They can be utilized during critical moments like evolution. Su Hao shared this perspective as well. After all, there are no flying stones akin to evolution stones in this world. Missing a gem? Feng Xuan seemed to grasp something, murmuring to himself. Indeed, I have my funds ready, but there are no goods in the Pokemon shop. Listening to Su Hao's complaints, Feng Xuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 27. The Utility of the System Store. With Pidgey on the brink of evolution, yet Su Hao was still unprepared with a flying gem. Truth be told, Pidgey could evolve without a flying gem. However, who wouldn't want their Pokemon to be exceptional? Observing Su Hao's distress over the unavailability of gems, Feng Xuan suddenly had a brilliant idea. He could purchase gems at any time, as he was temporarily not lacking in coins. However, he seemed to be short on cash. Selling treasures outside might raise questions about their origins, but what if he sold them privately? Why didn't I think of this sooner? Feng Xuan was eager to establish his private shop immediately. I know where to find a flying gem. You give me the money, and I'll help you. Feng Xuan whispered. Is that for real? Godfather, please help me. Su Hao's eyes widened in excitement. He had no doubts about Feng Xuan's words, especially since this fellow even had the WeChat of the Fire-type champion. All right, leave it to me. After receiving a transfer of 10,000, Feng Xuan patted his chest and declared, Godfather, if you need more money, be sure to tell me. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with fervor. He had long desired a flying gem. The market price for a flying gem is around 10,000, but it often fluctuates due to scarcity. However, Feng Xuan wouldn't charge him extra, as they had been close friends since childhood. It would be unreasonable not to charge. Accepting payment was only fair. After returning to the hotel, the two decided to indulge in a feast to celebrate. Both were in high spirits, one resolving an evolution dilemma, the other launching a private shop. At a barbecue restaurant, Feng Xuan and Su Hao feasted heartily. Charmeleon eagerly devoured skewers of grilled meat, relishing the flavors while also sharing with the Pokemon egg in the incubator, embodying the essence of a doting older brother. While eating, Su Hao began to reflect, alas. Tomorrow is the elimination round. I wonder if I can make it into the top 128. If only Pidgey could evolve before then. Feng Xuan swallowed a piece of meat and responded, "If you wish, I can get you the flying gem tonight. Whether you can evolve will depend on you." Su Hao was instantly moved and placed food on Feng Xuan's plate, resolutely stating, "I believe in Pidgey. It will succeed." After lunch, they each went about their own affairs. Feng Xuan was on his way to the Pokemon Center, with Charmeleon closely following, occasionally glancing back at Feng Xuan and then at the little Pokemon egg. As thoughts flitted through his mind, his eyes crinkled with a smile. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan was musing over the matters of his little shop. In the system marketplace, the prices for evolution stones, such as the Fire Stone, are as follows. Fire Stone price, 500, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, common, good, excellent, perfect. In contrast, the prices for resources like gems of the same quality do not match those of evolution stones, for gems are ultimately consumables with far less versatility. Fire Gem, price, 250. 500, 2,500, 5,000. When compared directly, the Fire Gem is priced at half that of the Fire Stone. Yet, in reality, a single Fire Gem can fetch nearly 10,000 in the market, illuminating Feng Xuan once more to the purchasing power of system coins. Unlike the Fire Stone, Fire Gems are in high demand and usually fly off the shelves immediately upon being listed, given that they are considered a strategic resource. To illustrate, when battling wild Pokemon in the wilderness, both sides may find their Pokemon drained of energy. At such a juncture, gem resources can prove invaluable. Once a gem transfers its energy to a Pokemon, it transforms into a stone, thereby rejuvenating your Pokemon and potentially tipping the scales towards victory. Despite the numerous advantages of gems, they possess a singular, critical flaw. They are ultimately external forces, akin to pay-to-win items in online games. Conversely, the Firestone serves as a growth item, establishing a clear distinction. Were it not for the evolution requiring gems, the price of Firestones could soar even higher. Upon locating the sale interface for the Flight Gem, Feng Xuan promptly ordered one. Extracting it, a pristine sky blue gem materialized in the palm of his hand. This diminutive stone was quite precious. After stowing the gem in his backpack, Feng Xuan commenced his afternoon training. As per usual, he focused on familiarizing his Charmeleon with Dragon-type moves. Dragon Pulse, Dragon Breath, and Dragon Claw comprised the training regimen. The afternoon swiftly slipped away. Charmeleon's progress was markedly slow compared to before. Now, it had reached the elite tier, making daily advancements akin to previous days nearly impossible. However, any progress, however slight, was preferable to stagnation. As night fell, in the twin-bedded room of the inn, only Feng Xuan and Charmeleon were present. Charmeleon was engrossed in watching a series, while Feng Xuan, nibbling on a pen, meticulously planned his future strategies and summarized his training progress. The Dragon Breath move was straightforward, and Charmeleon had mastered it deeply. Dragon Pulse, being more complex, required significant power. However, under Charmeleon's diligent practice, it had surpassed the phase where a lengthy charge was necessary for release. The progress of Dragon Claw was more ambiguous. Its difficulty did not lie in the act of release, but in maintaining its duration and managing the ensuing chaos. The chaos was unavoidable. The backlash from the explosive energy was a given. Yet, with perseverance, a skilled Pokemon could learn to terminate the chaotic state prematurely. In fact, powerful Pokemon could instantly escape the chaotic aftermath upon utilizing the move. As Feng Xuan jotted down notes, the door to the room swung open. A drenched Su Hao entered, his clothes soaked through. Spotting Feng Xuan, he grinned and said, "Old Xuan, how goes the matter with the gems?" Feng Xuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the heck? Did you just run a marathon? You're drenched. The gem is here, take it." Feng Xuan handed him the gem. Hee. I discovered a fantastic training spot with a towering waterfall. No time to chat. I'm off to prepare for evolution. See you later. Su Hao uttered a couple of sentences before dashing off with the gem. Feng Xuan scratched his head, wishing him luck. After a while, Feng Xuan's phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon checking, he found it was a message from the organizers of the Little Flame God Cup. Congratulations to contestant Feng Xuan for advancing through the preliminaries. The official elimination rounds will commence tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock a.m. sharp at Arena 1 of the Flame God Stadium. Your contestant number is 56. If you wish to withdraw, please click the link below to apply. Thank you for your cooperation. Finally, it's time for the elimination rounds. The preliminaries felt like child's play, utterly devoid of excitement. I hope the elimination rounds will reward me with more coins. Chapter 28. The opening of the elimination rounds. Morning dawned. The bright sunlight streamed through the curtains into a room of the inn. Huff huff. Feng Xuan was roused from sleep by a chorus of snores. He opened his eyes to find Su Hao, who had returned late the previous night, soundly asleep. Having gone to bed early, Feng Xuan was unaware of Su Hao's return. However, seeing him sleep so peacefully, the success of his evolution seemed all but assured. After freshening up, Feng Xuan took Charmeleon downstairs for some activity. Upon entering a breakfast shop, Feng Xuan unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Who was it again? Oh, it was He Tan, the nephew from the He family whom he had met at the Pokemon Center arena. He had even battled He Chen's Geodude before. Hey Xingu, good morning. He Tan greeted with a cheerful smile. Good morning. Up so early, huh? Replied Feng Xuan, taking a bite of a freshly bought bun. Xingu, what's your contestant number? I heard that contestants with similar numbers might face each other. He Tan inquired with a grin, clearly hoping to avoid an early confrontation with Feng Xuan as he coveted that coveted spot. Oh, is that so? I'm number 56. Feng Xuan paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. That's great. I'm number 166. We're quite far apart. He Tan exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. After chatting for a while, they parted ways. Feng Xuan and Charmeleon, both munching on meat buns, began to stroll. The morning world was refreshing. Adorable Pidgeys flitted about in the greenery, while a majestic Arcanine patrolled the streets with its trainer. A cheerful Electrike chased its tail in circles, amusing its young owner. A tiny Machoke led a group of elderly folks in practicing Tai Chi. The city exuded an air of tranquil bliss. Before long, Feng Xuan returned to the inn with breakfast for the newly awakened Su Hao. How's it going? Feng Xuan asked, glancing at his Pokemon egg without looking up. Absolutely perfect. Just wait and see my performance. I won't let you down, Su Hao proclaimed proudly. As Feng Xuan's only close friend, Su Hao sometimes felt the weight of pressure. Charmeleon was quite the sensation on the forums, standing at 1.7 meters tall, unleashing devastating fireballs. With an intimidating gaze and a half-golden fiery tail, Charmeleon had garnered a significant fan base. And Su Hao was undeniably among them. After a brief time, the two arrived outside the arena. Faced with the throngs of spectators, an inexplicable tension gripped them. The thought of battling in front of such a large audience made Su Hao's palms sweat. Finally, after overcoming countless hurdles, they squeezed into the waiting room. As the largest arena in the Flame God Stadium, Arena 1's waiting room was equally opulent, capable of accommodating over 200 people with ease. A service desk stood at the center, ready to assist attendees. Within the waiting room, multiple massive screens displayed relevant battle information. Feng Xuan glanced around and spotted his own match listed. Match 16. Contestant 56 versus Contestant 49. The contestants didn't have to wait long. 9 a.m. arrived swiftly. On multiple screens, live footage of the venue appeared. Not only was the arena clearly visible, but even the audience and commentary booth were captured on camera. As the clock struck 9, the commentator commenced the opening speech. After a flourish of grandiose words, the commentator solemnly introduced several judges and esteemed guests. Following the conclusion of the opening remarks, a demonstration match was to take place, igniting the fervor for the elimination rounds. The guests performing were indeed formidable, two professional trainers. Watching two high-level Pokemon unleash their moves was undeniably captivating. At last, when all performances concluded, it was time for the competitors to take the stage. In the waiting room, the two trainers silently rose and walked towards their respective corridors, their anxiety palpable. After all, it was their first battle. On the competition stage, even their shouts for moves trembled with nerves. The match itself was lackluster, merely two Pokemon engaging in a mundane face-off. Feng Xuan, waiting in the back, had dozed off, leaning against his Charizard, his head bobbing. In stark contrast, Su Hao appeared to be ablaze with fervor, practically itching to take the field. Feng Xuan slept soundly until Su Hao roused him. Wake up, it's your turn next, Su Hao exclaimed, shaking Feng Xuan's shoulder. Oh, thank you. Feng Xuan stretched lazily and glanced at the time. Is it only 10:30? That match ended quite swiftly. Ding dong. Please welcome contestants number 56 and 49 to the arena. This announcement echoed 3 times. Passing through a long corridor, Feng Xuan arrived at the arena. Feeling the vibrant energy of the audience, he gripped his Charizard's exquisite Pokeball tightly. Ascending the colossal competition stage, Feng Xuan faced his opponent. At that moment, a judge approached, accompanied by a Raichu. Please prepare yourselves, the judge intoned coldly. Come forth. Scyther, arise. Charizard. With a flash of white light, the two Pokemon appeared on stage. One boasted a robust physique, towering stature, and a fiery exterior, while the other embodied a sleek form, agile stance, and a fierce countenance. The match begins, the judge declared. Scyther, use double team. Recognizing the renowned Charizard, contestant number 49 immediately devised a prudent strategy. In a flurry of movement, 5 Scyther emerged on the battlefield. Feng Xuan raised an eyebrow, pointing at one of the figures. Charizard, aim your ember at the one with a shadow. However, the shadow clones were mere illusions, devoid of substance. Charizard nodded in understanding. A surge of elemental energy coalesced within its mouth. The next instant, an enormous fireball manifested on the field. Witnessing such a colossal fireball, the audience erupted with thunderous enthusiasm. It's here. It's here. The fireball technique known as Ember. Oh my gosh. I thought those were just exaggerations from the internet. This is incredible. That Charizard's fire moves are absolutely outrageous. Startled by the uproar, Feng Xuan cast a bewildered glance at the audience. Charizard, too, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected cheers, its head swiveling in confusion. Scyther, quickly evade. In contrast to Charizard's nonchalance, contestant number 49 grew anxious. He anticipated the opponent would counter so swiftly. At the critical moment, Scyther flapped its small wings and narrowly dodged the fireball. Though it sustained minor injuries, it was far better than being hit directly. Scyther's eyes widened as it observed the fireball crashing into the ground behind it. It had just felt the searing heat emanating from above. Crap. Trainer. How are we supposed to handle this? Chapter 29. Let him show off. Gazing at the massive black scorch mark left by the fireball on the ground behind it, Scyther felt a wave of perspiration. If that double damage from the fire type had landed, it feared it would meet its end. Scyther, don't be afraid. Use aerial ace to rush in. The 49th trainer gritted his teeth. The opponent's ranged fire attacks were too formidable, placing Scyther, who excelled in close combat, at a distinct disadvantage. It was imperative to close the distance quickly. Swallowing hard, Scyther transformed into a white streak, charging towards Charizard. In the face of the oncoming dazzling light, Charizard remained unfazed. Charizard, show it your well-practiced Thunder Punch. Feng Xuan commanded proudly, his voice resonating with confidence. Finally, Charizard could demonstrate the melee techniques it had trained rigorously. Roar. With a battle cry, Charizard's lips curled into a fierce grin. In the next moment, crackling electricity enveloped Charizard's right fist. As the fierce white light bore down, Charizard calmly swung its fist. Bang! The collision produced a tremendous sound and a cloud of dust. The breeze generated by the impact tousled Feng Xuan's black and red jacket emblazoned with a logo. As the dust settled, Charizard stood tall and unwavering, its stance unyielding. In stark contrast, Scyther lay sprawled before Charizard, its eyes swirling in dizziness. Scyther was unable to battle. Charizard emerged victorious. The judge diligently announced the match's outcome. The audience was momentarily stunned, witnessing the imposing figure standing victorious. Had their perceptions just been shattered? Is this the baby cup? Is this truly the baby cup? The spectators and contestant number 49 simultaneously screamed within their minds. Charizard, let us go. Feng Xuan turned casually, beckoning Charizard. Charizard nodded and followed obediently. As the two prepared to depart, the audience erupted in a tremendous wave of sound. They shouted fervently as if trying to uproot the very arena. Charizard! 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 Hearing the crowd chant Charizard's name, Feng Xuan paused, standing still. Charizard also halted. Feeling the exhilaration of the crowd's cheers, its heart swelled with pride. The flames at the tip of its tail flickered with heightened intensity. It felt as if it had drawn closer to the Dragon Emperor. As the cheers gradually subsided, Feng Xuan resumed walking, leaving the arena without a backward glance. His subtle silhouette left many feeling that he had indeed made quite the impression. As they traversed the long corridor, Feng Xuan and Charizard exchanged a knowing glance before bursting into laughter. Hee. Charizard, this spectacle is just the beginning. We must strive for even greater heights. Feng Xuan clenched his fist, igniting a fierce determination within. Not enough. Not enough. This city-level competition is merely a stepping stone. Only a national youth tournament will provide a more fervent atmosphere, greater influence, more attention, to receive even more raucous cheers and applause. That's when the entire nation will celebrate you. As Feng Xuan's words resonated, Charizard's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Its spirit surged, and its aspiration for the Dragon Emperor intensified. Upon returning to the waiting room, the familiar sensation of being watched enveloped them once more. Old Xian, you were so cool just now. Absolutely amazing. Su Hao exclaimed excitedly as he approached. Just average, Feng Xuan replied, suppressing a smile and waving his hand modestly. Su Hao, disregarding Feng Xuan's modesty, turned to Charizard and said, Charizard, you were incredibly cool too. Kaka. Before long, it was time for Su Hao to take the stage. Good luck. Feng Xuan offered his encouragement. Su Hao nodded vigorously. Despite his calm demeanor, His palms were already slick with sweat. He still deeply yearned to achieve the calm demeanor exemplified by Lao Xian. Through the luminous screen, Feng Xuan could clearly see Su Hao ascending the competition stage. Under the high-definition cameras, even the beads of sweat trickling down Su Hao's brow were discernible. Oh, what splendid fortune! Observing both competitors summoning their Pokémon, Feng Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. Su Hao's Pokémon was none other than the evolved form of the blue crow. To his astonishment, his opponent was a grass-type starter, the vine snake. Witnessing the disgusted expression on the opposing trainer's face, Feng Xuan felt assured of a favorable outcome. Indeed, in terms of aerial capabilities, the vine snake possessed only the magical leaf move. However, when faced with the pure flying-type blue crow, its effectiveness was markedly diminished. As anticipated, Su Hao emerged victorious, securing a place among the top 128. The flying type truly reigns supreme. Su Hao returned to the waiting room, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Let us go. There's nothing more to linger for. Feng Xuan felt a desire to depart, with only one battle scheduled for the day, as they needed to determine the top 128. It would require 128 matches. Therefore, once a match concluded, one could return home. Aren't you going to watch the other matches? Su Hao exclaimed in surprise. This cannot be missed. One must attentively observe the battles to gather intelligence on opponents. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. We'll meet at the hotel tonight. After explaining, Feng Xuan waved his hand, intent on departing. Su Hao nodded earnestly. He needed to observe the matches closely and relay the information to Lao Xian. Before leaving, Feng Xuan spotted his acquaintance, He Tan, seated nearby. After exchanging a nod with He Tan, Feng Xuan set off alone. He truly had matters to address. Last night, under Su Hao's guidance, Feng Xuan had launched his own small business. His second customer was none other than Bai Yang, the son of the ice-type gym leader. Upon hearing that Feng Xuan possessed high-quality ice gems, Bai Yang immediately purchased a high-speed train ticket, declaring he would arrive in Yunjiang City that very afternoon. Thus, Feng Xuan was busy preparing to greet him. Meanwhile, on a distant island in the imperial capital, a black Charizard descended gracefully. A man clad in a flamboyant red outfit jumped down from the Charizard, none other than the fire-type champion, Su Yi. Su Yi brushed off his beloved cloak and strolled leisurely into the office building. Entering his office, adorned entirely in shades of crimson, Su Yi unceremoniously reclined in his chair. At that moment, an assistant entered. Champion Su, here is the report regarding the Xiaoyan God Cup competition from your hometown. I hear there is a particularly intriguing contestant. The assistant spoke softly, placing the report on the desk. This time, the champion had returned home under the pretext of collecting Pokemon eggs from the Yin God volcano. Su Yi sat up, intrigued, and picked up the report. Speaking of which, he had also encountered an interesting young trainer. Upon opening the report, he exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the lad? I previously assumed he was a high school graduate, but it turns out he is merely in his second year." Observing Su Ye's smiling visage, the assistant silently noted Feng Xuan's name. I ought to keep a closer watch on this young man. Chapter 30, The Transaction. As the assistant activated the video, Su Yi watched Feng Xuan's match. This lad. In such a short time, how has that Charmeleon improved so rapidly? He recalled the fierce Charmeleons under the blazing sun. For the first time, Su Yi contemplated nurturing a Charizard with the dream ability. Let us elevate the champion's prize this time. Let us say the winner can enter the mainland. After reviewing the footage, he nodded and informed his assistant. Yes, Champion Su. The assistant earnestly nodded and exited the office. When old friends meet this lad, who knows what might transpire? As he pondered this, the champion burst into laughter. At that moment, Feng Xuan, completely oblivious to the changes in the champion's rewards due to his actions, had arrived at the train station. In pursuit of his financial ambitions, Feng Xuan had to personally welcome his significant client. "Oh, old friend, it's been too long," Bai Yang exclaimed joyfully upon their reunion. "Let us go. The timing is perfect. I'm treating you to a meal." Feng Xuan replied with a smile. Arriving at a local eatery, Feng Xuan and Bai Yang sat across from each other. After ordering, Bai Yang, unable to contain his excitement, asked, "Xiao Xian, do you really have high-quality ice gems? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Feng Xuan was taken aback by his urgency. As the son of a gym leader, are you truly that short on gems? It seems unlikely, given your father's status. You should have ample wealth, fame, and position. Observing Feng Xuan's bewildered expression, Bai Yang patiently explained, You don't understand the current market. High-quality ice gems rarely surface in the marketplace. They are invaluable even at the gym level. My father can only acquire a handful during the government's distribution of resources to gyms. Thus, high-quality gems had become exceedingly sought after, especially now, during the summer vacation period. Not only did the sweltering conditions diminish the gem yield, but summer also saw everyone striving to excel. If one could dominate at the elite level before entering university, they would have no fear of the entrance exams. Plus, they would gain access to superior educational resources in college. So, upon hearing you possess gem resources, I couldn't help but be eager. Listening to Bai Yang's passionate discourse, Feng Xuan nodded gravely. It appeared he had underestimated the rarity of certain resources. Nevertheless, he remained cautious, opting against selling openly or setting up a stall. After scanning the surroundings and confirming their privacy, Feng Xuan whispered, "I do indeed have ice gems. They were a fortunate find. However, if you wish to acquire them, you must not disclose that they originated from me." "No problem. I won't utter a word." Upon hearing that Feng Xuan truly possessed ice gems, Bai Yang was overjoyed. As a friend, he was exceedingly loyal. The meal was a delightful affair for both host and guest. Following amicable negotiations, Feng Xuan sold 2 ice gems to Bai Yang for 150,000 each. After receiving the gems, Bai Yang could not contain his joy, nearly bursting into a hug. He also declared that in the future, he would buy any gems from Feng Xuan, regardless of type, offering prices well above market value. Thus, the transaction concluded satisfactorily. With the ice gems in hand, Bai Yang could hardly contain his excitement. After bidding farewell to Feng Xuan, he purchased a ticket to the Ice Pillar Highlands. Feng Xuan glanced at the simple contract in his hand and waved goodbye. Although the transaction amounted to only a few $100,000, Feng Xuan remained diligent about the formalities. If Bai Yang proved untrustworthy, he could always seek assistance from Champion Su. However, Feng Xuan perceived Bai Yang as possessing a rather generous disposition. Perhaps to Bai Yang, this sum was trivial. Truly precious were the legendary treasures, such as the Flame Orb, Life Orb, and Unmeltable Ice. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the money was now in hand. No sooner had Bai Yang departed than Feng Xuan hurriedly rushed into the Pokemon shop. His sole purpose for visiting was to acquire the Sunny Day Move Tutor. He had long coveted this item, but had previously lacked the necessary funds. Now that financial constraints were no longer an issue, Feng Xuan naturally thought of Sunny Day first. Upon arriving at the Move Learning section of the store, Feng Xuan began to meticulously select from the shelves brimming with Move Learning devices. Sunny Day was priced at 250,000, while Fire Punch cost 50,000. Just perfect. Feng Xuan spent his entire 300,000 without a penny left. Though the expenditure was substantial, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Armed with the Move Learning devices, Feng Xuan hurried to the Pokemon Center, eager to commence his training. After assigning Fire Punch and Sunny Day for his Charmeleon to learn, he settled in to wait. The process of Move Learning was indeed a fascinating endeavor. The Move Learning devices would induce the Pokemon into a profound state, allowing them to internalize the teachings of the respective move. This state bore resemblance to a deep slumber, akin to dreaming. Consequently, each Move Learning device had a limited number of uses. Once the count was exhausted, the mysterious energy within would dissipate, rendering it ineffective. While Charmeleon busily engaged in its studies, Feng Xuan was not idle himself. During this time, he delved deeply into the intricacies of energy cube production. The crafting of energy cubes was undeniably a technical art, as there were numerous variables to control, such as temperature, humidity, machine speed, material quantities, timing of ingredient additions, and how temperature and humidity fluctuated at different machine speeds, among other factors. The meticulous details required to create a single energy cube were so extensive that masters of energy cube crafting were exceedingly rare. As for the possibility of mechanizing energy cube production, it could only be said that any energy cubes produced mechanically would be of a lower grade. After all, the essence of an energy cube lies in its energy. Advanced energy cubes contained such immense power that the uncontrollable variables were far too numerous. Upon absorbing this knowledge, Feng Xuan felt his scalp prickling. He usually struggled with the details in MOBA games, despite being a seasoned Diamond Tier player. Regarding the educational content, it was something Feng Xuan had purchased from a remarkably impressive website aptly named the Trainer's Website. It featured an array of categories. Feng Xuan even spotted the Fire Pearl prominently displayed on the homepage. The section dedicated to energy cubes was particularly bustling. Whenever a master listed an energy cube, it would be snatched up within seconds. It was here that Feng Xuan acquired 2 energy cube recipes, specifically for basic and intermediate energy restoration cubes, which were perfectly suited for his Charmeleon. Moreover, such energy cubes were among the most sought after on the market, as everyone desired their Pokemon to recover more swiftly. thereby enhancing their strength. However, to Feng Xuan, the recipe appeared as inscrutable as ancient texts. Chapter 31. Beneath the sunny day, learning was not an overnight endeavor. It required continuous accumulation. Feng Xuan diligently immersed himself in the knowledge of energy cube production, starting with the basic recipe. Yet, as a complete novice in this field, he found the process quite challenging. In stark contrast to Feng Xuan's struggles, Charmeleon found the learning process significantly easier. After just one experience with the move learning device, Charmeleon successfully unleashed Fire Punch during its training. With an affinity for fire-type moves, Charmeleon displayed exceptional prowess. The base power of Fire Punch was 75, and with Charmeleon's various enhancements, this punch proved far more potent than the long-practiced Thunder Punch. Observing the pitch-black imprint left on the training post, Charmeleon was overjoyed. It turned to share the good news with its trainer, only to find Feng Xuan approaching with applause. "Charmeleon, you are outstanding." Feng Xuan generously offered his praise. "Now, let us strive to master sunny day." As evening fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the twilight sky unfurled like a magnificent tapestry. In this golden hour, one would expect the afterglow to envelop the clouds, yet a singular crimson sun hung above the Pokémon Center's arena. "Well done, Charmeleon. Sunny day has been successfully activated." Feng Xuan exclaimed passionately. "Roar!" Charmeleon let out a mighty roar, feeling the solar energy coursing through its body, empowering it immensely. "Excellent. Now, continuously unleash Fire Spark. Discover the sensation of spewing flames." Feng Xuan's eyes sparkled with fervor, as if entering a trance-like state. Charmeleon experienced a similar calmness, sensing the warmth of its trainer's heartbeat and the brightness of his gaze behind it. An inexplicable joy surged within, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of strength, reminiscent of the fiery energy it had once harnessed in anger. Under this motivation, Charmeleon began to emit fiery sparks, which coalesced into a brilliant stream, resembling a dragon as it charged towards the training post. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan's heart raced with excitement. He felt Charmeleon's intense heat and experienced the sensation of solar energy flowing within him. It was as if he himself had unleashed a fire dragon that collided with the training post. With a resounding crash, the post shattered into pieces, leaving both trainer and Pokémon momentarily stunned. The crimson sun above gradually dimmed, returning the sky to its twilight hues. Just as the sky cooled, so too did the exhilaration shared between Feng Xuan and Charmeleon. What just happened? They gazed at each other, bewildered yet resolute. "Forget it. That must have been the fire burst." Feng Xuan shook his head, dismissing his doubts. Indeed, upon opening the data panel, he found fire burst listed among the skills. Pokémon, Charmeleon, gender, male, rank, elite, LV23, type, fire, ability, solar power, moves, scratch, growl, fire spark, dragon pulse, dragon claw, smokescreen, dragon breath, fire fong, thunder punch, fire punch, sunny day, fire burst, potential, champion pinnacle, Charmeleon. "We did it!" they exclaimed in unison, leaping up in joyous celebration. That night, Suhao pulled Feng Xuan aside to review the day's elimination matches. "Let me tell you, I've prepared meticulous notes. You can just sit back and enjoy," Suhao boasted. "I watched every match without fail. I've identified 16 competitors who are clearly stronger than I am. However, I believe the ones who will catch your attention are these 4. Suhao declared confidently, his eyes suggesting Feng Xuan should praise him. "Aren't you going to compliment me?" "Oh, so impressive." Feng Xuan sincerely marveled. "Of course." Suhao grinned with pride. "Come, let me tell you all about it." He picked up his tablet and began his analysis. First up is contestant number 33, Su Rong, the renowned son of the fire-type gym leader. In that elimination match, he swiftly defeated his opponent with his powerful Blaziken. Suhao pulled up Su Rong's photo, analyzing it closely. His Blaziken likely possesses the speed boost ability, which clearly made it faster throughout the battle. However, compared to him, the next 3 trainers pose an even greater threat to you. First is Hitan, the trainer with a Larvitar that boasts both rock and ground types. Who would have thought that such a small Pokémon would feature a quasi-legendary evolution? Moreover, this juvenile possesses an impressive combat prowess. With a masterful execution of the Rock Smash technique, Suhao solemnly declared, "This is indeed the most formidable opponent he faces." The skillful display of rock-type abilities makes it exceedingly challenging for Lanya to withstand even a few hits. Furthermore, there is the renowned local water-type trainer's daughter, Limu. Her water-type Pokémon, the Floral Sea Lion, is remarkably strong. The Floral Sea Lion. Such a rare creature indeed. Feng Xuan recalls that this Pokémon primarily inhabits foreign lands, seldom seen within the borders of the country. In the Dragon Kingdom, among the most beloved water-type Pokémon. The most iconic is undoubtedly the tortoise. Especially after the meme of Squirtle sporting sunglasses went viral across the internet, affection for this little turtle has only intensified. Naturally, the cool Froakie also ranks among the most favored water-type Pokémon. Hey, are you listening? Su-Hao waved his hand, bringing Feng Xuan back to attention. Snapping out of his reverie, Feng Xuan resumed listening intently. The final trainer's Pokémon is also a fire type. The trainer, Yangqi, possesses an EV evolved into Flareon. Doesn't it seem like this year's Baby Cup has an unusually high caliber? Last year, only a few competitors had evolved starters, Su-Hao murmured. That's him. Feng Xuan replied softly. Huh, you know him? Su-Hao asked, puzzled. How could he not be aware that his typically reserved friend had so many acquaintances? Yes, I've battled him. His Flareon doesn't resemble a freshly evolved Pokémon at all. Feng Xuan recalled their encounter at the Pokémon Center, where he never missed the chance to challenge a strong adversary. As he tried to recollect the battle, he rated it moderately. It was decent. Oh, from that tone. It seems you won quite easily? Su-Hao raised an eyebrow. He had no doubt about Feng Xuan's ability to win, but he was curious about how effortlessly he had done so. After all, he thought it unlikely that anyone could defeat his introverted friend's contemporaries. Chapter 32, The Outside World? Training Plans. So, you won quite easily then? Su-Hao inquired, arching an eyebrow. Yangqi, I remember that his Charmeleon nearly lost control, almost injuring his Flareon, which has the flash fire ability. Feng Xuan responded candidly. As expected, Su-Hao's lips twitched slightly. His friend's combat strength is akin to that of a giant among his peers, towering over everybody. Not just Yangqi, but He-Tan is also a friend of mine. His family must be quite formidable. His uncle is quite impressive. Feng Xuan reminisced. Indeed, they must be formidable, otherwise. How could an ordinary person's first Pokémon be a legendary juvenile? Su-Hao thought to himself. From what old Shin implies, he wouldn't have beaten up the other's uncle, would he? Oh, how exhilarating. So, aside from Limu, you haven't encountered anyone else? Su-Hao casually remarked as he put away his tablet. Indeed, I'm quite looking forward to her floral sea lion. Feng Xuan's eyes brightened with anticipation. Su-Hao chuckled. While you hope to meet her, she probably wishes to avoid you at all costs. Meanwhile, within the training grounds of Yunjiang University, situated in the Jiang district of Yunjiang City, a striking figure was diligently training a delightful floral sea lion. She is none other than Limu, living at Yunjiang University. As her mother is a mentor there, she spends most of her time on campus. At that moment, a woman entered the training area. She is the esteemed professional trainer, Lu Wenli. What is going on, Xiaomo? Why have you been training so hard lately? Observing her daughter sweating earnestly, the mother expressed her concern. Phew, it's nothing. Merely feeling as though I've stepped out of my own world and into a realm of new experiences. Limu replied, undeterred by the sweat on her brow, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. That boy with the pokeball hat left a profound impression on her. So this is what the outside world is like. This is what it means to be a genius. Listening to her daughter, Lu Wenli chuckled. Hee. I wonder who first said that a competition for fire-type trainers isn't worth attending. It seems you encountered some setbacks in the competition? As she picked up a towel to wipe her daughter's sweat, she gently inquired. Limu remained undeterred, seriously asking her mother, Mom, just how strong is that Charmeleon? Seeing her daughter's earnest expression, Lu Wenli became serious and replied slowly, that Charmeleon? Sigh. Its strength is such that it could dominate even among first-year students in our university. The next day, as dawn broke, Feng Xuan and his companion left their hotel early. After casually selecting a breakfast spot, they began conversing. The schedule for yesterday's events extended into the night, but today should prove far more manageable. Su-Hao slowly remarked as he bit into a bun. Indeed, I've heard that yesterday's matches required multiple changes of judges. Feng Xuan nodded, recalling similar posts he had seen on forums. Those matches scheduled for the evening, featuring grass and fire-type Pokémon, were truly unfortunate, weren't they? Su-Hao mused. Indeed unfortunate, but luck is also a form of strength, Feng Xuan said, savoring the last sip of his porridge. The Charmeleon, enjoying a tea egg, nodded in agreement. However, there won't be any evening matches today, Su-Hao continued. With 128 competitors, there will only be 64 matches today. Let us go, let us go. Upon arriving at the Flame God Arena, Feng Xuan and his companion made their way into the waiting room. As soon as they entered, the atmosphere fell silent. Moreover, the gazes directed at Feng Xuan were even more numerous than the previous day. Perhaps the stunning performance from yesterday's match left everyone in awe. Feeling the weight of those stares, Feng Xuan felt somewhat embarrassed, as if he were a notorious villain. Noticing Feng Xuan enter the waiting room, He-Tan immediately waved at him. Feng Xuan smiled, and waved back. After casually finding a spot to sit, the two began to wait, watching Feng Xuan from a distance. He clenched his fists. He felt a deep conflict within himself, wanting to face him in the competition, yet also wishing to delay that encounter. Others shared his conflicting sentiments, such as Su Rong, who tightly gripped a luxury ball. Dressed in a red t-shirt emblazoned with the image of the Flame Emperor and matching red sneakers, he exuded a vibrant youthfulness. Yet, at that moment, he lacked any vitality. As a second-generation heir well-versed in fire-type Pokémon, that Charmeleon loomed before him like an insurmountable mountain. To be honest, as a passionate fire-type trainer, he yearned to seek Feng Xuan's guidance on how to nurture his little Charmander. Feng Xuan also surveyed the surrounding competitors. Through the competition forum, he recognized several individuals. The young man in the red t-shirt who was looking down was likely Su Rong. Beyond that, Feng Xuan spotted a trainer who had initially garnered attention on the forum. Known to be a prominent fighter in a local arena, his name seemed to be Lu Jianpeng. Tall and slender, Feng Xuan wondered about his true capabilities. Continuing his aimless gaze around the room, suddenly, he noticed a strikingly beautiful trainer. She wore a stunning blue dress, her glossy, long hair giving her an air of cool elegance. Feng Xuan rummaged through his memories and identified her as the trainer of the floral sea lion, Li Mu. To his surprise, she was even more beautiful in person than in photographs. As Feng Xuan momentarily lost his focus, the broadcast sprang to life, earnestly detailing the competition rules. With particular emphasis on the stipulation that trainers must not inflict harm upon one another, reiterated multiple times. Before long, the two foremost trainers made their appearance on the central arena. Observing the commencement of the battle, Feng Xuan felt his eyelids growing heavy. The previous night, he had immersed himself in the study of energy cubes until late, summarizing recent training results and devising a comprehensive training plan. His Charmeleon had already reached an elite level of prowess, unlike in the past, where its progress had surged. Now, the advancement had begun to slow. Feng Xuan aspired to reach the pinnacle of elite status, level 30, before the summer break concluded, envisioning that as a perfect outcome. Were other trainers aware of this ambition, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. Typically, a sophomore during summer break would aim for level 20, a benchmark set by those prodigies. Generally, those privileged talents strive to attain the ordinary limit of level 20 by the end of summer, thereafter seeking breakthroughs in their senior year to step into the elite realm. After high school graduation, the goal for the summer would be to solidify their footing at the elite level, ensuring they command respect upon entering university. This trajectory epitomizes the lives of the sons of gym leaders and other gifted individuals. As for the professional stage beyond level 31, that becomes the goal post-university, for the realm of gyms awaits thereafter. Of course, this pertains solely to nurturing a single Pokémon. To achieve the stature of renowned professional trainers like Lu Wenli, one must cultivate at least 3 Pokémon. This endeavor demands substantial time and resources. Lu Wenli's fame stems from her formidable level 40 Blastoise, alongside 4 other professional Pokémon. Chapter 33, The Mysterious Wild Area. In the waiting room of the arena, Su Hao smiled wryly as he observed his friend dozing beside him. The previous night, upon glimpsing the book Feng Xuan was studying, he was astounded. Its contents resembled an arcane tome, utterly incomprehensible. However, he managed to grasp the training summary penned by Feng Xuan, prompting him to delve into it immediately. His notes were as follows. Blue Crow has flown for 3 hours in extreme headwinds at level 1, improving the following aspects. Blue Crow has flown for 31 minutes in extreme winds at level 2, with details as follows. Waterfall training outlined below. Old Xian, it's almost your turn. Su Hao nudged Feng Xuan's arm to rouse him. Oh. Feng Xuan rubbed his eyes and yawned softly, glancing at his Charmeleon, which was leaning against him in slumber. He affectionately patted its small head to awaken it. Charmeleon squinted its eyes, relishing the gentle caress from its trainer. Before long, the announcement of his contestant number echoed through the broadcast. Feng Xuan returned Charmeleon to its Pokeball and made his way toward the contestant passage. His movement instantly drew significant attention, as fellow trainers alerted their companions to watch the match closely. Feng Xuan strolled leisurely into the arena, and amidst the throngs of spectators, a surge of adrenaline coursed through him. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. He dreamt of triumphing in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators. The deafening cheers from the audience could electrify the arena. Such a scene was what he would strive for relentlessly. As he faced his opponent, Feng Xuan respectfully raised his wrist, cradling a luxury ball. Please prepare yourselves, contestants. The referee's voice resonated. Let us do this. Charmeleon. Roar. Leave it to me, boss. Ding. Earn coins, 130. Time passed swiftly. The second day of the elimination round unfolded. Feng Xuan maintained his routine, training at the Pokemon Center after the matches. Charmeleon practiced its sunny day move while Feng Xuan perused his notes. Thus, in the mundanity of time, a day slipped by. On the third day, it was time to determine the top 16. There were currently 64 contestants. Half a morning plus an afternoon was ample time for these competitors to advance from 64 to 32 and then to 16. Upon entering the waiting room, Feng Xuan and his companion were enveloped in a spacious and comfortable atmosphere. Reflecting on the previous days when over 200 people had crowded this space, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Soon, the top 32 matches commenced. As the cheers and encouragement from the spectators reached him, Feng Xuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Strangely, aside from daily safety updates to his parents, he realized he hadn't discussed the competition with them. In this world, it was common for trainers to embark on journeys. So his parents remained oblivious to his participation in the competition, believing he was merely training elsewhere. Goodness, the top 16 is almost upon us. And Mom and Dad are still in the dark. Feng Xuan pondered, picking up and then setting down his phone. Let it be. I'll inform them after the finals. As Feng Xuan wrestled with his thoughts, Su Hao stood up. Oh, go for it. Feng Xuan was taken aback, realizing it was his friend's turn, and offered his well wishes. Yeah. Su Hao gripped his pokeball, his palms clammy with sweat. He was acutely aware that the current competitors were formidable. A misstep could lead to elimination. However, Su Hao was fortunate to face a fire-type Pokemon with inadequate aerial capabilities, securing his place among the top 32. I'm so nervous. Su Hao wiped the sweat from his brow, his face flushed. The intensity of the competition was steadily escalating, and he felt as if he were teetering on the brink of disaster. Feng Xuan nodded in agreement. Despite Su Hao's Blue Crow boasting a commendable level, it lacked the exceptional edge, being merely average yet not insubstantial. However, its raw strength couldn't match that of the second-generation trainers, who possessed abundant resources and maintained a steady pace. Although Su Hao came from a reasonably affluent family, his potential likely capped at the top 16. Before long, it was Feng Xuan's turn to compete. Eyeing the match information, he discovered that his opponent was none other than the brawler, Lu Jianpeng. Upon recognizing Feng Xuan as his adversary, Lu Jianpeng's expression darkened. As the self-proclaimed strongest dark horse, Feng Xuan was not someone he could overlook. Upon stepping onto the arena, Lu Jianpeng summoned his Fearow. In the face of the fiery flying-type Pokemon, Charmeleon decisively concluded the match. While Fearow was proficient in the charged flamethrower attack, a single Thunder Punch rendered it a mere shadow of its former self. After recalling his Pokemon, Lu Jianpeng's expression remained grim, internally cursing the event organizers for their scheduling. Thus, the brief match concluded. Amidst the resounding cheers from the audience, Feng Xuan exited the competition venue. After celebrating with Su Hao in the waiting room, Feng Xuan retrieved a tome titled Beginner's Guide to Energy Cube Machines and commenced his studies. The other contestants in the waiting room couldn't help but grimace at the sight. How can a trainer, seemingly neglecting his training, still be so formidable? Logically, someone of his caliber should be perusing a beginner's trainer training guide. At noon, the organizers graciously prepared lunch for the 32 contestants. The meal was lavish, showcasing the organizers' generosity. However, beneath some of the meal containers lay promotional flyers. Feng Xuan glanced at the contents, which were advertisements enticing contestants. The companies were willing to invest in them up front, with promises of returns in a few years. The terms were quite favorable. Exceptional trainers were always in high demand. This world is replete with vast wilderness areas. Unlike in previous lives, here the wilderness is genuinely untamed, an authentic no man's land. Moreover, these wild expanses are immense. The Dragon Kingdom boasts nearly 20 million square kilometers of territory, yet half of this area consists of wilderness. This realm belongs to wild spirits, a true primordial zone. Undeniably, the resources found there are incredibly abundant. Many resources are harvested from these wild areas, such as gemstones, evolution stones, and various rare items. Numerous companies establish exploration teams of trainers to venture into the wilderness. The ongoing Baby Cup presents an opportune moment to discover promising trainers. Investing in them before they mature could yield substantial returns in the future. Feng Xuan has noticed many companies offering attractive conditions, such as annual quotas amounting to hundreds of thousands, mentorship from professional trainers, and teams that personally guide you into the wild. Indeed, these companies present quite favorable terms. However, with the assistance of the system marketplace, Feng Xuan finds himself temporarily uninterested in such offers. Returning to the main topic, after lunch, there is an hour-long break for leisure activities. Feng Xuan chose to remain in the waiting room, engrossed in his studies. Having learned for quite some time, he felt a growing urge to apply his knowledge practically. Once the competition concludes, he plans to purchase a few berries to experiment with. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, the afternoon matches commenced. The tournament quickly progressed from 64 to 32 contenders. The top 16 battles were about to begin. Chapter 34. The first creation of energy cubes. At this moment, the afternoon sun blazed fiercely. The competition to determine the top 16 officially began. Su Hao watched the screen nervously, hoping that his opponent would not possess a type advantage against him. Feng Xuan, too, fixated on the large screen. The display first congratulated each contestant, then rolled out the match schedule. To his delight, Su Hao discovered that his opponent was number 12. He leaped with joy. The competitors were generally aware of each other's Pokemon types. He faced an opponent with decent aerial capabilities. Feng Xuan felt genuinely happy for him. As for his own opponent, number 9, Feng Xuan recalled that his Pokemon was presumably a fire mouse, a first evolution of the fiery starter from Chengdu. Despite the fire mouse's prestigious title, its final evolution, the blazing beast, was formidable. Feng Xuan remembered clearly that the blazing beast could naturally master the move Flamethrower. Flamethrower. It was a powerful fire-type move, boasting impressive strength without any adverse effects, unlike moves such as Dragon Rage, Hyper Beam, or Explosion, which had notable drawbacks. Only a handful of Pokemon could naturally learn Flamethrower. Feng Xuan decisively defeated the fire mouse upon their encounter. As the system kindly informed him of the coins earned, Feng Xuan exited the arena. Shortly after, it was Su Hao's turn to compete. As expected, he advanced to the top 16, but that was where his journey would end, facing an opponent with decent aerial capabilities. Blue Crow had already exerted itself to the limit. If nothing unexpected occurred, he would be halted here. He would then proceed to the ranking matches, which determined positions among the other 8 competitors who had not made it to the top 8. Nevertheless, Su Hao emerged from the tunnel, bouncing with joy. Hooray! I made it to the top 16. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan discreetly buried himself in his book, feigning ignorance. Old Xian, let's go celebrate. Old Xian, why so quiet? After exiting the competition hall, dusk began to settle. Feng Xuan did not head to the Pokemon Center, but rather made his way to the Pokemon shop. Although the shop offered a plethora of varieties, most of the resources on the shelves came from different companies. These private enterprises supplied goods to the official store, which in turn provided the distribution channels. However, there were still resources sold directly by the official store, such as berries and evolution stones. The official entity owned vast tracts of berry forests, possessing the most fertile lands, much like the local government of Yunjiang City, which cultivated extensive berry orchards around the Flame God volcano. These berries constituted a significant source of revenue for the officials. Feng Xuan's purpose for visiting the shop was to purchase berries. After several days of studying energy cubes, he felt ready to try his hand at making them. Although he could also buy berries from the system shop, the system coins were valuable, and Feng Xuan was not foolish enough to exchange them. Upon arriving at the shop, Feng Xuan purchased a substantial quantity of orange berries. In the Energy Cube Creation Manual, purifying orange berries is the most beginner-friendly challenge. After acquiring the berries, he also bought a luxury ball for the little creature within the egg. Over the past few days, Feng Xuan had distinctly felt the eggs stirring, which occasionally wobbled as if eager to hatch. He, too, was eager to witness the little one emerge, though he was not in a rush. It was likely just a matter of days, and he preferred to wait patiently. Having obtained a large supply of orange berries, Feng Xuan began practicing. As for the energy cube machine required for creation, renting one from the Pokemon shop sufficed. Unlike the berry mixers in games, the energy cube machines in reality are far more precise and complex to operate. Standing before the machine, Feng Xuan meticulously added berries in measured doses, initiating a series of operations. He controlled the rotation speed, temperature, and humidity, adjusting these parameters as he added varying quantities of ingredients. The intricate process left Feng Xuan feeling overwhelmed. After his initial attempt, he produced a messy, blue fruit puree that was hardly cohesive. Simply purifying orange berries had proven to be quite a mental challenge. If only he had a bullet-time ability to enhance his reaction speed. Yet, lacking that, he resolved to practice diligently until he developed muscle memory. Thus, after producing a series of unidentifiable blue fruit purees, Feng Xuan finally crafted his first cube-shaped energy puree. The energy cube contained visible small particle impurities, with uneven shades of color. Charizard, cradled in his palm, displayed an expression of disdain, indicating it was not fit for a dragon's consumption. However, Feng Xuan felt satisfied with such progress. Strictly speaking, he could consider himself a budding genius. To create a finished product on the first day of self-study was indeed remarkable. This field is undoubtedly challenging, akin to the rigorous selection of professional players in esports, which heavily emphasizes reaction speed. Feng Xuan did not settle for merely one semi-finished product. He continued to work with the remaining berries. It was only when the sun dipped below the horizon that he emerged from the Pokemon shop, holding the pale blue energy cube aloft. Feng Xuan walked out with his head held high and a smirk on his face. Based on Charizard's discerning critique, the orange berry energy cube he created was already comparable to a standard quality beginner's energy restoration cube. Overall, Feng Xuan had taken the first step toward becoming a master of energy cube creation. Upon returning to the inn and opening the door to his room, he found Su Hao engaged in a phone conversation. After Su Hao concluded the call, Feng Xuan flopped onto his bed and inquired, "What is going on?" Su Hao chuckled, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I recently called my father, inviting him to watch my match tomorrow." Feng Xuan nodded in a daze. Regarding Su Hao's father, Feng Xuan only knew that he was a relatively successful businessman, thus making Su Hao somewhat of a privileged second-generation rich kid. Upon confirming that his father would attend the next day, Su Hao visibly beamed with delight. Showcasing his excellence to his father is likely a cherished aspiration for every young boy. The following morning, a sleek black car came to a halt outside the hotel. Upon recognizing the familiar license plate, Su Hao excitedly approached. "Dad, let's hurry, or there won't be any parking at the arena." With breakfast in hand, Su Hao plopped into the passenger seat. Feng Xuan followed closely behind, as Su Uncle was acquainted with him. Inside the car, Su Uncle slowly inquired, "Su Hao, do you have confidence in this competition?" Clearly, Su Uncle seemed unaware of the ongoing tournament's progression, perhaps thinking it was just beginning. Su Hao deliberately refrained from sharing details in advance, likely intending to prepare a surprise. Chapter 35, the grand prize of the competition. Inside the black sedan, Su Uncle asked again, "Su Hao, are you confident about this match?" Faced with his father's question, Su Hao stammered, offering a vague response. Observing his son's hesitance, Su Uncle, though slightly awkward, refrained from undermining Su Hao's confidence. "And you, Xiaoxian? I heard from Su Hao that your starter Pokemon is a Charmander, right?" Su Uncle continued his inquiries. "Uncle, I'm quite confident. I should manage well." Feng Xuan modestly played along with Su Hao's performance. "Ah, splendid." Su Uncle nodded with a smile, then turned serious as he addressed Su Hao. "Even as a businessman, I have heard of the significance of this competition. You must take it seriously." As they arrived at the arena, the throngs of people took Su Uncle by surprise. As an ordinary individual who had yet to step into the realm of trainers, he seldom encountered such scenes. After quietly directing his father to the spectators' area, Su Hao could hardly contain his excitement. Time passed swiftly, and the quarterfinals were about to commence. In the spacious waiting area, only a handful of competitors were present, making the atmosphere feel rather sparse. Through several rounds of eliminations, the contestants had become acquainted with one another. Among the 16 were Su Rong, Li Mu, Yang Qi, and He Tan, each one notable. Su Rong possessed a Pokemon with the dream ability, the powerful Accelerock. Li Mu had a rare floral sea lion. Yang Qi was the proud owner of a Flareon from the EV family. He Tan was the sole contestant with a quasi-divine Pokemon, a young Larvitar. As for the other competitors, Feng Xuan couldn't recall them well, as they were not often mentioned in forums. Just as Feng Xuan settled into a seat, He Tan approached him. "Xiangu, I eagerly anticipate our encounter in battle." He Tan unabashedly expressed his competitive spirit. He was a proud individual. Although his uncle had lost to Feng Xuan, and he himself could not defeat him, that did not deter him from challenging Feng Xuan. Battling Feng Xuan in this competition was an excellent opportunity to gauge his own skills. He was determined to surpass him. He had faith in his young Larvitar. Once his Tyranitar successfully evolved, he would fear no peers. In response to He Tan's challenge, Feng Xuan smiled and replied, "I too look forward to our battle. As the saying goes, an enemy who falls by my hand is never regarded as a true opponent. I grant you time to catch up until you fade from view." With an enigmatic atmosphere enveloping the waiting room, the quarterfinals commenced. In the first match, a random contestant faced another. In the fourth match, Feng Xuan battled a third random contestant. In the sixth match, Su Hao confronted a fourth random contestant. In the eighth match, Su Rong faced a fifth random contestant. A total of 8 matches transpired, with the so-called champion seeds perfectly spaced apart. Feng Xuan remarked that the notion of randomness was merely a well-orchestrated arrangement. The matches unfolded without any surprises. Feng Xuan triumphed effortlessly, as did the other champion seeds. However, predictably, Su Hao faced elimination. Despite his opponents being mere nameless contestants, they were at least descendants of high-level trainers or came from affluent backgrounds. The trainers who reached this level were no ordinary individuals. The fact that Su Hao, as a typical rich second generation, managed to compete at this level was already commendable. After the matches concluded, Feng Xuan observed Su Hao, whose eyes were red, walking towards his father seated in the audience. Although Su Hao felt a sense of regret, he had no choice but to accept the outcome. Understanding everything, Su uncle simply patted Su Hao's shoulder with an appreciative smile, gently saying, "You are your father's pride." The quarterfinals ended swiftly, and soon after, the ranking matches commenced. The 8 eliminated trainers engaged in ranking matches to determine their placements. In this ranking competition, Su Hao achieved a commendable 15th place. For him, this competition had reached a perfect conclusion. However, Feng Xuan still had to press forward. Following a brief lunch break, the semifinals commenced. Just before the match information was announced, the remaining 7 contestants frequently glanced towards Feng Xuan. None wished to encounter him, fearing an early end to their competition. Suddenly, the large screen in the waiting room began to change, capturing the attention of everyone present. Gradually, match information started to appear on the screen. Unanimously, 6 individuals exhaled in relief, while the remaining one, Yang Qi, felt an overwhelming pressure. Having previously battled Feng Xuan, Yang Qi was acutely aware of the formidable challenge ahead. Although his Flareon had grown since their last encounter, it was still no match for the fierce Charizard. Damn this competition, he thought. The 4 spots were tantalizingly close. In the quarterfinals, the matches unfolded in succession. Match 1, Su Rong emerged victorious. Match 2, Li Mu claimed victory. Match 3, He-Tan triumphed. Match 4, Feng Xuan prevailed. Thus, the 4 finalists were established, and this competition was nearing its conclusion, though not today. The remaining time was designated for the ranking matches for the 58th place. The 4 finalists needed to prepare diligently for tomorrow's grand finale. However, before Feng Xuan and the others could exit the waiting room, an official organizer approached them, leading them to an office. Upon entering, a head buried in files lifted, revealing a young man with thick glasses, clad in a tailored black suit. Despite appearing youthful, he exuded a remarkably composed demeanor. "Hello, my name is Qin Xiong, and I am the logistics director for this competition, primarily responsible for distributing the prizes." The young man shook hands with each of them, who introduced themselves in turn. "Allow me to inform you about the rewards. This competition has been sponsored by multiple enterprises, including Feng Yuan, providing cash and resource prizes. The champion will receive 500,000 in cash and 500,000 in resource credits. The runner-up will receive 500,000 in cash and 200,000 in resource credits. For the 3rd place, Qin Xiong slowly recited the rewards before glancing at the group and continuing. "Moreover, not only these enterprises, but the government has also prepared special rewards for the contestants. This special reward is reserved solely for the top 4 competitors. I believe you are already aware that the government offers a unique opportunity to study within the depths of the Flame God volcano for a week. However, this time, it is different." As he spoke, Qin Xiong picked up a special document, his tone imbued with a hint of surprise. This year's champion would have the extraordinary opportunity to enter the depths of the Flame God volcano for a week of study. Upon hearing this, Su Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. He rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. It is well known that the interior of the Flame God volcano is the habitat of the fiery clans. Chapter 36, The Battle is Imminent. Upon hearing the alterations to this year's rewards, Su Rong nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. As the son of the fire-type gym leader, he was acutely aware of the Flame God volcano, often revered as a sacred ground for fire types in the southern region. The depths of the volcano and its inner sanctum are distinctly different realms. The depths house various Pokémon aside from the 4 prominent fire clans, while the inner sanctum is the dwelling of these powerful clans. Each leader among them possesses the strength of a champion. Therefore, the resources within the inner sanctum are unparalleled. For trainers like them from the outside, it not only offers an ideal environment, but also an array of formidable fire-type Pokémon. Learning even a single technique from those Pokémon would be a tremendous boon. Su Rong's eyes glistened with fervor, his desire for victory intensifying. Typically, his father would require extensive approval to enter the inner sanctum, needing to clarify the reasons behind the request. Upon witnessing Su Rong's astonished expression, Qin Xiong smiled knowingly. It was clear to him that the uniqueness of the champion's reward had sunk in. He encouraged everyone to strive diligently. Feng Xuan exited the office, contemplating the rewards of the champion. Setting aside the 100,000 in material rewards, the subsequent governmental incentives were exceedingly rare. Although he had previously heard about the quota from Uncle He and his nephew, he had never personally experienced what those rewards entailed. Moreover, The nature of the rewards had changed. Judging from Su Rong's expression, they must be even more precious. If the so-called depths of the volcano truly brimmed with wealth, then his plan could be set into motion. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the finals arrived. Early in the morning, Feng Xuan arrived at the train station. His purpose for being there was to greet his parents. Last night, while reassuring them of his safety, he had informed them that he was competing in Yunjiang City. Upon hearing that their son was competing in a distant location, his parents rushed to prepare, one buying tickets while the other packed their bags. Feng Xuan promptly reassured them, stating that the tickets were purchased, the hotel booked, and there was no need for extra clothing as he would return the following day. Hence, he arrived early at the train station to await their arrival. When a high-speed train pulled into the station, a large number of passengers began to exit. Feng Xuan stood at the exit, scanning the crowd until he finally spotted his parents, at which point he let out a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Feng Xuan, his mother immediately rushed to him, her eyes fixated on her son. As she approached, she scrutinized him from head to toe before finally exclaiming, "You've lost weight." In contrast to his mother's attention on him, his father was utterly captivated by the Charmeleon trailing behind Feng Xuan, unable to tear his gaze away. Is this the same little Charmander? Looking at the now robust Charmeleon, his father was somewhat incredulous. Hearing her husband's remarks, his mother shifted her attention. She excitedly began to pet the well-behaved Charmeleon, cradling the Pokémon egg incubator. "This Charmander is truly robust now." Charmeleon chimed in with a silly grin, flexing its muscles. The family shared laughter and conversation as they made their way to the competition arena. Like Su Hao, Feng Xuan settled his parents in the front row before heading to the waiting room. Upon entering the waiting area, he realized he was the last to arrive. Observing the serious expressions of the other three trainers, Feng Xuan finally rediscovered his long-dormant fighting spirit. Each of these trainers was a prodigy in their respective fields, destined for great accomplishments. Engaging with such talented individuals was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune, regardless of winning or losing. The battle among geniuses was an experience that every passionate youth should encounter. Without further ado, the competition commenced. In the semifinals, the first match began. Su Rong versus Li Mu. At the referee's command, the muscular chicken and the floral sea lion appeared on stage. For Su Rong, despite the type disadvantage, the muscular chicken was not without a chance. Not to mention that it had learned the electric-type move Thunder Punch. Its excellent hidden ability, Speed Boost, allowed it to outpace its opponent, the floral sea lion, repeatedly. With the Speed Boost active, the muscular chicken's speed surged, rendering the floral sea lion's water-type moves nearly ineffective. Just as the muscular chicken seized the opportunity to unleash a Thunder Punch, the floral sea lion unleashed its ultimate move, perhaps deliberately feigning an opening. The floral sea lion was clearly prepared at all times. A massive surf attack surged forth, sweeping across the arena. Confronted by the oncoming tidal wave, the muscular chicken had no means of resistance and was swept away. Floral sea lion, Hydro Vortex. Li Mu's melodious voice rang out, and the floral sea lion nodded in response. Just as one wave had receded, another one emerged. The already injured muscular chicken was swiftly encircled by a Hydro Vortex. The advantage of Speed Boost was utterly nullified. Clearly, Su Rong had been careless. The subsequent battle was evident. Although the muscular chicken eventually broke free from the Hydro Vortex, under Li Mu's deliberate strategy of trading injuries, it was already exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Holding the luxury ball containing the muscular chicken, Su Rong remained silent for a long time before quietly stepping down from the arena. Li Mu advanced to the finals. In the waiting room, Feng Xuan and He Tan exchanged knowing glances before proceeding towards the contestant passageway. "Hello everyone. I am your commentator, Mu. Let us welcome the next competitors to the stage. On the left, we have Feng Xuan, the strongest dark horse. And on the right, we have He Tan, who possesses the potential of a demigod. Let us eagerly anticipate the excitement of this match." At this moment, the official commentator began to hype the crowd. As the finals of the Little Flame God Cup competition, the organizers had naturally invited a commentator. Not only that, but guests and organizers were also seated in the audience to watch. Walking through the long corridor, Feng Xuan slowly entered the arena. In the next instant, the cacophony of voices flooded his mind. He raised his head, and the sea of spectators came into view. Among the throngs of thousands, he spotted his parents. His mother covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, while his father held back tears, standing tall and proud. Feng Xuan smiled gently and waved at them before gradually making his way onto the competition stage. Gazing across at He Tan, Feng Xuan raised his right hand, clutching the luxury ball, and exclaimed with excitement, "Brother He, how do you feel?" He Tan wiped the sweat from his palms, retrieved his luxury ball from his waist, and confidently replied, in high spirits. The referee smiled slightly and announced loudly, please prepare yourselves, contestants. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he shouted with enthusiasm, Larvitar, show them the future desert tyrant. Feng Xuan adjusted his cap with one hand and tossed his luxury ball with the other, confidently declaring, Charmeleon, let the world witness the future Dragon Emperor. Chapter 37, Instant Kills. All instant kills. On the competition stage, Charmeleon and Larvitar both appeared. Even in its initial form, Larvitar stood defiantly, locking eyes with Charmeleon. Charmeleon smiled proudly, casting a disdainful glance at its opponent. At that moment, the referee issued the command. Begin the match. Larvitar, rock slide. He-Tion wore a serious expression, commanding with utmost earnestness. Young Giratina's small face tightened as it swiftly summoned a massive rock, infused with potent rock-type energy. Under its control, the colossal boulder hurtled towards the fire dinosaur. In response, the fire dinosaur rapidly activated its reverse scale technique. At that moment, it began to emanate a purple energy aura, its muscles taut and its eyes burning red. Empowered by the reverse scale, the fire dinosaur was brimming with strength. It lifted its foot, slowly advancing towards its opponent. Then, at last, young Giratina's rock slide descended upon them. Unfazed by the impending rock that threatened to engulf it, the fire dinosaur's gaze remained steady. It merely waved its fiery fist with a casual grace, striking the rock with tremendous force. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the rock shattered, dust enveloping the arena. In the next instant, the fire dinosaur emerged slowly from the haze, its right hand covered in debris. Had it not been for the sight of the fire dinosaur, one might have believed it had evaded the attack entirely. Wow, so formidable. Young Giratina, let us continue with rock slide. He-Tion sighed, continuing his command. Young Giratina unleashed another boulder towards the fire dinosaur. Yet, regardless of the size of the incoming rocks, the fire dinosaur consistently shattered them like a legendary warrior, steadily approaching its adversary. As the fire dinosaur drew nearer, He-Tion began to steady his heart. Let us determine the victor here. Young Giratina, charge with reverse scale. Yuki. Young Giratina bellowed, its eyes turning a fierce crimson as it charged forward with all its might towards the fire dinosaur. Observing the oncoming opponent, the fire dinosaur grinned widely, its red eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. The golden flames at the tip of its tail surged upwards, enveloping its fist in a searing blaze. The two forces finally collided. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, sending clouds of smoke billowing into the air. The audience fell into a hushed silence, fixated on the obscured figures. Feng Xuan remained impassive, watching as a silhouette emerged from the smoke, the fire dinosaur approaching with a steady stride. Feng Xuan raised his right hand, meeting the oncoming claw in a slow clash. Thus, the scene was set. If the previous semi-final showcased Li Mu's strategic prowess, this match revealed the essence of violent aesthetics. The entire battle unfolded without any hesitation, as the fire dinosaur effortlessly dispatched its opponent. Its powerful form etched itself into the minds of every spectator. Following this match, Feng Xuan would have an hour of rest before the exhilarating finals. In the spacious waiting room, only Feng Xuan and Li Mu remained. The fire dinosaur and the floral sea lion had been temporarily sent for healing, ensuring they could enter the next battle in peak condition. Despite the solitude, Feng Xuan buried his head in a pile of books, feeling no embarrassment. He had made significant strides in energy cube production, now capable of crafting finished products using orange fruits, albeit with less than ideal quality. In truth, there were ways to expedite progress in energy cube fabrication within a short span. This involved acquiring a special ability from the system shop, such as psychic power or aura power, both of which could significantly enhance neural response speed and memory. Feng Xuan had long desired to purchase these abilities. He recalled having two tasks to complete. One was to hatch a Pokemon egg, and the other was to secure a ranking reward in the competition. The reward for hatching the Pokemon egg was a staggering 5,000, yet he remained uncertain as to when the egg would hatch. The competition reward, however, was what he eagerly anticipated. Before long, the finals were set to commence, and the fire dinosaur's luxury ball returned to Feng Xuan's hands. Rising to his feet, he made his way towards the passage. At that moment, Li Mu approached him. Feng Xuan, may we add each other as friends? She inquired with a smile. Oh, absolutely. Feng Xuan nodded, taking out his phone to add her as a friend. Watching her depart with a satisfied expression, he felt a peculiar sensation. It was the first time in nearly 18 years that a girl had requested his WeChat. However, on the battlefield, he would not hold back. Welcome, everyone, to the Xiaoyan Divine Cup competition. We are now at the finals. Let us anticipate the grandeur of this match. The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers, and the audience eagerly awaited. After waving to his parents, Feng Xuan stepped onto the competition stage. Taking in the cacophony around him, he inhaled deeply. Let this competition conclude perfectly. As the two competitors took their positions on the stage, the audience erupted in cheers for their favorite contenders. Unlike Feng Xuan's usual crimson attire, Li Mu stood resplendent in a sky-blue dress, resembling a water sprite. Her silky hair was gently secured with a blue ribbon, presenting an ethereal yet striking appearance that captivated at least half the audience, especially since she was a local. At the judge's command, the match commenced. Come forth, Fire Dinosaur. Floral Sea Lion. Let us battle side by side. With a flash of light, one red and one blue Pokémon appeared on the stage. The match had begun. Floral Sea Lion. Water Pulse. Li Mu directed softly. Following her command, the Floral Sea Lion gracefully danced, summoning water curtains around itself. Feng Xuan, undeterred, issued his command simultaneously. Fire Dinosaur. Sunny Day. Roar. The Fire Dinosaur let out an exuberant roar, channeling all its power to manifest a blazing sun high above the arena. Instantly, the sun shone brightly. The Fire Dinosaur's ability, solar power, was activated. It radiated an overwhelming wave of red heat. Noticing the bright sun above, Li Mu's brow furrowed in concern. She had not anticipated that the opposing Fire Dinosaur would utilize a weather-related move, especially not in the finals. The hope of victory seemed exceedingly slim. Floral Sea Lion. Surf with all your might. Li Mu dispelled her doubts and commanded resolutely. The Floral Sea Lion nodded, summoning energy to unleash a massive wave towards the Fire Dinosaur. Fire Dinosaur, unleash Flamethrower. Feng Xuan shouted with excitement, eagerly anticipating the full might of the Fire Dinosaur in its current form. With a ferocious roar, the Fire Dinosaur opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. The fiery dragon effortlessly pierced through the wave, hurtling towards its adversary with unstoppable momentum. Floral Sea Lion. Aqua Ring. Li Mu, taken aback by the power of the flamethrower, sought to salvage the situation. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the fire dragon accurately struck the Floral Sea Lion, resulting in an instantaneous knockout. Chapter 38. Champion. Bountiful Rewards. In the colossal arena, filled with nearly 30,000 spectators, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd. Just moments ago, they were astonished by the Fire Dinosaur's flamethrower piercing through the wave. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the subsequent flames had achieved a decisive victory. As they gazed upon the stage now shrouded in mist, the Floral Sea Lion was sent flying by the fire dragon, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The audience remained in a state of shock, including Li Mu herself. Words eluded her as she grappled with her emotions. Though defeated, her fighting spirit remained unbroken. After recalling the Floral Sea Lion, she graciously ceded the stage to her opponent. Thus, the champion emerged. Although the sun began to dim, the hearts of the audience ignited with fervor. In the next moment, an overwhelming roar erupted from the stands. Oh my goodness, that was incredible. Wow. A one-hit knockout. Fire Dinosaur, you are magnificent. Fire Dinosaur. Fire Dinosaur. Fire Dinosaur. In the vast arena, the name of the Fire Dinosaur resonated repeatedly. Yet at that moment, it seemed utterly indifferent to the cheers from the audience. Instead, it gazed at Feng Xuan with its large, sparkling eyes, filled with an earnest desire for praise. Feng Xuan scooped up the Fire Dinosaur, twirling around in jubilant celebration. We are the champions. Oh, thus, Feng Xuan claimed his very first championship title. Of course, the Fire Dinosaur did as well. The nearly week-long Little Flame God Cup was drawing to a close. On the competition stage, invited guests began to present awards to the competitors. First up were the top 128. They not only received certificates, but also cash rewards. Following them were the top 64, 32, and 16. The prizes grew increasingly lavish, and the certificates more prestigious, until the awards for the champions and runners-up were announced. A golden trophy was brought forth, featuring an engraved likeness of the Flame Emperor. There was only one, awarded solely to the champion. Standing on the podium, Feng Xuan accepted the golden trophy from the guest, its weight considerable, at least gold-plated silver. However, compared to the trophy, the subsequent rewards were the true highlight. First was the substantial cash prize of 500,000, followed by an equivalent resource allocation of 500,000. This meant that Feng Xuan could apply for resources from official channels, including those not normally obtainable with cash, up to a total of 500,000. After the monetary rewards concluded, the event organizer presented each of the top 4 with a box. If all went as expected, it contained the voucher for entry into the depths of the Flame God volcano. Simultaneously, the organizer advised them to keep an eye on their text message notifications. Soon, this grand award ceremony reached its conclusion, and the audience began to disperse. With that, the Little Flame God Cup competition came to a successful end. At the entrance of the arena, Feng Xuan's family gathered for a photograph. Feng Xuan stood in the center, holding the trophy, while his parents embraced his shoulders. And the fire dinosaur squatted in front, cradling its incubator. Click! A meaningful photograph was captured. At the train station, Feng Xuan waved goodbye to his parents. Since he needed to train in the interior of the Flame God volcano, he did not accompany them back. As the evening approached, dusk enveloped the city. Feng Xuan returned to his hotel room. Now just him and the fire dinosaur. Su Hao had also returned, pursuing his own life direction. Lying on his bed, Feng Xuan meticulously recounted the gains from this competition. First, he transferred the 500,000 cash prize into his account. As for the resource allocation of 500,000, he exchanged only some essential energy cubes, saving the remainder for later. Among those energy cubes were high-quality intermediate recovery cubes needed for the fire dinosaur's intense training, as well as some nutritional cubes suitable for newly hatched Pokémon. Inside the box handed to him by the organizer, Feng Xuan opened it to reveal a stone carving of the Flame Emperor, vividly tinted, appearing almost lifelike. The people of this city truly adored the Flame Emperor. Aside from these rewards, Feng Xuan also received task rewards from the system. Ding! Competition task completed. Task assessment. Rank of champion. Awarded champion rewards. Rewards as follows: 5,000 coins, 5 firestones, good quality, 1 heat rock. Upon seeing the rewards, Feng Xuan was astounded. The value of this set of rewards exceeded his expectations. Besides the 5,000 coins, the system had surprisingly awarded him a heat rock. That was a remarkable item capable of extending the duration of sunny day, perfectly suited for his current fire dinosaur. As for the 5 stones, they were also decent resources that could be exchanged for cash. Host: Feng Xuan. Pokemon: Fire Dinosaur. Ability: Solar Power. Items: Flame Punch TM, 810. Thunder Punch TM, 710. Sunny Day TM, 510. Firestones, good quality, 5. Heat Rock 1. Task: Hatching. Marketplace: Open. Coins: 12,300. This was Feng Xuan's current system panel. He could now proudly consider himself affluent, with his coin balance surpassing 10,000, thanks to the tasks. Regarding the competition, the battle intensity was not particularly high. Featuring mostly ordinary tier Pokemon, the coins Feng Xuan earned barely exceeded 100, with 200 or 300 coins gained from the semifinals and finals. Overall, Feng Xuan's little treasury had indeed become prosperous. This 10,000 coins would be sufficient to grant the little Pokemon egg a new ability. Furthermore, upon completing the hatching task, he would receive an additional 5,000 coins. The future looked bright. The next day, the sky was clear and blue. July had passed the halfway mark, and the southern weather had fully transitioned into summer. As the summer sun blazed, Feng Xuan awoke early. His schedule for the day was already set. In the morning, he had a meeting with a clothing company representative, followed by an exhilarating training session in the afternoon. After donning his sleeves, Feng Xuan stepped out of the hotel only to be greeted by the blazing sun, prompting him to retreat back under the eaves. The fire dinosaur, however, dashed out into the sunlight, bouncing around gleefully. Gazing at the scorching sun, Feng Xuan murmured to himself, "It seems I must raise a water-type cutie in the future." Fire dinosaur, Your Majesty, why rebel? Arriving at the appointed cafe, Feng Xuan took a seat across from the clothing representative. Feng Xuan, you've made it. The representative exclaimed excitedly, extending his right hand for a handshake. Without delay, he began to present a plethora of materials. Here is your promised compensation, 1 million. Not a penny less. This is the new contract. Let me read the benefits to you. Our company, Jixing Clothing, officially hires you as our clothing spokesperson. The salary is 1 million annually, with additional compensation based on the number of competitions participated in. 10,000 for city-level competitions, 50,000 for provincial competitions, and 100,000 for national competitions, with extra rewards for ranking. How about that, Feng Xuan? Quite generous, isn't it? The representative eagerly inquired. Feng Xuan nodded, though he refrained from voicing any objections, knowing he needed to scrutinize the obligations involved. In terms of compensation, it was indeed a significant offer for a newcomer like him who had just begun to garner some fame. However, it was clear that such an offer came with expectations. Nothing was given without a cost. Chapter 39, The Little Phoenix King Cup. Listening to the representative outline the terms, Feng Xuan nodded in agreement. The company had indeed not shortchanged him. In fact, they had overvalued him. After all, he He was merely a newcomer who had recently won a city-level championship. It was important to note that city competitions were plentiful and champions were abundant. Overall, it was evident that the company recognized Feng Xuan's potential. After all, the online forums in Yunjiang were abuzz with praise for him, claiming that he was the strongest champion in the history of the Little Flame God Cup. His fire dinosaur was touted as the most formidable of its age. As the accolades spread, even netizens from neighboring provinces became aware of who the champion was. After all, the Little Flame God Cup was quite renowned. Notably, it was not the only competition named after a deity. In Longhua, there were also the Little Thunder God Cup and the Little Water God Cup. Each competition had its own merits and connections. Although it was a city-level competition, its intensity rivaled that of many provincial competitions. Aside from being named after deities, the heightened excitement surrounding these three competitions can be attributed to another unique factor, the Xiaofeng Wang Cup. This event is a true provincial-level high-end competition, where winning guarantees direct admission to prestigious opportunities. Only those who have secured a place among the top 128 in these three municipal contests, or reached the top 16 in other municipal competitions, are eligible to participate. The Xiaofeng Wang Cup genuinely represents the pinnacle of excellence, with a remarkably high threshold for entry. Returning to the cafe where the discussions took place, Feng Xuan was examining the contract documents presented by the stylist. The contract indeed specified the remuneration the stylist had mentioned, without any discrepancies. He was also amenable to some provisions regarding the use of his photographs and battle videos for promotional purposes. However, there was one aspect he found unacceptable. The contract was for 5 years. 5 years. Feng Xuan could hardly fathom what his abilities might be 5 years down the line. Thus, he declined to sign the contract. Why did you refuse? Is it the compensation that doesn't meet your expectations? We can negotiate, the stylist exclaimed anxiously. This was a crucial contract for his promotion and salary increase, and he was eager to secure it. I'm sorry, a 5-year commitment feels rather excessive, Feng Xuan replied candidly. Stating his concerns, the stylist hesitated, contemplating this. A 5-year contract seemed quite reasonable, especially considering Feng Xuan's youth and the potential for growth within that time frame. Compared to those lengthy contracts spanning over a decade, he believed their company was being quite generous. After a moment of reflection, the stylist said, I need to discuss this with my supervisor. Feng Xuan nodded appreciatively. Thank you for the coffee, he expressed before departing the cafe. After leaving, Feng Xuan made his way to the Pokemon Center. Renting an energy cube machine, he resumed his practice, following the familiar process of purifying orange fruits. After all, orange fruits were indeed affordable and versatile. Thus, he spent a rather monotonous morning practicing, making satisfactory progress. He was able to effortlessly create energy cubes of good quality from the orange fruits. However, these cubes were rather rudimentary, lacking significant utility due to their simplistic materials. Selling them would yield only enough to purchase a few more orange fruits. While the primary ingredient for the basic energy recovery cubes was the orange fruit, there existed other supplementary materials that could enhance the effectiveness of the primary ingredient, akin to alchemy. Currently, the market's basic energy recovery cubes represented the best efficacy within their category. Crafting these cubes was considerably more challenging than Feng Xuan's current task of purifying orange fruits. If he could master the production independently, the profits would be substantial. 10 cubes could fetch over 1,000 yuan, with even higher quality variants commanding premium prices. Moreover, he could pursue certification as a Pokemon breeder at the Pokemon Center, specifically related to energy cubes. This was notably more challenging to acquire than the novice trainer certification, as the breeder certification possessed a significantly higher threshold. In today's society, the most sought-after specializations in breeding included those focusing on healing Pokemon, energy cubes, Pokemon eggs, Pokemon food, and Pokemon psychology, among others. These diverse fields of specialization have made substantial contributions to society, particularly in terms of employment stability compared to Feng Xuan's previous life. Feng Xuan aspired to obtain a breeder's certificate, as it would serve as a testament to his abilities. In essence, it would facilitate the sale of the energy cubes he planned to produce. After a morning devoted to the creation of energy cubes, the afternoon was reserved for training his Charmeleon. This training was far more varied than Feng Xuan's own endeavors. Within the arena of the Pokemon Center, he retrieved the Heated Rock. Heated Rock, when held by a Pokemon, if it uses Sunny Day, the duration of Sunny Day will be extended beyond the usual limit. Currently, Charmeleon's training focused on mastering this item, familiarizing himself with it, and effectively utilizing it to maximize the duration of his Sunny Day. At present, Charmeleon's greatest strength lay not in flawless evolution, perfect physical condition, or optimal energy reserves, but rather in its unique solar power ability. While other advantages might be impressive, they were not irreplaceable. It was only the characteristic that did not exist in nature that constituted the most formidable advantage. Thus, after acquiring the heated rock, Feng Xuan prioritized sunny day training in his regimen. Charmeleon was still a considerable distance from evolving, and likewise far from the next accumulation of its ability. Having been born less than a month ago, it was unrealistic to expect an evolution into Charizard within such a short span. This process required time for maturation. After all, Feng Xuan was no deity. He merely had a minor advantage through his data panel. Another uneventful afternoon passed, without competitions to add excitement to his life. His summer break would likely have been exceedingly dull, a monotonous cycle day after day. Training Pokémon is not an instant endeavor. It demands prolonged dedication and gradual growth. It is precisely this lengthy, repetitive process that often dissuades many initially passionate youths. After all, not everyone possesses a data panel like Feng Xuan's, capable of revealing their Pokémon's progress. Some fervent young trainers toil for days, yet struggle to discern any improvements in their Pokémon's abilities, leading to confusion about whether their training is yielding results. Is the Pokémon growing stronger? Is the direction correct? While Pokémon are intelligent and can sense their trainers' emotions, they lack the ability to articulate their feelings, often internalizing their grievances to adapt to their trainers. This is why those with unique abilities as trainers are destined to become formidable. They can perceive the hearts of their Pokémon. Telepathy, aura, and other special powers enable them to sense Pokémon's emotions, listen to their thoughts, and understand them. Just as Feng Xuan once did with his Charmander, showering it with affection. Gazing at the blazing sun over the arena, Feng Xuan did not yearn for it to linger indefinitely. Rather, he anticipated its glorious ascent once more. Chapter 40. Entering the Volcano. That night, Feng Xuan leaned against his bedside while perusing a book. As he read, his eyelids began to droop. Suddenly, a vibration from his phone jolted him awake. Upon checking, he discovered a message. Hello, novice trainer Feng Xuan. Your service, 7-day study at the Flame God Volcano begins tomorrow. The shuttle to Flame God Volcano will depart promptly at 9 a.m. from the Flame God Arena. Please prepare your belongings for the week-long journey. Meals will be provided free of charge during this period. Thank you for your cooperation. After glancing at the message, Feng Xuan tossed his phone aside and began packing for his trip. Observing Feng Xuan in action, Charmeleon set aside its tablet to assist him. Early the next morning, Feng Xuan set off towards the arena. Upon encountering a sign bearing his name, he understood and approached it. A black shuttle was parked there. At the rear of the vehicle, Feng Xuan stowed his luggage in the trunk. Looking around, he noticed that not only he had arrived, but the other 3 individuals were also present, seemingly intending to share the same vehicle. Perhaps their destinations differed, or their rankings varied. He was aware that the location for this reward had changed. He was headed towards the interior of Flame God Volcano, while the others were journeying deeper into its core. It was said that the interior and the depths represented 2 distinct worlds, one inhabited by others, and the other by the most formidable locals. One must admit, Feng Xuan felt remarkably fortunate to have encountered this change in rewards. Suyi, you are absolutely right. As the designated time arrived, the black car roared to life. Behind the wheel sat a stern-looking gentleman, who remained utterly silent from the moment they boarded until they reached their destination, a testament to his professionalism. At the foot of the Inferno God Volcano, 2 black vehicles parked separately. Feng Xuan and his companions disembarked, gazing up at the highest peak in this volcanic range. To Feng Xuan's surprise, this was not the route he had previously traversed, as he noticed the absence of steps. Both drivers exited their vehicles, producing 3 Pokeballs to release 3 majestic Pidgeots. Each Pidgeot was of a professional caliber. Suddenly, a spark of excitement ignited within Feng Xuan. The towering mountain lacked stairs, and with the presence of the 3 Pidgeots, was it possible that they were to traverse the air? Indeed. The drivers instructed the group to form a pair and board the Pidgeots to reach their destination. Feng Xuan and the stern gentleman shared 1 Pidgeot. These magnificent creatures stood over 6 feet tall, with wingspans exceeding 12 feet. As their colossal wings flapped gently, a cloud of dust was stirred up beneath them. The Pidgeots soared into the sky. As Feng Xuan observed the diminishing landscape below, he reveled in the exhilarating sensation of taking flight from this first-person perspective. Far more thrilling than a plane journey. Moreover, due to the flying-type moves, he felt no fierce winds, but rather a gentle breeze caressing his face. The 3 Pidgeots ascended gracefully toward the mountain's summit. Before long, the peak came into view. Feng Xuan had anticipated a volcanic crater, yet the summit revealed a vast rocky platform. From a distance, he spotted numerous red specks, indicating a multitude of fire-type Pokémon inhabiting this area. At this moment, the other two Pidgeots veered off, preparing to land, while Feng Xuan's continued onward. A thought struck him. Perhaps the depths of the Inferno God volcano, right before him, constituted the perfect habitat. The Pidgeot glided smoothly as Feng Xuan surveyed his surroundings. Although atop a mountain, the expanse of this platform was astonishingly vast, resembling the vast, elevated but gently sloping Tibetan plateau, seemingly endless. Suddenly, a sinkhole appeared in Feng Xuan's line of sight. The Pidgeot began to descend, preparing for landing. Upon touching down, Feng Xuan discerned the true nature of the area. What was referred to as a sinkhole was essentially a cavern, albeit a colossal one. Though the depths of the pit were obscured, a gentle slope allowed for a gradual descent. At this juncture, the stern gentleman who had been guiding Feng Xuan finally spoke. Approximately a kilometer down, there is a supply station we established, stocked with enough food for your indulgence. Here is a distress beacon and a map, should any trouble arise. You can press the red button to call for help, and the safety team station here will assist you. Remember to present the credentials provided by the government to access the inner regions. Lastly, I shall await your return here at noon 7 days hence. Do not linger. Best of luck. The gentleman spoke with crisp clarity, and Feng Xuan nodded in gratitude. He then turned and began his descent into the cavern. Initially, he anticipated darkness below, but as he ventured further, he fell into a contemplative silence. This was his first encounter with true affluence. Darkness? Not at all. The cavern was illuminated by an abundance of fire stones. Unlike fire gems, these stones glistened with a golden exterior, casting a warm glow reminiscent of incandescent bulbs from a bygone era, brightening the subterranean space. Feng Xuan continued his descent, soon losing sight of the sinkhole above. Were it not for Charizard accompanying him, the tranquil atmosphere could have felt rather eerie. Despite the downward slope, the path was not steep. It was a series of winding inclines, akin to a spiral slide. After an indeterminate distance, the slope began to level out, indicating he was nearing his destination. As his field of vision broadened, Feng Xuan stumbled upon the supply station, a stone structure crafted from rugged boulders. Upon entering through the wooden door, he was greeted by an array of large crates. He casually opened one, discovering it brimming with various canned goods, including an assortment of vegetables, meats, and fruits. It appeared that sustenance for the coming week would not be a concern. Exiting the stone dwelling, Feng Xuan began to survey his surroundings. He found himself within a tunnel no higher than 3 meters. Behind him lay the ascending spiral slide, while ahead stretched an interminable tunnel. Consulting his map, he discovered that traversing this tunnel would lead to a vast open plaza. Beyond that plaza were 4 separate tunnels, each connecting to different expansive chambers, which in turn branched into various diverging passages. Without the map, one could easily become lost in this intricate labyrinth. Fortunately, he had it in hand. Moreover, the map included thoughtful annotations from the creator. For instance, the expansive space reached after navigating this initial tunnel was designated as the Inferno Plaza. The 4 branching tunnels corresponded to the 4 major clans here: the Wind Speed Dog clan, the Blazing Monkey clan, the Inferno King clan, and the Charizard clan. Feng Xuan stowed the map and hastened towards the Grand Plaza, quickening his pace as Charizard struggled to keep up. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, his eyes widening in astonishment as he spotted 2 small red dots ahead. Cautiously, he approached, only to discover 2 robust Inferno Kings guarding the exit. Chapter 41, Eternal Sunshine. Behind the 2 Inferno Kings, a brilliant light shone forth. Feng Xuan was utterly perplexed. Such radiant illumination could not possibly emanate from mere firestones, unless that area was endowed with multiple flawless firestones or equipped with electric lighting. After all, this was a place once inhabited by the Fire Emperor, and under divine influence, the existence of perfect firestones was plausible. However, Feng Xuan suspected it was the latter. The light at the tunnel's exit was a dazzling white, warm yet blinding. As Feng Xuan set his sights on the sentinels, the 2 Inferno Kings, having spotted him, initially displayed shock, soon followed by furrowed brows as they issued warnings to the unfamiliar human intruder. Grr! Roar! The 2 Inferno Kings simultaneously bellowed, attempting to halt his advance. In response, Feng Xuan, confronted by the imposing presence of the 2 high-ranking Inferno Kings, felt the hairs on his neck stand on end from the overwhelming aura. Charizard, standing beside him, was equally unnerved, bristling with anticipation for battle. Wait, I possess credentials. Feng Xuan called out, swiftly halting the Inferno King's intimidation. He brandished the Fire Emperor's stone for their inspection. As expected, the moment the fierce-looking Inferno Kings laid eyes on the stone, Their expressions transformed into welcoming smiles. "Gurgur, welcome, esteemed guest." One of the Inferno Kings greeted warmly, clearly delighted to see a new human visitor. It had been quite some time since anyone had graced this place. The last human had brought much joy and entertainment, and their absence had rendered this realm dull for years to come. The other Inferno King approached, eager to examine Feng Xuan's Fire Emperor Stone. This item is indeed a one-time use. As Feng Xuan observed the removal of the Yin Emperor Stone carving, he silently lamented. However, he was unaware that what truly mattered was not the credentials, but rather the recognition of one's face. The smiling Yinwu King approached him, leading Feng Xuan towards the tunnel's end. As they drew closer to their destination, the radiant white light enveloped Feng Xuan. Once his eyes adjusted to the brilliance, an expansive chamber revealed itself before him. He stood in astonishment at the exit, his gaze filled with disbelief at the sight that unfolded. Had he not traversed this path himself, he might have thought he had arrived in another realm. The vast space soared several hundred meters high, the intense white light rendering it reminiscent of an underground world. All of Feng Xuan's previous conjectures regarding the source of the strong light, be it electric lamps or fire stones, were utterly misplaced. He realized that his imagination lacked the necessary depth and creativity. At the apex of this immense space burned a blazing red sun. This revelation left Feng Xuan utterly astounded. If his deductions were correct, that sun must be the clear blue sky. It was indeed the source illuminating this colossal expanse. With a sudden thought, Feng Xuan glanced sideways. As expected, the Charizard had already entered a state of solar power. It radiated an astonishing wave of heat. Feng Xuan quickly seized the Pokémon egg incubator from its scorching grip, wary of the little creature inside being burned. Yet that was not all. As the solar power surged continuously, the temperature surrounding Charizard began to rise dramatically, more terrifying than ever before. Feng Xuan furrowed his brow and slowly retreated to the side. "Charizard, how are you feeling?" This time, Charizard's state was exceedingly unusual. Although the temperature around it would elevate during previous solar power activations, it had never reached such alarming heights as today. The overwhelming heat made Feng Xuan sweat profusely, raising concerns for Charizard's condition. Boss, this feels amazing." Charizard felt no discomfort. Rather, it was invigorated, as if it had returned to the ocean like a fish. Everything around it felt comforting. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Feng Xuan pondered. There was only one distinction compared to previous activations of this trait: the environment. Indeed, as the saying goes, a name does not deceive. This place truly deserved its reputation as a sanctuary for fire-type Pokémon. The concentration of fire-type energy was so potent that it enhanced the fire-type moves of Pokémon within this realm. To put it simply, the quality of this environment was exceptional. The fish here were undoubtedly more robust than those found elsewhere. As he observed Charizard growing increasingly exhilarated, Feng Xuan felt a twinge of concern. Currently, Charizard had only mastered the ability to swiftly enter the solar power state, yet it had not yet learned how to suppress or exit this state. It was crucial to note that the clear sky state would not cease easily. Observing Charizard in its furnace-like condition, Feng Xuan dared not approach, fearing both the Pokémon egg and himself would be scorched. "Charizard, try to exit the solar power state," Feng Xuan urged. Charizard, snapping back from its excitement, responded with a nod. While the environment is comfortable, being close to the boss is even more so." With that, it attempted to cool its body and exit the solar power state. "Roar. No what?" Charizard shook its head dejectedly. The surging power of the trait coursed through its body like a wild stallion, causing the fire-type energy within it to become exceedingly active. Though it posed no harm to its physical state, it rendered Charizard unable to let Feng Xuan approach. Feng Xuan found himself at a loss. Allowing Charizard to explore this on its own would be a monumental waste of time. It was better to seek assistance from the powerful elders in this place. Just then, upon hearing Feng Xuan mention the word solar power, the two Yinwu kings guarding the entrance gasped in astonishment. They exchanged incredulous glances, both taken aback. How could that little Charizard possibly be in a state of solar power? They had encountered this trait before, especially in this, the ancestral home of Charizard. How could such a state cause fire-type energy to swirl around it? Startled by their commotion, Feng Xuan came to a sudden realization. These two were the perfect elders to consult. Their levels were nothing short of formidable. One at level 42, the other at level 43. Both formidable figures at the gym leader tier. "Brothers Yinwu, could you possibly teach Charizard how to exit the solar power state?" Feng Xuan inquired, attempting to ingratiate himself as he produced some energy cubes to offer them. Upon seeing the energy cubes, the eyes of the two Yinwu kings sparkled with excitement. They recognized the delightful morsels from when they had seen that man feeding them to his Pokémon, yearning for a taste. They had been subsisting on berries daily, their palates yearning for something more. One Yinwu King swiftly snatched an energy cube and popped it into its mouth, the exquisite flavor bursting forth immediately. A look of bliss spread across its face. The other, of a higher level, cast a sidelong glance at its brother. Is it really that dramatic? Are you so eager to embarrass yourself before outsiders? As it pondered this, it also consumed an energy cube. How can this be so delightful? Savoring the flavor, it licked its lips in satisfaction. Chapter 42, The Mightiest Prodigy, Charizard. Observing the Yinwu Kings reveling in the taste of the energy cubes, Feng Xuan chuckled to himself. The energy cubes he possessed were no ordinary treats. They were rewards for Charizard's exemplary training performance. Whenever Charizard excelled, Feng Xuan would grant it one of these cubes. These energy cubes bore no special effects. They were simply delectable. Particularly for fire-type Pokémon, they were utterly irresistible. For wild Pokémon that had never encountered energy cubes, these treats would be a game-changer. Furthermore, these seemingly ordinary snacks were quite affordable, and Feng Xuan had plenty stashed away. They primarily served as a supplementary ingredient to enhance Charizard's main meals. This was a valuable lesson Feng Xuan had learned from a Pokémon website, allowing him to diversify his Pokémon's diet. The two Yinwu Kings were instantly captivated by the delectable energy cubes. After relishing the taste, their eyes twinkled as they gazed longingly at Feng Xuan. With the Yinwu Kings successfully charmed, Feng Xuan felt a surge of gratitude towards the inventor of such delightful treats. Brothers, could you teach Charizard how to exit its current state? Feng Xuan pressed on, producing more energy cubes but withholding them momentarily, earnestly seeking their guidance. Meanwhile, Charizard watched with a pitiful gaze from a distance. Upon hearing Feng Xuan's request, one Yinwu King nodded while the other shook its head. Taken aback, Feng Xuan quickly responded, handing the energy cube to the one that had nodded. In an instant, the one that had shaken its head looked utterly dismayed, its mouth agape as if petrified. Meanwhile, the one that had nodded gleefully devoured the energy cube, casting a smug glance at its brother. Hee, you really need to work on that little head of yours. I actually don't know how to help. How could a Yinwu King possess such knowledge? After all, they did not even have the solar power trait. However, it was no matter. They could simply seek out their old friend, Charizard. Little brother, you really need to sharpen your wits, thought the Yinwu King, reveling in the delightful flavor of the energy cube. Indeed, the shared morsels were simply divine. After finishing his meal, the King of Flame patted Feng Xuan's shoulder and spoke slowly. Ugh, 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 ugh. Feng Xuan was left bewildered, unable to comprehend a word. What on earth was this? If it were the fire dinosaur, he might have guessed it due to their high bond, but he couldn't decipher a single thing from the large red pig before him. However, after the King of Flame finished speaking, he turned and ventured deeper, leaving them, a human, a pig, and a dragon, behind. Feng Xuan looked at the fire dinosaur in confusion, eager to understand what the pig had said. Seeing his leader looking over, the fire dinosaur quickly responded, roar. Crack, crack. It said it would go and summon old friends. We should wait. After a while, Feng Xuan finally grasped the situation and sat down to wait. Glancing at the time, he realized it was still early and felt no urgency. While he silently observed his surroundings, the ground beside him suddenly trembled. It turned out that another King of Flame had plopped down beside him, looking dejected and resting its head low, almost as if it were putting on a show. Unable to contain his amusement, Feng Xuan took out 2 energy cubes and placed them before the creature's drooping head. Before the King of Flame could finish its performance, the 2 aromatic cubes appeared before its eyes. It eagerly stuffed one into its mouth, savoring the delightful treat. Feng Xuan watched with a smile, finding the innocence of Pokémon utterly charming. According to rumors, the King of Flame was known for its straightforward personality and loyalty. Once it recognized someone as a companion, it seemed to trust them completely. It appeared that the King of Flame indeed fit this description, albeit with an added touch of lovable cunning. Feng Xuan shifted his gaze, beginning to take in the vastness of the underground space that towered hundreds of meters high. The area was riddled with bizarre rock formations, with enormous black boulders scattered throughout, interspersed with small hills. Perhaps due to the early hour or his lack of movement, Feng Xuan had yet to spot any Pokémon. Nevertheless, with the esteemed King of Flame by his side, he felt assured that the upcoming 7 days would not disappoint him. After consuming the energy cubes, the King of Flame remained beside him, while the fire dinosaur, not far off, was seething with frustration at being usurped from its spot next to its leader. For the first time, it realized that sheer strength was not always advantageous. Rather, true power lay in earning the trainer's recognition. Without the trainer, No matter how strong it was ultimately useless. As the fire dinosaur endured this torment, the King of Flame finally returned. Excited, it sprang to its feet, and its enthusiasm radiated a heat wave. Suddenly, it noticed that the King of Flame was followed by another Pokémon, a figure with enormous wings. The inner side of the wings shimmered in shades of blue-green, with horn-like protrusions at the third joint. This figure possessed a long neck, small blue eyes, and two horn-like extensions on its head, with a long, thick tail that blazed with flames. It was none other than the Charizard, its evolved form. The moment the fire dinosaur laid eyes on the Charizard, it felt as though its gaze were magnetically drawn to it. Although it had seen Charizard before, this was the first time it had the opportunity to observe it for such an extended period. It was magnificent, and the fire dinosaur longed to evolve into such a form to soar through the skies with its leader. As they exited the Charizard's territory, the Charizard ambled along with its old friend, occasionally snorting dismissively through its nostrils, as if to express its disdain for encountering someone more talented. With a chuckle, the Charizard reflected on its status as the strongest prodigy of its species, having reached evolution at the onset of its professional journey. Even the neighboring Houndoom could not rival its prowess. There was no way any other beings could match its brilliance here. Were it not for the King of Flame wagering a high-grade Firestone, it would not have bothered to accompany him. Following along impatiently, the Charizard's demeanor only shifted as they arrived at the communal square of the clan. The moment it stepped into the open space, the solar energy within it surged, but it quickly suppressed the boiling force, returning to its normal state. Although it exited the state of solar energy, it sensed a familiar aura upon entering the square. At that moment, its expression transformed, abandoning its haughty demeanor for one of keen interest. What a rich presence of solar energy! Yet, this aura felt faint, almost childlike. Just then, the leading King of Flame cheerfully waved, "Ugh. Hey, human brother. I'm back." "Human?" The Charizard tilted its head in confusion and peered forward. Suddenly, the trio of a human, a pig, and a dragon came into view. Yet, its gaze remained fixated on the dragon. Chapter 43. The path of training takes shape. Upon seeing the return of the King of Flame, it greeted Feng Xuan enthusiastically, as if to take credit for its efforts. Meanwhile, the Charizard trailing behind was utterly perplexed. Human? How could there be a human in this desolate place? Wasn't that man here just a few days ago? Its father had even met him. Could he have come back? Its father had said that man was a formidable opponent, one that it regarded as a lifelong rival. How thrilling and amusing it would be to battle him. The Charizard raised its head, eyes wide with excitement, peering forward. When the human, pig, and dragon finally came into view, its gaze fixated on the fire dinosaur. On Feng Xuan's side, upon hearing the King of Flame's call, the fire dinosaur joyfully responded and rushed toward it. Roar! Roar! Big brother, you finally returned. It had been over 3,000 seconds since it had been separated from its trainer. Hearing the King of Flame's call, Feng Xuan immediately turned to respond, only to spot a Charizard following closely behind the King of Flame. This Charizard was impressively tall and robust, its coloration even darker than that of ordinary Charizards. It stood over 2 meters high. If it continued to hone its strength, it could easily surpass 3 meters, becoming a true behemoth. Feng Xuan realized this must be the reinforcements summoned by his second elder brother. At last, the two groups of Pokémon had converged. The returning King of Flame proudly introduced its old friend, Ugh, Ugh, Ugh. Although Feng Xuan could not comprehend the elder brother's words, it was clear he had brought forth a master capable of resolving their issues. He approached the Charizard and looked up at it, only to find its gaze fixed intently on the distant fire dinosaur. Feng Xuan speculated that the fire dinosaur's potent solar energy had piqued the Charizard's interest. Seizing the moment, he spoke up. "Hello, Senior. Could you teach the fire dinosaur how to control its attributes? I am willing to offer a reward." Compared to the fire dinosaur's solitary exploration, having a mentor would greatly facilitate its growth. Although the fire dinosaur was exceptional and might succeed in mastering its powers independently, guidance from an experienced predecessor would undoubtedly enhance its development. Upon hearing the human's voice, the Charizard lowered its head, scrutinizing the figure before it with utmost seriousness. Is it true that this seemingly ordinary human has nurtured that fiery Charizard? No, that cannot be. A human capable of raising such a magnificent creature must surely be extraordinary. The purity of that Charizard's solar power is simply unparalleled. Although its aura is presently faint, given time to mature, it will undoubtedly surpass its current self. To be a senior to this Charizard would be an exhilarating experience. From Feng Xuan's perspective, the Charizard remained silent, merely tossing a few fire stones to the nearby Infernape before striding towards the Charmeleon. It seemed this esteemed elder had granted its approval. Gazing at the data panel of the Charizard before him, Feng Xuan mused that he had struck gold. Pokemon: Charizard, gender, male, rank, gym leader, LV45, type, fire, flying, ability, solar power, moves, outrage, dragon pulse, dragon dance, flare blitz, dragon dive, dragon tail, hurricane, sunny day, potential, mediocre champion. This elder Charizard not only possessed a commendable level, but also boasted a dream ability. Its move set was exceptionally versatile. Its potential stood out remarkably. This was one of the rare instances where Feng Xuan had encountered a champion's potential. While potential is capable of growth, elevating it to champion status remains a formidable challenge. For instance, the two Infernape had inferior potential, classified as quasi-champions. Nevertheless, they were still quite impressive. Back to the scene. The Charmeleon, observing the imposing figure of the Charizard approaching, immediately cast a pleading glance towards Feng Xuan. In response, Feng Xuan offered an encouraging look and a supportive gesture. Upon reaching the Charmeleon, the Charizard unleashed a thunderous roar, instantly deflating the Charmeleon's bravado. As the training commenced smoothly, Feng Xuan sighed in relief. The two Infernape, having regained their focus, returned to their posts. With the Charmeleon's issues resolved, Feng Xuan commenced a new plan. He carefully positioned the Pokemon egg incubator atop a rock, retrieved a soft mat from his backpack, and laid it on a flat stone. Next, he opened the incubator and placed the Pokemon egg on the mat, allowing it to bask under the bright sun. He intended for the egg to intermittently enjoy sunbathing. Compared to the incubator's environment, he deemed this setting far more ideal. As expected, once the egg was released, it gently wobbled, appearing quite excited. With the two major objectives of his journey accomplished, Feng Xuan stood up, satisfied. He then planned to head to the supply station to procure some food for lunch, aiming to deliver a culinary surprise to the Charizard. After utilizing an energy cube to enlist the Infernape's assistance in watching over the Pokemon egg, Feng Xuan made his way to the supply station. Meanwhile, the distracted Charmeleon, watching Feng Xuan depart, was abruptly met with a bop on the head from the Charizard. "You little rascal, dare to be distracted during my lesson?" However, this little one's solar power was astonishingly pure. No wonder it was difficult to control when agitated. Such purity defied logic. On the other side, upon arriving at the supply station, Feng Xuan diligently began his selection process. Not only were there provisions for humans, but a variety of Pokemon food was also available, all tailored to the preferences of fire-type Pokemon. After gathering his haul, Feng Xuan departed with an assortment of items. Upon returning to the Grand Plaza, Feng Xuan was greeted by a gathering of small Pokemon surrounding his egg, including adorable Poochyena, charming Charmanders, delightful Tepigs, and lovable Chimchars. It seemed they were speculating about which of their kind might emerge from the egg. Noticing that the Infernape was nearby, Feng Xuan felt a measure of reassurance. After all, in the wild, Pokemon were least likely to damage an egg or food. Yet, he still kept a watchful eye on the egg. Subsequently, he leisurely began to set up a tent. His presence instantly captivated a throng of fire-type Pokemon, who found the human far more fascinating than the egg. Soon enough, a circle of Pokemon encircled Feng Xuan as he constructed the tent. Observing Feng Xuan's efforts, some clever Monfernos and Charmeleons even stepped forward to lend a hand. Surprised by their friendliness, Feng Xuan gratefully offered them a few energy cubes. As a result, the number of Pokemon eager to assist continued to grow. Thus, with everyone working together harmoniously, the tent was flawlessly erected. At the moment of completion, cheers erupted from the surrounding Pokemon. Unable to contain his joy, Feng Xuan joined in the celebration, happily high-fiving each Pokemon. Chapter 44. Hatching. Within the subterranean realm of the fire god volcano, Feng Xuan had successfully erected a spacious tent. The interior was tastefully decorated, ample enough for him and his companions to reside comfortably. With their dwelling established, Feng Xuan proceeded to prepare lunch. Using the provisions acquired from the supply station, he constructed a rudimentary cooking station and began the culinary process. His first dish was a supplementary combination of meat energy cubes, a favorite of the Charmeleon. The meat consisted of ordinary beef, while the energy cubes were the snack variety. The preparation was straightforward. Under high heat, the snack energy cubes would melt into a savory broth, enhancing the meat's flavor. Under Feng Xuan's deft hands, the aroma of the dish wafted through the air, drawing a crowd of drooling Pokemon to his cooking station. Even the other Infernape was fixated on the pot, swallowing in anticipation, nearly unable to resist the urge to dive in. With dozens of eyes upon him, Feng Xuan finally plated the hearty meat. Next came the main dish, the Pokemon food energy cube. Unlike the previous dish, This was the true staple. The Pokemon food was specially crafted for Pokemon. A mixture of various ingredients, including meat, berries, and vegetables. While its flavor might not be the most appealing, it was packed with nutrition and catered to the energy needs of Pokemon with their monstrous physiques. Following the same procedure as before, to ensure the Charmeleon would relish the Pokemon food, Feng Xuan blended the snack energy cubes into a sauce before incorporating it with the mixture. Thus, a perfect main course was born. This main dish was something the Charmeleon would typically consume once a day, primarily during lunch while out and about, with an additional serving at night. Once the double portion of the main meal was ready, Feng Xuan began cooking rice. As a trainer who would often be traveling outdoors, he had picked up a few culinary skills. Opening various cans of vegetables and meat, Feng Xuan quickly prepared a serving of rice bowl. Once everything was complete, a splendid lunch awaited. To tantalize the palate of the Charizard, Feng Xuan had put considerable thought into his meal. "Charmeleon, it's time to eat," he exclaimed, placing the main dishes on the stone table. Hearing Feng Xuan's call, coupled with the enticing aroma wafting from the food, the Charmeleon's eyes sparkled, and drool started to flow. However, it did not spring into action immediately. Instead, it cast a hopeful glance towards the Charizard. Under the watchful gaze of the Charmeleon, the Charizard, unable to bear the intensity of its gaze, averted its eyes but ultimately nodded in agreement. Amidst a chorus of envious stares, the Charizard and Charmeleon took their seats at the stone table. As they beheld the two plates of food before them, the Charizard's throat involuntarily swallowed. "My goodness, it smells divine." Yet, the dignity and image of a master could not be compromised. Remain composed. Clumsily grasping a spoon, the Charizard placed a spoonful of succulent beef into its mouth. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Instantly, all semblance of decorum and dignity was cast aside as they indulged in ostentation. Beside them, Charmeleon was equally unreserved, flaunting its exuberance from the moment it settled down. Not only were the two of them relishing their meal, but all the Pokemon present were also engaging in displays of bravado. Though Feng Xuan had prepared only 2 portions of staple food, he had concocted an entire pot of succulent beef stew. Every Pokemon in attendance was able to partake in some of it. Among them, the two brothers were particularly gluttonous, devouring from their plates while slyly snatching bites from one another. Feng Xuan, on the other hand, felt rather embarrassed. While he excelled in crafting Pokemon cuisine, his attempts at preparing human food left much to be desired. Being a novice, his culinary skills were still developing. This lunch was unprecedentedly lively. Any Pokemon that assisted Feng Xuan received a plate of meat, whereas those who neither helped nor caused trouble were still able to sample a taste. However, those who not only refrained from helping but also engaged in mischievous antics were outright ostracized by Feng Xuan, watching enviously as other Pokemon feasted, tears streaming down their faces while drooling. After lunch concluded, Charmeleon was whisked away by Charizard. Following such a sumptuous meal, it was filled with boundless anticipation for dinner, thus dedicating itself to its training with renewed vigor. Feng Xuan's meticulously prepared lunch had indeed proven effective. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan pondered how to wash the plates. Using pure water would be an extravagant waste. Did this dilapidated volcano even have a water source? It should, otherwise how could so many Pokemon utilize water? Just as he was lost in thought, Blaziken doused the plates with steaming water. Feng Xuan's eyes twitched at the sight, yet he still gave it a thumbs up. After ensuring everything was hygienic, Feng Xuan collapsed onto a stone bench, exhausted. The number of Pokemon present, though not quite 100, certainly numbered in the dozens. The workload had indeed been taxing. Glancing down at his slightly trembling hands, Feng Xuan's resolve to seek out a psychic-type Pokemon only strengthened. Just then, a small Chimchar waddled over, clutching an egg. "Huh, why did you take it out? I had placed it carefully." Feng Xuan had thought he had secured the egg well, only to find this little rascal had retrieved it. He recognized this Chimchar. It had been quite helpful and was full of energy. Woo-woo, woo. The little Chimchar appeared inexplicably excited, as if eager to convey something. Though Feng Xuan did not comprehend, he instinctively cradled the egg once more. The moment the egg rested in his palm, it shook violently, seemingly sensing Feng Xuan's proximity, shaking even more vigorously. Holy moly, is it about to hatch? Feng Xuan's heart raced with excitement, feeling utterly flustered. Calm down. Soft cushion, towel, warm water, food, milk, Charmeleon. Come back. Upon hearing Feng Xuan's frantic call, Charmeleon dashed back without looking back, fearing for its trainer's safety. It had now learned to suppress its abilities with ease and was currently seeking guidance from Charizard for further development. Upon reaching Feng Xuan's side, it sighed in relief. The boss is fine. The egg is merely hatching. Huh, what? The egg is hatching. I'm going to be a big brother. Ho ho ho. Thus, under the watchful eyes of many, the egg's trembling finally ceased, and cracks began to appear on its shell. As a multitude of fissures emerged, a bright light enveloped the scene. A tiny figure materialized from the radiance, adorned with adorable large ears, agile limbs, and a tail of flame. The Chimchar had hatched. After much diligent care from Feng Xuan, the egg had finally yielded a little Chimchar, now nestled safely in Feng Xuan's hands. This little creature, a monkey-type Pokémon, was known for its energetic nature, yet at this moment, it lay peacefully in the embrace of its human companion. Welcome to this world, little Chimchar. Become my partner. Chapter 45. A task falls into my lap. On the very first day of entering the volcano's interior, the egg that Feng Xuan had nurtured hatched. The little one, now peacefully resting in his arms, was indeed the Chimchar. Its bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, taking in the surroundings. Gradually, it clambered up Feng Xuan's arm to perch on his shoulder, observing the world. It beheld the concerned gathering of little Pokémon, the robust and towering Charmeleon, other Chimchars that seemed friendly, and the plump brother. After gazing around for a while, it appeared to lose interest and returned its focus to its trainer. Its gaze lingering intently, Feng Xuan picked up a bottle filled with fresh milk, initiating the first feeding. The little Chimchar, unreserved, eagerly drank, guzzling the delicious milk with squinted eyes of delight. After finishing a bottle, its eyelids grew heavy, and it promptly fell asleep in Feng Xuan's embrace. What do you think, Charmeleon? Isn't it adorable? Feng Xuan said to the eagerly watching Charmeleon, who nodded vigorously in agreement. This little one was indeed charming. It seemed a new responsibility had been added to Charmeleon's duties. I must grow stronger. I'll train with Charizard. I can't let the little brother catch up to me, Charmeleon declared, charging off to train. Once everything returned to normal, Feng Xuan finally had a moment to review the data panel for his new Chimchar. Pokemon, Chimchar, gender, male, rank, novice, LV1, type, fire, ability, Iron Fist, moves, Scratch, Leer, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, potential, near champion. Oh wow, this little one is truly exceptional. In terms of potential, it surpasses the previous brother. To possess near champion potential at such a tender age is remarkable. This one is destined for greatness. The rarity of its Iron Fist ability combined with such a fitting move set was indeed impressive. Learning 2 moves from the farmer's 3 punches right off the bat. With the Iron Fist ability, this little Chimchar will pack quite a punch. I can't wait to see what kind of Pokemon it will become under Feng Xuan's guidance. At that moment, Feng Xuan's system chimed in. Beep. Task, hatching. Perfectly completed. Task reward, 5,000 coins. Ding dong. The coins were credited to his account, instantly uplifting Feng Xuan's spirits. However, even more delightful news awaited. Beep. Task issued. Task, breakthrough. Task description, work diligently to train Chimchar. Help Chimchar advance beyond novice to ordinary rank. Task reward, 1,000 coins. Enhanced punch move learning device. Wow. This task reward has left me utterly astonished. Feng Xuan mused, surprised that it included items not available in the system shop. The system shop, while vast, primarily categorized its offerings as items. Strictly speaking, move learning devices did not fall under that category, thus explaining their absence from the shop. Similarly, the various energy blocks with unique effects were products of human ingenuity in this world. While the shop had its limitations, its ceiling was indeed lofty. The upper limit of items could reach the level of creation stones. Not to mention those extraordinary items like diamond pearls, white jade pearls, and platinum pearls. Beep. Task issued. Task, advancement breakthrough. Task description, a new companion has joined, and the training of the fire dinosaur must not be neglected. Strive to help the fire dinosaur break through to the elite level. The professional realm is within reach. Task reward, 10,000 gold coins, and a set of magical feathers. What is going on with the system today? It is so extraordinarily active. 10,000 gold coins along with a complete set of magical feathers. This is undoubtedly the most generous reward for a task ever. However, despite the bountiful rewards, this task is not something that can be accomplished anytime soon. It can be regarded as a promising prospect. As the little fire monkey snoozed, an entire afternoon quietly passed. During this time, the fire dinosaur relentlessly bombarded a small hill with its moves. The Dragonite instructed it to control the power of its moves within certain intervals on this sunny day. By mastering its characteristics, it could utilize its moves effectively across different power ranges, thereby reasonably managing its stamina and energy consumption. It is crucial to note that using moves under the sun's power would intensify the Pokemon's exhaustion. In battles between experts, If it devolves into a war of attrition, every ounce of energy and stamina expended could sway the outcome of the battle. While the fire dinosaur diligently trained, Feng Xuan was also immersed in his studies. The characteristics of various berries were being etched into his mind, only to slip away moments later. Feng Xuan sighed in frustration, wishing he could activate a cheat right then. If only he had superpowers. Yet, recalling that the newly born little ones required gold coins for support, he restrained his impatience. No, with so many Pokémon around, he would capture a fire dinosaur for battle tomorrow. At worst, he could treat those Pokémon to meat. As dinner time approached, Feng Xuan promptly began preparing the evening meal. Like lunch, dinner consisted of a staple and a side, although this time, beef was replaced with chicken, an exquisite fried chicken feast. Afterwards, he also prepared dinner for the little fire monkey with a combination of milk and energy cubes. At the dinner table, watching the three Pokémon devour their meal with gusto, Feng Xuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The Dragonite was completely won over. It was delighted not only to show off in front of its talented junior, but also to enjoy a sumptuous feast. Oh my! The food from before was hardly worthy of a dragon. However, how long could such good days last? This little brat learns too quickly. In just one day, it had nearly mastered its characteristics. What would it do when there was nothing left to teach? As these thoughts whirled in its mind, the Dragonite suddenly felt a pang of sorrow, though its eating pace did not slow. As night fell, the sun in the sky began to dim. Feng Xuan was taken aback. He had thought the bright sunny day would persist indefinitely, but it seemed the sun, too, had its own regular setting. Curious about this scene, Feng Xuan looked up to see how the sun was disappearing. The fire dinosaur beside him also raised its head to the sky. The little fire monkey perched on Feng Xuan's shoulder imitated the action, gazing at the extinguishing sun. Just as the sun was about to set, a figure suddenly descended from the heavens. With a loud thud, it crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, the sun vanished. The space plunged into darkness. Fortunately, two sources of light remained beside Feng Xuan, the tail of the fire dinosaur and the tail of the little fire monkey. With the aid of their flames, Feng Xuan could vaguely see that the figure that had landed seemed to be a four-legged creature. Just as Feng Xuan curiously leaned forward to observe, the main character approached them. The newcomer was extraordinarily tall, robust, and strikingly handsome. Its flowing mane was so enchanting that one could not resist the urge to reach out and touch it. The Pokémon before him was none other than the legendary Wind Speed Dog. Chapter 46, The Source of Fire. Gazing at the imposing and handsome Wind Speed Dog from a distance, Feng Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He longed to hop on and ride it. In contrast to Feng Xuan's exhilaration, the Dragonite remained notably calm. Wasn't this its Uncle Wind? It was unexpected that today was its duty to summon the sunny day. At this moment, Feng Xuan also realized, if all went well, the clear sky overhead had been conjured by the Pokémon before him to wield such a splendid sunny day. What incredible strength must one possess? With this thought, Feng Xuan could not help but open the data panel. To his astonishment, a lavish display greeted him. Pokémon, Wind Speed Dog. Gender, male. Realm, King, LV70. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Moves, Quick Attack, Flare Blitz, Overheat, Solar Beam, Sunny Day, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Psychic Fong. Potential, Moderate King. Source, Fire, 10. The Wind Speed Dog, boasting a formidable level of 70, dazzled Feng Xuan's eyes. Levels beyond 61 marked the domain of kings. And the being before him was a powerful entity among the kings. This was Feng Xuan's second encounter with such a formidable being. The first was that Black Charizard, but it had departed too swiftly for him to glimpse its data panel. However, compared to the panel before him now, it surely would not be lacking. Feng Xuan continued to peruse the data. The remarkably luxurious move pool contained nearly all the moves that the Wind Speed Dog lineage could learn. However, it was somewhat disappointing regarding potential. According to the system's detailed classification of the King realm, the Wind Speed Dog before him had reached the upper limit of its potential. This meant that it had arrived at the apex of its strength. Unless it encountered divine opportunities, it would be challenging for it to break through to level 71 or higher in the realm of kings. Nevertheless, even at level 70, it represented a pinnacle that most individuals could hardly hope to reach in their lifetime. As for the source listed at the bottom, this was Feng Xuan's first encounter. It seemed that the source signified a new type of power mastered by King Pokémon. Previously, he had often heard others speak of the combination and fusion of moves as a realm of exploration for professional Pokémon. After all, as Pokémon progressed, their advancement slowed, and they had to seek other means to enhance their strength. The source must represent the domain of exploration for King Pokémon. System, what is the source? Feng Xuan inquired. Ding. The source is the origin of power, the origin of moves, the origin of attributes. It is the ticket to enter the king realm and serves as the dividing line between quasi-kings and kings. It is a broad avenue leading to higher levels. Although the system's explanation seemed quite grandiose, Feng Xuan remained perplexed about how to acquire such a thing. Just as Feng Xuan was lost in thought, the towering wind speed dog had already approached them. Observing the magnificent presence of the wind speed dog, the fire dinosaur took a step forward, throat rumbling. Meanwhile, the little fire monkey had already buried its head into Feng Xuan's neck. The wind speed dog merely cast a surprised glance at the trio before turning and striding away. At that moment, Feng Xuan also regained his composure, gazing longingly at the retreating figure of the wind speed dog. This was what it meant to be strong. The aura emanating from it was so profound that it instilled a sense of awe. Not only did Feng Xuan yearn to become a formidable being, but the fire dinosaur shared the same sentiment, its eyes fixed intently on the departing wind speed dog. The little fire monkey also lifted its head, eyes shining brightly. Remarkably, a mere encounter with the kingly wind speed dog had inadvertently inspired them. The night passed in silence, and the first day came to an end. The following day, a radiant sunny day, quietly dawned. As the sun streamed through the tent seams, Feng Xuan rubbed his eyes and got up. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, after finishing breakfast, the fire dinosaur immediately began training alone. It practiced its characteristics against a massive boulder. The fire dinosaur's enthusiasm even motivated the little fire monkey. Clutching the hem of Feng Xuan's garment, the little flame monkey pointed toward the distant Charizard, seemingly expressing a desire to engage in training. Feng Xuan hesitated, for as a newly hatched Pokémon, the little flame monkey not only possessed a mere level 1, but also exhibited considerable frailty. To preserve its enthusiasm, Feng Xuan acquiesced to take it for a leisurely stroll. Circling the plaza, as an energetic little monkey Pokémon, the flame monkey displayed exuberance during its inaugural exercise, effortlessly navigating the rocky terrain. Feng Xuan ambled slowly, occasionally surveying the surrounding environment. For reasons unknown, the area was notably deficient in fire stones, making it arduous for him to locate even one or two. He surmised that perhaps the Pokémon inhabiting this space had excavated them. The most prominent feature here, it seemed, was the brilliant sun overhead. Gazing at the clear blue sky, Feng Xuan curiously activated his data panel, and to his surprise, it registered the following. Pokémon, Infernape. Gender, male. Realm, champion, LV68. Type, fire, fighting. Ability, blaze. Moves, NA. Potential, moderate champion. Origins, fire, 7, fighting, 1. Once again, he was presented with an exceptionally lavish panel, particularly the dual origin mastery, which was truly astonishing. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he contemplated introducing the little flame monkey to it during the night. After several laps around the plaza, the little flame monkey finally succumbed to fatigue, nestling into Feng Xuan's embrace and drifting off to sleep. Truly, Pokémon are the darlings of the heavens. Having just been born yesterday, the little flame monkey was already capable of long-distance exercise. Of course, it might also be attributed to its exceptional potential, allowing for rapid physical development. Perhaps in just a few days, the little flame monkey would be ready for simple battles. After feeding it the milk he carried, Feng Xuan returned to the camp. Yet, upon his arrival, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Surrounding his tent were a plethora of Pokémon. Perhaps due to the effects of the Pokémon transmission from the previous day, the number of Pokémon today exceeded that of yesterday. Among them were several high-level ones. What were they doing encircling the camp? To his astonishment, they were examining the dishes Feng Xuan had left unwashed after breakfast. This scene slightly reshaped Feng Xuan's perspective. It appeared that the two most significant concerns for wild Pokémon were, indeed, food and Pokémon eggs. Observing so many high-level Pokémon gathered, Feng Xuan's heart ignited with excitement. He called out loudly, "Charizard, you're back." As soon as his voice echoed, Charizard, covered in dust, swiftly appeared before him. After a brief exchange of glances, Charizard grasped Feng Xuan's intentions. With a tug on Charizard, Feng Xuan endeavored to push through the throng. After a bit of pulling and tugging, he finally reached the front of the tent. The sudden appearance of a human in the center sent the scene into a frenzy. Old friends from yesterday greeted him joyously, while new acquaintances approached with curiosity. Feng Xuan exchanged greetings with his old friends before seizing a frying pan, designating Charizard as the source of heat, while instructing the little flame monkey to prepare canned meat. As the meat hit the pan, the enticing aroma instantly hushed the crowd. However, it was not long before the wild Pokémon eagerly encircled the makeshift stove. After swatting away a few paws attempting to snatch the spatula, Feng Xuan triumphantly served up a pot of stir-fried meat enhanced with energy cubes. After fending off more paws reaching for the delectable morsels, and under Charizard's vigilant watch, Feng Xuan raised his voice. "Everyone, quiet down. Listen to me." Although he shouted with all his might, the crowd continued their chatter. Yesterday's attendees raved about how delicious the meat was, while today's newcomers challenged the veracity of those claims. Amidst the commotion, several newcomers attempted to reach for the food directly. Instantly, Feng Xuan felt a few beads of sweat form on his brow. Upon seeing that Dragonite had also arrived, his eyes lit up. He swiftly placed the pot of meat into its embrace. The moment Dragonite clutched the pot, its eyes sparkled with anticipation, gleaming like gold. Having missed out on a meaty midnight snack, it had hardly been able to sleep. Today, it had come early, hoping to snag some breakfast. "Dragonite, lend a hand and maintain order. I'll give you an extra portion at noon," Feng Xuan whispered beside it. Upon hearing this, Dragonite thumped its chest confidently. With a thunderous roar, Dragonite commanded silence among all the Pokémon present. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng Xuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, reflecting on the allure of strength. Once the crowd quieted, he began to proclaim, "If you wish to feast on meat, if you yearn for milk, if you desire to bask in the envious gazes of others, then face off against it. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall provide you with ample servings of meat." With a pat on Charizard's side, Feng Xuan unveiled his intentions. Chapter 47, The Wheel Battle. "Face off with my Charizard. Regardless of victory or defeat, I shall provide you with ample servings of meat." As the surroundings finally quieted, Feng Xuan shouted. In tandem with his declaration, Charizard immediately adopted a fierce, challenging expression, igniting the fervor of the crowd. The Pokémon at the first evolutionary stage surged forward, eager to commence the battle and indulge in the feast. However, with Charizard acting as a friendly referee, a space was cleared for the contest. Charizard boldly strode into the arena, its gaze surveying the onlookers with disdain. Roar! It let out a mighty bellow, issuing a challenge to the surrounding Pokémon. In response, a Pokémon stepped forward from the crowd, ready to battle. With fists colliding, the Infernape announced its readiness for combat. Pokémon, Infernape. Gender, male. Realm, Elite, LV25. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Blaze. Moves, NA. Potential, Near Champion. Such a panel. Charizard had been able to effortlessly defeat it even before its training. Now, the only consideration was to manage its energy consumption during the ensuing wheel battle. Charizard needed to deliver a resounding shock to this cohort of sheltered flowers. Infernape, brimming with arrogance, launched into a rapid sonic punch. As a move characterized by its incredible speed, it swiftly closed the distance to Charizard's face. Charizard Flame Punch. Feng Xuan reacted swiftly, anticipating Infernape's opening move. Faced with the imminent threat, Charizard did not flinch, retaliating with a flaming fist. Having mastered the flame punch technique, Charizard unleashed it with ease. Bang! The two fists collided with tremendous force. In that brief standoff, Infernape was sent reeling back as if struck by a tidal wave. Charizard's powerful fist sent it tumbling several times. Once it finally regained its footing, Infernape staggered to its feet. Suddenly, Infernape's aura surged, activating its Blaze ability. Unexpectedly, a single flame punch from Charizard had inflicted severe damage, triggering Infernape's Blaze ability. This scene left the observing Pokémon dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the so-called strong Infernape would prove so vulnerable. This foreign Charizard was astonishingly powerful, fueled by its Blaze ability. Infernape let out a fierce roar and charged toward Charizard engulfed in flames. This was Infernape's Flame Wheel technique. Feng Xuan shook his head faintly. Typically, while Pokémon fought with reckless abandon. Dragon Breath. Confronted with a target presented before him, the Charmeleon unleashed a fierce breath of fire. The powerful torrent collided head-on with the charging Monferno, resulting in a resounding crash. As the smoke cleared, it became evident that despite Charmeleon's relentless efforts, Monferno had succumbed to defeat. Thus, the battle concluded in a rather uncomplicated manner. Ding! Acquired 500 coins. Although the contest lacked excitement, the sound of coins being credited was undeniably delightful. After setting Monferno aside to rest and providing it with a platter of meat, Feng Xuan called out once more. "Welcome the next challenger. There is plenty of meat to go around." With these words, the onlooking Pokémon erupted into a clamor, each clamoring for a chance to battle. The defeat of the Vanguard Monferno did not dampen the fighting spirit of the wild Pokémon. Rather, it ignited their combative instincts. Eventually, after much chattering and discussion, a Charmeleon stepped forward. Although this Charmeleon stood nearly 1.5 meters tall, it still seemed slightly inferior when facing Feng Xuan's own Charmeleon. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Gender, male. Rank, Elite, LV30. Type, Fire. Ability, Solar Power. Moves, innate. Potential, Initial Champion. Observing the incoming opponent's statistics, Feng Xuan felt an unusual excitement. This Charmeleon was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, boasting not only a robust level, but also the coveted ability, Solar Power. At that moment, amidst a gathering of Fire-type Pokemon, the two Charmeleons faced each other, the atmosphere crackling with anticipation. The onlookers fell silent, eagerly awaiting the outcome of this confrontation. Almost simultaneously, both Charmeleons sprang into action. The wild Charmeleon instantly activated its Solar Power ability. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan's Charmeleon unleashed a fiery breath towards its opponent. Though his Charmeleon had not entered the Solar Power state due to the wheel battle format, its fiery breath was still intimidating. In its normal state, Feng Xuan's Charmeleon's Fire-type moves received over a one-fold enhancement. The opposing Charmeleon, refusing to be outdone, retaliated with its own fiery breath, empowered by Solar Power. The two torrents of flame collided with tremendous force. Boom! The impact of the two fire dragons created a series of explosive sounds as flames erupted in all directions. Witnessing the flames splatter perilously close, the wild Charmeleon realized it had been at a disadvantage during the collision. Yet, it found this hard to comprehend. Not only did it hold a higher level than its opponent, but it had also activated the Solar Power ability. Despite this, it still felt overwhelmed. The opposing Charmeleon seemed unusually formidable. Nevertheless, it retained unwavering confidence. Under the Solar Power condition, its special attack would be significantly enhanced, and it excelled in special attacks. The wild Charmeleon began to gather energy, preparing to unleash its trump card. Feng Xuan, sensing the intensity of the battle, instructed his Charmeleon to charge up for an even more powerful fiery breath. The wild Charmeleon accumulated energy rapidly, unleashing a massive flame shaped like a character towards Feng Xuan's Charmeleon. This was one of the fire type's ultimate moves, the flamethrower. In response, Feng Xuan's Charmeleon, having charged up for a while, released its own fiery breath. The two flames ignited a simple yet fierce exchange. Boom! At the moment of collision, the explosive sound of flames resonated throughout the underground arena. Tiny flames scattered in every direction, startling the onlooking Pokémon into retreat. The battleground lay in ruins, scorched by the intense heat generated from the clash. Yet, judging by the level of destruction, the wild Charmeleon was far from satisfied. While it had managed to match its opponent's fiery breath, the energy expenditure of the two moves was entirely different. Following the consumption of a round of fiery breath enhanced by Solar Power and the flamethrower, it found itself with less than half of its stamina and energy remaining. In stark contrast, its opponent appeared to be in far better condition. Realizing this, it voluntarily relinquished its Solar Power ability. It was clear that it had lost this battle, and continuing would serve no purpose. Observing the opponent's withdrawal from the Solar Power ability, Feng Xuan understood that it had conceded defeat. At this sight, Charmeleon lifted its head in triumph. It had emerged victorious. Ding! Acquired 999 coins. Gazing at the credited coins, Feng Xuan exclaimed with joy. This was the advantage of battling strong opponents. Coins were flowing in abundantly. He found himself eagerly anticipating the prospect of facing professional trainers. As the onlooking Pokémon witnessed Charmeleon's victory, they erupted into a flurry of discussions. However, their chatter did little to affect the wild Charmeleon, which was now indulging in a platter of meat. With a bite of meat, it revealed a blissful expression. Observing the injured Monferno feasting nearby, Charmeleon felt a surge of cleverness. It had not only avoided injury, but was now happily devouring meat. Regrettably, it lamented that it could have enjoyed even more if it had emerged victorious. After Charmeleon's turn, the eager onlookers were more than ready for their chance to battle. They suspected that the wild Charmeleon might have feigned defeat, questioning why it had suddenly conceded. Coupled with the allure of meat, they eagerly vied for a chance to face Charmeleon. A wild Tepig leaped forth from the crowd, patting its belly as it accepted the challenge. Moments later, the Tepig lay defeated by Charmeleon's punch, tears in its eyes as it began to consume roasted meat. Oh, that punch hurt so much, but this meat is delicious. The sight of Tepig elicited disdain from the onlookers. A larger Tepig immediately stepped up, determined to restore its family's honor. Not long after, a stout Tepig that had endured 2 rounds joined the fray, tears streaming down its face as it declared, "Oh, I won't lose my pride. This is too delicious." In the brief span of time, 4 Pokémon had been eliminated. Nevertheless, the onlookers remained eager to engage in challenges, such as the spirit of wild Pokémon, unafraid of battle. Monferno stepped up, defeated in 2 rounds. Charmander stepped up, defeated in 1 round. Fire Monkey stepped up, defeated in 1 round. Herdier stepped up, defeated in 2 rounds. Charmeleon stepped up, defeated in 3 rounds. As the wheel battle continued, the number of rounds in which Charmeleon triumphed increased. Yet, this did not hinder its relentless momentum. Until finally, a professional-level Arcanine chose to enter the fray, propelling the intensity of the battle to its zenith. Chapter 48. Victory. Power of the Earth. Engaged in the wheel battle, Charmeleon began to slow down in dispatching opponents. Nevertheless, its invincible aura remained undiminished. Even the onlooking wild Pokémon were astounded. Such tenacity. The wild Pokémon admired Charmeleon's prowess to the extent that an Arcanine decided to join the battle. Upon witnessing Arcanine's entrance, the onlookers erupted into fervent discussions. Feng Xuan too sensed the extraordinary nature of the challenger. Opening the data panel, he realized he had indeed hooked a formidable opponent. Pokémon, Arcanine. Gender, male. Rank, professional, LV32. Type, fire. Ability, justified. Moves, NA. Potential, initial champion. Before him stood the true powerhouse he had awaited for so long. It was time for Charmeleon to showcase its true strength. Charmeleon, fight with all your might. Feng Xuan shouted. With a roar, Charmeleon's demeanor shifted, its eyes sharpening with intensity. In the next instant, a terrifying wave of heat radiated from Charmeleon, distorting the air around it. It had entered the solar power state. Witnessing this, Arcanine braced itself for the impending challenge. It was indeed the first time it had encountered such a terrifying manifestation of solar power. Simply astonishing. The 2 Pokémon stood in fierce opposition, on the brink of battle. In an instant, the swift Houndoom sprang into action, transforming into a blinding flash. It charged directly at Charmeleon. Was it extreme speed? Charmeleon met it head-on with a fire punch. Observing this, Feng Xuan reacted swiftly. The Houndoom before him did not possess the blaze ability. This was advantageous for Charmeleon. In a split second, Houndoom closed the distance and collided with Charmeleon. Charmeleon, unwaveringly trusting Feng Xuan's command, initiated the fire punch without even seeing the foe clearly. With an unstoppable momentum, it clashed with Houndoom. Bang! With a resounding crash. The 2 Pokémon were forced apart, both staggering back. After being pushed back several steps, Charmeleon steadied itself, gazing at the equally staggered Houndoom, its eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. It seemed that professional ranks were not insurmountable. Roaring fiercely, Charmeleon unleashed its battle intent. Grr! Houndoom responded with an equally spirited howl. In the next moment, a terrifying inferno enveloped Houndoom, which immediately surged forward on its 4 legs, charging at Charmeleon. Flare Blitz. Charmeleon, use Dragon Rage next. Feng Xuan's blood surged with excitement as he fervently commanded. This move must land. Otherwise, the rhythm of the battle would fall into the opponent's hands. As the terrifying flames approached, Charmeleon let out a low growl, summoning all its strength. In an instant, crimson energy surged in Charmeleon's eyes, enveloping it in a violet aura. With a torrent of flames, Houndoom lunged toward Charmeleon. Charmeleon retaliated, swinging its mighty fist. Boom! The collision resonated throughout the underground arena. The shockwave from their clash swept wildly throughout the space. The scorching winds left Feng Xuan drenched in sweat, yet he remained fixated on the center of the impact. As the smoke began to clear, the silhouettes of a dog and a dragon struggling against each other came into view. Seeing Charmeleon caught in a stalemate, Feng Xuan felt a pang of worry for the battle's outcome. After the previous exchanges, he was concerned about Charmeleon's condition. In this struggle, Feng Xuan believed Charmeleon would temporarily prevail, as Houndoom would be weakened by the recoil from Flare Blitz. Sure enough, after a brief struggle, the flames surrounding Houndoom finally subsided, and the backlash from the move made it let out a pained whimper before being sent flying by Charmeleon, tumbling to the ground. Meanwhile, Charmeleon was also panting heavily, half kneeling in place. After rolling a few times, Houndoom managed to regain its footing, albeit exhausted, keeping a wary eye on Charmeleon. Charmeleon, gather your strength. Flamethrower. Although Feng Xuan was concerned about Charmeleon's condition, now was the time to press forward. If he merely allowed Charmeleon to rest, it would face the consequences of Dragon Rage later. Charmeleon struggled to rise, channeling the last remnants of its energy, gathering it in its throat. In the next moment, a colossal fire dragon was unleashed from Charmeleon. With various enhancements, this fiery breath was immensely powerful. The residual heat alone caused the ground to glow faintly red. Faced with the rapidly approaching fire dragon, Houndoom was taken aback by Charmeleon's resolve. Even after such exhaustion, the attack came so swiftly. I just need to hold out a little longer. As the fire dragon surged toward its face, a protective barrier enveloped Houndoom at last. The impact of the fire dragon against the shield left Houndoom feeling overwhelmed. It sighed in relief, then activated Morning Sunday, shielding with Morning Sun, a staple combination for Houndoom's species. It had learned this with utmost diligence. Just when it thought it was secure, the flamethrower continued to batter against the shield. Houndoom widened its eyes, looking over to see Charmeleon still unleashing flames. Under the relentless assault of the powerful fire dragon, what should have been a resilient barrier now wavered precariously. Oh no, the incoming flamethrower is too strong. The shield is about to break. Houndoom snapped back to reality from the morning sun, flames once again enveloping its body. Bang! The barrier shattered. Charmeleon's flamethrower collided once more with Houndoom's flare blitz. This time, the outcome was no longer a stalemate. Amidst the explosion of flames, Houndoom was violently sent flying. Although the shield had protected it, it ultimately caused its downfall. Houndoom fell to the ground, rolling in disarray, dust coating its fur. Yet it did not rise again. In this battle of surpassing ranks, Charmeleon emerged victorious. Charmeleon, you won. Feng Xuan approached Charmeleon, placing his hands on its shoulders, sharing in the joy of victory. Charmeleon smiled proudly before closing its eyes and toppling forward. Feng Xuan caught the fainted Charmeleon, his eyes filled with contentment. Ding! You have earned 1,200 coins. In this professional-level battle, Feng Xuan had surprisingly amassed over 1,000 coins. Not only had he caught the fish, but he had also successfully reeled it in. Reflecting on this, Feng Xuan opened the system to check his panel. Host, Feng Xuan. Pokémon, Charmeleon, Ability, Solar Power, Chimchar, Iron Fist. Items, NA. Quests, Breakthrough, Advanced Breakthrough. Shop, now open. Coins, 22,200. Now, he could be referred to as a little tycoon. With over 20,000 coins to his name, Feng Xuan wasted no time in making a purchase. System, purchase Evergreen Power. Ding, purchase successful. Ding, please choose a quiet environment to merge Evergreen Power. Yes, the moment for Evergreen Power to arrive had finally come. He had been anticipating this moment for so long. Among the 4 special abilities, Evergreen Power, Eternal Green Power, was undoubtedly the finest. It was the best ability for nurturing Pokémon. Not only could it facilitate communication between trainers and Pokémon, but it could also sense the emotions of Pokémon and even heal them. Its healing properties were extraordinarily remarkable, just like the living example of Sakaki. With the aid of Evergreen Power, he raised a legendary Beedrill. He was able to push Beedrill to break limits time and again, while also healing the drawbacks of those limits. That was why his Beedrill was so formidable. Therefore, Evergreen Power was Feng Xuan's first choice for a special ability. Moreover, it was perfectly suited for the current circumstances. The weary Charmeleon was in dire need of Evergreen Power's assistance. To return to the point, after Charmeleon fell unconscious, Feng Xuan also decided against continuing the battle for the time being. He planned to slip away to merge the ability and then treat Charmeleon. However, the Pokémon surrounding them were not inclined to leave. They were absolutely elated. Today had provided them with more joyful experiences than ever before. They surrounded Feng Xuan, showering him with praise and affection. This human is truly remarkable. Even Houndoom was no match for him. Unable to leave just yet, Feng Xuan settled Charmeleon comfortably before tending to the fainted Houndoom. He carefully groomed its matted fur and called upon Infernape to bring warm water. The surrounding Pokémon joined in to assist in moving the heavy Houndoom. Feng Xuan gently cleaned Charmeleon's burns and abrasions. The little Chimchar was utterly adorable. Every time Feng Xuan wiped away an injury, it would blow on it with a pained expression. Thus, the brief morning battle came to an end. Chapter 49, Healing. Healing. Following the successive fainting of both the Fire Dragon and the Wind Speed Dog, the battle was concluded. After the skirmish, Feng Xuan attentively tended to the injuries of both Pokémon, applying ointment to their wounds. The observing Pokémon also stepped forward to assist, helping to lift the hefty Wind Speed Dog, which weighed around 300 to 400 pounds. Once everything was settled, Feng Xuan fed the Wind Speed Dog all the meat before returning to the tent. With the sleeping Fire Dragon slung over his back, he lay down and drifted off to sleep. The little flame monkey climbed onto Feng Xuan's chest, slowly shutting its eyes. With a zip of the tent, the 3 of them intended to indulge in a nap. System, initiate the fusion of the power of eternity. In that fleeting moment before slumber, Feng Xuan did not forget about the fusion of the power of eternity, and it was indeed fortuitous that he could engage in the fusion during his dreams. After yawning, Feng Xuan's eyelids grew heavy, and his breathing steadied. Before long, he was enveloped in dreams. In a daze, he awoke on a grassy expanse. Although he was uncertain why he found himself on the grass, it felt entirely reasonable. He slowly rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. Grass, forests, flowers. Green dominated his vision. He strolled alone across the verdant meadow. As he walked, he sensed something amiss. It seemed as though he was missing a presence. It felt peculiar to think that he ought not to be alone. How strange. This sensation of not being himself felt oddly disconcerting. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and as it brushed against his face, Feng Xuan heard a voice carried by the wind. Following the sound, he ventured into the forest. After navigating through clusters of trees, Feng Xuan discovered an altar constructed of stones. Ascending the stone steps, he found a small shrine at its apex. The shrine was modest in stature, standing at his shoulder height. At its base rested a potted sapling. Beside the sapling, Feng Xuan noted a watering can. What an odd arrangement, he mused. Without further ado, he picked up the watering can and began to water the plant. As he continued, he was astonished to see the sapling stirring. Gradually, an onion bulb emerged from the pot, crowning the sapling. Feeling the water dribbling onto its head, the onion's large eyes blinked in curiosity. Then, a jet of water splashed all over Feng Xuan's face. Startled by the cold water, the vision shattered. In reality, Feng Xuan abruptly sat up. Instinctively, he touched his face, only to find it greasy. Furrowing his brow, he realized he must have just experienced a dream. Yet, upon awakening, the memories of the dream began to evaporate swiftly. Now, he could only recall arriving in a forest and discovering a shrine. Within the shrine, there appeared to be a curious onion bulb. Feng Xuan quickly recognized the identity of the onion. If he was not mistaken, it was none other than the mythical Pokémon, Celebi. However, apart from the onion bulb, he could not recall anything else. Dreams are indeed a mysterious realm. Glancing at the time, Feng Xuan noted that it was now noon. He looked around and saw that the little flame monkey and the fire dragon were still sound asleep in the tent. The fire dragon was undoubtedly fatigued, while the little flame monkey was in a phase where it required ample rest. Feng Xuan paused, suddenly recalling something. Oh right, how was his power of eternity faring? Host, Feng Xuan. Pokemon, fire dragon, ability, solar power, little flame monkey, iron fist. Items, NA. Tasks, breakthrough, evolutionary breakthrough. Abilities, power of eternity, beginner. Coins, 12,200. Observing the system panel, Feng Xuan nodded in satisfaction. It appeared that the fusion of the power of eternity had gone remarkably well. Furthermore, his panel had undergone a transformation. Mall, open, had changed to abilities. The subsequent level indicated the rank of his abilities. There were 4 levels in total: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate. The beginner level of the power of eternity was already quite useful. Healing, communication, all of it was commendable. Moreover, with Feng Xuan's frequent practice and usage, the ability would surely level up. As for the higher levels of the power of eternity, from what Feng Xuan understood, the advanced level manifested an extraordinary ability, the capacity to temporarily elevate a Pokémon's level. This ability had precedent. Xiaowang could utilize the power of the evergreen forest to enhance the levels of its Pokémon. This was a direct quote from the official introduction of Xiaowang. As a healer, she had maximized the potential of the power of eternity. Not to mention, she possessed even more remarkable capabilities, such as the rainbow feather and silver feather. Returning to the matter at hand, having attained the power of eternity, Feng Xuan began to sense this newfound power. Deep within his mind, a green seed emitted a faint glow. As Feng Xuan activated the power of eternity, the seed's radiance intensified, nearly bursting forth. In reality, as he channeled the power of eternity, he transformed into a little green figure, radiating a beautiful green luminescence. However, as he became more familiar with the ability, the light gradually coalesced in his palm. The gentle green glow emanating from his hand exuded an aura that was both delightful and warm, instilling a sense of comfort. Feng Xuan placed his hand on the slumbering fire dragon, closing his eyes. As he activated his ability, the life-giving green light permeated the fire dragon's body. Subsequently, Feng Xuan discovered he could perceive the fire dragon's physical condition. Outside the fire dragon's body lay unhealed wounds, while within, there were hidden injuries that had accumulated. Each scar weighed heavily on Feng Xuan's heart, prompting him to commence healing with unwavering determination. As the green light seeped in, the fire dragon's wounds began to heal rapidly. This healing was remarkably potent. Once completed, there were no scars left behind. After Feng Xuan meticulously examined the fire dragon's condition time and again, its physical state was rejuvenated. Conversely, beads of sweat began to crystallize on Feng Xuan's forehead. Utilizing the power of eternity not only drained his mental energy, but also his physical stamina. After healing just one Pokemon, Feng Xuan found himself slightly winded. Retracting his hand, he gazed at the fire dragon, which wore a blissful smile in its sleep. And he couldn't help but smile in return. Having completed the healing, Feng Xuan quietly exited the tent, preparing to make lunch. Time passed, though how much? He could not say. Inside the tent, the fire dragon suddenly raised its paw to rub its eyes. Sitting up, it felt as though it had experienced an unprecedentedly rejuvenating slumber. After taking a few steps, its eyes widened in disbelief. The fire dragon gazed in astonishment at its own hands, then vigorously waved them. So light, it felt an unparalleled sense of ease in its body. Excitedly, it dashed out of the tent and bounded before Feng Xuan, who was cooking, barking loudly. Roar! Kana! Howl! The fire dragon fumbled to showcase its hands and feet. All right, I understand. This is the gift I prepared for you after your impressive performance this morning. Feng Xuan smiled, tousling its little head. The fire dragon immediately broke into a goofy grin, bashfully scratching its face. Hee hee. Observing the comical fire dragon, Feng Xuan proudly extended his palm, still glowing with green light. What do you think? Impressive, right? This new ability healed you. The fire dragon's eyes sparkled as it gazed at Feng Xuan. Oh, boss is so cool. Indeed. At the lunch table, the four companions settled down. The fire dragon eyed the towering pile of meat before it, and instantly, saliva began to flow uncontrollably. The Charmeleon savored its meal with a sense of bliss, its impeccable physical condition leaving it feeling quite elated. Meanwhile, the little Chimchar clumsily began to practice using chopsticks. After all, this little creature possessed 5 fingers. Feng Xuan, on the other hand, was contemplating his training regimen for the future. Following a modest lunch, Charmeleon took the initiative to head for training. After enduring a rigorous morning battle against the power of the evergreen, its strength had indeed surged. Pokemon, Charmeleon. Gender, male. Level, elite, LV 25. Type, fire. Ability, solar power. Moves, abridged. Potential, pinnacle of champion. Charmeleon not only reached level 25 in energy, but also became more adept at utilizing its signature move, Dragon Tail. Even more astonishingly, a miraculous transformation had occurred in its potential. Pinnacle of champion? Above the champion, yet below the elite? Oh, a half-step champion. How formidable. Juda. Charizard took Charmeleon for training, leaving Feng Xuan and little Chimchar staring blankly at one another. Observing the fidgeting Chimchar, Feng Xuan promptly began to walk in circles with it. As for more intensive training, he refrained from pressuring Chimchar, fearing it might yield counterproductive results. As they leisurely strolled in circles, Feng Xuan began counting the corridors they passed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Chapter 50. The mysterious appearance of an extra corridor. Accompanied by Chimchar, Feng Xuan commenced a stroll around the spatial plaza. With time on his hands, he began to scrutinize the surrounding environment. Upon passing the first corridor, guided by his memory of the map, Feng Xuan discerned that it led to the territory of the Monferno. The second one. This is the domain of the Infernape. The third. This should be the direction of the Charizard clan. The fourth. That must be the territory of the Manectric. The fifth. Where are the Pokemon on guard? Have they temporarily taken a break? Filled with curiosity, Feng Xuan continued his stroll. As he walked, suddenly, he encountered a corridor guarded by 2 Charizards. This, the sixth one? Wait. No. The presence of Pokemon guarding it indicates that this corridor is the initial passage. This is how he entered. Thus, the previous 5 corridors must be the deeper passages. Feng Xuan scratched his head in confusion, and as he passed a tent, he took out the map. He intended to retrace his steps along the edge. Little Chimchar, bewildered, followed closely behind him with its short legs. Unfolding the map, a complex web of paths unfolded before his eyes. Fortunately, the meticulous notes of the map's author provided guidance. Starting from the initial passage and moving counterclockwise, Feng Xuan arrived at the first corridor, confirmed to lead to the territory of the Monferno. Continuing to the second corridor, it was indeed verified as the route to the Infernape clan. The map was remarkably precise, both in distance and orientation. However, the next moment, such assertions were promptly refuted. As he walked, having taken only a few steps, a third corridor appeared ahead. Based on the calculations of distance, this corridor should lead to a wall. Gazing at this deep corridor, Feng Xuan halted his steps and continued his circular walk. The fourth and fifth corridors had all been confirmed on the map. Yet this third one, it was completely unrecorded on the map. Just a cold, unyielding wall. Faced with such a situation, Feng Xuan felt it best not to act impulsively and to seek out local experts. With Chimchar perched on his shoulder, Feng Xuan made his way to the training area of Charmeleon. Here, the heat from Charmeleon's fire type moves enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, Charmeleon was diligently learning moves imparted by Charizard. Puffing its cheeks, Charmeleon gathered its strength and, after a brief moment, unleashed a swirling flame. Feng Xuan instantly recognized this new move. It was Flame Vortex, an excellent technique for ensnaring opponents. Just then, Charizard approached. It bellowed assertively, "Roar. Human, what brings you here?" It was not fond of having its special training interrupted. The teaching of Charmeleon was also part of its own training, to solidify its abilities further. Taken aback, Feng Xuan instinctively replied, "I need your assistance with something." Charizard paused, its eyes widening in surprise. "Roar? What the heck?" Feng Xuan furrowed his brows and retorted, "What do you mean, what the heck? There's nothing to be surprised about." Charizard opened its mouth wide, eyes wide with astonishment. "Roar? What the heck? Roar? What's that about?" Feng Xuan's expression fell, and he responded, "Why are you scolding me?" Charizard looked awkward, mumbling softly, "Roar. When will you be able to understand what I'm saying? You used to scold me too, you know, eh?" Feng Xuan was taken aback. Indeed, he could comprehend everything. Is the power of the evergreen truly this remarkable? No, wait. The focus should not be on this, but rather on the fact that Charizard had frequently been scolding him. Feng Xuan gazed at it with a resentful expression, silently jotting it down in his mental notebook. At that moment, Charmeleon also approached. "Roar. Boss, I just learned a new move." "Oh, you're amazing. So impressive. Kamehameha. Second brother is awesome." Charizard remained silent before the onlookers, feeling quite out of place. "Roar. What do you need me for?" Feng Xuan snapped back to reality and recounted the events he had encountered. As a result, Charizard's expression grew increasingly bewildered. "Are you telling a story? Or a ghost story?" Feng Xuan hesitated, forcing a smile. He had anticipated that the locals were unaware of this matter. It seemed the issue truly lay beyond the map. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. Feng Xuan decided to take Charizard to investigate. Arriving at the entrance of the extra corridor, Charizard looked utterly exasperated. This kid was indeed spinning a ghost story. Yip Man pointing at someone, JPG. "Roar. Let us go? Your ghost story doesn't scare dragons." Charizard turned away in displeasure, flicking its tail, sending dust flying into Feng Xuan's face. With an impassive expression, Feng Xuan wiped away the dust, silently following behind Charizard, not daring to glance back. He feared that the cavern behind him might transform into a gaping abyss, ready to swallow him whole. How peculiar. Not frightening to dragons. Why has this ghost story turned so eerie? "What? You suggest exploring?" Feng Xuan declared that exploration was out of the question. Sheriff Labrador had once said, "True bravery is about protecting oneself, not courting danger." Back at the tent, cradling the slumbering Chimchar, Feng Xuan fell into deep contemplation. Why was the corridor right before him invisible to Charizard? Not only that, even little Chimchar shook its head. How had this journey begun to take such a strange turn? In light of these bizarre circumstances, Feng Xuan made a heartfelt decision. He picked up a book and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. The hands of time spun rapidly. Before long, the once bright sky began to dim. The day was drawing to a close. At that moment, Charizard returned with Charmeleon. Observing their dirty appearances, Feng Xuan wore a look of disdain. "Wash your hands before dinner." Charmeleon obediently took the wet towel Feng Xuan handed over and began to wipe itself down. Meanwhile, Charizard opted for a more straightforward approach. With a flap of its wings, it took off. Moments later, it returned, drenched. During dinner, as Charizard chewed on delicious lamb, it began to feel despondent once more. Sigh. How is it that Charmeleon learned so quickly? Flame Vortex. Charged Flame Burst. It's all been learned. If this continues, there will be nothing left to teach. And how can one still mooch off meals? No, this won't do. A plan must be devised. After dinner, Charizard hurriedly departed, while the Feng family commenced the task of washing the dishes. Suddenly, the sky darkened rapidly. This underground space was engulfed in darkness. In the obscurity, a figure cloaked in flames approached Feng Xuan. With a quick flicker of his eyes, Feng Xuan recalled something. This must be the fiery monkey that maintains the clear skies. As expected, when the figure drew near, a towering Infernape came into view. As a fire-type Pokémon, the flames that engulfed it represented both its vitality and its indomitable spirit. Upon approaching the tent and casting a smile at the trio, Infernape promptly turned and walked away. This cool smile immediately captivated the little fire monkey, who yearned to exist as Infernape did, hoping to stand proudly beside its elder brother like the second sibling. Seeing Infernape's abrupt departure, Feng Xuan hurriedly chased after it. "Wait, I have a question to ask you," he called out to the departing Infernape. Infernape turned around, gazing at the human with a look of confusion. It had indeed heard that a human had recently arrived, but this one was so weak that it failed to pique its interest. After expressing a gesture of goodwill, it intended to leave. If this human sought a battle, it would undoubtedly decline. The reason Feng Xuan stopped it was simple. He wished to inquire about the newly appeared passage. Since Charizard was unaware, he thought it prudent to consult a more formidable entity. After a brief explanation, Infernape understood Feng Xuan's intent. However, having lived here for so many years, how could it be unaware of the additional passage? Observing Infernape's bewildered expression, a heaviness settled in Feng Xuan's heart. He never anticipated that even a champion would be oblivious to such matters. The situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. Nevertheless, with the champion by his side, he felt a profound sense of security. Feng Xuan led Infernape back to the entrance of the extra passage. Based on his description, Charizard, the little fire monkey, and Infernape all deemed the solid wall before them to be an entrance. Charizard looked at him with evident concern. Feng Xuan was at a loss. He continued to gesture for them to move forward. Infernape, puzzled, touched the wall, finding it solid and unyielding. It turned its fierce gaze towards Feng Xuan, as if to say, "Are you looking for trouble?" Feng Xuan was rendered speechless. From his perspective, Infernape's hand grazed a barrier of air. What a peculiar phenomenon. Summoning his courage, Feng Xuan decided to step forward and give it a try. And just like that, with the eyes of Infernape, Charizard, the little fire monkey, and a host of spectators upon him, Feng Xuan's hand passed through the wall. Astonished, Infernape's eyes widened in disbelief, its mouth agape. Chapter 51, The Pinnacle of Strength. Before the enigmatic passage, Feng Xuan watched as Infernape touched the air wall and decided to try it himself. To everyone's astonishment, Feng Xuan's hand effortlessly penetrated the seemingly solid wall. In an instant, Infernape was left speechless, its eyes fixated on Feng Xuan's hand that had vanished through the wall. When Feng Xuan withdrew his hand, he looked towards Infernape, seeking answers, only to find it gazing back in shock and confusion. This expression mirrored Feng Xuan's own bewilderment. What miraculous feat had he accomplished in their eyes? At that moment, the little fire monkey leaped onto Feng Xuan's shoulder, its admiration palpable as it chattered excitedly about how incredible its elder was for being able to thrust his hand into a rock wall. Feng Xuan was slightly taken aback. He and T realized how differently they perceived the world. Simultaneously, Infernape spoke up, its tone serious. "Stay back. I will return to consult the clan elder." With that, it bounded away. "Let us go too." Feng Xuan shrugged, resigned, and prepared to leave. Charizard nodded, still processing the recent events that had overwhelmed its CPU. As Feng Xuan turned to depart, he couldn't shake the feeling of strangeness emanating from the passage behind him. Even the champion was unable to discern any issues. Just then, an idea struck Feng Xuan. He could inquire with the system. "System, do you know what that peculiar passage is?" Ding. The host can analyze the passage upon entry. He needed to go in. Perhaps it was best to wait for Infernape's report. Returning to the tent, night had fallen. The surroundings were enveloped in inky darkness. Feng Xuan dove into the tent. Truth be told, in such a pitch-black environment, it felt somewhat eerie. Were it not for the company of Charizard and the little fire monkey, spending time in the wild would have been unbearable. The night passed in silence, the three of them finding solace in each other's presence as they slept. Morning arrived, and the sun rose as it always did. It was the third day of their week-long training. In the morning, Feng Xuan arranged another battle invitation for Charizard, using a platter of meat as bait to entice wild Pokémon for combat. Following yesterday's demonstration, the battles commenced swiftly. Charizard entered the fray, Feng Xuan directing the action while the little fire monkey observed and learned. Thanks to Feng Xuan's discreet healing assistance, this round of battles extended unusually long. After more than an hour of intense confrontations, Charizard concluded the fight triumphantly. Although Charizard had sustained minimal injuries, its energy and stamina had reached their limits. This outcome was closely tied to its daily training with Charizard, as it had surpassed the energy control typical of its level. In the remaining morning hours, Feng Xuan took the little fire monkey for a stroll while Charizard napped. From its initial hatching to now traversing long distances, the little fire monkey had indeed experienced significant growth. It wouldn't be long before it could accumulate its traits. Feng Xuan had initially refrained from assigning it a trait change because it was still too young. However, in this perfect volcanic environment, the little fire monkey's growth was astonishingly rapid. Feng Xuan felt fortunate to have brought it to this place for hatching, as it had inadvertently provided many inherent advantages. After all, who had ever seen a Pokémon that had only been born for a day or two capable of jumping around? It could be said that this volcanic training had been fortuitously timed. In just a day or two, their strengths had improved remarkably. It was no wonder that Su Rong had such a strong reaction when the champion rewards were altered. At noon, after treating Charizard to a hearty lunch, it resumed training with Charizard. With experience in close combat, energy control for long-range fire attacks, and the ability to activate and deactivate traits, Charizard had indeed taken on the air of a master instructor. Charizard remarked, "What can I say? A mouthful of food comes with obligations." In the afternoon, both Feng Xuan and the little fire monkey found themselves engulfed in boredom. There was no signal, and not even electricity. Every night, Charizard would lament, expressing a desire to watch cartoons, particularly Dragon Emperor Returns. During those moments, the little fire monkey would pester Charizard to recount tales of the Dragon Emperor. Thus, their nights were not devoid of entertainment. Last night, after gaining the power of Eternatus, Feng Xuan had happily joined in their banter. Moreover, there are moments when enchanting tales burst forth, such as the transformation of the fiery steed, the resurgence of the son-in-law, and the peculiar Dragon King. Naturally, these are stories best suited for the twilight hours. Presently, in the afternoon, the Charizard is fervently engaged in its training, while Feng Xuan is immersed in the art of crafting energy cubes. The bored little Chimchar has no choice but to nestle on Feng Xuan's lap and doze off. In truth, Feng Xuan is not only studying but also eagerly awaiting news from the Infernape. The mere thought of that mysterious passage sends a thrill through him. An undiscovered locale, an untouched domain, a reality unseen by anyone. It evokes a sense of adventure, does it not? Delving into the realm of science could undoubtedly yield 10 episodes or more. At last, as evening approaches and the Charizard's training concludes, the Infernape finally materializes before them. Moreover, it does not come alone. Trailing behind is a magnificent Blaziken. This Blaziken is not only towering in stature, but also bears the scars of time, intricate and numerous. Its fiery whiskers, emblematic of spirit and will, shine with a brilliance that is almost blinding. Species, Blaziken. Gender, male. Level, champion, LV80. Types, fire, fighting. Ability, blaze. Moves, undisclosed. Potential, peak champion. Origins, fire, 20, fighting, 10. This is an unfathomable powerhouse. That staggering level of 80 is enough to dazzle Feng Xuan's eyes. He never anticipated such depth of strength from the inhabitants of this volcanic region. In terms of human society, this level would classify one among the elite. Not only is Feng Xuan in awe of the newcomer's might, but so are Charizard and Chimchar. Charizard's throat rumbles as its gaze remains fixed on the approaching Titan. Chimchar, seeking refuge, hides behind Feng Xuan's neck, peeking out with bright, curious eyes at the Blaziken. The Blaziken, resembling a small tank, strides closer to Feng Xuan. Unlike the overwhelming presence of the previous champions he has encountered, this second elder exudes a special aura of gentleness. This must be what they refer to as a restrained and unpretentious demeanor. The Blaziken gazes intently at the human before it, remaining silent for several minutes. Feng Xuan feels a shiver under its unwavering gaze. Yet the Blaziken radiates no hint of hostility. As the possessor of the power of eternity, it has ample confidence in its assertion. The leading Infernape, too, remains unusually quiet, aware of the high esteem held by the Blaziken within its clan. With a deep breath, the Blaziken retracts its penetrating gaze. In its eyes, which have brushed against the realm of champions, the aura emanating from the human is strikingly pure. The uncontainable green luminescence, symbolizing the light of life, invigorates its spirit. Chapter 52. The Trial of the Fire Emperor. To the Blaziken, Feng Xuan shines too brightly. The pure essence of life radiating from him is undeniable. Were he to wander in the wild forests, he would surely captivate countless Pokémon. Ahem, ahem, human, you are quite extraordinary, the Blaziken remarks, laden with meaning. Feng Xuan is taken aback. He wonders whether the Blaziken refers to the mysterious passage or to his power of eternity. However, the Blaziken offers no further elaboration. Gesturing for them to follow before turning to depart, they stand once more before the enigmatic passage. Through Infernape's recounting, the Blaziken has come to understand the uniqueness of this place. Its purpose in arriving here is to witness Feng Xuan once again demonstrate the act of passing through walls. At the Blaziken's behest, Feng Xuan performs the feat of wall passing once more, albeit this time in the eyes of others. As Feng Xuan's hand penetrates the wall, the Blaziken perceives a subtle energy fluctuation with clarity. It is undoubtedly a barrier set by a Pokémon of a higher echelon, meant for selection. In this realm, there exists only one Pokémon of a higher tier than the Blaziken, the legendary fire beast, Inti. The familiar yet alien energy wave resonates with that mysterious life fire. There is no doubt that this extraordinary space has been crafted by NTI. However, the reason behind NEI's creation of this mysterious locale remains unknown to the Blaziken. What is certain is that NTI's intentions are far from malevolent towards Pokemon. After all, NTI is a bearer of the sacred flames bestowed by Ho-Oh, a true harbinger of justice. Moreover, in its youth, it caught a glimpse of NTI's presence. The flames of NTI are gentle, much like this young one, suffused with the essence of life. Such flames would never willingly harm a Pokemon. Returning to the present, the Blaziken exhales a wistful sigh. Ahem, human. There is no danger here. You may enter and explore with your Pokemon. The Blaziken concludes. Feng Xuan's eyes gleam with excitement. He places his trust in the Blaziken's words, for that impressive level of 80 is quite persuasive. Furthermore, with his power of eternity, no Pokemon can deceive him. The ability to sense Pokemon emotions is no trivial matter. Unless one possesses extraordinary prowess, with a level exceeding 99, deception is futile. With the Blaziken's official endorsement, Feng Xuan is eager to explore the passage before him, especially with 2 champion bodyguards at his side. He takes Charizard's hand and allows Chimchar to perch on his shoulder. Thus, they step into the passage. A wondrous scene unfolds. The Charizard, previously unable to enter this place, astonishingly traverses the wall before them, entering the passage Feng Xuan described. Upon entering, Feng Xuan does not encounter any miraculous events. Behind him stand Infernape and Blaziken as before. Feng Xuan attempts to exit the passage without hindrance, reappearing before Infernape and Blaziken. Just as the Blaziken stated, there is indeed no danger here. However, one peculiar aspect arises. When Feng Xuan tries to bring Infernape inside, he finds himself barred from entry. Perhaps it is a matter of strength. The exhilaration of the Charizard and Chimchar, having experienced the miraculous wall passing, is palpable. Chimchar, eager for another turn, leaps toward the wall, only to collide with a resounding thud, resulting in a sizable bump on its forehead. Ha! Feng Xuan chuckles as he scoops up Chimchar, gently poking the bump on its head. Chimchar's eyes and face flush crimson, retreating into Feng Xuan's embrace, utterly embarrassed. This scene elicits peals of laughter from Infernape, its fiery crest flickering with amusement. The Blaziken, suppressing a smile, continues, Ahem. Human, if you wish to explore now, I can remain here to guard. Upon hearing the Blaziken's voice, Feng Xuan snaps back to reality from his reverie. He promptly replies, Thank you, esteemed Blaziken. I wish to return to explore this place in 3 days. The Blaziken nods in understanding, contemplating something before falling silent. Feng Xuan's statement is informed by insights gleaned from the system regarding the passage's nature. Beep. Analysis complete. This is a spatial rift created by the sacred beast NTI. Only those of exceptional merit can discover and enter this place. Feng Xuan is unaware of the criteria for such distinction. However, possessing the power of eternity, he may indeed qualify as one of the exceptional individuals. Beep. Quest initiated. Quest title, Undergo NTI's trial. Quest description, congratulations on discovering the trial grounds created by NTI. A friendly reminder. The trial's difficulty is exceedingly high. Please prepare thoroughly before undertaking the challenge. A friendly reminder. The trial poses no danger whatsoever. Task reward, unknown. It was through this task that Feng Xuan became aware of the function of this mysterious passageway. He never anticipated that a seemingly trivial journey of cultivation would lead him to encounter a holy beast event. What constitutes a trial? What is being tested? For what purpose is the trial undertaken? Feng Xuan was utterly oblivious to these queries. Nevertheless, he resolved to partake in this trial. It was precisely due to the daunting difficulty described in the task that Feng Xuan planned to return after a few days, allowing his Charmeleon some time to grow further. Once the matter concluded, the Flame King departed, though it appeared somewhat conflicted. As it took its leave, it paused repeatedly, glancing back with a heavy heart. In the meantime, Feng Xuan hastily departed, eager to prepare for the trial. The day was drawing to a close, marking the end of the 3rd day since his arrival. The 4th day dawned with the customary morning battle, albeit this time, the number of Pokemon participating was somewhat diminished. Given that there were only 4 tribes in this locale, they had nearly exhausted all challengers. As for the higher-level Pokemon, they would not deign to participate. The prowess of Charmeleon was well known among the assembled Pokemon. The thought of being bested would be utterly humiliating, much like the original Speedstar, who had been bested before the eyes of its many juniors. They were reluctant to experience such embarrassment. Victory yielded no reward, while defeat would incur a grievous loss. However, The assembled powerful Pokémon remained unaware that the current speed star was quite content, quietly developing its strength. Strangely, the day following its last battle, it inexplicably recovered completely and felt even more invigorated, prompting it to frequently seek out battles with Charmeleon. Over the past couple of days, Speedstar had taken to the field more than any other Pokémon. To the others, it seemed as though it was striving to reclaim its lost honor. Presently, its growth was remarkable, and soon it would secretly surpass those who had once mocked it. On the 5th day, the morning battle was cancelled. Feng Xuan allowed Charmeleon to sleep in a bit longer. Inside the tent, he pampered it with a comprehensive package of the eternal power, ensuring Charmeleon was utterly comfortable, sinking into a deep slumber that lasted until the afternoon. During these days, Feng Xuan had shifted his focus to nurturing the little fire monkey, which was growing at an astonishing pace. Pokemon, little fire monkey. Gender, male. Level, beginner, LV6. Type, fire. Ability, Iron Fist. Moves, Scratch, Leer, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch. Potential, near champion. With Feng Xuan's eternal power assisting him, he had no concerns regarding the little fire monkey's physical condition. As the little fire monkey repeatedly pushed the limits of its running capabilities, it successfully transitioned out of its initial weak state. Feng Xuan intended to arrange for a change in the little fire monkey's ability the following day. Chapter 53, Little Fire Monkey's Ability Enhancement. 6 days had passed since the hatching of the little fire monkey, and today marked the 6th day since Feng Xuan's arrival at this location. In this perfect environment, after 6 days of growth, the little fire monkey had splendidly emerged from its frail beginnings, even achieving a level of 6. Now, it could face some of Feng Xuan's training with determination in its gaze. At dawn, as the first light broke, Feng Xuan, accompanied by Charmeleon and the little fire monkey, commenced their morning run. During the run, Feng Xuan cast a nostalgic glance at the little fire monkey, striving diligently to keep pace. He recalled the moment he first encountered the little Charmander. Their journey of growth had also begun with such morning runs. Now, Charmeleon had matured into a formidable presence. Doesn't the little fire monkey resemble the Charmander you once were? Charmeleon paused momentarily, lost in reflection. Indeed, it once embodied the same diligent spirit as the little fire monkey before him. Kana, boss, look how adorable the little brother is. Haha, indeed, just like you. Feng Xuan chuckled, realizing he was indirectly praising himself. Upon hearing the compliments from his older brothers, the little fire monkey's eyes brightened, and it felt invigorated. No longer weary from the run. After concluding their exercise, Feng Xuan lifted the exhausted little fire monkey into his arms. The little fire monkey's tenacity was astounding. He had not anticipated it would persevere for such an extended period. Gently channeling the eternal power, Feng Xuan murmured, "Rest now, my gift awaits you." Under the healing influence of eternal power, the little fire monkey felt an immense sense of comfort, closing its eyes and drifting into a deep sleep. Charmeleon peered over, attentively monitoring the little fire monkey's condition. It was fond of this diligent younger brother. From now on, protecting the boss and our future siblings will be left to us. Returning to the camp, Feng Xuan secluded himself within the tent, instructing Charmeleon to stand guard outside. It was time to prepare the gift. System. Present the ability enhancement plan for the little fire monkey. Feng Xuan suppressed his excitement and began to inquire of the system. Ding received. Ding dong. The enhancement plan for the little fire monkey's ability is as follows. Option 1. Replace the ability. Replace the little fire monkey's ability, Iron Fist with Blaze. Cost, 1,000 coins. Upon seeing the system's proposal, Feng Xuan could not help but ask, System, can other abilities be replaced? Considering the Pokemon he wished to train in the future, Feng Xuan posed this crucial question. Ding yes. There are no restrictions on ability replacement. However, a friendly reminder. The cost will vary based on the compatibility of the replaced ability with the Pokemon. For instance, replacing the little fire monkey's ability with Swift Swim or Torrent. Such replacements with incompatible abilities will result in exponentially higher costs. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan was elated. As long as replacement was possible, costs could be earned through battles. He gestured for the system to continue. System, please continue to present the little fire monkey's ability enhancement options. Ding dong. The enhancement options for the little fire monkey's ability are as follows. Option 1. The little fire monkey's ability enhancement 2. Iron Fist Blaze. Cost, 5,000 coins. Option 2. The little fire monkey's ability enhancement 2. Iron Fist. Cost, 10,000 coins. Observing this, Feng Xuan continued to explore. System. Will the enhancement of Blaze Iron Fist lead to a unique transformation in the Pokemon's abilities akin to Charmeleon? Ding no. Only enhancements of identical abilities will disrupt natural laws, resulting in unpredictable changes, which is why the cost of option 2 exceeds that of option 1. Feng Xuan pressed on with his inquiries. What about enhancing other abilities, such as Iron Fist with heavy weight? Ding, similar to the above, there will be no changes. Costs will vary based on compatibility. With the system's explanations, Feng Xuan grasped the essentials. To attain greater strength, one must seek mutation. And to achieve mutation, the Pokémon must enhance its identical abilities. Of course, opting for a combination of different abilities is also viable. A Pokémon boasting multiple abilities could be equally formidable. However, the most suitable option for the little fire monkey at present was the combination of Iron Fist. Iron Fist. Iron Fist was not only the little fire monkey's innate ability, but also a perfect match in terms of compatibility and familiarity. System. I choose option 2 for enhancement. Ding received. Initiating the enhancement of Iron Fist for the little fire monkey. This enhancement will induce an unpredictable beneficial transformation in the characteristic effects. Host. Please exercise caution. A gentle reminder. Please do not disturb the sprite during the enhancement process. Once everything was arranged, Feng Xuan anxiously observed the little Chimchar. Before long, the system began to activate. The little Chimchar's body radiated a white light reminiscent of evolution. This illumination astonished Feng Xuan. After acquiring the power of the evergreen, he had become extraordinarily sensitive to the essence of life. The life force emanating from the white light before him was beyond the comparison of his current evergreen power. The vibrant white light enveloped the little Chimchar, seemingly performing a wondrous transformation upon it. At last, as the white light dissipated, the little Chimchar's new form came into view. The most apparent change was the increase in the little Chimchar's height. It had transformed from a diminutive monkey into a small primate. Moreover, the little Chimchar's fists had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Originally a pale yellow, its fists now gleamed with a bright silver hue. Much like the tail of a Charizard that had turned into a semi-golden flame, the little Chimchar's fists had also become resplendently silver. Truly, they were fists of iron. System. Display the characteristics of the little Chimchar. Ding. The panel is as follows. Sprite, little Chimchar. Type, fire. Ability, Iron Fist. Ability effect, when using punching moves, the power of the move is increased by an additional 200. When using physical moves, the power of the move is increased by an additional 100. The hardness of the sprite's fists is enhanced, and the defensive capabilities of its arms are improved. Qualification, Intermediate Champion. As expected, the enhancement of the Iron Fist ability indeed propelled the little Chimchar towards becoming a boxing champion. It bore a striking resemblance to the little Charmeleon, once praised by Feng Xuan as a minor sun god. Once the little Chimchar matured, it would undoubtedly become the boxing king of the sprite world. Who could withstand a punch with an amplified power of 200? It is worth noting that the original enhancement from the Iron Fist ability was merely 20. Envisioning the future, Feng Xuan could not help but fantasize about the scene where a rock-type sprite, capable of quadruple damage to Charizard, was taken down by a single punch from the fiery little Chimchar's fighting moves. He was certain that Charizard and the little Chimchar would become excellent partners. Before long, the little Chimchar awoke from its slumber. It stretched luxuriously, feeling invigorated. It understood that the reason for its newfound vitality was undoubtedly the removal of the fatigue accumulated from its previous exertions by its master. Joyfully, the little Chimchar hopped in place a couple of times, thinking to itself how remarkable its master was. It resolved to continue training. It longed to stand on the battlefield and fight for its master. With excitement, the little Chimchar brought its fists together, and to its astonishment, 2 resounding thuds echoed in its ears. The little Chimchar gazed in disbelief at its fists. At that moment, it recognized the transformation it had undergone. Powerful. This was the little Chimchar's immediate impression. It felt an overwhelming strength in its fists. This realization brought it immense joy as it relished the idea of wielding such might. The little Chimchar immediately assumed a fighting stance and swung its right fist with great force. Whoosh! The punch it threw in place generated a gust of wind, sweeping through the tent. This spectacle filled the little Chimchar with exhilaration. It had finally gained the formidable power to stand alongside its master. Suddenly, it remembered its master. The little Chimchar turned to Feng Xuan, its eyes brimming with tears. At that moment, Feng Xuan, who had been quietly observing, came back to his senses. He smiled and said, "Little Chimchar, this is my gift to you. Welcome to this world." Muka. After the enhancement of the little Chimchar's ability concluded, Feng Xuan emerged from the tent, cradling the little Chimchar. Immediately, he spotted the long-awaited Charizard. Upon noticing the change in the little Chimchar's aura, Charizard understood that it too must have received a gift from its master. It felt genuinely happy for it, though it was curious just how much stronger the little Chimchar had become. Hiss! The pressure is on. Chapter 54. Entering the Trial. After concluding the transformation of abilities, Feng Xuan and his companions gathered at the training grounds. Feng Xuan, alongside Charizard, attentively observed the little Chimchar's training. Focusing intently on a rock, the little Chimchar concentrated. Gathering its strength, Feng Xuan promptly issued a command. Little Chimchar, use Fire Punch. Ka! The little Chimchar shouted with vigor, swinging its flame-imbued fist towards the rock. Boom! With a tremendous impact, the rock shattered into countless pieces. Ka! Upon witnessing the fragments of stone before it, the little Chimchar erupted with joy, exclaiming, I can't believe I possess such formidable power. It vowed to utilize this strength to protect its master. With renewed determination, it unleashed another fire punch. This was the training regimen laid out by its master. It was determined to complete it successfully. Additionally, it had heard its master mention that its elder brother also practiced fire punch and could teach it. However, its master had also stated that its talent for punching was unparalleled. Surpassing its elder brother would certainly not be an issue. Meanwhile, Charizard, observing the diminutive little Chimchar shattering rocks, silently stepped aside to continue practicing the newly learned moves. At noon, Charizard arrived as usual to scrounge for food. However, this time, there was a slight difference. No longer did it eat with a heavy heart. Instead, it devoured the meat with a hint of swagger, even shouting for another bowl after finishing. The reason for this newfound confidence stemmed from the fact that it had brought a secret technique. To justify its scrounging, it decided to teach Charizard a powerful fire-type move, the Big Burst Flame. Not only that, it had heard that this human would soon depart. In this brief time, mastering this one move should suffice for Charizard. If that were insufficient, it had also acquired an even more impressive technique from its elder, the method to learn the ultimate fire-type move, Explosive Inferno. It had never seen a Charizard manage to learn such a move. No longer would it worry about a lack of teaching resources. With this thought in mind, it shouted, Pooper Scooper, more food, more food. Unaware of the truth, Feng Xuan was left scratching his head in confusion. He felt that Charizard was merely teasing him because he was about to leave. Nevertheless, he continued to serve this gluttonous creature plate after plate of food, only concluding lunch once the creature was satisfied. In the afternoon, Charizard, brimming with energy, led Charmeleon to the training ground. Before Feng Xuan's eyes, it commenced the teaching of the Big Burst Flame. Witnessing this scene, Feng Xuan's expression shifted from somber to bright. Clearly, the generous feeding had not been in vain. He then turned and began running drills with the little Chimchar. In Feng Xuan's view, the little Chimchar's most pressing need was speed training, specifically running drills. Until the little Chimchar mastered Sonic Punch, speed training was essential. After all, no matter how powerful its fists were, it would be futile if it couldn't land a hit on its opponent. Time gently flowed as they circled the track. Approaching evening, the little Chimchar collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted after the running drills, Feng Xuan was equally drenched in sweat. However, the results of their afternoon training were quite evident. The little Chimchar had fully healed and reached level 7. Meanwhile, on the other side, after witnessing Charizard unleash a Big Burst Flame, Charizard was left momentarily stunned. Goodness, clearly, one could not judge this little creature's learning ability using the ordinary standards of Charizard's. In just a single afternoon, the fiery ultimate move, the Great Inferno, has been mastered by you? Roar. Mediocre. Lacking proficiency. Continue to practice. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Charizard solemnly declared. Upon hearing this, the self-satisfied demeanor of Charmeleon instantly evaporated. It immediately intensified its training, silently vowing not to present half-baked results to its master. It could not let down its master after a laborious lunch. After consuming an energy cube prepared in advance by its master, Charmeleon resumed spewing flames. Night fell. After the grand day drew to a close, Feng Xuan, gazing at the blazing inferno in the sky, joyfully embraced Charmeleon's shoulders and cheerfully exclaimed, My Charmeleon is truly exceptional. Upon hearing this, Charmeleon's eyes crinkled with delight, shyly scratching its little head. Meanwhile, nearby, the little Chimchar secretly encouraged itself, yearning for the next opportunity to earn its master's praise. Thus, the 6th day passed. The dawn broke. This marked Feng Xuan's final day of training at the volcano. Tomorrow morning, he would retrace his steps back to the pit's entrance. Rising early, Feng Xuan began to prepare diligently for the day's trial. Indeed, Today was the day he had arranged to participate in the Ember Emperor's trial alongside Elder Yinwu. Feng Xuan was filled with unwavering confidence regarding this challenge. He believed wholeheartedly in his Pokémon. With his well-prepared luggage secured, Feng Xuan set off with his two little companions. Upon arriving at the mysterious passageway, Feng Xuan discovered that Elder Yinwu had been waiting there for a considerable time. The elder retained his towering stature and imposing presence, his body adorned with numerous battle scars that spoke of his storied victories. "Ah, human, you've arrived." Elder Yinwu suppressed his restless excitement and spoke. "In these past few days, I had not anticipated that the life energy radiating from you has intensified. The purity of that aura was intoxicating." In that moment, he resolved to make a significant decision. "Elder Yinwu, I am prepared," Feng Xuan replied. Regaining his composure, Elder Yinwu nodded and settled himself at the entrance of the passageway, slowly stating, "I shall wait here. You may enter." Feng Xuan nodded earnestly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Yinwu." With that, he stepped into the mysterious passageway, vanishing from Elder Yinwu's sight. The passage ahead was unfathomably deep. Feng Xuan could see nothing but an abyssal darkness. As he ventured deeper, the illuminating light from the entrance faded completely. Now, he relied solely on Charmeleon's brilliant tail flame to light his way. As he walked, a spacious area finally appeared before him. Exchanging a glance with Charmeleon, Feng Xuan mustered his courage to enter the space. At the center of this moderately sized area, a small cluster of crimson flames flickered. Feng Xuan discerned from the pure life energy emanating from the flames that this must be the fire left behind by the Ember Emperor, perhaps connected to the trial. Just as Feng Xuan was pondering this, the flames began to change. They surged upward, expanding. Then, they slowly transformed in color and shape, ultimately morphing into a fiery pig. Pokémon, Frying Pig. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Blaze. Level, Elite, LV30. Feng Xuan gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. He had not anticipated the Ember Emperor's mastery over life energy to be so profound. Merely a flame could conjure a lifelike Pokémon. Moreover, it was not merely a hollow imitation. The frying pig before him mirrored the true essence of a frying pig in both form and demeanor. It even possessed elite-level prowess. Clearly, this was one of the trials. Chapter 55, A Great Battle. The Ember Emperor. Within the trial space of the Ember Emperor, as Feng Xuan delved deeper, he arrived at a vast expanse. At the center of this space lay a deep red flame. To the astonishment of all present, that flame transformed into a frying pig. After emitting a couple of grunts, the frying pig, cloaked in flames, charged fiercely at Feng Xuan. "Charge up the flame attack. Charizard, use Flame Punch to counter." Though the situation was somewhat rushed, Feng Xuan quickly instructed Charizard to confront the impending threat. It was evident that overcoming the flame-transformed Pokémon was one of the trials. Charizard, with a hint of disdain in its eyes, swung its powerful Flame Punch, swiftly colliding with the charging frying pig. "Watch closely, this punch packs a punch." Boom. The two combatants disengaged. The frying pig was sent staggering backward, while Charizard only took a step or two back. Observing this, Feng Xuan furrowed his brow. In this space, there was no sunlight, not even a hint of a clear sky. Charizard's strength could not be fully unleashed. The advantage of sunny weather was lost. However, that did not matter. Charizard could still triumph through sheer might. Before Charizard could catch its breath, the frying pig, seemingly impervious to pain, charged once more. Noticing the grayish-white energy enveloping it, Feng Xuan recognized it as the tackle move. "Charizard, use Smokescreen." Feng Xuan quickly realized. No matter how lifelike the flame-transformed Pokémon appeared, it was still a mere illusion. Just as the frying pig did not feel pain, it surely lacked the full intelligence of a true Pokémon. Upon receiving the command, Charizard wasted no time, employing the familiar move with ease. It opened its mouth, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. The charging frying pig plunged headfirst into the smokescreen. Excellent. An idea sparked in Feng Xuan's mind as a smile graced his lips. His eyes began to glow with a green luminescence as he tapped into the power of the evergreen to sense his surroundings. Gradually, he discerned two life forces within the smoke. "Charizard, use Flamethrower to attack to the left." Charizard grinned mischievously and unleashed a torrent of flames toward the left. The flamethrower pierced through the smoke, racing toward its target. Bang! The robust fire dragon struck true. The force of the flames dispersed the smoke, revealing the frying pig, singed and wounded. However, this frying pig did not comprehend the concept of pain. The dissipating smoke allowed it to locate Charizard again. Predictably, the frying pig charged at Charizard with renewed vigor. Feng Xuan instructed Charizard to counter in the same manner as before. The same strategy proved equally effective. The second flamethrower struck its mark once more. To Feng Xuan's surprise, when the smoke cleared, the frying pig lay on the ground, incapacitated. Suddenly, under Feng Xuan's watchful gaze, the frying pig's body began to fade, disintegrating into sparks that scattered into the air. Simultaneously, a passage leading deeper into the trial appeared on the wall. Was this a sign for him to proceed? Feng Xuan pondered silently as he regarded the newly manifested passage. Charizard returned to Feng Xuan's side, showing no signs of fatigue from the battle, indicating it was ready to continue fighting. Without hesitation, Feng Xuan pressed onward. Not long after, another space materialized before him. At the center of this area, there was yet another small cluster of deep red flames. This time, Feng Xuan had learned his lesson. Upon entering the space, he immediately instructed Charizard to use Sunny Day. Charizard gathered its energy slightly, and in the next moment, a blazing sun appeared above, rapidly raising the temperature in the vicinity. Simultaneously, that flame began to transform. Moments later, it morphed into a monkey-like Pokémon. Pokémon, Blaze Monkey. Level, Elite, LV30. However, despite the formidable presence of the LV30 Monferno before him, in this brilliant sunshine, such an opponent is merely a minion. The battle concluded swiftly, following merely a single melee clash and 2 ranged fiery encounters. The prowess of the fire-type Charizard under the blazing sun is indeed formidable. Following the vanquishment of his adversary, a pathway once again materialized before Feng Xuan. Yet this time, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to rest with Charizard. After all, in this radiant sunlight, the cost of power augmentation for Charizard meant a consumption increase of 10 compared to its usual state. Although the challenges posed by elite Pokémon were undeniably daunting, it seemed there was no time constraint. This implied that in the realm of battling transformed Pokémon, one could even engage in coordinated assaults or recuperate at leisure post-victory. The only prerequisite was to conquer the Pokémon that had reached the pinnacle of elite status. It could be said that the 2 Pokémon Feng Xuan encountered possessed an invincible strength comparable to that of elite-level Pokémon. Nonetheless, Charizard's true might was indeed unparalleled. After a refreshing rest, Feng Xuan resumed his journey, arriving at the 3rd space. His opponent was a level 30 Charizard. Coincidentally, this one also bore the ability of solar power, benefiting from the sunny weather enhancement bestowed by Feng Xuan's Charizard. However, under the influence of the altered solar power, the original version seemed rather underwhelming. Guided by the overwhelming strength of the enhanced version, the transformed Charizard swiftly dissipated. Continuing onward, the 4th opponent was indeed the swift Houndoom. It felt as though Feng Xuan had stumbled upon a hidden level within a volcanic dungeon. Although this Houndoom possessed the ability to ignite, Charizard's Dragon-type moves proved equally formidable. With a fierce Dragon Rush up close and a distant Dragon Pulse to teach the canine a lesson, Feng Xuan's Charizard easily triumphed over this opponent. After the battle concluded, Charizard exhaled deeply. After 4 consecutive intense encounters, it was understandably fatigued. Just as Feng Xuan and his companions believed the trial had reached its conclusion, another pathway emerged, leading to the next space. If all went as anticipated, the next opponent would surely be the legendary NTI. Observing the situation, Feng Xuan silently opened his backpack, diligently preparing lunch to replenish Charizard's stamina. The thought of facing the divine beast NTI ignited a fervor within him. Finally, he would have the opportunity to confront a legendary creature. Even in defeat against NTI, Feng Xuan felt his journey would still be worthwhile. As a Pokémon that once shared a profound bond with Feng Xuan, Charizard immediately sensed the shift in his trainer's mindset. It was a long-dormant warrior spirit. Unsurprisingly, Charizard's own battle fervor was stirred. It seemed to understand that their next opponent would be formidable. The mutual fervor for battle resonated between them. They exchanged a glance, and Feng Xuan and Charizard simultaneously smiled. Go forth, Master Ball. Together, Feng Xuan, Charizard, and Monferno stepped into the 5th space. As before, a flame flickered at the center. This larger flame gradually began to transform. At last, an imposing figure manifested upon the stage. Simultaneously, the dazzling sunshine ascended. Charizard requested to battle. Chapter 56. Confronting the Divine Beast. A marvelous state. In this final confrontation of the trial, Feng Xuan finally laid eyes upon the legendary Fire Divine Beast, NTI. This marked Feng Xuan's first encounter with a Divine Beast. Although merely a transformed imitation, the NTI before him was majestic and towering, standing over 3 meters high, compelling Feng Xuan to gaze upward. It boasted a coat of fiery orange fur, powerful limbs adorned with mysterious iron rings, A red star-shaped structure graced its cheeks, while a golden, clover-like crest was embedded upon its forehead, and ethereal, white smoke trailed behind it. NTI is one of the guardians of the Phoenix King, a true volcanic Pokémon. Legend has it that during the fire at the burned tower, the Phoenix King resurrected 3 unknown Pokémon perished in the flames. The Phoenix King's revival bestowed these 3 Pokémon with extraordinary powers. Consequently, they became the Phoenix King's emissaries, observing humanity. Their immense strength earned them the reverence of humans, known as the 3 sacred beasts. Currently, the NTI before Feng Xuan, although not the genuine 3 sacred beasts, exuded an undeniable air of oppression. Pokémon NTI. Level: Elite, LV 30. Type: Fire. Ability: Pressure. Source: Fire 30. Gazing at NTI's panel, Feng Xuan swallowed hard. Today had been an eye-opening experience. Not to mention the perplexity of why a mere level 30 NEI possessed a source. The subsequent 30 was even more substantial. Based on his previous observations of the panels, Feng Xuan could surmise that if this NEI were real, its level could seamlessly escalate to champion status without any bottlenecks. Is this truly a legendary Pokémon? Is this its innate advantage as a legendary creature? This is what divine beasts are, the very existence that humanity has sought for millennia. Yet, in the face of such an entity, Feng Xuan felt an even greater surge of passion. A seed of ambition was clandestinely sown within his heart. Someday, he would lead Charizard to subdue each of those divine beasts one by one. Charizard, are you ready? Feng Xuan's heart raced, his expression earnest. Charizard closed its eyes, taking a deep breath. When it reopened its eyes, they were filled with fervor for battle. Suddenly, its heart began to race, stirred by the rhythm of its trainer's heartbeat. It felt the synchrony of its trainer's heartbeat behind it. Feng Xuan placed a hand over his left chest, hearing, no, feeling the beats of 2 hearts. One was his, and the other was Charizard's. They experienced a mental resonance once again. The NTI in the distance paced leisurely, seemingly possessing a degree of sentience. Feng Xuan noticed the NTI awaiting their readiness. Unlike the previous 4, this NTI seemed to embody a divine essence. It appeared to possess wisdom. Observing Feng Xuan, the NTI offered a gentle smile, as if greeting him. Then, it assumed a battle stance, unleashing a torrent of flames to commence the duel. Confronted by the incoming fire, even Feng Xuan felt the searing heat. Without need for words, Charizard swiftly met the challenge. In their extraordinary state, Feng Xuan's commands seemed to transcend verbal communication, directly manifesting in Charizard's mind, as if their minds had intertwined. In an instant, Charizard entered the state of solar power. It responded with a fiery breath of its own to test the opponent. As the 2 flames collided, a tremendous explosion echoed, showering sparks everywhere. The blast generated a scorching wind that swept through every corner of the space. To the surprise of the transformed NTI, it found itself at a slight disadvantage, despite not utilizing the source of fire-type power. However, being temporarily outmatched was inconsequential. Refraining from tapping into its source was a matter of pride for a divine beast. Seeing that they had gained the upper hand for the moment, Feng Xuan let out a subtle sigh of relief, his tension easing. Heart in sync, Charizard began to move, flames gradually engulfing its fists. Simultaneously, a crimson hue crept into Charizard's eyes as its muscles bulged with power. In but a fleeting moment, the fire dragon executed 2 moves, skillfully layering them simultaneously. Its fists ignited with flames, enhancing its close combat prowess through the reverse scale. These feats were but a fragment of its accomplishments over the past 7 days of rigorous training, wherein it had mastered its techniques to perfection. Confronted by an advancing opponent, the Flame Emperor remained unperturbed, using flames to disrupt its trajectory. Harmonizing with Feng Xuan, the fire dragon deftly evaded the onslaught. The distance was short, and the 2 soon clashed. The Flame Emperor allowed flames to envelop its entire form, transforming into a blazing wheel of fire to counter. With blood-red eyes, the fire dragon launched its fists forward. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, several collisions ensued. The fire dragon's fists relentlessly struck the Flame Emperor's body, while the impact of the Flame Emperor's fiery wheel was equally formidable. However, after a brief stalemate, the fire dragon sent the Flame Emperor hurtling through the air with a single punch. Bolstered by the reverse scale, the fire punch was nothing short of a critical strike. Yet simultaneously, the pressure of its abilities and the concurrent use of multiple techniques were rapidly depleting the fire dragon's stamina and energy. After rolling several times, the Flame Emperor righted itself. Following the exchanges, its gaze grew increasingly combative. Roar! The Flame Emperor bellowed, transforming into a fiery wheel and charging forward. The fire dragon's momentum was equally fierce, meeting it head-on with a charged flame attack. Nevertheless, in this clash, the Flame Emperor demonstrated the mastery of its techniques. As it bit down on the flame fangs, it instantly dissipated the fire dragon's fiery fists. Concurrently, with a glare and a roar, it disrupted the fire dragon's charged flame attack, leaving it momentarily dazed and sending it flying due to the double disadvantage. The fire dragon, knocked back, rolled onto the ground, instinctively using its claws to grip the earth and cushion the impact. Gasping for breath, the fire dragon's chest heaved violently, its crimson eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. This was the first time it had been forcefully repelled. Confusion, anger, shame, despair, and a sense of helplessness surged within. It stood frozen, at a loss. At that moment, the voice of the fire dragon echoed within its heart. Fire dragon. The calls resonated deeply. The fire dragon, dazed yet slightly aware, pondered, what is this? Fire dragon. This is the voice of the leader. Thump thump. The heartbeat of the leader. Healing. This is the leader's power. Yes, the leader is right behind it. No one can surpass it. No one can. Not even the gods. As the crimson hue in its eyes gradually faded, the fire dragon resolutely rose to its feet. It turned around and immediately met Feng Xuan's trusting gaze. He had always believed in his Pokémon. The fire dragon broke into a wide grin, its eyes crinkling with joy. Feng Xuan smiled back, gently uttering, charge. Roar. The fire dragon let out a ferocious roar, its gaze once again filled with disdain as it faced its opponent. In that instant, Feng Xuan and the fire dragon simultaneously prepared to attack. At that moment, they were not only united in spirit, but also in body. He felt as if he had become the fire dragon, running alongside it. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded. As the fire dragon dashed forward, golden patterns emerged on its fists. Moreover, its tail elongated, and the single horn atop its head transformed into a brilliant pair of golden horns. Simultaneously, a golden flame enveloped the fire dragon. It raised its fist, ablaze with golden flames, and swung it toward its adversary. Meanwhile, observing the charging fire dragon, the Flame Emperor's combative spirit intensified. Suddenly, deep red flames manifested around it. Enveloping itself in these crimson flames, it surged forward with tremendous force. This was its tribute to a worthy foe. Sacred fire, blazing charge. Just as the two were about to collide, the fire dragon lifted its left hand. Unlike its right hand, which was ablaze with golden flames, the left hand crackled with golden lightning. With the combination of fire punch and thunder punch, the fire dragon finally clashed with the Flame Emperor. Buzz. A violent explosion caused Feng Xuan to experience temporary ringing in his ears. At the same time, everything before him was enveloped in intense flames. Although he could not discern what transpired in the battlefield, the power of his bond remained unbroken. With a tinge of urgency, Feng Xuan awaited the final outcome. As the smoke cleared, two figures emerged in his line of sight. The fire dragon, returned to its original form yet battered, knelt on the ground, its chest heaving. Opposite, the Flame Emperor was equally breathless, peering through one uninjured eye. After several tense seconds of stalemate, the aftershock of the blazing charge struck the Flame Emperor, causing it to collapse onto the ground. Its open eye gazed admiringly at the human before it. Moments later, that eye slowly closed. In this battle, the fire dragon emerged victorious. Chapter 57. The Aftermath of Victory. It was unimaginable. Before him lay a divine beast. Though this divine beast was but an illusion, it did not diminish its extraordinary combat prowess. Yet, in this moment, such a being had fallen before an ordinary Pokémon. This scene was something even the Flame Emperor had not anticipated. In its trials, there were minimal restrictions on trainers, allowing challengers to besiege the illusory Flame Emperor. This was indeed the Flame Emperor's intention. If it could be defeated by no more than 6 Pokémon, the trainer would pass the trial. However, even amidst such besiegement, in a millennium, only 5 humans had succeeded. And this individual, who triumphed with just 1 Pokémon, was the first the Flame Emperor had encountered in 1,000 years. What a sight it would be if the other 2 friends were to meet him. Curiosity and admiration filled the fallen Flame Emperor as it closed its remaining eye. In this battle, the Flame Emperor had lost its fighting capability. The fire dragon triumphed. The joy of victory illuminated Feng Xuan's face. He approached the fire dragon and slowly raised his right hand. Upon witnessing this, the fire dragon understood, laboriously rising to meet that hand in a triumphant clap. It had not betrayed its leader's trust. How wonderful it felt. Caca. The little fire monkey hurriedly approached, eager to celebrate with the victorious fire dragon. You see, upon reaching this point, one might realize that the rewards of victory are not the most important aspect. What truly matters is their bond. After a moment, as Feng Xuan treated the fire dragon, he observed the changes in the Flame Emperor. Suddenly, to Feng Xuan's astonishment, the Flame Emperor transformed back into a deep red flame. Remarkably, it did not dissipate as before. Instead, it eerily lingered in the air for a moment before surging towards Feng Xuan. Before he could react, the flame surged into his right hand. Amidst curious gazes, a red hexagram appeared on the back of Feng Xuan's hand. The little fire monkey curiously poked at the mark. But nothing happened. Feng Xuan examined it with intrigue, finding it aesthetically pleasing yet devoid of any apparent significance. If seen outside, it would likely be mistaken for a tattoo. At that moment, Feng Xuan's system activated once more. Ding. Task completed. Task. Perfectly passed the trial of the Flame Emperor. Task reward. Information on the trial of Suakun. Information on the trial of Reiku. Oh, such a reward left Feng Xuan utterly mesmerized. He had never anticipated that upon completing a trial, he would be bestowed with an entire set of trial accolades. By the way, system, what is this hexagram mark? Ding. After scanning, the mark is identified as the acknowledgement of the Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor's acknowledgement. You have gained the recognition of the Holy Beast. The Flame Emperor. The Emperor is constantly watching over you. In times of peril, it will stand by your side. It is a protective talisman. Feng Xuan mused, recognizing the classic trope. Thus, all his painstaking efforts to pass the trial yielded no tangible rewards. Just as Feng Xuan felt a tinge of boredom, the hexagram mark radiated a brilliant light. The glow enveloped them, temporarily blinding Feng Xuan. In the next moment, the space shifted. When Feng Xuan reopened his eyes, he found himself back in the original location, with Elder Yanwu Wang by his side. The Elder, who had been meditating, was startled awake by the commotion and gazed in astonishment at the suddenly appeared Feng Xuan and his companions. Was this the end? With a curious gaze, Elder Yanwu Wang began to scrutinize them. As he observed intently, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be that within such a short span, this human's capabilities had surged once more? Moreover, what was this mysterious aura surrounding him? It felt so familiar. How could he possess the essence of the Flame Emperor? Had he encountered the Emperor within? Impossible. The Flame Emperor had departed long ago. Over a century past, in fact. This was due to the emergence of a human who transformed the era, compelling even the Flame Emperor to follow in his wake. Yet, the essence of the Flame Emperor emanating from the figure before him was undeniably real. This was indeed perplexing. Ahem, human, could you enlighten me about your experiences within? Elder Yanwu Wang inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Feng Xuan also realized that the three of them had been transported out by the hexagram mark. Responding to Elder Yanwu Wang's inquiry, Feng Xuan stated, Esteemed Elder Yanwu, inside was a trial set by the Flame Emperor. Upon hearing this, Elder Yanwu Wang's expression shifted to one of understanding. Once back in the familiar subterranean space, Feng Xuan stretched comfortably. I must depart tomorrow, he remarked with a hint of nostalgia. The Charizard also sighed, expressing its fondness for this place. In contrast, the little Chimchar was brimming with excitement, eager to venture out and explore the world. Upon learning that Feng Xuan would leave the next day, Elder Yanwu Wang's mind sharpened. He resolved to voice a particular request. Ahem, human, I have a matter I wish to ask of you, Elder Yanwu Wang said solemnly. Although Feng Xuan felt a twinge of confusion, he responded earnestly, Esteemed Elder, please speak freely. I shall do my utmost. Elder Yanwu Wang continued, Ahem, human, I am aware that you possess a remarkable healing ability. Feng Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing it as the power of regeneration. Ahem, I wish to request your assistance in healing me, in exchange for a treasure from my clan. I implore you. Upon finishing, Elder Yanwu Wang bowed gently. After much contemplation, Elder Yanwu Wang finally set aside his reservations. This treasure was no ordinary artifact. It was a shared token of their 4 great clans, a legacy spanning centuries. Although its precise nature was unclear, its ability to harness surrounding energies was undeniably mysterious. This token had been housed within the Elder's meditation chamber to expedite his growth and enhance his strength. Yet, as the current Elder, he had been stagnating at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King for nearly a century, with one side representing a centuries-old legacy and the other an opportunity for ascension to a higher realm. He found himself swayed. The allure of becoming a champion had long captivated him. Upon hearing the word treasure, Feng Xuan's expression shifted to one of eager anticipation. What could possibly be deemed a treasure by Elder Yanwu Wang? It would surely mend the wounds inflicted upon his spirit from the lack of substantial rewards from the trial. Observing the elder's battle-scarred form, Feng Xuan hesitated momentarily. Esteemed elder, while I can heal Pokémon, your level of strength is beyond what I can fully mend at this time. Feng Xuan furrowed his brows and expressed his concerns. This was precisely what troubled him. With Elder Yin Wu Wang as Heavenly King prowess, Feng Xuan felt that even if he were to exhaust himself, he could not accomplish the task. Moreover, he had to depart the following day. Upon hearing that Feng Xuan had not outright rejected the request, Elder Yin Wu Wang sighed in relief. He spoke joyously. Ahem. No worries. I am fully aware of this limitation. I do not impose a strict time frame. As long as you are willing to assist, that is sufficient. Furthermore, you may return here freely, without the need for credentials. You are most welcome. Simultaneously, I pledge this. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, I shall certainly assist you. Upon hearing that he could return at any time, Feng Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 58, The Mega Evolution Stone. As the current elder of the clan, Elder Yin Wu Wang had been stuck at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King for nearly a century. He yearned desperately to break through and become a champion Pokémon. Yet, for 100 years, he had tried countless methods, all to no avail. Until one moment, he realized that it was the scars and hidden injuries upon him, though they were his badges of honor, were also hindering his progress. Now, he had finally been presented with an opportunity. That opportunity lay in the human who had suddenly appeared here and his remarkable healing abilities. Although he had identified a solution, the process would not be instantaneous. Healing a Heavenly King Pokémon like himself would require a prolonged treatment. Regarding the matter of compensation, he had wrestled with it for an extended period. It was only recently that he resolved to offer the clan's token as a reward. This was the only treasure he could afford as compensation. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan listened to the elder's proposal of reward and benefits, and he agreed. Although healing Elder Yin Wu Wang, a Pokémon of the Heavenly King level, would undoubtedly be a monumental challenge for Feng Xuan, the elder had provided ample time and granted him unrestricted access to this sacred fire domain. Moreover, challenges herald opportunities. He believed that if one day he successfully healed Elder Yin Wu Wang, his regenerative power would undoubtedly grow immensely. Thus, with both parties pleased, Elder Yin Wu Wang decided to take Feng Xuan to behold the treasure. As they entered the pathway to Elder Yin Wu Wang's territory, Feng Xuan curiously observed his surroundings. Their first stop was the activity square of the Yin Wu Wang clan. Here, Feng Xuan encountered numerous warm pigs, all nestled together on rocks basking in the sun. Furthermore, he spotted the Flame Emperor's two brothers, who were tending to a grove of berry trees. In the very center of this space was a forest-like area, complete with fruit trees, grassy meadows, and flowing streams. It was truly remarkable. At this juncture, Elder Yin Wu Wang slowed his pace, allowing Feng Xuan ample time to explore. After satisfying his curiosity, they pressed onward. Among numerous pathways, Elder Yin Wu Wang led them through one. Sure enough, as they ventured deeper, a training stone chamber came into view. The space was meticulously organized, with various training equipment arranged in perfect order. The only discomfort Feng Xuan felt was the stifling heat of the environment. In short, the concentration of fire-type energy here was extraordinarily high. Even the Charizard beside him was restless, as though the fatigue from their earlier battle had been alleviated. Upon entering the stone chamber, Feng Xuan's eyes were immediately drawn to a notably radiant orb. At that moment, Elder Yin Wu Wang removed the orb and approached Feng Xuan. Ahem. Ah, humanity. This is what I refer to as a treasure, declared the Fire King with palpable anxiety. Although this orb had been a cherished heirloom for centuries, its true purpose remained shrouded in mystery. The only known fact was that it possessed the ability to harness the surrounding energies of heaven and earth. Indeed, this artifact's capacity to gather the elemental forces around it could prove invaluable for your Pokémon, he elaborated, noticing Feng Xuan's silence. Regaining his composure, Feng Xuan fixated on the enchanting orb before him. Within this exquisite gem, a mysterious ribbon of color danced, golden and orange hues intertwined in a dazzling display. Could it be the Mega Evolution Stone? Feng Xuan gasped in astonishment. Simultaneously, the beauty of the orb captivated Charmeleon, who gently tugged at Feng Xuan's arm, eyes shimmering with desire, as if to inscribe the word mine upon its face. Naturally, Feng Xuan yearned for it. Who wouldn't he desire a free Mega Evolution Stone? Elder, is this for me? He inquired, pointing at the orb. The Fire King nodded affirmatively, indicating that this was indeed his reward, to be bestowed immediately. In that moment, both parties felt immense satisfaction with the transaction. At last, with the Mega Evolution Stone in hand, Feng Xuan eagerly sought out similar artifacts in the marketplace. Guided by the colors of the ribbon, after careful comparison, he was certain this stone was none other than the Mega Evolution Stone Y for Charizard. Oh, splendid. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. Content with this fortuitous discovery, Feng Xuan inquired about the origin of this remarkable item. The Fire King recounted that it had been brought back by a previous elder who had revered it as a token of trust. Coincidentally, that elder had also been a Charizard. Thus, it was no surprise that the Mega Evolution Stone Y had surfaced here. After allowing Charmeleon to admire the stone, Feng Xuan resolved to commence the elder's first treatment without delay. Positioning the Fire King comfortably, he summoned the power of the Eternal Oak. As his hands made contact with the elder's colossal form, a vivid picture of its physical condition appeared in Feng Xuan's mind. At first glance, Feng Xuan was taken aback by the multitude of dark injuries that marred the elder's body. How many battles must one endure to accumulate such a plethora of wounds? This was, in fact, a disadvantage of wild Pokémon. Unlike those trained by trainers, wild Pokémon faced far more battles, often with graver consequences. While trainers engaged in controlled skirmishes, wild Pokémon fought with a ferocity that could be lethal. Such brutality was necessary for survival in the wild. Thus, it was rare for trainers to capture fully formed wild Pokémon. Perhaps the Fire King had endured a tumultuous past. Feng Xuan silently counted over 700 minor dark injuries and nearly 100 major ones, with 2 severe fatal wounds indicating that the elder had indeed suffered life-threatening harm. The sheer number of injuries, totaling 700 or 800, left Feng Xuan feeling overwhelmed. When he had seen Charmeleon with 4 or 5 minor injuries and some external wounds, he had felt deep sympathy, yet the elder was a far weightier case. Without further ado, having received his reward, Feng Xuan dedicated himself to the task at hand. He began by addressing the minor dark injuries, activating his Eternal Oak power. Instantly, the Fire King felt enveloped in warmth, a sensation it had not experienced for over a century. Under Feng Xuan's diligent efforts, many of the minor wounds began to heal. After depleting much of his energy and focus, Feng Xuan paused to assess his progress. The results were satisfactory. He had successfully treated a dozen dark injuries. While this was merely a drop in the bucket, the Fire King was exceedingly pleased with the treatment. It saw the potential for growth and promised Feng Xuan that he could seek assistance from it whenever faced with challenges. In the days that followed, Feng Xuan explored the local community, where he was met with warmth and even treated to dinner. Thus, 7 days passed, marking the conclusion of his volcanic training, and it was time to return to the city. Chapter 59, The Journey Home. Early the next morning, Feng Xuan arose to pack his belongings. After a week in this place, he was ready to conclude his training and found himself yearning for the bustle of the city. Methodically, he organized his supplies, everything from clothing to provisions, before stowing them in his backpack. With a hint of nostalgia, he gazed at the tent, deciding to leave it intact for future use. Charmeleon obediently approached, ready to carry the pack. "Let us go," Feng Xuan exclaimed. As they progressed towards the exit, a multitude of Pokémon appeared at the entrance, a welcoming sight, as they were Feng Xuan's old friends come to bid farewell. Approaching them, Feng Xuan exchanged fist bumps and handshakes. "Fire King brother. I won't have any meat to eat now. Charizard. So, the little one is leaving. It's for the best. I've run out of things to teach him. Furfru. Big brother, I still wanted to secretly improve. Why must you leave? Chimchar, Charmeleon, Tepig, and Electrike. Our delicious companion is departing Monferno. Charmeleon. Sigh, such a formidable rival is leaving us after bidding farewell." Feng Xuan glanced back. Sure enough, in the distance, the Fire King waved goodbye, and even the bright sky seemed to flicker in farewell. Farewell, my friends. The volcanic training saga comes to a temporary close. Upon returning to the pit, Feng Xuan encountered the same stoic driver from before, who appeared to have been waiting for him. "Good morning, sir," Feng Xuan greeted. The driver nodded silently in response before summoning a Pidgeot. Together, they ascended into the sky, flying in the direction they had come. In midair, Feng Xuan closed his eyes, savoring the beauty of flight. The gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, and the melodious chirping of birds filled his ears. He began to anticipate Charmeleon's impending evolution. The driver maintained his usual expressionless demeanor, yet internally, he was astounded. The transformation in the young man over the past week was remarkable. The mysterious aura surrounding him was almost unfathomable. Furthermore, despite having survived in the wild for 7 days, the boy bore no unpleasant odors. Instead, he exuded an unusual, fragrant aroma. This transformation was astonishing. Was that sacred place truly so extraordinary? In truth, despite appearing as a wild man after a week, Feng Xuan had maintained basic hygiene with diligent care. After all, the use of hot water was a remarkably practical skill. After enjoying the flight for a while, the duo descended back to the base of the volcano, where Feng Xuan was greeted by old friends, Su Rong, Li Mu, and He Tan. However, compared to Feng Xuan's vibrant energy, they appeared somewhat worn out. Upon seeing Feng Xuan, He Tan excitedly approached. Yo, Xiangu. Long time no see. Feng Xuan smiled and exchanged a fist bump and shoulder pat. Though it's been a while, you look rather haggard. He noticed the prominent dark circles under He Tan's eyes. With a wry smile, He Tan replied, what can I say? For 7 days, I've had to compete with wild Pokemon for territory. It's exhausting. He then cast a skeptical glance at Feng Xuan. It is indeed you. How do you appear so spirited? Moreover, why do I sense that you have become more handsome? To be precise, it is not merely a matter of looks. Rather, your demeanor has improved. As the bearer of the everlasting power, Feng Xuan exudes an aura of friendliness and purity at all times. With such an essence, even in the untamed wilderness teeming with wild Pokemon, he could thrive effortlessly. Feng Xuan did not respond to the inquiry, but continued to greet the other two individuals. Su Rong, Li Mu, greetings. Su Rong's face was smudged, and the originally fiery red t-shirt he wore had transformed into a dark crimson hue. Li Mu, despite the fatigue visible on her face, still radiated charm in her blue dress. After all, she was a water-type trainer. Both of them nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Feng Xuan. However, the two older gentlemen did not grant them much time for pleasantries. As they arrived in 2 dedicated vehicles to escort them, Feng Xuan took a seat in the back, the metallic leather and plastic evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Just then, Li Mu approached. After exchanging a few words at the driver's window, she opened the rear door and plopped down beside Feng Xuan. He shifted slightly to make room and curiously stole a glance at her. How did she manage to sit over here? Were the 3 on that side too cramped? At that moment, the vehicle started moving, heading towards Yin City. Feng Xuan's gaze drifted from her to the scenery outside as drowsiness began to creep in. Suddenly, Li Mu's melodious voice broke the silence. Feng, may I ask where your home is? Feng Xuan nodded and replied, no problem, just call me Feng Xuan. I live in the neighboring Longjiang city. Li Mu responded with a soft hum, then continued, Feng Xuan, do you like water-type Pokemon? Feng Xuan's eyes sparkled. Discussing Pokemon invigorated him. Absolutely. Water-type Pokemon possess so many unique traits that I adore. Not to mention the adorably clumsy Squirtle, and Froakie is just so cool. While Psyduck's oblivious charm is delightful, and there's more. Listening to Feng Xuan's enthusiasm, Li Mu joined the conversation. They chatted about everything from Squirtle to Suicune, and from Suicune to Ho-Oh. Their vibrant exchange even managed to distract the stoic driver from the monotony of the journey. Time flew by swiftly. Upon arriving at their destination, the Flame God Arena, Feng Xuan, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, realized how quickly the journey had passed. After disembarking, he politely bid farewell to the stoic driver. Remarkably, the driver smiled in response. Watching the vehicle disappear, Feng Xuan murmured to himself, I should be on my way too. At that moment, Li Mu chimed in, Feng Xuan, would you like to visit my home? It's nearby, and the ride is quick. Feng Xuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, I think I should head back early. I've been without signal for 7 days, and my mother must be worried sick. Li Mu nodded in understanding, suddenly recalling something. She added, Feng Xuan, are you familiar with the Little Water God Cup? I heard how much you adore water-type Pokemon. It's said that this competition has water-type Pokemon as prizes. Plus, the official matches for the Little Water God Cup are in a doubles format. What do you say? Would you like to join me? Doubles format. Feng Xuan was taken aback, beginning to contemplate. Could it be similar to that in the games? That should be rather interesting. Absolutely. We can chat on WeChat closer to the date. Feng Xuan agreed, intending to bid her farewell as he noticed a taxi approaching. As Li Mu watched Feng Xuan depart, her radiant expression finally faltered. Her face fell, and she let out a long yawn. I'm so tired. I should head home and rest. At this point, Feng Xuan had arrived at the train station, having purchased a ticket for the high-speed train. He embarked on his journey home. July had passed. On the train, Feng Xuan reflected on all his gains from July, ever since he acquired Charmander on July 1st. His life, along with Charmander's Pokemon journey, had transformed. As of now, Charmander had evolved into a formidable Charmeleon. Moreover, a new member had joined their team, the Little Chimchar. In terms of strength, here are Charmeleon's current stats. Pokemon, Charmeleon, Level, Elite, LV26. Ability, Solar Power. Moves, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Dragon Pulse, Outrage, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Fire Fawn. Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Sunny Day, Flamethrower, Fire Spin, Energy Ball, Overheat. Potential, Peak Champion. Following the ultimate battle with NEI, Charmeleon's strength had successfully advanced further. In contrast, Chimchar's stats appeared rather modest. Pokemon, Chimchar, Level, Beginner, LV8. Ability, Iron Fist. Moves, Scratch, Leer, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Energy Ball. Potential, Average Champion. Although Chimchar seemed rather innocent, its potential for the future was boundless. These changes applied to the Pokemon, but Feng Xuan's transformations were equally significant. Now, he was not only a millionaire, but had also gained considerable fame. In terms of rewards, Feng Xuan possessed the 6-pointed star mark from NEI, as well as the Firestone for Charizard evolution gifted by Elder Yinwu. Regarding his coins, after the accumulation from Chimchar's ability and the trial battle, Feng Xuan's total had just surpassed 10,000. Oh, and he also obtained the everlasting power. His current assets were more than sufficient to embark on a new chapter. Chapter 60, Development of Energy Blocks. The time had now entered August. The season of August, with its climate ablaze like a burning flame, had ushered in the threshold of sweltering summer. Taking advantage of the refreshing morning, Feng Xuan, accompanied by Chimchar, commenced their morning jog. After returning from Yun City yesterday, his mother indeed scolded him. However, upon seeing Chimchar, her expression brightened instantly, allowing Feng Xuan to escape a dire situation. When Chimchar first arrived in this unfamiliar yet warm environment, it was both timid and curious. Cuddled in Feng Xuan's embrace, it surveyed everything around it. Back in his small room, Feng Xuan eagerly dove onto his bed. After such an extended absence, he had missed it terribly. That night, Feng Xuan and Chimchar enjoyed a restful slumber. In the morning, Feng Xuan treaded familiar ground, running in circles. The morning breeze brushed against him, making it hard to bear the afternoon's heat. Chimchar trotted happily behind Feng Xuan. With a trainer by its side, Chimchar felt no fatigue from the exertion. Instead, it always sought to match pace with its leader, just like Charmeleon, who led the way. Feng Xuan ran with ease, empowered by the everlasting power, which mitigated his physical strain during the run. This also served as a form of training for his abilities. After concluding their morning jog, Feng Xuan took them to a breakfast shop. Watching the large meat wontons before him, Chimchar couldn't help but drool incessantly. Nevertheless, it refrained from diving in directly, instead casting an adorable gaze at Feng Xuan. Under Feng Xuan's careful guidance, Chimchar clumsily picked up a spoon and began to eat heartily. Charmeleon, on the other hand, was far more adept, skillfully holding the bowl with one hand while sipping soup and using the other to wield the spoon. It even knew how to add extra spice and vinegar. Pokemon can consume human food, but certain dishes taste different to them, as their sense of taste differs from that of humans. However, some animal-type Pokemon share a similar palate with humans. For instance, felines such as Meowth and Espurr occasionally indulge in pilfering human sustenance. In fact, there exist certain Pokemon that scarcely consume food at all, such as the electric-type Magnemite, which primarily sustains itself through the act of charging. Overall, the dietary preferences of Pokemon are remarkably diverse. However, to sustain a day filled with high-intensity activities, Pokemon food and energy cubes emerge as the optimal choices among their sustenance. Speaking of energy cubes, Feng Xuan has conceived a novel idea during his recent studies. Following breakfast, the little Chimchar licked its lips with lingering delight. So this is the world that the second brother speaks of, exquisitely fragrant, indeed. After a while, Feng Xuan arrived at the Pokemon shop, intending to purchase a small bed for his Chimchar. Incidentally, Charmeleon also possesses one but seldom utilizes it, as it prefers to snuggle into Feng Xuan's bed every night, leaving its own neglected. After opting for home delivery, Feng Xuan proceeded to the berry zone, embarking on his little scheme. As mentioned previously, since gaining the power of Eternatus, Feng Xuan has become acutely sensitive to life energy. Coincidentally, certain varieties of berries, as wondrous crops, inherently contain life energy. He has developed a fundamental ability to discern whether the berries before him possess life energy and can even compare the quantities thereof. This is indeed a rather formidable shortcut. Armed with pen and paper, Feng Xuan commenced his research. After a round of observations, he discovered that any berry possessing healing properties contained a modicum of life energy. For instance, the cherry berry heals paralysis, the citrus berry cures sleep, and the pecha berry alleviates poisoning, among others. Additionally, the orange berry, which restores stamina, also holds a trace of life energy, albeit in minimal amounts. Feng Xuan categorized these berries according to their life energy content. The first tier included orange berries and other similar fruits. The second tier comprised the aforementioned cherry berries and others. Starting from the third tier, A significant increase in life energy content was noted, consisting of highly functional berries, such as the lum berry, which can cure abnormal and confused states. Lum berries are quite precious, serving as a primary ingredient for universal healing items in the market. In subsequent tiers, the 4th and 5th, Feng Xuan found very few examples. He even encountered certain berries absent from Pokemon games, local products that are nonetheless equally potent. Thus, Feng Xuan closed his notebook. He dedicated such extensive effort to researching these berries with the intention of developing a new energy cube. His goal transcended the mere functionalities of the berries. He sought to harness the life energy contained within them. What if, during the creation of energy cubes, the life energy was preserved instead of merely the functional attributes? Perhaps what the masters of energy cube crafting could not achieve, Feng Xuan might be able to. His sensitivity to life energy, endowed by the power of Eternatus, could enable him to succeed. Should he manage to invent this, fame and fortune would surely follow. Furthermore, it would be immensely beneficial for his own Pokemon. Without hesitation, Feng Xuan procured a substantial quantity of 1st and 2nd tier berries and subsequently ordered a machine for crafting energy cubes. Upon returning home, after leaving Chimchar to practice with Charmeleon, Feng Xuan buried himself amidst the berries. After a while, he despondently covered his face. Due to the absence of a formula, he had no idea how to operate the process to retain the life energy of the berries. Such knowledge was not present in any book belonging to an undeveloped field. Typically, after random attempts, the life energy of the berries would elude him before he could capture it. All he could do was engage in extensive trial and error until he discovered the method to preserve the life energy. Yet, the possibilities for trial and error were countless, far more arduous than even the most laborious endeavors in Minecraft. An inventor succeeded in creating a light bulb after over 1,000 trials. Feng Xuan's attempts might well amount to thousands of times that. He required vast data and a stroke of luck. Once he entered university, he was determined to seek out a formidable laboratory to discern patterns from extensive data. However, for now, he could only repetitively slice berries and engage in trial and error. In the afternoon, Feng Xuan, accompanied by Chimchar, arrived at the Pokemon Center. At the reception desk, he validated his ordinary trainer certificate, formally bidding farewell to his novice trainer title. Although he did not possess 3 ordinary-level Pokemon, he had an elite-level Charmeleon. Similarly, to ascend to the rank of elite trainer, possessing 3 elite Pokemon or 1 professional Pokemon sufficed. Certification of a trainer S level is quite essential. Higher-ranked trainers not only enjoy official subsidies, but also receive discounts when shopping at Pokemon stores. Moreover, the tasks and bounties posted at the Pokemon Center often require specific trainer levels. After completing the certification, Feng Xuan turned and made his way to the arena. It was time for Chimchar to experience the ambience of the battlefield. Entering the arena, Feng Xuan had yet to select an opponent when he was immediately approached for a challenge. The challenger, accompanied by 2 water-type Pokemon, seemingly perceived him as an easy target. Has his reputation faded? Bearing 2 water-type Pokemon, Luo Wenjie suppressed a knowing smirk as he approached Feng Xuan. Hey there, how about a battle? A 2v2 match. Feng Xuan, upon observing a Squirtle and a Wingull, revealed a mysterious smile. Sounds good. He readily agreed. Luo Wenjie chuckled lightly. I trust you know the rules, right? Of course. The loser pays 200. With their respective intentions, they stepped onto the battlefield. The opponent chose to send out Squirtle, while Feng Xuan prepared to debut Chimchar. Upon witnessing Chimchar's imminent entry, Luo Wenjie's expression darkened. How dare he underestimate me in a type disadvantage battle? Infuriated, Luo Wenjie resolved to teach this fire-type trainer about type advantages. He gave Squirtle a knowing glance, and Squirtle promptly understood, entering the arena. Chimchar leaped down from Feng Xuan's embrace, its shiny silver fists colliding with each other. Pokemon, Squirtle. Type, Water. Level, Ordinary, LV18. An 8-level Chimchar, facing an 18-level Squirtle. Feng Xuan felt an advantage was on his side. With the support of Eternatus's power, victory in this battle was not out of reach. On the battlefield, Chimchar and Squirtle faced each other. Suddenly, Chimchar sprang into action. Without the need for verbal commands, aided by the power of Eternatus, Chimchar instinctively grasped Feng Xuan's intentions. Enveloped in flames, Chimchar surged toward its opponent while amassing energy. Charged flamethrower. Luo Wenjie chuckled again, dismissing this reckless charge. Squirtle, use water gun to send him packing. Squirt. Squirtle confidently opened its mouth, unleashing a powerful stream of water. As the water gun approached, Chimchar momentarily faltered. Just as it hesitated, Feng Xuan's voice resonated in its mind. Following his command, It crossed its arms defensively before bracing for the impact of the water gun. A resounding crash echoed as the water gun collided with Chimchar. Rowan Jie burst into laughter, exclaiming how utterly novice it was to not even attempt to evade. Meanwhile, in the arena, the little fire monkey blinked in bewilderment. Oh, it didn't hurt at all. Gazing at its own arms, the fire monkey was filled with astonishment. Of course, it didn't hurt. The increase in both physical and special defenses described in its ability was no mere illusion. Moreover, it had the steadfast backing of the steadfast ability. Setting aside its playful thoughts, under Feng Xuan's continued guidance, the fire monkey charged once more through the steam and smoke, engulfed in flames. Witnessing this spectacle, Rowan Jie gasped in astonishment. What? Goodness! Kame Turtle, unleash another water gun attack. Kame? Kame. The Kame Turtle was equally taken aback by the opponent's lack of harm, but quickly followed up with another water gun. After enduring one hit and dodging two, the fire monkey successfully collided with the Kame Turtle, forcing it to stagger backward. However, the damage inflicted was minimal. No matter. The fire monkey had already accumulated several boosts to its speed. This was precisely why it had managed to endure the water gun earlier and evade two subsequent shots. From the outset, Feng Xuan had never anticipated that the charged flamethrower could decisively finish off the opponent. After all, the true prowess of Iron Fist had yet to be unveiled. As the Kame Turtle halted its retreat, its relaxed demeanor faded away. Rowan Jie likewise retracted his previously carefree smile, sensing an unsettling shift. Kame Turtle, use Water Pulse. Kame. As its signature move, the Kame Turtle swiftly unleashed a rapidly vibrating water sphere. The water sphere was immense and far too close for the fire monkey to evade, forcing it to raise its arms once more for a block. The violent waves of water pulse exploded upon the fire monkey, violently repelling it. Its feet carved shallow grooves into the ground as it was thrust backward. Breathing heavily, the fire monkey felt a slight numbness in its arms. Observing this, Rowan Jie let out a sigh of relief, the corners of his mouth curling back into a smirk. Not bad, nothing unexpected. However, unbeknownst to Rowan Jie, a mysterious green light flickered subtly as the fire monkey's arm injuries were rapidly healing and its labored breathing gradually eased. Once again, flames ignited in the fire monkey's eyes. With a fierce shout, it activated the charged flamethrower once more. Yet this time, the charged flamethrower had undergone a transformation. With the speed boosts accumulated over time, the fire monkey surged forward like a streak of fire towards the Kame Turtle. At that moment, the fire monkey received another mental signal from Feng Xuan. During its dash, it suddenly raised its fists. In the next instant, arcs of electricity crackled around its fists. Although it had spent 7 days in the volcanic environment, resulting in a slower leveling pace, the fire monkey was far from a mere bystander. Through extensive battle experience, even as a novice, it could now execute Thunder Punch or Fire Punch simultaneously. This was what Feng Xuan had once proclaimed. The fire monkey's innate talent for striking was unparalleled. Now, that unparalleled talent was beginning to shine. With sufficient build-up for the charged flamethrower, the fire monkey closed the distance to its opponent in an instant. Rowan Jie was taken aback, shouting in alarm, "No, Kame Turtle, withdraw into your shell." Yet they remained oblivious to the imminent events that awaited them. With fists crackling with electricity, the fire monkey struck the turtle shell before it. With 4 times the damage from the Thunder Punch, 1 times for type advantage, 2 times for the Iron Fist ability, the Kame Turtle was sent flying like a toy, rolling away until it finally came to a stop, its eyes swirling in a daze. Gulp. Rowan Jie silently swallowed hard, then discreetly pulled out 2 red bills from his pocket. After stuffing the bills into Feng Xuan's hand, he turned on his heel and ran away, his face flushed with embarrassment. What a formidable opponent. This is mortifying. Hey, brother, come again next time. Feng Xuan immediately retaliated with a swift strike. Upon hearing this, Rowan Jie stumbled in shock. How dare you be so arrogant? I'll go fetch help. At that moment, the fire monkey remained blissfully unaware of its triumph. In the presence of the powerful volcano, it subconsciously felt inferior. Little did it realize, in its very first battle, it had effortlessly defeated its opponent with a single strike. How does it feel, little fire monkey? Feng Xuan approached, crouching to meet its gaze. The fire monkey, with wide eyes, adorably replied, "Came. Boss, how did I perform just now? You were magnificent. Came. Quickly, quickly. Did you all hear that?" It turns out it was truly impressive. Chapter 62. Time flies. The little fire monkey triumphantly secured its first victory, and not just any victory, but one against a higher tier. Immersed in the joy of its success, the fire monkey basked in its triumph, while Feng Xuan quietly began to reflect. The fire monkey's physical strength, mastery of techniques, and damage output were all commendable. However, its spirit and courage were lacking. Overall, it simply lacked experience. Yet, it was understandable. Since its inception, the fire monkey had encountered primarily fire-type Pokémon, unlike the Charmander that had thrived in a broader environment from the start. Nevertheless, this battle had instilled confidence in the fire monkey, marking the first step on its path to invincibility. Not only that, but its energy level had also surged, now reaching level 9. To reward its achievement, Feng Xuan specially ordered a quality firestone from the system shop to facilitate its daily growth. As the urban environment was far less conducive than that of the volcano, upon returning to the arena, the fire monkey nestled back into Feng Xuan's embrace, curiously observing its surroundings. Much like the initial Charmander, this evoked a sense of nostalgia in the latter, albeit with a hint of embarrassment that was hardly noticeable. Seizing the moment while the crowd had yet to recall the name of Wangu, Feng Xuan planned to sneakily promote battles. Thus, throughout the afternoon, a peculiar scene unfolded in the arena. A trainer with 2 fire-type Pokémon engaged in a frenzied brawl. The Charmeleon appeared sparingly, mostly giving the spotlight to the fire monkey. It wasn't until dusk that Feng Xuan was finally recognized by the crowd. Several novice trainers surrounded him, eager to glean training insights and request his autograph. Brother Feng, what do you think of the fire-type evolution of EV? Is it worth choosing? It's decent. Flareon excels in physical attack and is worth training. Brother, can you recommend some moves for my fire Meowth to learn? Learn Flare Blitz. Brother, my Vulpix is in a 2v2. How do I find a teammate? What ability? Drought. Find a chlorophyll partner. Brother, look at me. My Vulpix has the Flash Fire ability. Go find a Houndoom to play with. Brother Foam, can I get your autograph? Sure. Right here. As the crowd grew increasingly larger, Feng Xuan hastily devised an escape plan. Just moments ago, squeezed within the throng, he felt as though he had been groped several times. The fire monkey nestled deeper into his embrace, overwhelmed by the frenzied attention. While Charmeleon enjoyed the sensation of being surrounded, its commanding aura managing to intimidate many. Walking home, the evening glow cast long shadows upon them, marking the quiet passage of their first day. The swift passage of time in August was palpable. In the days that followed, the now rapidly maturing fire monkey, having concluded its infancy, continued to thrive. During its days in the volcano, it had amassed an abundance of foundational strength. Remarkably, by the second day, the fire monkey had reached the threshold of level 10. However, this threshold did not deter the little fire monkey for long. Under the nurturing of a firestone throughout one night, it successfully broke through to the ordinary level the following day. Subsequently, it reaped the rewards from the system, 1,000 gold coins and an enhanced punch move learning device. In contrast to the rapid progress of the little fire monkey, the fire dinosaur advanced steadily. Its daily training regimen was focused on solidifying the knowledge and techniques acquired from the volcanic studies. Although it remained unskilled with the powerful move Eruption, it had already mastered the control of its abilities. With the aid of the scorching rocks during the sunny day move, it could keep its opponents basking in sunlight continuously. It can be said that the fire dinosaur has now established its own system. Its direction is clear, and it understands its core framework. It is vital for a Pokémon to comprehend its core system. For a Pokémon cannot learn everything. It must have areas of specialization. Only a Pokémon that possesses a core system can rise to become a formidable force. The fire dinosaur exemplifies this, with Sunny Day, solar power, and a specialization in fire-type moves forming the crux of its strategy. This is the foundation that enables it to challenge the legendary Pokémon in TI. Meanwhile, the little fire monkey's Iron Fist system is also taking shape under Feng Xuan's guidance. He plans to center its development around Sword's Dance and the Enhanced Punch, constructing its core framework. Once the little fire monkey has developed its own system, it will truly possess the qualifications to stand against legendary beasts. As time continued to pass, the fourth day arrived. With Feng Xuan's return, his name resonated throughout the Pokémon Center arena, making it difficult for him to find new challengers for the newly promoted little fire monkey. In pursuit of enhancing its battle experience, Feng Xuan ventured to the Shuanghua Arena. As the largest private arena in the area, it attracted thousands of visitors daily. The private nature of the arena resulted in fierce competition, with the quality of battlers being exceptionally high. After all, this venue operates on a meritocratic system, where the capable rise while the weak fall. Due to the elevated quality of battlers, many trainers willingly pay to engage in battles, thereby providing their Pokémon with valuable combat experience. Indeed, to battle, one must pay, otherwise, the arena cannot sustain such a large number of battlers. Starting from the ordinary realm, there are various stages: ordinary, elite, professional, and gym. Each tier is capped at 200 battlers, though the gym tier often remains underfilled. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that ordinary tier battlers are not required to possess a standard trainer certificate. This means that an ordinary tier battler only needs one sufficiently strong ordinary tier Pokémon to participate. This stipulation explains why battler slots are allocated at the professional and gym levels. Upon arriving at the arena, Feng Xuan was instantly captivated by the bustling crowd. People hurried in and out, and the atmosphere was far more vibrant than that of the Pokémon Center arena. After waiting in line, he approached one of the front desks to inquire, "Hello, I would like to challenge Elite Battler number 66. Upon hearing Feng Xuan's request, the attendant quickly articulated in a clear tone, "Certainly, sir. Please present your trainer certificate. Elite Battler number 66 is currently available and has no reservations. The fee for reserving a battle is 1,000 yuan. Do you agree to this fee?" "Yes, thank you," Feng Xuan replied, and he was instructed to proceed to room 66 on the 4th floor to await his turn. After receiving a QR code ticket, he soon located room 66. Throughout his search, he noted that the rooms with lower numbers were more spacious. This expansive building appeared to be divided into numerous battle rooms. Feng Xuan scanned the QR code to enter the room, where he immediately spotted a young man training a Pokémon, a likely candidate for his opponent. Chapter 63, Shuanghua Arena. After verification, Feng Xuan stepped into Battle Room 66. Inside, despite having received the battle reservation request, Battler number 66 dismissed it nonchalantly, continuing to train his Pokémon. He was determined to grow stronger before the start of his sophomore year, aspiring to become a substitute for the school's battle team. Observing the room's layout, Feng Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The room was spacious, equipped with both resting facilities and a dedicated training area. One could not help but admire the excellent conditions provided by the Shuanghua Arena for its battlers. This battle room was nothing short of luxurious, and best of all, there was no rent to pay to the arena. If performance targets were met, there was even monetary compensation, such as the treatment reserved for the strong. The more Feng Xuan pondered, the more enticing the prospect became. His small room was becoming increasingly cramped. It housed a large bed, 2 small beds, and an energy cube manufacturing machine, all crammed tightly together. Finding a battle room would be perfect for both a resting place and developing energy cubes. Unexpectedly, before he had even secured victory, Feng Xuan had already envisioned the utility of the battle room. At this moment, battler number 66 approached him, speaking in a rather peculiar tone. Are you the challenger?" Seeing how young Feng Xuan was, the battler felt a sense of relaxation. Feng Xuan nodded, signaling that he was ready. Moving to the specially designed training area, the two began their battle. The battler sent forth an electric-type Pokémon, Lantern. Lantern was not only a second-stage evolution, but had also reached the pinnacle of the elite level, at level 30. This was the very foundation of his confidence in becoming an elite battler. However, mere minutes later, after wiping the sweat off his brow under the blazing sun, the battler suddenly fell silent. Anyone who had just been defeated in a single move would feel the same way. In an instant, the sunny day was extinguished by the opponent, and the fire dinosaur unleashed a flamethrower that pierced through his thunderbolt, concluding the battle in a decisive manner. Damn! What kind of strength is this, bullying me instead of taking on the top 2? I should have known that number 66 was an ominous number. If I had known, I would have switched to room 88. After the battle, the battlers silently completed the handover procedures, logging Feng Xuan's victory in the arena system. Following verification, the room was temporarily assigned to him. The battler recalled his Pokémon and departed in silence. Due to the constant fluctuations in rankings, his battle room also changed frequently, resulting in him carrying minimal belongings. Of course, the higher one ranked, the less frequently one had to change rooms. Conversely, those with lower ranks often saw their battlers change daily. Initially, the 66th room seemed relatively secure, but then it was confronted with an unreasonable challenger. Thus, Feng Xuan established his first stronghold at the Shuanghua Arena. Yet, he was not content. The recent battle had left the fire dinosaur unfulfilled. He needed to ascend further. His reluctance to challenge battler number 1 directly stemmed from a desire for the fire dinosaur to engage in more battles and accumulate additional gold coins. Climbing from No. 200 would be a sheer waste of time. After lounging on the sofa for a while, Feng Xuan continued his endeavors. Using the Shuanghua Arena's exclusive app, he submitted further battle requests. Meanwhile, on the other side, battler number 66 entered battle room 67. Upon recognizing a familiar face, the 67th battler greeted him enthusiastically. "Hey, Brother Yi, do come over to play when you have the time," he said. Brother Yi let out a cold chuckle, remarking on his unfortunate day, having been subjected to a room check. A room check, in essence, meant being singled out, resulting in a loss in the game. The number 67 fighter could not help but exclaim, "What the hell? Who is it? I don't know them, but they must be a high school student. Probably still a minor. Their Charizard was incredibly powerful. It knocked me out in an instant." Upon hearing this, number 67's mind conjured the image of a figure donning a red and white cap. Among the city's prodigies, the most renowned was undoubtedly the high school student known as the strongest champion of the Xiaoyan Divine Cup. Moreover, their Pokemon matched as both were Charizards. After relaying this speculation to number 66, they decided to join the fray and witness how far this high school student could go. As expected, not long after, the app notified them that fighter number 65 had already been defeated, prompting the subsequent fighters to begin rotating rooms. Witnessing this scene, both the former numbers 66 and 67 gasped in unison, "What the hell?" Yet, they were not the only ones to notice this occurrence. Almost all the fighters ranked lower took heed, as it was difficult not to ponder the implications of 2 consecutive defeats among fighters of such high rank. Meanwhile, on Feng Xuan's side, due to his high ranking, the fighters had scarcely made reservations, much to his advantage. He challenged those present and achieved a triumphant streak of 3 victories, thus upgrading his room to number 60. After granting his Charizard a brief respite, Feng Xuan made his way to the first floor hall and proceeded to request a reservation for ordinary realm fighters. This time, however, Feng Xuan resolved to let his little monkey Pokemon ascend from the lower tiers, aiming to clear 2 levels of fighters. This was his recent goal. As for his midterm objectives, Feng Xuan outlined 3: the evolution of his little monkey, breakthroughs in energy block development, and the selection of new Pokemon. In the ensuing days, while Feng Xuan's life remained tranquil, the Shuanghua arena was anything but calm. Almost all fighters were aware that a formidable expert had arrived, thanks to number 67's animated recounting. Tales of Feng Xuan's remarkable prowess, which led him to become the current top-ranked fighter, spread like wildfire. Since attaining the title of the number 1 fighter, Feng Xuan had relocated the energy block production device into the battle room. This number 1 battle room was not only vast, but also equipped with a plethora of diverse and durable training facilities, which his little monkey instantly grew fond of. It diligently practiced its punching techniques against iron poles every day. Feng Xuan also facilitated the learning of enhanced punching techniques through system rewards. Remarkably, after merely observing the technique learning device once, the little monkey mastered it. With its unparalleled talent for punching, it could now execute enhanced punches instantaneously. The next phase of training that Feng Xuan had devised was to integrate the enhanced punch with other punching techniques, allowing it to grow stronger with each battle. As for the little monkey's ascent, the fighters here predominantly ranked at level 20 and were selected from the best of the best. Although the little monkey could secure victories, it still required rest. While this pace might not match the effortless ascent of Charizard to the top, the little monkey had already secured a position within the top 100. An additional significant reason for the slower progress was that the little monkey was on the verge of evolution. Just a week after departing from the volcano, the little monkey arrived at the moment of evolution. It was about to become a Monferno. Chapter 64, The Evolution of the Little Monkey. Through numerous high-intensity battles, the little monkey experienced rapid growth. At a certain moment, when it approached Feng Xuan with a peculiar expression, he recognized that the time for evolution had arrived. The concept of evolution, both familiar and foreign, made the little monkey anxious. However, upon learning that Charizard's second brother had already evolved, admiration washed over its face, igniting a yearning for evolution. Evolution could lead to greater strength. Moreover, the elder brother had mentioned that it could evolve twice. The little monkey raised 2 fingers, innocently calculating and muttering to itself. With the little monkey displaying an eagerness for evolution, Feng Xuan was, of course, prepared to facilitate everything. First, regarding the energy block. Although his own development had not succeeded, there were numerous excellent energy blocks available on the market. Presently, Feng Xuan was not short on funds. Next was the selection of the perfect environment. Without a doubt, this time it had to be back inside the volcano, where the conditions surpassed those that Charizard had once utilized. Finally, there was, of course, their old friend, the perfect Firestone. Though the cost of a perfect quality Firestone was steep, a hefty 10,000 gold coins each, it was undeniably worthwhile in nurturing Pokemon. Charizard's exceptional aptitude owed half its success to the perfect Firestone. However, there was one crucial aspect Feng Xuan needed to be mindful of. Once the little monkey evolved, it would acquire the fighting type. No matter how perfect the Firestone was, it could only aid its journey along the fire path. If he desired the little monkey to achieve success in fighting as well, he would need to ensure that Monferno used a perfect quality fighting stone during its next evolution. With the plan firmly established, Feng Xuan bid farewell to his elders and boarded the high-speed train to Yunjing City. On the train, the seat beside him was now occupied by the little monkey. Charizard, due to its size, had declined to board. Watching the little monkey curiously gaze out the window, Feng Xuan was occasionally reminded of a similar situation, with the same destination and expression, when Charmander would share the view outside with him. Wow, look at that gigantic lake. Oh, let me see. Wow, it's enormous. What do you think we could catch if we threw a line in? Maybe a Magikarp? I bet it's a Phoeba. At that moment, a northern breeze swept across the lake, sending ripples across its surface. The next instant, a thick mist enveloped the lake, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. After what felt like an eternity, Feng Xuan and his companions arrived at the foot of the volcano. Charizard gazed at the towering mountain with a hint of nostalgia. It wondered how its mentor, the Charizard, was faring. In the days of their separation, its progress had been substantial. The techniques taught by its mentor had been thoroughly integrated, even including the powerful flamethrower. The mentor had also mentioned that if it mastered these techniques, it would teach the ultimate fire-type move. What could it be? The anticipation was palpable. Charizard, don't come over. Feng Xuan produced a special Pokeball and tossed it, summoning a Fiero he had painstakingly rented. Alas, none of Feng Xuan's current Pokemon could fly. After recalling the two small ones, he mounted the Fiero and soared through the air. After some time, Feng Xuan found himself at the entrance of the sinkhole, descending once more towards the supply station. To his surprise, the food at the supply station had been restocked. He had assumed that the small stone hut was neglected. Grabbing a bottle of water, Feng Xuan pressed on deeper into the cave. Upon reaching the exit, he encountered the same pair of Infernape brothers standing guard. Hey, Infernape, I'm back. Feng Xuan waved and called out from a distance. The elder brother replied, Infernape, what's going on? I haven't eaten less. Why would I be hearing things? The younger brother chimed in, Infernape. Huh? I just finished eating. Where's the human voice coming from? Not receiving any response from the two, Feng Xuan's hand hung awkwardly in midair. Suddenly, Feng Xuan's eyes glimmered with a spark of inspiration. He promptly retrieved a block of energy snacks from his backpack, followed by a can of meat. Under the heat emanating from the fire dinosaur, he mixed the two together. The elder brother exclaimed, Yinwu, how fragrant. What is this delightful aroma? I've just eaten, yet I find myself hungry again. The younger brother echoed, Yinwu, sniff sniff, it smells so exquisite. It rivals the meat prepared by that human. At this moment, the two brothers exchanged a knowing glance, then turned their gazes toward the dark passageway. Sure enough, not far within the corridor, two flames flickered, along with a figure. Yinwu, a human. He has returned. Woo-woo. Woe is me. Do you know how I've been faring these past few days? Woe is me. The brothers of the Flame King rushed toward Feng Xuan, surrounding him as they began to lament and complain. Here, this is for both of you. Feng Xuan handed them the freshly prepared meat can. The Flame King brothers eagerly accepted it, immediately engaging in a comical tussle over it. Upon entering the Grand Plaza, Feng Xuan addressed the bickering brothers. Whoever brings Elder Flame King to me first shall claim the can in my hand. Hearing this, the elder brother of Flame King vanished in a flash, seeking a quiet spot. Under the scorching sun, Feng Xuan turned to the little fire monkey and said, Let us begin our preparations. The little fire monkey nodded stiffly, its expression tense. Relax. There's no hurry. Let us first enjoy a meal. Feng Xuan produced 10 energy blocks, intended to enhance the growth of fire-type Pokemon. With the calming influence of the power of eternity and the sustenance of the energy blocks, the little fire monkey's mood gradually lightened, its eyes sparkling with vitality. At this juncture, Feng Xuan sensed it was time. He retrieved the translucent fire stone and presented it to the little fire monkey. Cradling the perfect fire stone, the little fire monkey gently closed its eyes. Moments later, a radiant white light, symbolizing evolution, enveloped the little fire monkey. Not only that, but a series of red whirlwinds manifested around it. A manifestation resulting from the overwhelming concentration of fire energy. The red whirlwinds grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, a small tornado emerged, roaring and swirling everything in its vicinity. Just standing near the tornado's edge, Feng Xuan found himself drenched in sweat from the intense heat. It was hard to imagine the extreme temperature the little fire monkey was enduring at the eye of the storm. The commotion attracted many Pokemon, who recognized Feng Xuan and curiously surrounded him, inquiring about the nature of the tornado. Among those drawn were Elder Flame King, Dragonite Sensei, and the Flame King brothers, among other old friends. Observing the tornado radiating such potent energy, Elder Flame King smiled silently, internally musing, this human truly knows how to stir things up. Who would have thought that a Pokemon's evolution could create such a spectacle, unprecedented and unseen before? If it had made such a ruckus back then, would it not be a champion Pokemon by now? Although Feng Xuan noticed everyone's arrival, his focus remained steadfast on the evolution. As the tumult subsided, the white light of evolution began to recede. Gradually, everyone beheld a figure emerging from the radiance, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. Its form bore a striking resemblance to that of a human. It possessed a long, slender tail that ignited in flames at its tip, with red and blue patterns resembling masks adorning its face. It was said that the deeper the blue on its visage, the greater its strength. A ring of white fur encircled its neck, and a swirling pattern decorated its abdomen. Enter the Infernape. Pokemon, Infernape. Gender, male. Level, ordinary, LV14, LV20. Type, fire, fighting. Ability, Iron Fist. Moves, Scratch, Leer, Ember, Fury Swipes, Taunt, Flame Punch, Thunder Punch, Flare Blitz, Power-Up Punch, Mach Punch. Potential, Champion. In this evolution, Infernape underwent a transformative metamorphosis. During its evolution, Infernape autonomously learned the Mach Punch move. This was a remarkable skill, essential for close-quarters combat. However, what excited Feng Xuan the most was the change in Infernape's potential. Champion. That was indeed a coveted status. Infernape, merely after its initial evolution, possessed the potential of a champion. Indeed, their futures were boundless. Chapter 65, End of August Summary. For Pokemon, such miraculous beings, they are always brimming with wonder. One could even say they embody miracles themselves. Evolution remains a mysterious domain, as it facilitates Pokemon in achieving a leap in the hierarchy of life. Simply put, post-evolution, Pokemon experience an enhancement in their base stats. For millennia, humanity has endeavored to understand the factors influencing evolution, as everyone yearns to uncover the essence of a perfect evolution. What profound benefits might it bestow upon Pokemon? Today, Feng Xuan's orchestrated evolution, while perhaps not reaching perfection, was indeed remarkably close. Through this evolution, the little fire monkey accomplished a transcendence in the hierarchy of life, leaping from the ranks of a quasi-champion to that of a champion. Champion, a realm to be aspired to. On the vast blue planet, home to nearly 10 billion inhabitants, champion trainers are but a handful. They hold a status akin to that of nuclear weapons in a bygone era. Presently, the Dragon Kingdom has its champion, Elder Yi, who has reached the venerable age of 70. While there is only one champion, our Dragon Kingdom boasts a staggering 17 elite trainers. Moreover, this count does not include those who, though elite trainers, lack the title, nor those quasi-champion trainers with merely 1 or 2 champion Pokemon. Even retired champions have not been accounted for. One could assert that if the S3 season were to commence, our Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly emerge as an overwhelming force. Returning to the site of evolution, the little fire monkey was now a thing of the past. Before everyone's eyes stood Infernape, tall and robust. Its height of 1.5 meters positioned it as a giant among its kin. Feeling the surge of power coursing through its body, Infernape grinned widely. This is what my brother referred to as evolution. How powerful. It now felt strong enough to stand beside its elder brother. What are you grinning about? Feng Xuan approached Infernape, smiling as he inquired. Seeing his trainer, Infernape's eyes welled with emotion, and it leaped forward to embrace Feng Xuan. Oh my Infernape has grown. Feng Xuan remarked, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet smiling brightly. In the elder's training chamber, Flame King gazed with admiration upon the two figures standing beside Feng Xuan. Their powerful aura, confident gazes, and fearless demeanor exuded strength. Was it something special about him, or was it them? Or was it their unity that rendered them exceptional? Truly, it left the elder perplexed. Elder, shall we commence treatment? Feng Xuan prompted. Flame King nodded in gratitude, while internally speculating. I wonder if that promise of his can still be fulfilled. Initially, he vowed to assist him unconditionally. However, given this human's rapid growth, will he even need my strength in the future? Before long. Once again, a simple therapeutic session has concluded, and the minor injuries on the Flame King have diminished by dozens. Feng Xuan nodded in satisfaction. This form of treatment not only presents a challenge, but also contributes to the growth of his everlasting power. In the following moments, Feng Xuan, invited by everyone, hosted a small banquet. During the festivities, numerous barbecue grills were erected, and Feng Xuan took it upon himself to instruct the Fire Monkey clan in the art of basic grilling. As the banquet progressed, the fire dinosaur was unexpectedly whisked away by the Charizard. It wasn't until the banquet was nearing its conclusion that the Charizard returned, a look of contentment upon its face. Humph, I'll show you, kiddo, hee. The explosive flame, while the ultimate fire-type move, is notoriously difficult to master. Only the final evolutions of the fire-type starters can attain proficiency in this technique. Charizard, how dare you flaunt your learning achievements while I demonstrate my grilling skills? Charizard, you fire dinosaur cannot hope to learn this explosive flame for now. After a slight revenge, Charizard finally returned to the banquet with satisfaction. As the gathering drew to a close, it was time for Feng Xuan to bid farewell to everyone. Though parting ways, it was only a matter of time before they would meet again. On the journey home, Feng Xuan noticed the downcast expression of the fire dinosaur and inquired with a smile, "What is the matter, fire dinosaur? Did you not enjoy the banquet?" "It's nothing. Once we have more companions, we shall host our own." Roar. "No, boss." Roar. "It's my fault. I couldn't team master the move that Charizard taught me." "I'm sorry, boss." "Huh," exclaimed the fire monkey. "Oh, what move? Is it really that difficult?" Roar. "That move is incredible. When Charizard used it, its power was explosive." Roar. "By the way, the move is called Explosive Flame." "Ha ha ha. Ha ha." Roar. "Huh. Time flies. Amidst such a mundane yet fulfilling life. Days slip by swiftly. Just like that, August has vanished in the blink of an eye. September is upon us. School is about to commence. At this moment, within Feng Xuan's cozy little room, the fire monkey rested its head on Feng Xuan's left leg, watching the animation King of Fighters, featuring a character named Riolu. The fire dinosaur leaned against Feng Xuan's right leg, engrossed in the latest episode of Dragon Emperor Returns, where the plot had reached the moment Charizard regained its honor within the clan. Feng Xuan leaned against the headboard, taking out a notebook. Upon opening the second page, he began to pen his summary of August. The first page, of course, contained the summary of July. I am the dividing line. August 31st. In this August, I have reaped a wealth of experiences. At the beginning of the month, I gained a new partner, a charming little fire monkey. However, now it has transformed into a dashing fire monkey. The 7 days of training on the volcano have facilitated a tremendous leap in the fire dinosaur's abilities. Just the evolution of its move set has left me immensely satisfied. Had it not been for the unexpected ultimate fire-type move, Charizard would have been outclassed by the fire dinosaur. Both the fire dinosaur and I have been fortunate. It was a miraculous encounter. I'm at the NEI. Although it was a mere illusion, the 6-pointed star mark on my hand is undeniably real. Thereafter, my luck continued to flourish, culminating in the acquisition of a Mega Evolution Stone, specifically the Y Stone for Charizard. Oh, and the promise from Elder Flame King. With this in mind, TMD. Who would dare provoke me in the future? Ah, who would dare? Exclaims loudly. Left NTI, right NEI, with a fire dragon on my chest, a raging monkey behind me. God blocks my path, I shall slay God. Buddha blocks my path, I shall slay Buddha. Unrivaled in the world. A touch of teenage bravado. In the ensuing days, I successfully attained the first rank in both realms at the Shuanghua Arena. The higher-ups of the arena contacted me on the spot, inundating me with a barrage of words I could hardly remember, but I am not yet of age. By the way, I made significant strides in the development of energy cubes. By a stroke of luck, the first generation of life energy cubes has been successfully developed. Although the main ingredient remains my old friend, the orange fruit. After all, the second-tier berries are far too challenging to utilize. The effects of the first-generation life energy cube are not particularly potent. Consuming it initially provides Pokémon with a profound sense of satiety. Simultaneously, it can slightly heal minor injuries, such as scrapes and cuts. Nevertheless, it is my own invention, and it fills me with immense pride. Furthermore, both the fire dinosaur and fire monkey have undergone considerable transformations in their strength. Chapter 66. Class Assignments on the First Day of School. The conclusion of the month's summary. Since the evolution of the little fire monkey, over 20 days have passed. In this time, both the fire dinosaur and fire monkey have made remarkable progress. First, the fire dinosaur has diligently practiced its moves daily, aspiring to achieve the fluidity of the moves once displayed by NTI. In terms of energy levels, the fire dinosaur has indeed lived up to expectations, reaching the elite limit of level 30. It is a step closer to evolution. As the fire dinosaur progresses rapidly, the fire monkey is determined not to be left behind. It dedicates each day to honing its fists, even learning a martial art through the internet. It spends its days practicing against a steel dummy. Now, with its proficiency in martial arts and the hardening of its fists due to iron fist training, no Pokémon of the same level can match its power. In terms of energy levels, the elite bottleneck seems non-existent for it. The fire monkey has successfully broken through and has soared to level 25. Overall, both the fire dinosaur and fire monkey possess unrivaled strength at the elite level. The fire dinosaur can even challenge foes beyond its own level. As for who is stronger between the two, in a friendly sparring match within the team, the fire monkey narrowly lost to the fire dinosaur. In the absence of any commands, the fire dinosaur still proved to be slightly stronger. Sigh. After a month of contemplation, I still have not decided on my choice for the third Pokemon. Countless answers swirl in my mind, each one correct in its own right. I need some advice. Come on, let us hear your thoughts. The conclusion of the month's summary. Feng Xuan closed his notebook and set down his pen. After stretching leisurely, fatigue began to wash over him. Little Xian, tomorrow is the first day of school. Turn off the lights and get to bed early, came his mother's voice from outside the room. Okay, Feng Xuan shouted in response. He then gathered the two small Pokemon and placed them back into their luxurious balls, as school regulations prohibited bringing Pokemon onto campus. On his way, Feng Xuan encountered Su Hao. This fellow had heeded Feng Xuan's advice in August and captured his second Pokemon. It was a Skorupi. As a Pokemon with a dual ground flying typing, its attribute compatibility is quite exceptional. It is only vulnerable to water and ice types. Moreover, both water and ice type moves deal merely single damage to Steel Wing. This combination of Pokemon is truly perfect. Steel Wing is weak only to fire and electric types. Skorupi, being a ground-type Pokemon, boasts natural resistance to electric moves. Ground-type moves inflict double damage on electric, fire, and rock types. Its weaknesses to water and ice are well complemented by Steel Wing. These two Pokemon are indeed a match made in heaven, supporting one another seamlessly. Most importantly, Skorupi is a flying-type Pokemon, which is Su Hao's favorite. And now, his Steel Wing is at level 21, while Skorupi is at level 14. Haha, my Steel Wing is now an elite Pokemon. I can't wait to see the looks of admiration from those girls in class. During a casual conversation, Su Hao suddenly burst into laughter. Feng Xuan cast him a sideways glance. This lad had spent a month in the countryside and had evidently developed a few quirks. He was incessantly chattering away. It seemed he must have been rather lonely. Oh, by the way, after a month apart, why do you appear to have become even more handsome? Please refrain from saying, bro, you smell amazing. Su Hao replied with a hint of disbelief. Yet his anticipation for an answer was palpable. Feng Xuan did not respond, but instead posed a question. Are you aware of the upcoming entrance examination? Of course. We need to be sorted into classes. Rest assured, with my abilities, I'm certain we will end up in the same class, Su Hao confidently declared, patting his chest. As they continued their light-hearted banter, Feng Xuan caught sight of the familiar campus. Upon crossing the school gate, both Feng Xuan and Su Hao spoke in unison. Sigh, sigh. Their synchronized sighs perfectly conveyed the author's sense of helplessness. Entering the familiar class 20 of the second year, the cacophony of the school environment instantaneously plunged Feng Xuan back into the rhythm of his accustomed school life. He stepped into the classroom with enthusiasm, greeted by a myriad of familiar faces. Although they had been classmates for 2 years, Feng Xuan was merely a shadow in the class, only truly connected to his deskmate, Su Hao. However, the moment he entered the classroom, the previously noisy atmosphere suddenly fell silent. This unexpected silence prompted Feng Xuan to glance back. But he saw no teacher present. Puzzled, he returned to his seat under the scrutiny of numerous gazes. Su Hao, too, basked in the attention. Whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, Feng Xuan sensed that many classmates were whispering about him since his arrival. After a prolonged wait, the homeroom teacher finally made an appearance, carrying several documents as he ascended the podium. Hello, everyone. Although I cannot guide you into your third year, I wish you all the best in achieving outstanding results in the upcoming college entrance examination. Applause erupted. In my hands, I have documents pertaining to the entrance examination, which the class representative will post on the blackboard shortly. He continued, that will be all. You four, Feng Xuan, Su Hao, Xing Han, and Huang Junwei, please come to my office. With that, the homeroom teacher exited, and the four followed him. Upon entering the office, the teacher took a tactical sip of water while examining the 4 students before him. I summoned you because of class placement. Each of you has achieved commendable rankings in city-level competitions, hence you are exempt from the entrance examination. Xing Han and Huang Junwei, you will be placed in Class 2 of 0 class, while Feng Xuan and Su Hao will be in Class 1 of 0 class. That is all. Remember to report to your classes tomorrow. Feng Xuan, please stay behind. Just like that, even before the examination, Feng Xuan's class was determined. Observing the commanding presence of the students before him, the homeroom teacher strategically sipped his water. Feng Xuan, I presume you have no intentions of transferring schools? Not at the moment, but I don't foresee it happening now. Very well. Due to your exceptional academic performance, the school administration has decided to waive your tuition fees, along with providing a scholarship and other benefits, which you will learn about in due course. Thank you, teacher. That will be all, Remember to report to school tomorrow. After Feng Xuan departed, the teacher heaved a sigh of relief, then took out his phone to send a WeChat message to a contact labeled principal. As Feng Xuan stepped out of the office, Su Hao approached him with an air of mystery. What did the teacher whisper to you? Nothing much. Just that my tuition is waived. Wow, that is fantastic. Meanwhile, far away on a small island in the capital, in an office adorned with red decor, a file was pressed down, revealing a prominent headshot of Feng Xuan. Chapter 67. The Girl with Superpowers. Upon exiting the school, Feng Xuan felt an immediate sense of relief. After parting ways with Su Hao, he made his way to the elven shop. He needed to seek a channel to sell the first-generation life energy cubes. The capabilities of the first-generation life energy cube were not particularly remarkable, but it possessed a unique healing function that was absent in the market. There were two primary benefits to selling the energy cubes. Firstly, the most obvious one was financial gain, which would alleviate any future monetary concerns. Secondly, there was the aspect of reputation. Reputation is crucial. If Feng Xuan wished to continue developing the second or even third generation of life energy cubes, he would require the assistance of an advanced laboratory. The research and development of a new generation of energy cubes necessitated substantial data support, as well as the ability to discern patterns from this extensive data. Such an undertaking could not be accomplished alone. He needed the support of an advanced laboratory. To gain their assistance, he required a stepping stone. Reputation served as an excellent stepping stone. Moreover, the fundamental recipe for creating life energy cubes hinged on the perception of life energy by the power of eternity. This was something that other energy cube artisans could not replicate. It could be said that he could keep this recipe confidential until his demise. Arriving at the elven shop's checkout, Feng Xuan addressed the front desk attendant. Could I arrange a meeting with your manager? The young lady hesitated for a moment, but patiently replied, Please hold on, I will inquire with our manager. She then took out her phone to ask, If you wish to see the manager, please follow me to the second floor. She smiled. Feng Xuan nodded and followed her upstairs. Upon entering an office, Feng Xuan was met by the manager. Contrary to his previous impression of a rotund figure, the manager was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding a calm and competent demeanor, making the attendant blush as she frequently glanced back before departing. Greetings, my surname is Huang, full name Huang Wenhua. Hello, Manager Huang. I'm Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan greeted him warmly, shaking hands. Mr. Feng, may I inquire what brings you here? Manager Huang asked with a refined demeanor. Suddenly, Feng Xuan steadied himself, a glimmer of green light appearing in his eyes. Regaining his composure, he lowered his guard and stated directly, The situation is as follows. Manager Huang, I have invented a new formula for energy cubes and wish to find a channel to sell them. Upon hearing this, Manager Huang appeared slightly taken aback. The young man before him seemed to have just reached adulthood. How could he possess the ability to invent new formulas at such a young age? Moreover, the name Feng Xuan sounded quite familiar. Manager Huang gathered his thoughts before asking again. Could you elaborate on the functions of this new energy cube? Feng Xuan nodded and began to explain. The new energy cube I have developed allows Pokémon to feel satiated quickly upon consumption, and it can also heal minor injuries. Manager Huang's expression turned serious at this revelation. An energy cube capable of healing injuries? This was unprecedented. If true, it would create a significant upheaval in the energy cube market. He suppressed his excitement and, with a serious tone, inquired, What do you mean by minor injuries? Feng Xuan recalled the scene when he had used the energy cube. When the energy cube was consumed by a fire monkey shortly after battling a Charmeleon, it became completely full and soon fell asleep. An hour later, upon waking, the fire monkey's minor external injuries and hidden wounds had all disappeared, and it was ravenous. Scratches no more than 5 centimeters and abrasions of a similar nature, Feng Xuan estimated. This data requires extensive testing to confirm. Manager Huang nodded in astonishment. As far as energy cubes were concerned, the effectiveness was remarkable. If used properly, the hemostatic effect would likely be extraordinarily potent. Manager Huang continued to speak. Sir, if you wouldn't mind, could you provide us with some samples for testing? After this, Feng Xuan handed the energy cube to Manager Huang. And after discussing a few matters in detail, he took his leave, both parties exchanging contact information before parting ways. Holding the pale golden energy cube in his hand, Feng Xuan felt a surge of pride. Indeed, the first generation of life energy cubes was pale golden. He couldn't quite fathom how he had managed to extract something golden from the blue-orange fruit. Recalling the earlier incident where he utilized the power of eternity, Feng Xuan couldn't help but smile. He had not expected Manager Huang to emit a glow under the perception of eternity's power. That light was warm and sunny, much like his own outlook on life. It was quite extraordinary. Feng Xuan even momentarily thought he had encountered a Diga humanoid. Because of this, he refrained from testing the waters and opted for a direct approach. Since the other party treated him with respect, he felt compelled to reciprocate. September 2nd. Feng Xuan reluctantly turned off the alarm of the wooden owl and got out of bed. It was time to go to school. Sigh. Upon meeting Su Hao on the way to school, the two shuffled in like zombies, dragging their feet into the institution. After a thorough search, Feng Xuan and Su Hao finally located their classroom. As they entered, a multitude of unfamiliar faces greeted them. The classroom was quiet, as it was nearly everyone's first encounter. Feng Xuan casually found a seat and promptly laid down to catch some sleep. For some reason, the school desks were remarkably comfortable for napping. He felt drowsy the moment he rested his head. Time passed unnoticed until Su Hao roused him, revealing that a teacher had arrived at the podium. The teacher, clad in a simple white short-sleeve shirt, showcased his well-defined muscles. Hello everyone. If all goes as expected, I shall be your homeroom teacher for the upcoming year. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Tao, and I am a novice Pokemon trainer. At present, my strongest Pokemon is the early career Machamp. I enjoy fitness and fighting-type Pokemon. Now, with my introduction complete, it's your turn. Starting from that row, please come up one by one and introduce yourselves. Li Tao said with a smile, stepping aside from the podium. The first student then stood up. Hello everyone, my name is Xionghui. I dislike sports. I adore the world of anime. My favorite character is Nahida. My favorite Pokemon is Teddiursa. My Pokemon are Cubchoo and Beartic. I hope we can all get along well. A smattering of applause followed. The next student approached the podium. Hello everyone. The applause suddenly grew louder. Feng Xuan snapped back to attention, discovering a beautiful female classmate had taken the stage. Her long hair cascaded elegantly, and even in the simplest of school uniforms, her natural beauty shone through. Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Siru. My hobbies are painting and playing the piano. My favorite Pokemon are Togepi and Abra. My Pokemon are Gardevoir and Drifblim. I hope to get along with all of you in the coming year. Upon finishing, thunderous applause erupted throughout the classroom. Feng Xuan joined in, captivated by the girl before him. She radiated a soft pink light under the perception of eternity's power, a stark contrast to Manager Huang's humanistic glow. It felt like a manifestation of strength. It seemed she possessed supernatural abilities. Perhaps Zhang Siru was indeed a girl with extraordinary powers. As Feng Xuan pondered this, it was his turn to introduce himself. Shaking off the clutter in his mind, he stepped up to the podium and began his speech. Hello everyone. My name is Feng Xuan. I am a creator of energy cubes. My hobbies include cooking and adventure. My favorite Pokemon are Charmander, Monferno, and Entei. Currently, my Pokemon are Charmeleon and Infernape. I hope to get along well with all of you in the upcoming year. After finishing, he gently bowed. The next moment, a resounding applause echoed throughout the classroom. Everyone was captivated by this young boy who possessed two fully evolved Pokemon. Hey, is this Feng Xuan the one we're thinking of? It must be. Who would have thought we'd be classmates with such a legend? I heard his Charmeleon has defeated the elite tier at the Shuanghua Arena. How terrifying. Really? I remember it being at the normal tier. Aren't you curious about his identity as an energy cube creator? Chapter 68, The Realm of Strength. The Distribution of Divine Beasts. After a brief self-introduction, Feng Xuan received a wave of applause. Following a courteous bow, he returned to his seat. Su Hao immediately poked him. Wow, I didn't expect you really learned to make energy cubes. Self-taught genius. Heh. After numerous self-introductions, the homeroom teacher began the selection of class officers. The teacher employed an electoral principle to appoint a class leader, deputy leader, and study committee member. He wrote these three positions on the blackboard and pointed out, firstly, I must clarify that being a class officer has its benefits. If you wish to run, please come up and give a speech. With that, he stepped aside from the podium. Before long, a student approached the podium confidently. Hello everyone. I am Wang Ziang, and I wish to run for class leader. Since middle school, I have always been the class leader, and I hope to assist everyone again in this new class. After a lengthy speech, he wrote his name on the blackboard. The next student then took the stage. Feng Xuan found himself growing increasingly bored. Even when Su Hao urged him to run for class leader, he remained indifferent. He had enough on his plate without the added responsibility of being class leader. Ultimately, both the class leader and deputy leader were boys, while Zhang Siru was elected as the study committee member with an overwhelming majority. The bell rang, signifying the end of the class officer selection. The homeroom teacher left after remarking that the next class would also be his. After class, students began to mingle and form small groups. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan and Su Hao lay their heads on their desks, completely oblivious to the happenings around them. On the other side, Many students gathered around the new study committee member, eager to befriend the beautiful girl. Zhang Siru responded warmly to each newcomer. Her gentle, intellectual, and elegant demeanor immediately captured the admiration of the boys in the class, making her the object of their affections. However, unbeknownst to them, their beloved white moonlight was secretly observing a boy. As a fellow possessor of special abilities, she quickly recognized the boy radiating a pure and friendly aura. I believe his name is Feng Xuan, right? Zhang Siru mused, lightly tapping her chin. Under her supernatural perception, the green light emanating from him brought a sense of joy. It was hard to imagine how popular he must be outdoors. The fire god volcano gives you a thumbs up, not only outdoors, but even now. Several girls in the class were secretly observing him, just like her. If he weren't resting, she would have approached him to strike up a conversation. The feeling of finding a kindred spirit was simply delightful. The bell rang, waking Feng Xuan from his brief slumber. Upon awakening, he instinctively kicked Su Hao under the desk. Su Hao, in a daze, lifted his head and mumbled, "Is class starting?" At that moment, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom and began to write a few large characters on the blackboard with a piece of chalk. The power levels of Pokémon. The first lesson of the new semester. The teacher proceeded to elaborate on the current categorization of power levels. Feng Xuan, please stand and share the current classification of power levels internationally. Feng Xuan, startled, instinctively rose to his feet and, with a bewildered expression, blurted out, "Novice, ordinary, elite, professional, gym leader, semi-champion, champion, master, and leader. Excellent. Very well done. Please take your seat. There are a total of 9 levels. Listen closely as I elucidate. The first 3 levels of Pokémon, novice, ordinary, and elite, are merely transitional phases. The power among Pokémon at these stages is relatively uniform, hence they are not further subdivided. However, the professional level is distinct. It represents a new realm. Each advancement within the professional level signifies a monumental leap. Thus, after extensive research, scientists have categorized the professional level into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and the ultimate limit, with early, mid, late corresponding to levels 1 through 10 as the limit. Similarly, the gym leader and semi-champion levels follow suit. Typically, gym leaders from various nations possess the strength of a gym limit. Meanwhile, formidable trainers guarding provincial cities are often semi-champions. Teacher, what about the champions? As for the classification of champions, the teacher admitted ignorance, stating it is classified information. However, the water-type champion once remarked, upon stepping into the champion level, one enters a new world, gaining mastery over new powers far beyond what a semi-champion can comprehend. This is all the teacher knows about champions. The level above, that of the champion, remains shrouded in even greater mystery. Regarding the leader level, the teacher heard it is a mere legend. Were it not for historical records, we might not even know that a level exists above the champion. The teacher recounted, if your fire-type Pokemon becomes a leader, then in matters of fire types, your word is law. You are the authority, the leader of fire types. The teacher's concluding remarks conveyed a profound yearning for higher realms. Teacher, what of the ancient deities? What classification do they belong to? The homeroom teacher shook his head. For millennia in the Dragon Kingdom, deities have manifested only a handful of times. Our understanding of them is woefully insufficient. Even historical texts provide scant details, predominantly extolling their greatness. Nevertheless, in recent times, it is said that certain active sacred beasts have surpassed the champion level in strength. As the teacher began to recount the lore of the deities, even Feng Xuan listened attentively. It is well known that the contemporary world comprises 8 major leagues. A league is a coalition, while a nation is a separate entity. A league may consist of multiple nations. Among them, 4 leagues are particularly formidable: the Eastern League, led by our nation, alongside the Nordic League, the Soviet League, and the American League. These 4 leagues hold a prestigious position internationally. The primary factors contributing to their stature are not only the presence of champions and numerous masters, but also the significant activity of sacred beasts. The presence of these sacred beasts signifies their attachment to this land. Clearly, the 3 sacred beasts of the Dragon Kingdom exemplify this. Furthermore, the legendary ideal dragon and real dragon have only been recorded within our nation. As for the other leagues, it is said that the Nordic League harbors a religion dedicated to the 3 sacred swordsmen. Cobalion has departed. Whether everyone is familiar with the sacred swordsmen is uncertain. They are Cobalion, Terrakion, and Virizion. These 3 sacred swordsmen are exceptionally powerful, having appeared repeatedly across the Nordic lands to assist the populace. Concerning the Soviet League. Chapter 69, Campus Life. The Soviet League is renowned for its ice pillar temple. It is said that at a particular time each year, they hold an ice god festival. Moreover, within the expanse of the Soviet League's territory lies a snowfield. Legend has it that deep within the snowfield resides the legendary king. Yet, ultimately, that remains a legend. The Soviet League has scoured the snowfield and found no trace of this so-called legendary king. Lastly, there is the American League, which possesses strength comparable to our own. In that land exists a legend known as the Incarnate. Once, when our nation was in dire straits, the American League sent 2 mythical Pokémon to our territory, allowing them to wreak havoc. These were 2 notoriously malevolent legendary Pokémon. At that time, we truly understood the legend of the Incarnate Pokémon. The 2 Pokémon were named Tornadus and Thundurus. Their vicious natures resulted in torrential downpours and devastation of crops wherever they roamed. Despite their malevolence, their power was equally formidable. We were powerless against them until a great hero, alongside Landorus, arrived to halt the calamity. The teacher recounted these tales with great familiarity, concluding with a wistful sigh. At that moment, a student inquired, "Teacher, what of the legendary Pokémon from our history that you have not mentioned?" This student posed an excellent question. What I just spoke of are the legendary Pokémon that have been particularly active in recent times. They truly exist within the Dragon Kingdom. As for other legendary Pokémon from history, while we have historical records, the passage of nearly a millennium leaves us uncertain of their current existence within the Dragon Kingdom. After all, historical texts from other nations also recount similar legendary Pokémon. Remember, the records indicate that Emperor Qin received assistance from the shiny Rayquaza to unify the realm. This is how we came to identify ourselves as the descendants of the dragon. Yet after Emperor Qin's demise, what became of this legendary Pokémon? No one knows. It has not appeared for nearly 2 millennia. Perhaps it has returned, yet we remain unaware. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Feng Xuan, thoroughly engrossed, savored every moment of this lesson. He was already well versed in most legendary Pokémon, including their unique traits, exclusive moves, and mythical tales. However, this was his first encounter with other stories of the legendary Pokémon in this world. He cherished adventure, and even more so the chance encounters with Pokémon during those adventures. If he could encounter legendary Pokémon, it would be a dream come true. The locations mentioned by the teacher had already been secretly noted as future adventure goals by Feng Xuan. Although some details in the teacher's account were not entirely accurate, such as the fact that there are actually 4 sacred swordsmen, with Cobalion being a disciple of the 3, he knew that despite being a disciple, Cobalion's strength surpassed that of the other 3 sacred swordsmen. Yet for reasons unknown, Cobalion had departed from them. Additionally, the incarnate Pokémon also consists of 4 beings. The term incarnate refers to the legendary Pokémon, Tornadus, Thundurus, Landorus, and the yet unmentioned Cloud of Affection. Furthermore, the legendary king, said to reside deep within the snowfield, may indeed exist. The only candidate worthy of the title of legendary king would likely be the glorious king. Following the 2 classes with the homeroom teacher in the morning, Feng Xuan then attended 2 mathematics classes. Gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar formulas on the blackboard, he began to feel drowsy. In truth, his mathematics performance was quite commendable, consistently scoring above 120, but after 2 months without engaging with mathematics, it felt alien to him. Although Feng Xuan had entered his senior year, he had acquired a Pokémon. However, certain foundational courses remain imperative to undertake, aside from the homeroom teacher's Pokémon knowledge class. Mathematics, language arts, physical education, biology, along with an elective course, amount to a total of 6 principal subjects. Feng Xuan opted for physics as his elective. Among the core subjects, biology proves to be quite challenging. Although the concepts encompassed in high school biology are not overly complex, they are exceedingly numerous, primarily due to the vast array of Pokémon species. For instance, consider this seemingly simple yet intricate question. Can you name 5 Pokémon that possess chlorophyll traits? Quite straightforward, isn't it? Yet, not so simple. As for physical education among the core subjects, its significance is closely intertwined with Pokémon. Physical education is essentially a training course for Pokémon. The physical education instructor typically assigns various athletic tasks for both the Pokémon and their trainers, which must be completed collectively before they are permitted to engage in free activities. Moreover, the school boasts a specialized sports ground dedicated to Pokémon training, equipped with state-of-the-art facilities that are said to be updated annually. Thus, despite the rigorous academic demands of the 6 core subjects, the school still allocates time for students to train their Pokémon. Furthermore, throughout the week, senior students only need to attend classes for 5 days, allowing them to freely manage their remaining 2 days. Evening study sessions continue as usual. As time passed, Feng Xuan's campus life gradually fell into a routine. Unsurprisingly, he became a prominent figure within the school. This notoriety stemmed from an invitation to participate in a welcome evening for new students, where his presence was eagerly requested and a performance would be an added bonus. How could Feng Xuan resist such an opportunity to showcase his talents? He had often fantasized about dazzling his peers at school events with displays of martial arts, singing, and dancing, eliciting screams of admiration from his female classmates. Lacking a formal act, he decided to let his Charizard and Infernape perform a brief exhibition. When a massive flamethrower illuminated the evening sky, the freshmen erupted in excitement. And when Infernape unleashed a sonic boom with its punch, the crowd cheered fervently. Thus, he ascended to the status of a school celebrity, receiving love letters within days and frequently being approached by female classmates confessing their affections after class. From his initial shyness to his present nonchalance, he has endured quite a journey. Meanwhile, his friend Su Hao could only watch, enviously simmering with jealousy. As time progressed, Feng Xuan's energy cube also began to gain traction in the market, preparing for a launch on an auspicious day. Days drifted by until, 2 weeks later, Feng Xuan's tranquil campus existence was finally disrupted. It was a beautiful morning when he entered the classroom as usual. Upon glancing into his drawer and discovering a lack of love letters, he placed his backpack inside. At that moment, Zhang Siru approached, clutching her homework. Over the past 2 weeks, Feng Xuan had become acquainted with her. She was a girl embodying the perfect princess persona, and her Pokémon clearly indicated an impressive family background. Feng Xuan, could you please hand in your math homework? Zhang Siru said playfully as she stood beside him. Oh right, sure, Feng Xuan replied, rummaging through his bag. As he searched, she suddenly smiled and inquired, do you know about the celebration festival in Fuzhou, Fujian province? Chapter 70, Departure. Off to the celebration festival. On this day, Feng Xuan's calm campus life was abruptly interrupted. He was searching for the homework assigned the previous day, with the beautiful psychic girl beside him. Feng Xuan, are you aware of the celebration festival in Fujian province? As he handed over his homework, he responded with curiosity, celebration festival? I haven't heard of it. Zhang Siru's eyes brightened noticeably, and she cheerfully replied, once I finish handing in my homework, I'll tell you all about it. Feng Xuan nodded slowly, watching her depart. Her charm was undeniable. No wonder she was regarded as the white moonlight by a significant portion of the boys in their class. Even Feng Xuan, typically oblivious to such matters, felt intrigued to learn more about the festival. When she returned, the class bell rang, and the teacher followed her into the classroom. Homeroom teacher Li Tao stepped onto the podium and began writing various move names on the blackboard: Absorb, Mega Drain, Giga Drain, Sleep Powder, and Stun Spore. In this lesson, I will introduce the effects and applications of several grass-type moves. Absorb is a low-power healing move, yet it is particularly suitable for novices to study, as it lays the groundwork for mastering more potent healing moves in the future. Under the engaging and lively explanation of the homeroom teacher, the class swiftly concluded. As soon as the bell rang, class monitor Zhang Siru approached him with a lively demeanor. Su Hao, seated nearby, immediately caught the hint and, feigning a trip to the restroom, vacated his seat, giving Feng Xuan a knowing eyebrow raise as he left, even patting Feng Xuan on the shoulder. Feng Xuan, feeling a wave of annoyance, resolved to intensify the next physical education class for his friend. Thank you. Zhang Siru politely expressed her gratitude to Su Hao, who left with a contented smile on his face. After sitting down, she fell silent, her eyes gently closed. A hint of pink appeared behind her closed eyelids, as if she were attuning to the surrounding energy. After a while, she revealed a breathtaking smile. Feng Xuan, perplexed, wondered what her silence and closed eyes signified. However, he felt hesitant to intrude, so he lowered his head and began solving math problems. How frustrating. He had scored only 119 on last week's assessment in mathematics. This was intolerable. Just then, Zhang Siru seemed to regain her composure, perhaps sensing the peculiarity of her behavior. Her cheeks flushed. Feng Xuan, would you like to know more about the celebration festival in Fujian province? Feng Xuan, having completed a math problem, turned to her and nodded, of course. But you can just call me by my name. Adding classmate feels a bit odd. Zhang Siru smiled and nodded. All right, you can call me by my name too. No need to add class monitor. Let me tell you about this celebration festival. Outside the classroom, Su Hao was feeling jittery with curiosity. I can't resist. Just a quick peek. I won't get caught. He tiptoed to the back door and peeked in, immediately spotting the two engaged in conversation. Su Hao couldn't help but grin like a Cheshire cat. Hee, from now on, old Xian will definitely take me along on his adventures. Suggestions like this from a Scorpio need to come more often. After an elaborate explanation from Zhang Siru, Feng Xuan finally grasped the essence of the celebration festival. Just then, the class bell rang. Zhang Siru tucked her hands behind her back and departed with a cheerful gait. Speaking of the celebration festival, every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Fuzhou, Fujian Province, hosts a grand celebration festival. While the intent is to promote harmony and completeness among families, its underlying purpose is to nurture the next generation of trainers. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Fuzhou authorities open the Pokemon Sanctuary for an entire evening. In the heart of the sanctuary, a bonfire is lit to signal the commencement of the celebration to the Pokemon within. Following this, new trainers possessing tickets are allowed entry, where they can select a Pokemon of their choice. This embodies the spirit of harmony during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Furthermore, as the night unfolds, they can enjoy moon-gazing with their newly acquired Pokemon, embodying the essence of completeness. One cannot help but commend the ingenious designer of this grand event. In truth, the organization of this gathering serves an additional purpose, to curtail the overpopulation of Pokemon within the sanctuary. Thus, the new generation of trainers is invited here, each year allowed to take some away, effectively managing the population. A remarkable feat indeed. Fuzhou has truly struck gold. Ever since the inception of this celebratory event, the GDP during this period has remained unyieldingly high. Returning to the sanctuary, the Pokemon Reserve in Fuzhou is renowned across the country. It boasts not only a flawless ecological system, but also an extraordinarily diverse array of Pokemon species. As the capital of Fujian Province, which is situated along the coast, Fuzhou encompasses forest ecosystems akin to those found inland, grassland ecosystems, and even wetland ecosystems. Remarkably, it also possesses a marine ecological simulation reserve, which contributes significantly to its fame. The greater reason for its renown, however, lies in the benevolence of the Fuzhou authorities, who generously disseminate the Pokemon within the sanctuary across the nation. This has resulted in trainers who have benefited from such generosity, hailing from all corners of the country, thereby ensuring that no ill reputation befalls the event. Oh, and let us not forget the matter of admission tickets. To enter the sanctuary, one must possess a ticket, which can be acquired quite simply by participating in a selection competition. If one successfully qualifies, a ticket is granted. Of course, there exists a more challenging alternative, defeating the local gym in Fuzhou to obtain a gym badge. Feng Xuan is exceedingly intrigued by this celebratory event. It is well known that he has long desired a third Pokemon. Upon noticing Feng Xuan's enthusiasm, Zhang Siru promptly suggested they accompany each other on this journey. Feng Xuan nodded in agreement, soon lost in dreams of his third Pokemon. That night, as Feng Xuan leaned against his bed, lost in thought, he suddenly addressed his two companions, who were engrossed in their viewing. Charmeleon, Infernape, what do you envision our third partner to be like? At this, Charmeleon and Infernape instantly perked up, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Charmeleon exclaimed, "Roar, are we getting a new little brother?" Infernape added with glee, "Ka. Oh, he, a fourth brother. He." They eagerly nestled close to Feng Xuan, resting their heads in the crooks of his arms, their wide eyes fixated on him. "Have you thought about what our new little brother will be like?" Feng Xuan gently ruffled their heads, smiling as he expressed his desire to hear their fantasies about the third Pokemon. Charmeleon declared, "Roar, the new little brother will definitely breathe fire, and I, as his second brother, will carefully teach him how to do it." Infernape chimed in, "Ka, the fourth brother will surely be small, and I, as his third brother, will stand in front of him to protect him." After this, they turned their big eyes towards Feng Xuan, seemingly urging him to share his thoughts. Feng Xuan replied, "Our new little brother will undoubtedly be quite dashing. I, as the eldest brother, will gift him a true present, my companionship as he grows, just as I have with both of you." Charmeleon and Infernape broke into silly smiles, reminiscent of the innocent little fire lizard and little fiery monkey that once nestled in Feng Xuan's embrace. On September 16th, Feng Xuan requested leave from his class teacher, Li Tao, until the 21st, post the Mid-Autumn Festival. The teacher readily agreed, recognizing the significance of the Fujian Province celebration. Not only was Feng Xuan seeking leave, but many students in his class and even throughout the school had also applied for time off, except for Su Hao. When Feng Xuan inquired, Su Hao stated that he was already struggling to train his newly acquired Scorpios and lacked the energy for another. While the number of participants in the celebratory event is vast, the number of tickets is limited. Rough estimates suggest that there are at least several 100,000 students vying to participate, yet the Pokemon Reserve only has 10,000 tickets available. Although the sanctuary is spacious enough to accommodate tens of thousands, it is essential to limit foot traffic to maintain a healthy ecological environment. As Feng Xuan exited the office, Zhang Siru walked in, also seeking leave. The teacher once again began to sign the leave form. At the school gate, Feng Xuan awaited. Soon, a vibrant figure approached him. Have you been waiting long? Let us set off. Before long, they were on their way to the train station, destination, Fuzhou. Upon arriving at Fuzhou train station, Feng Xuan and Zhang Xiru found themselves at their destination. Exiting the station, Feng Xuan stretched, while Zhang Xiru mirrored his actions, her graceful form on full display. Let us first find a hotel. Zhang Xiru nodded in agreement. Shortly after, they arrived at a highly rated hotel, where they booked 2 rooms, securing their accommodations. Next on the agenda was registering for the selection competition for the celebratory event. The registration process was straightforward. It began with an online pre-registration, followed by a visit to the Pokemon Center, local gym, or city government to confirm their identity as new generation third-year students. In the lobby of the Pokemon Center, Feng Xuan completed his paperwork and turned to Zhang Xiru, saying, "How about a battle at the arena?" Zhang Xiru, taken aback for a moment, then excitedly nodded, "Sure. You mustn't hold back." At the Pokemon Center's arena, Feng Xuan and Zhang Xiru ascended to the battle platform. Feng Xuan raised an eyebrow and said, "A 2v2 battle. Is that acceptable?" Zhang Xiru, equally competitive, smiled, "That is perfect." The sight of the handsome duo instantly attracted the attention of numerous spectators, who began to cheer animatedly. Let the battle commence. Go, beautiful girl. Defeat that pretty boy. Go, handsome. Win and make her your wife. Come on, beautiful girl. Show him he's not worthy of you. Feng Xuan ignored the raucous cheers, slowly retrieving a luxury ball from his belt, enlarging it to fit in his palm. Zhang Xiru, slightly flushed, took out her own luxury ball, adorned in pink. Both launched their luxury balls simultaneously, confidently declaring, "I entrust you with this, Infernape. It's you, Miss Magius." Pokemon, Miss Magius, gender, female, level, ordinary, LV20, type, psychic, ability, healing heart, moves, various, qualification, gym. Upon seeing Miss Magius's data panel, Feng Xuan felt a surge of excitement. Truly, a psychic type maiden of such caliber. Let us see the power of psychic abilities. He commanded, "Infernape, greet her with a sonic punch." Infernape, brimming with enthusiasm, raised its silver fist and transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the opponent. Zhang Xiru, maintaining her composure, instructed, "Miss Magius, reflect wall." With a flick of her little bangs, Miss Magius activated her psychic power. In the next moment, a wondrous wall appeared before her. Meanwhile, Infernape, a white streak of light, rushed in, showing no concern for the reflect wall, its silver fist determined to break through. It struck Miss Magius fiercely, yet due to the resistance of psychic against fighting types. In that moment, Mibulum did not immediately lose its combat capability. Zhang Xiru's heart sank at this turn of events. Without the sturdy frontline tank to absorb damage, the mage found itself utterly powerless against the warrior. The Inferno Monkey and the Sonic Punch continued their relentless pursuit. Feng Xuan did not hold back, instructing the Inferno Monkey to chase immediately. With a thunderous roar, the Inferno Monkey transformed into a streak of light, speeding away. Zhang Xiru furrowed her beautiful brows and continued to command, "Mibulum, fortify your mental defenses." Mibulum began to radiate a pink glow, its psychic powers surging forth. A powerful telekinetic force surged towards the streak of light. The Inferno Monkey, in the midst of its chase, suddenly felt an overwhelming mental force assaulting it. Bang! It was as if an invisible wall had slammed into the Inferno Monkey. With the assistance of the reflective barrier and the overwhelming mental force, the Inferno Monkey was finally brought to a halt. Zhang Xiru seized this moment without hesitation. Mibulum, illusory beam. In the blink of an eye, as the Inferno Monkey halted, Mibulum unleashed a flurry of wondrous beams. These extraordinary beams not only possessed formidable psychic energy, but could also potentially confuse the afflicted Pokemon. Not bad at all. Feng Xuan praised, his expression turning serious. Inferno Monkey, Flame Sonic Punch. Ka. The Inferno Monkey responded confidently with a loud roar. It grinned excitedly, swiftly channeling its energy. Suddenly, flames enveloped its silvery fists. In the next moment, the Sonic Punch was activated once more. This time, the combination of the Fiery Punch and Sonic Punch transformed the Inferno Monkey into a streak of crimson light, charging fiercely towards its opponent. The red streak, like a devastating force, shattered the beams and the reflective barrier, relentlessly surging towards Mibulum. Faced with the Inferno Monkey's imposing advance, Mibulum felt a flicker of panic. "Mibulum, stay calm. Use Protect." Zhang Xiru's voice, like a steadfast anchor, steadied Mibulum. In the next instant, a green shield enveloped it. Just then, the red streak struck. Boom. The sound of the collision reverberated throughout the arena. The onlookers held their breath, not daring to utter a sound. At that moment on the battlefield, the Inferno Monkey had retracted its fists, standing coolly before Mibulum. The protective barrier shattered under the overwhelming force of the attack. Gazing at the striking figure of the Inferno Monkey, Mibulum felt a wave of dizziness wash over it, and a blush crept onto its round, pink cheeks. How domineering and gentle it was. It didn't continue its assault. In that moment, little Mibulum became an ardent admirer of the Inferno Monkey. With the collapse of the protective barrier, the battle was officially concluded. The outcome was clear. Although Protect was a powerful move, it had a fatal flaw. The user could not move during its activation. Of course, releasing other moves in retaliation was still possible. But the instant shattering of Protect left Mibulum vulnerable during a critical moment. The result of the battle became evident. After all, they were friends. There was no need to fight until one was completely incapacitated. The Inferno Monkey strolled back to Feng Xuan's side, exchanging a joyful high five. Witnessing this scene, Mibulum smiled. A little smitten. Oh, that high five with its trainer was so effortlessly cool. Zhang Siru, gathering her spirits after the defeat, smiled gently at Mibulum. Come back, Mibulum. Hearing her trainer's call, Mibulum snapped back to attention, turning back to its trainer with reluctant glances. Observing this, Zhang Siru playfully poked its round face with her finger. What an adorable little creature. Let us continue. Come forth, my partner. Youngara. With a toss of the luxury ball, a peculiar figure wielding an odd spoon appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 72, The Gifted Fist. As Zhang Siru summoned her Pokémon, a strange figure holding a spoon materialized on the field. Its body was yellow, with long, pointed ears and a red pentagram on its forehead, resembling a fox. Two clusters of hair resembling whiskers sprouted between its mouth and nose. It is said that the star on its forehead is a reservoir for psychic energy, called upon during evolution. Zhang Siru caught the returning luxury ball, a smile gracing her lips. Youngara, let us give it our all. Youngie. With that, her beautiful eyes glowed a vibrant pink. Simultaneously, Youngara's aura surged, its eyes brimming with pink psychic energy. Clearly, they had entered a psychic connection state. Zhang Siru infused her psychic powers into Youngara, significantly enhancing its strength and agility. This empowerment was not merely a simple boost. At this moment, Youngara could be considered a dual deity. Pokémon, Youngara. Gender, female. Level, elite, LV24, LV30. Type, psychic. Ability, telepathy. Moves, psychic blade, self-restoration, psychic impact, telekinesis. Potential, newly ascended champion. Under the influence of her psychic powers, Youngara's level surged to the elite limit of level 30. With its elevated level, type advantages, and psychic connection, Youngara was undoubtedly a formidable adversary for the Inferno Monkey. Without the need for verbal commands, Zhang Siru's thoughts had already communicated through their psychic link to Youngara's mind. Youngara waved a hand, conjuring a wondrous reflective barrier before it. Inferno Monkey. Enhanced Sonic Punch. Feng Xuan wasted no time, launching a combination move. The Inferno Monkey struck with lightning speed, dashing towards its opponent. Youngara remained unfazed, unleashing a tangible psychic shockwave, confronting the impending psychic impact. The Inferno Monkey's silver fists pressed on undeterred. Bang! In the ensuing clash, the iron fist proved superior, piercing through the reflective barrier and landing a precise hit on Youngara. Upon impact, the Inferno Monkey's momentum surged, boosting its physical attack. Although the punch had been mitigated by layers of defense, Youngara had not anticipated that the blow would still strike true. Youngara, being an exceptionally specialized Pokémon, boasted a staggering 400 base stats, with a whopping 120 allocated to special attack and a mere 30 to physical defense. With a flash, it activated Teleport, evading close combat with the Inferno Monkey. Almost instantly, Youngara unleashed a swift psychic blade towards the Inferno Monkey. Following that, it began to meditate, focusing its energy. This seamless trio of moves showcased the perfect synergy between Pokémon and trainer. The Inferno Monkey shattered the psychic blades that obstructed its path, charging forward. Channeling both Fiery Rush and Enhanced Punch simultaneously, enveloped in flames, the Inferno Monkey sprinted toward Youngara. As it effortlessly dismantled one psychic blade after another, Youngara came into view. Just as it neared Youngara, Youngara's aura surged, completing its meditation. Special attack and defense were heightened. In the next moment, Youngara utilized Teleport to vacate its original position. With Zhang Siru's psychic powers empowering it, Youngara was brimming with psychic energy. Even the energy-intensive Teleport could be used several times. Its form vanished and reappeared. Youngara swiftly teleported to a farther position. In the next moment, Youngura employed a paralysis technique. The enhanced punches of the fire monkey were temporarily restricted. Following that, Youngura executed a speed swap. The round of accumulated speed from the fire monkey was exchanged. At this juncture, after utilizing a plethora of techniques, Youngura was approaching its limits. However, having made ample preparations, it was time to give it all. Bolstered by a round of meditation, its mental strength surged, ready to be unleashed. Despite the excessive narration above, all these maneuvers, from the instantaneous teleportation to the series of weakening strikes against the fire monkey, culminating in the accumulation of mental force, occurred within the fleeting moment of Youngura's departure. This intricate series of actions left the fire monkey utterly astonished. Even Feng Xuan was momentarily stunned, pondering for a few seconds before grasping what had just transpired. If a typical person were in this scenario, after dishing out a flurry of moves, one might still be oblivious to the opponent's actions. Witnessing this, he truly felt it was exceptional. Psychic Pokemon are indeed remarkable. Only by battling them can one truly appreciate the finesse of their combat style, so disgustingly, exceptionally brilliant. Their exquisite mastery of techniques, the enigmatic effects of their moves, and the overwhelming power of their psychic abilities. The rarity of psychic Pokemon is indeed comparable to that of dragon types for good reason. However, one wonders if the opponent, Zhang Siru, has ever heard the saying, one force breaks myriad laws. As Youngura's pink psychic energy threatened to overflow, the fire monkey sprang into action. Flames ignited around its right fist, while electricity crackled around its left. The fire monkey flawlessly harnessed these two distinct elemental energies. But that was not all. The sonic punch was unleashed, imbued with 3 types of momentum. This fire monkey, hailed by its trainer for its extraordinary punching talent, launched a sudden assault. It was a force to be reckoned with, unstoppable. Everything in its path crumbled effortlessly. Amidst the resounding explosions, the final outcome of the battle was determined. The silver iron fist of the fire monkey halted before Youngura. Gazing at the gleaming silver fist before it, Youngura was left breathless. Unexpectedly, in the end, the fire monkey gracefully demonstrated what it meant to be in control. This was the hallmark of its unparalleled talent. The fire monkey retracted its fist and hurriedly approached Feng Xuan. With wide, sparkling eyes, it gazed up at him. Feng Xuan extended his hand, ruffling its little head, and said, "Well done. Truly, you are my fire monkey." The fire monkey squealed with delight, nuzzling against Feng Xuan's palm. It had envisioned countless times the scene of triumphing over formidable foes, just like its elder brother from the past. Today, it had achieved that. How wonderful. Meanwhile, Zhang Siru, in astonishment, recalled the mentally exhausted Youngura. She approached the young boy, smiling quietly as she observed their interaction. The Mibulrim in her arms had already succumbed. Its fire monkey brother was simply too dashing. Time flew by. Before they knew it, the Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived. During these days, Feng Xuan and Zhang Siru effortlessly passed the selection process, securing their tickets to enter the Pokemon Protection Zone. Simultaneously, they familiarized themselves with the layout and route of the Protection Zone. The zone was divided into 5 distinct areas: forest, desert, mountain, lake, and ocean. This expansive sanctuary brimmed with a plethora of Pokemon species. As night fell and the moon rose, Feng Xuan would be able to enter the Pokemon Protection Zone once more. Eagerly anticipating new encounters, he was filled with excitement for the addition of a new companion. At this moment, the system buzzed back to life. Chapter 73, The Power of Tokiwa Upgraded. The system, as per usual, issued him a task. Ding. Task released. Task, obtain your 3rd Pokemon. Task description, acquire a 3rd Pokemon suitable for yourself. Task reward, 5,000 coins. Just like when he hatched the little fire monkey. This was a gift from the system to prepare for his future 3rd Pokemon. Although Feng Xuan regrettably could not spend the Mid-Autumn Festival at home, he still received his parents' concern through video calls. As the sun set and dusk enveloped the sky, in the bustling food street near the Pokemon Protection Zone, throngs of people had already gathered, despite the day still being light. Feng Xuan and his companions strolled along this street. He had often heard that the culinary offerings in Fujian province were incredibly outrageous. Today, upon witnessing it, he was indeed enlightened. Holding various bizarre grilled insects in his hand, both Charizard and Fire Monkey expressed their disdain. As for Zhang Siru, she had long since retreated to a safe distance, too timid to approach the barbecue stall. Feng Xuan, intrigued, took a bite and immediately felt unwell. Meanwhile, Zhang Siru, buying cotton candy, shuddered upon seeing him take a bite. Charizard and Fire Monkey also vehemently refused to take another bite. Just as Feng Xuan was enjoying his stroll at the center of the Pokemon Protection Zone, On a massive altar constructed of concrete, staff members began assembling the bonfire needed for the celebratory event, accompanied by their fighting-type Pokémon. Although the bonfire would be genuinely lit, there was no need for concern about fires, as the staff would deploy numerous water-type Pokémon for precaution. As time passed, a towering bonfire structure was completed, immediately drawing the attention of many wild Pokémon nearby. They curiously observed the grand bonfire structure. This was what the predecessors referred to as the bonfire party. At that moment, from a small grove not far from the bonfire, a golden-hued little head peeked through the bushes. It gazed longingly at the bonfire, unable to divert its gaze. After an unknown duration, it retracted its gaze, its small eyes gradually filling with determination. It discerned its direction and began to crawl towards the entrance of the protection zone. Thanks to its unique characteristics, no one, not even the Pokémon, noticed this tiny figure. Night had fallen. After a delightful feast on the food street, Feng Xuan was in splendid spirits. Aside from the roasted mice, the other local delicacies were quite delightful. Even Fire Monkey and Charizard were satiated, their bellies full of grilled meat. In contrast to Feng Xuan's indulgence, the trio across the way exhibited a touch of elegance. Perhaps it was due to their femininity. Zhang Siru and her companions shared and savored their food, chewing delicately. Their graceful and gentle demeanor had already attracted several groups of curious tourists asking for contact information. After witnessing her help little Miburim wipe its mouth, Feng Xuan proposed, "How about it? It's nearly 7. Let us set off." Zhang Siru, exuding youthful exuberance, enthusiastically punched her fist. "Yes. Let us go. Go go." Upon arriving at the entrance of the protection zone, a bustling crowd of tourists had already gathered. At the entrance, several long lines had formed. Feng Xuan and Zhang Siru exchanged glances, then shared a wry smile. Entering the throng, the duo began to wait patiently. Upon entering the gates of the protection zone, they immediately found themselves in the forest area. At this moment, Feng Xuan held the map and began leading the way according to the prearranged route. Starting from the entrance, they would traverse through the forest, reach the lakeside, and then proceed to the central bonfire area. "Let us go. This way." Feng Xuan beckoned to Charizard and the others, as well as Zhang Siru. Entering the depths of the forest, glancing at the signpost indicating the 4 characters of the forest ahead, Feng Xuan expressed his satisfaction, affirming they were on the right path. As they stepped into the forest, the sounds of chirping birds filled the air. Amidst the grass by the earthen path, a rustling sound emerged. Even the air was imbued with an odd aroma reminiscent of aromatherapy. Walking side by side on the dirt road were Feng Xuan and Zhang Siru. In the forefront, Charmeleon and Monferno were scouting ahead, while Gyarados trailed behind to safeguard them. At that moment, Zhang Siru spoke up. "Feng Xuan, during your visit, do you have a particular Pokémon in mind that you wish to pursue?" Feng Xuan pondered for a brief moment before shaking his head. "Not yet. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Siru thoughtfully tapped her chin with her slender fingers. "As for me, I desire an EV. EV? Why is that?" "Because EV is simply adorable. Moreover, its evolution, Espion, is a psychic-type Pokémon. Is that so? A splendid choice indeed." "Hee. Thank you." Just then, while Feng Xuan and Zhang Siru were conversing, a figure suddenly darted out from the grass by the roadside. Startled, Feng Xuan turned cautiously to look. Immediately, a small Rattata came into view. The little creature appeared somewhat timid, clearly intimidated by Charmeleon and the others. Yet, it mustered the courage to offer a berry from its tiny paw to the human before it. Feng Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the gesture. A peculiar emotion surged within him. He smiled as he accepted the berry and gently patted the little Rattata's head. Instantly, the small creature squinted its eyes in delight. "Little one, you are the very first Pokémon to offer me a berry. Here, this is a gift from me." Feng Xuan retrieved a box of energy cubes from his backpack and presented it to the Rattata. After receiving the energy cubes, the Rattata scurried away, glancing back multiple times. Observing the departing Rattata, Zhang Siru chuckled and remarked, "Your charm is truly remarkable. Even a wary Pokémon like Rattata willingly approached you and offered a berry. It's quite eye-opening." Feng Xuan puffed out his chest in pride. "Indeed, I was once a social adept among fire-type Pokémon. However, what neither of them anticipated was that the appearance of Rattata acted as a catalyst. It seemed to trigger some wondrous mechanism. Suddenly, a wild Pidgey descended upon Feng Xuan's shoulder, clutching a branch laden with berries in its beak. Feng Xuan personally fed it a few energy cubes before the Pidgey took flight, only for a small purple bunny to leap forth. Nidoran hopped gracefully, landing perfectly in Feng Xuan's embrace. After rubbing against him, it dropped a berry and bounded away. A Tylo leapt down from a tree, playfully flaunting its tail to Feng Xuan. He took the initiative to groom its tail feathers. Moments later, Tylo darted off, vanishing into the foliage. In quick succession, he encountered a plethora of Pokémon, Snivy, Caterpie, Shroomish, and Espurr. In but a fleeting moment, Feng Xuan was inundated with enthusiastic Pokémon rushing towards him, only to leave in a peculiar manner. It felt exceedingly strange. They all seemed to have agreed to a brief interaction, leaving without lingering. And the numerous berries he had received felt exceedingly bizarre. Shaking off the odd thoughts, Feng Xuan continued onward. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiru followed alongside, her expression blank, having been astonished too many times to display any further emotion. Moreover, so many delightful Pokémon had rejected her attempts to pet them. Feng Xuan strolled cheerfully along the forest path, occasionally engaging with the wild Pokémon. It was indeed a delightful experience. However, unbeknownst to him, a figure stealthily moved past him toward the entrance, brushing shoulders with him. After their brief encounter, Feng Xuan remained oblivious, continuing on his path. The figure halted, drawn closer by the lingering aura left in Feng Xuan's wake. Yet, as it approached, it hesitated, lowering its head in sorrow. It felt inadequate. As a Pokémon ostracized by its kind, how could it possibly garner the attention of a human with such a pure essence? Reflecting on the determination it had carried throughout its journey, it lifted its head once more. Silently, it trailed behind the human, too timid to make its presence known. It could only hope within its heart. Notice me, acknowledge this insignificant and timid being. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan's journey gradually approached its conclusion. He could see a large bonfire not far ahead. The flames had been ignited, casting a warm glow upon the earth. Surrounding the bonfire were numerous Pokémon celebrating joyfully. At that moment, one of the Pokémon seemed to sense something, turning to search, eventually locking eyes with Feng Xuan. It bore a curious gaze, and Feng Xuan could distinctly feel its emotions. Suddenly, as if triggered by a chain reaction, the Pokémon around the bonfire turned to look at the unusual human. Curiosity, friendliness, gentleness, warmth, nostalgia. Each emotion resonated deeply within him. Reflecting on the encounters he had experienced along the way, Feng Xuan exuberantly unleashed his inherent power. At that moment, his powers surged to new heights. He became attuned to the emotions of all the Pokémon surrounding him. Amidst the myriad of feelings, he discerned a particularly unique one. What an extraordinary sensation it was. It was neither curiosity, nor friendliness, nor gentleness. Instead, it was a longing for redemption. It was the essence of a fragile life. Yet it was unique, because Feng Xuan had chosen it. In his eyes, it was one of a kind. Indeed, even though he had yet to meet it, and even remained unaware of its identity, Feng Xuan had made up his mind. This would be his third Pokémon. He would do everything in his power to bring it home. The reason for his choice relied solely on instinct. Much like when he initially selected Charmeleon and Monferno. Only that which resonates with oneself is truly the best. At that moment, while Feng Xuan was lost in thought, Zhang Xiru suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "Look, over there. It's a gathering of EVs. That's an EV community. Let us go take a look." With that, she attempted to tug Feng Xuan's arm to join the bonfire festivities. However, after several attempts, she found herself unable to budge him. "What's the matter?" she queried in confusion, turning back to glance at him. To her surprise, she found Feng Xuan gazing blankly, lost in another world. Sensing something amiss, her eyes sparkled with a pink hue as she utilized her psychic abilities. To her astonishment, she witnessed a radiant green aura of life emanating from him. No wonder she had felt a warmth earlier. It turned out he was harnessing his powers. Had his abilities developed to such an extent? Just as Zhang Xiru pondered this, Feng Xuan became aware of her previous tugging motion and snapped back to reality. What's wrong? This time, it was his turn to inquire. Zhang Xiru regained her composure, the pink light in her eyes fading. "I discovered the EV community. Shall we go see it together?" Feng Xuan, now alert, radiated excitement and joy. He could hardly contain his eagerness to meet the new Pokémon. Yet, he firmly replied, "No, I've found my desired Pokémon target." Zhang Xiru paused in surprise, then offered her blessings. "Congratulations. I shall venture forth to seek out EV for some delightful play." With that, Zhang Xiru waved her petite hand and, with a graceful toss of her long hair, made her way alone towards the bonfire gathering. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan took a deep breath, feeling a tinge of nervousness. For, within the realm of his perception of the eternal power, that little creature was right behind him. It is important to note that they were in an open field. A mere turn of his head would reveal it. At this thought, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. He had turned back numerous times along his journey, yet he had never noticed such a small creature trailing behind him. With a blend of curiosity and trepidation, Feng Xuan slowly turned around. Suddenly, A vast expanse of green fields greeted his eyes. But where was his little companion? In a state of bewilderment, Feng Xuan activated the eternal power to take a closer look. To his surprise, the little creature's life force was merely 5 meters ahead of him. He strode forward, halting in front of it, and then crouched down. At that moment, nestled within the grass of the field, he finally spotted a diminutive golden cutie. It was incredibly small, measuring just over 20 centimeters in length. With its tiny eyes wide open, it stood proudly, seemingly trying to present itself. Yet, the slight tremor of its body betrayed its evident nervousness. "Greetings, little caterpie." Feng Xuan beamed a warm smile as he greeted it. Just then, his fiery companions, Magmar and Charmeleon, approached. Upon seeing the towering fire-type Pokémon, Caterpie's body trembled even more violently. Charmeleon promptly lowered itself to be level with the little creature, its eyes sparkling with excitement as it gazed at the golden cutie. Oh, how it adored the color gold. After all, its own tail flame was only half golden. Yet, the creature before it was entirely golden. How beautiful. Subsequently, Charmeleon directed its eager gaze towards Feng Xuan. Magmar also crouched down, its eyes brimming with enthusiasm. A tiny Pokémon. Was it not precisely the fourth sibling it had imagined? How splendid. It could finally assume the role of an elder brother. Cool. Then, it too cast a longing look at Feng Xuan. Feeling the affectionate gazes from his two brothers, Feng Xuan grinned with satisfaction. Excellent. His second and third brothers shared his discerning eye, both instantly captivated by the little creature before them. Likewise, Feng Xuan lowered himself, bringing his eyes level with Caterpie's. The little creature instinctively flinched, avoiding direct eye contact. However, recalling the determination and eagerness that had accompanied it throughout the journey, it ultimately mustered the courage to raise its head high. With tears glistening in its eyes, it boldly met Feng Xuan's gaze. In that instant, Feng Xuan's face lit up with joy as he extended his hand. "Caterpie, would you like to become my partner?" "Woohoo! Yes, I would." The little Caterpie nodded vigorously, tears streaming down its cheeks as it stepped forward to meet Feng Xuan's outstretched hand. With both hands, Feng Xuan cradled Caterpie, examining it closely. It was evident that Caterpie was a shiny specimen. On its head were small, sharp stingers, and its tail bore spikes as well. While Caterpie was indeed an insect, it possessed an adorably non-threatening appearance, with its tiny eyes and round little nose adding to its charm. Typically, Caterpie feeds on leaves in the forest, possessing an extraordinarily keen sense of smell that allows it to easily discern its preferred foliage. Standing upright with Caterpie in his hands, Feng Xuan noticed that Charmeleon and Magmar's eyes remained fixated on the little one. This was indeed the sensation of welcoming a newcomer into the team. Feng Xuan offered Caterpie to the eagerly watching Magmar and Charmeleon. He then rummaged through his backpack to retrieve a luxury ball he had prepared in advance. After all, a sense of ceremony must not be overlooked. Feng Xuan placed the luxury ball before Caterpie, who promptly tapped the button with its head and was drawn into the ball. Ding, ding, ding. Task completed. Received task reward, 5,000 coins. How delightful. Pokémon. Gotta catch 'em all. Out of a sense of modesty, Feng Xuan refrained from striking a pose. He released Caterpie from the luxury ball and placed it on his shoulder. Let us go join the bonfire celebration. We must also admire the moon. Roar. Oh, the bonfire. Ka. Oh, the party. Caterpie 0 woo. Oh, the moon viewing. Haha, you all are such fun. As Feng Xuan strolled through the fields, he opened the system to review Caterpie's data panel, intending to prepare a gift based on the information. However, upon opening the panel, he was instantly dazzled. Pokémon, Caterpie, shiny. Gender, male. Level, beginner, LV4. Type, bug, poison. Ability, runaway, shiny trait. Increases the effect of reducing its own visibility. Moves, poison sting, string shot. Potential, rookie champion. Feng Xuan mused, wondering why he hadn't felt the presence of any scales while cradling Caterpie. It turned out that Caterpie possessed the dream ability, runaway. In reality, the runaway ability does not function as it does in the game. It allows for an automatic escape from wild Pokémon battles, ignoring all obstacles. In the real world, however, this ability effectively diminishes the visibility of the Pokémon possessing it, thereby helping it avoid battles and being hunted. This trait proved invaluable in the wild. Truly a remarkable dream ability. What delighted Feng Xuan even more was Caterpie's shiny trait. To his astonishment, the shine further enhanced the effect of reducing its visibility. No wonder he had been oblivious to Caterpie's presence throughout his journey. The combination of the dream ability and the shiny trait made it nearly imperceptible to the average person, even with its striking golden hue. Only Feng Xuan, during his upgrade of the Eternal Power, had managed to achieve a range perception that allowed him to discover this treasure. A treasure that boasted the potential of a rookie champion. Despite Caterpie's small stature and underdeveloped state, its potential was vast, especially under Feng Xuan's guidance. For he had already prepared gifts. He believed that these gifts would undoubtedly assist Caterpie in swiftly surpassing the evolution stage. It could soon reach the state of Beedrill. It is worth noting that Caterpie evolves at level 7 into Metapod, and Metapod evolves into Beedrill at level 10. Although Caterpie's evolution occurs rapidly, Feng Xuan had meticulously planned the evolution process. Perhaps by tonight, he would witness the emergence of Beedrill, and at that time, with the second stage gifts and the stacking of abilities, it would be truly exhilarating. Chapter 75, Consecutive Evolutions. With Caterpie perched on his shoulder, Charmeleon on his left, and Magmar on his right, Feng Xuan and his companions made their way toward the bonfire. Along the way, numerous wild Pokémon were drawn to him, eager to approach and snuggle up. Ultimately, under the imposing presence of Charmeleon, the Pokémon gradually retreated. Feng Xuan quietly glanced towards the distant EV group, only to discover that Zhang Saru was indeed quite popular, surrounded by a swarm of EV. It appeared she was momentarily occupied. Finally, Feng Xuan and his companions arrived at the bonfire area. In this expansive field, the bonfire and moonlight set the scene for the evening. The lively atmosphere around the bonfire immediately captured the attention of Feng Xuan and his friends. A multitude of trainers and wild Pokémon coexisted harmoniously in this vibrant gathering. Despite the sheer number of trainers, which exceeded tens of thousands, the camaraderie was palpable. However, everyone adheres to the rules, avoiding trouble and disturbances, for this is the realm of wild Pokémon. Despite this, some exceptional trainers have already set their plans in motion. Certain trainers astutely prepare Pokémon food on-site to capture the attention of wild Pokémon, while others opt to showcase their prowess, attracting the admiration of those Pokémon drawn to strength. Additionally, some trainers engage in vocal persuasion, coaxing their desired Pokémon to join their ranks. Feng Xuan, however, harbored no such intentions, for he had already found his cherished companion. After enjoying the bonfire festivities with his three little friends, he decided to seek a tranquil spot to admire the moon. He casually ascended a deserted hillside, where he settled on the grass, propping his head on his hand and gazing into the heavens. To his left sat Charizard, mimicking his posture and staring up at the sky. On his right was Monferno, who too began to follow suit, raising its head to observe the celestial expanse. Meanwhile, the Caterpie perched on Feng Xuan's shoulder, its small eyes brimming with great longing. At that moment, a full moon hung high above, visible to all wanderers far from home. Time slipped away unnoticed. Feng Xuan emerged from his reverie, having just completed his selection of gifts through the system. He cradled the Caterpie in his hands, which no longer felt timid or bewildered, but gazed at Feng Xuan with curiosity. At this juncture, Feng Xuan spoke, "Caterpie, welcome to our team. As your trainer, I have prepared a gift for you." Caterpie was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in its eyes. To join was already a stroke of luck in its life, and to receive a gift from its master was an unexpected joy. Charizard, "Master, I taught him that word." At that moment, Charizard and Monferno, as fellow Pokémon, enthusiastically nodded in encouragement towards Caterpie. "Woohoo! Thank you, Master." Caterpie nuzzled against Feng Xuan's palm, its adorable eyes filled with anticipation. Feng Xuan nodded in delight, placing Caterpie on the grass before retrieving the prepared gift, silver powder. The choice of silver powder is rather special, and I will elucidate the reason later. As previously mentioned, items like silver powder that enhance the power of Pokémon moves are collectively referred to as secret treasures. Secret treasures have two methods of use. The first is for Pokémon to hold, which is their most fundamental function, enhancing the power of their moves. Moreover, depending on the integrity of the secret treasure, the increase in move power may vary. A perfect secret treasure would augment a move's power by 20, akin to how it functions in games. However, in reality, secret treasures must be formed, leading to some being discovered in incomplete states, resulting in a range of quality levels: normal 11 to 13, good 14 to 16, excellent 17 to 19, perfect 20. The reason they are termed secret treasures is due to their second miraculous function. They can be held permanently or consumed in one go by Pokémon. That is, they can be absorbed and utilized by Pokémon, which is where their true magic lies. After absorption, both the strength and potential of the Pokémon are enhanced, justifying their designation as secret treasures. Returning to the matter at hand, Feng Xuan had procured a secret treasure item from the system marketplace, priced at 10,000 coins, silver powder. Silver powder, Increases the power of bug-type moves by 20 for the Pokemon holding it. As for why he chose Silver Powder, it is a matter of coincidence. Had Feng Xuan selected a Fire-type Pokemon this time, he might have opted for the perfect Firestone instead of Charcoal, as Charcoal is a complete secret treasure unsuitable for novice Pokemon to consume. Ironically, Feng Xuan chose a Bug-type Pokemon. Unlike Charcoal, Silver Powder is a handful of shimmering powder that can be consumed in portions, making it the ideal nurturing resource for Bug-type Pokemon. Yet, few choose to use it on novice Pokemon due to its rarity. Contemplating this, Feng Xuan promptly purchased Silver Powder. One portion weighed precisely 20 grams. He unwrapped the cloth bag containing the silver powder and placed it before Caterpie. Upon witnessing the radiant silver powder, Caterpie instantly drooled. However, it refrained from indiscriminately devouring it, resolutely suppressing its appetite. Feng Xuan took out a spoon, beginning to feed it 1 gram at a time. 1 gram. Caterpie trembled with delight, as though high on euphoria. 2 grams. Caterpie let out a satisfied burp, its small eyes filled with contentment. 3 grams. Caterpie gradually closed its eyes, and in the next moment, the light of evolution enveloped it. As a bug-type Pokemon known for its rapid evolution, this pace was entirely within Feng Xuan's expectations. When the glow of evolution faded, a Metapod stood in its place, its large eyes reflecting bewilderment. It had evolved. How wonderful! But alas, it could no longer speak. What a pity! Nevertheless, Feng Xuan did not halt. Rather, he continued to scoop silver powder and sprinkle it over the Metapod, allowing it to absorb it as well. The process of evolution is wondrous, perfectly utilizing the previous 3 grams of silver powder on Caterpie, resulting in a Metapod that was both tough and robust after its evolution. He continued to feed it silver powder, 4 grams, 5 grams, until the 10th gram. The light of evolution shimmered around Metapod once more. As for whether this rapid subsequent evolution would impact Beedrill, Feng Xuan could only assert that all evolutions occurred before level 10. With the foundation provided by the secret treasure silver powder, Beedrill would emerge even stronger post-evolution. As the transformation concluded, a striking Beedrill appeared atop the hillside. However, Feng Xuan's gift was far from over. System. Prepare to stack abilities. Chapter 76. Night's Shadow Assassin Beedrill. As the silver powder was consumed halfway, a perfect Beedrill emerged on the scene. Ding. Host has completed the evolution task ahead of schedule. Reward. 10,000 coins. Poison Sting. Unexpectedly, the silver powder, which had just cost 10,000 coins, was promptly reimbursed by the system, along with an additional poison sting. It is worth noting that Beedrill is a bug poison-type Pokemon, and focusing solely on its bug-type attributes would not suffice. System. View Beedrill's data panel and prepare for ability stacking. Ding. Pokemon. Beedrill Shiny. Gender. Male. Rank. Novice. LV10. Type. Bug Poison. Ability. Sniper. Shiny trait. Reduces the Pokemon's presence. Moves. Poison Sting, String Shot, Bug Bite, Fury Attack, Harden. Potential. Champion. A champion tier Beedrill. Feng Xuan seemed to glimpse the shadow of Boss Sakake's Beedrill. Simultaneously, post-evolution, the fleeing Caterpie transformed into a Beedrill with the Sniper ability. Sniper. When an attack hits a critical point, the damage is 15 times that of a normal critical hit, effectively making it 225 times the damage of a non-critical hit. Alright, let us prepare for some serious action. Suddenly, Feng Xuan recalled something, and his eyes lit up. He inquired of the system. Now that Beedrill has evolved to its final form, can it possess 3 abilities? Ding. Yes. Then let us begin. System. Present the transformation plan for Beedrill's abilities. Ding. Plan 1. Replace Beedrill's ability. Sniper Bug's Premonition. Cost. 1,000 coins. Other sniper options. Cost. Calculated based on compatibility. Plan 2. Stack Beedrill's abilities. Sniper Bug's Premonition. Cost. 5,000 coins. Sniper. Cost. 10,000 coins. Other sniper options. Cost. Calculated based on compatibility. Gazing at the balance of over 20,000 coins in hand, Feng Xuan resolved firmly. System. Choose Plan 2. Stack the Sniper ability for Beedrill. Ding. Acknowledged. During the ability stacking process, please do not disturb this Pokemon. With a heart full of excitement, Feng Xuan and Beedrill exchanged a slow glance. Beedrill, are you ready? Although unsure of his leader's intentions, Beedrill nodded resolutely, without hesitation. Suddenly, after Beedrill's firm nod, a series of dark lights abruptly enveloped Beedrill. In just a moment, the black light surrounded Beedrill entirely. Feng Xuan's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly inquired of the system. System, What is this black light? Wasn't it always white light during evolution? Ding. This is a chain reaction caused by the stacking of abilities and the occurrence of shiny traits. Upon inspection, there is no harm to Beedrill. Hearing this, Feng Xuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it poses no danger. He had not anticipated that it was due to the shiny phenomenon. Beside them, Charmeleon gazed in astonishment at Beedrill, wrapped in black light. If not for knowing it was a gift from the leader, it would genuinely worry about their new comrade being consumed by darkness. Meanwhile, Infernape looked utterly shocked. It wiped the cold sweat from its forehead. So this was how it had felt, enveloped in black light. How cool. At last, the black light dissipated. A perfect black shiny Beedrill appeared before everyone's eyes. Indeed, in this transformation shrouded in black light, Beedrill had directly become a black shiny Beedrill, coupled with its striking red eyes and its shiny trait. A hunter of the shadows was born. System. Check Beedrill's data panel. Ding. Pokemon. Beedrill, black shiny. Gender. Male. Level. Novice, LV11. Type. Bug, poison. Ability. Sniper, shiny trait. Reduces its own presence. Moves. Poison sting, string shot, bug bite, fury attack, harden, twin needle. Potential. Champion. Ability effect. Beedrill's eyes undergo a mutation, naturally granting a 1-level increase in critical hit rate. When Beedrill strikes the enemy's weak point from the front, the damage is tripled compared to a normal hit. When attacking the enemy from the back, there is a very low chance of triggering a 1-hit knockout upon striking the weak point. Striking a weak point is a random event that occurs during battles, increasing damage when it happens. The probability of striking a weak point is referred to as the critical hit rate. Upon witnessing Beedrill's formidable ability effect, Feng Xuan realized an extraordinary assassin of the night had been born. Black shiny coloration, shiny trait effect, exceptional ability enhancement. In a multi-battle arena, it would be nothing short of a head harvesting machine. In team fights, it would be a nightmare for the opposing fragile damage dealers. Feng Xuan had not expected that such a terrifying chain effect would arise from the amalgamation of so many unique circumstances. One might say it was overpowered. Striking a weak point is probabilistic. Yet, if one were to argue it isn't overpowered, once a critical hit occurs, the damage is too high. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is, the critical hit rate can be compensated. Many moves inherently possess a critical hit rate of 1. For instance, Leaf Blade, Brave Bird, Cut, Leaf Storm, Cross Poison, and so on. However, regrettably, Beedrill cannot learn these moves. Nevertheless, there is one move that is paramount for it. Focus Energy. After using Focus Energy, for a period, the Pokemon will enter a high critical hit state. This means, after using Focus Energy, as long as Feng Xuan's Beedrill hits an opponent, it will inevitably strike a weak point. This equates to a 100 critical hit. With this entire setup, Beedrill truly embodies the Reaper of the Night. Of course, as an assassin, Beedrill also shares the same vulnerabilities as any assassin, namely, fragility. But fear not. Who has ever seen an assassin tank damage in a team fight? Returning to the main topic, after the ability stacking concluded, Beedrill gazed at its sleek black appearance, instantly revealing starry eyes. Wow, it looks so cool, just like the boss. Simultaneously, it sensed a change in its vision. It seemed to have become even more acute. In the darkness, it could even clearly see its leader's smile. Hee. The boss must be very pleased with its transformation. Meanwhile, Infernape and Charmeleon looked at the newly adorned Beedrill with eyes gleaming with admiration. Charmeleon, wow. Fourth brother looks so cool, but I still prefer gold. Infernape, wow. What a stylish black stinger. I wonder how it compares to my silver fist. Gazing at the black Beedrill, Feng Xuan felt that this journey had truly reached perfection. Oh, by the way, system, what about the next round of ability stacking for Beedrill? Sniper? Ding. Cost. 50,000 coins. Feng Xuan, farewell. Chapter 77 Energy Cube Testing Report. September has passed. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, on a small hillside in the reserve, Feng Xuan lay on the grass, admiring the full moon. To him, this journey had been flawless. The most wonderful thing at this moment, of course, was to continue enjoying the moon with his Pokemon. In his eyes, the moon in the sky resembled a silver jade plate, symbolizing harmony and reunion. In Charmeleon's eyes, the moon was a gigantic fireball. It aspired to unleash such a massive fireball in the future. Infernape viewed the moon as a colossal silver fist. It longed to bump fists with it. In Beedrill's eyes, the moon resembled its leader's face when he turned back to notice it, just as beautiful as when the boss smiled. Different imaginations represented the distinct personalities of the 3 Pokemon. Charmeleon was as passionate as fire, Infernape was as resilient as iron, and Beedrill was as loyal as the heart. So you were here? I had quite the time finding you. At that moment, a melodious teasing voice rang out. Zhang Siru approached slowly, her beautiful face adorned with a teasing smile. This fellow was indeed easy to locate, with a sweep of psychic power. He stood out as the most conspicuous figure in the entire field. Feng Xuan turned his head and immediately saw her walking over, cradling a cute Eevee. What an adorable Eevee! Feng Xuan sincerely praised. The Eevee in her arms was exceptional in both appearance and physique. Isn't it? So cute. Zhang Siru replied with a proud smile, gently stroking Eevee's fur. However, Eevee suddenly leapt from Zhang Siru's embrace and dashed toward Feng Xuan, a look of excitement on its face. Oh! Feng Xuan instinctively caught it in his arms. Feeling Eevee's soft fur, he couldn't help but break into a beaming smile. Eevee, too, was squinting happily, nuzzling against Feng Xuan. Observing the joyful exchange between the two, Zhang Siru's mood soured, and her fists clenched tightly. Not angry, not awkward. I chose this. I chose this. She cradled the Eevee sent by Feng Xuan, then disregarding its pitiful gaze, deftly shifted the conversation. What about your new Pokémon? You seem so comfortable. You must have made your choice by now, right? Having said that, her curiosity drew her gaze towards him. According to his usual habit, he relished in having his Pokémon by his side. A fleeting glance revealed that he still had those two fire-type Pokémon. Of course I've chosen. Feng Xuan replied with a hint of pride, confident in his discerning eye. I knew it from the moment I chose Charmander. Then let it out. I'm eager to see. Zhang Siru urged inquisitively. Let it out? All right, Beedrill, come here. Feng Xuan said, somewhat puzzled, as he summoned the Beedrill from behind him. The sudden appearance of the black Beedrill startled Zhang Siru, prompting her to let out a sharp scream. Ah, what's wrong? What happened? Feng Xuan was taken aback by her reaction. Instinctively, Zhang Siru activated her psychic abilities, only to realize that the ghost before her was merely a Pokémon. Phew, she exhaled, relieved to discover it was just a Pokémon. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a shiny Beedrill, not a ghost. That's all that matters. Non-static scene. What? A shiny? Zhang Siru's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, wow, this is incredible. As they walked home, Feng Xuan and Zhang Siru reminisced about their journey, sharing anecdotes about the people, events, and experiences they encountered over the past few days. They spoke freely. Even the Pokémon joined in the conversation, as both of them could understand their speech. Thus, the Mid-Autumn Festival night came to a close, marking the end of this celebratory journey. The following day, Feng Xuan and Zhang Siru left the hotel together, boarding the high-speed train back home. Upon reaching Longjiang Station, they prepared for a brief farewell. See you tomorrow. Zhang Siru waved goodbye. Feng Xuan reciprocated the gesture, bidding her farewell. See you at school tomorrow. Before long, Feng Xuan returned home. His mother, aware of his return at noon, had prepared his favorite dishes, making up for the regrets of the previous day's Mid-Autumn Festival. In the afternoon, Feng Xuan made a trip to the Pokémon shop. After a discussion with manager Huang, the pre-sale of the energy cubes was secured. Additionally, as his exclusive authorized selling point, Manager Huang promised to provide Feng Xuan with a monthly quota of berries and a private research room. In the research room, there was a computer and a machine for the energy cubes. Although the equipment was modest, it offered a tranquil and comfortable environment. The special treatment Feng Xuan received stemmed largely from the sample evaluation that Manager Huang conducted. Following the tests, the efficacy of the energy cubes aligned perfectly with Feng Xuan's description. An energy cube that could swiftly heal minor wounds. It's hard to fathom the impact it could have on today's market. Consequently, Manager Huang swiftly approved the exclusive authorization for the energy cubes purchase, also providing a separate research room. Moreover, the profits from the energy cubes would be split evenly. Manager Huang would supply the materials and sales channels, while Feng Xuan would provide the technology. At this moment, some employees expressed confusion. In this world, there are indeed healing potions. Why place such emphasis on the energy cube, even agreeing to a profit split? Manager Huang, holding the test report, silently pondered. Healing potions are indeed the first choice for trainers when their Pokémon are injured in the wild. However, applying a potion does not ensure immediate healing. It requires time for the body to recover. The potion merely accelerates this process. Ultimately, healing potions facilitate the body's natural healing. No matter how effective a healing potion is, the body still needs to provide energy for wound recovery. But the energy cube is different. It can heal minor wounds completely within an hour. Moreover, it does not require the body to provide energy for the healing process. One could say that this energy cube embodies a miraculous energy. It is precisely the energy needed for wound healing. The name Life Energy Cube is truly fitting. Manager Huang gazed at the report with fervent eyes. This is an energy cube that could benefit humanity. If it weren't for his limited authority, he would have gladly provided that young man with a perfect laboratory and an ideal research environment. Alas, what a pity. Nevertheless, he vowed to promote the energy cube impeccably. He would ensure the protection of this genius, revealing not a whisper of his information to the media. In that moment, within the eyes of the ever-vigilant, the brilliance of humanity began to shine. After confirming the release date for the energy cubes, Feng Xuan's life returned to tranquility. Unlike the fervent rush at the Pokémon shop, he resumed his peaceful campus life. Each morning, he walked to school with Su Hao. Upon arriving in class, Zhang Siru would charmingly approach to collect assignments. Following that were countless lessons, with a deluge of theoretical knowledge inundating him. Unfortunately, the college entrance examination encompasses both practical and theoretical assessments. To gain admission to elite universities, one must excel in both areas. After all, one cannot merely be reckless. Theoretical knowledge is equally essential. The most basic concepts, such as the effects of moves, the significance of abilities, and Pokémon types, are all required knowledge. Thus, time passed day by day. September came to a close. During this month, Charmeleon had accumulated enough experience. It merely needed a catalyst to break through and reach the professional realm that only second and third year students could attain. Monferno, with its relentless training, made remarkable gains, reaching level 27 in terms of energy. In move training, it had mastered the ability to stack power-up punch onto every move. Meanwhile, Beedrill, as the underdog of the team, benefited from the extensive battle teachings of its predecessors. Within just over a week, Beedrill had nearly leveled up once a day, reaching the impressive height of level 18. On September 30th, with the National Day holiday just around the corner, the atmosphere in class became exuberantly lively. Everyone was buzzing about their travel plans for the upcoming 7 days. Indeed, in this world, high school seniors enjoy a 7-day holiday. Given the existence of Pokémon, a miraculous species, the world's energy is not in short supply, and societal pressures are not as severe. Lao Xian, do you have any plans for these 7 days? Su Hao inquired. The moment he spoke, the chatter around them diminished in volume. The nearby girls perked up, keen to eavesdrop. Even Zhang Siru, passing by, slowed her steps. Feng Xuan hesitated, regret evident in his voice. About that. I do have plans. Su Hao raised an eyebrow in confusion. Huh? Unfortunately, a senior contacted me. I have to go out for a bit. Indeed. That morning, Feng Xuan received 2 messages on WeChat. One was from the senior he had met at the volcano, Su Tianwang. Chapter 78, Private Match. On September 30th, Feng Xuan received 2 unread messages that morning. One was from Su Yi Tianwang, whom he had previously met. The other was from Li Mu, regarding the upcoming November Little Water God Cup competition. After confirming his participation, she happily registered both of them. Meanwhile, in a message from Su Yi, the esteemed King Su inquired whether he had time to visit the capital during the National Day holiday. He expressed his desire to introduce Feng Xuan to some commendable trainers of his age. Upon Feng Xuan confirming his availability, King Su cheerfully arranged for his flight ticket, instructing him to depart punctually on the 1st. One must say, Feng Xuan found the king's invitation rather unexpected. King Su belonged to the upper echelons of national power, and Feng Xuan was at a loss as to why this virtual stranger, whom he had only met once, would extend such an invitation. The reason, however, was quite simple. Not long ago, while Su Yi was engaged in his usual office duties, a middle-aged man suddenly burst in. "Ah, Su, old buddy," he exclaimed, plopping down on the sofa with a sense of ease. Without lifting his gaze, Su Yi responded, "What brings you here, brother?" The man, known as Wei, was muscular, with a scar gracing the corner of his eye. He looked perplexed as he replied, "What do you mean, what brings me here? I want to ask you what is going on. You're the only one who hasn't submitted the roster for next month's private tournament. What do you expect me to do? I'm here to remind you. And don't forget our old agreement." Su Yi was momentarily taken aback. How could he have forgotten about the private tournament next month? With a scornful glance at brother he mused to himself that ever since this fellow had a talented son, he had been obsessively fixated on the upcoming tournament in October. After tasting victory in the last tournament, he was now more impatient than ever. The memory of losing a remarkably exceptional Magcargo still irked him deeply. That was a hidden ability Magcargo, with potential that could easily rival the king's. And this old chap had taken it away, likely having coveted it for quite some time. After all, the Magcargo's hidden ability was Shattered Armor. A perfect trait combined with its fire and rock typing made it an ideal match for a sandstorm team. Shattered Armor, When struck by a physical move, its defense decreases while its speed significantly increases, and each hit from a physical consecutive move triggers this ability. This ability, coupled with the environmental damage from a sandstorm, was simply devastating. Moreover, the Magcargo possessed a rock type as well. The pain of losing to this individual still stung, especially when he recalled that this year, Higua's son would be bringing the Magcargo to challenge his own young trainees. The thought was infuriating. Remember to submit the roster to me. I need to compile it. Brother, he declared before swaggering out. Watching his retreating figure, Suyi resolved to redeem himself this time. Speaking of the private tournament, while the name might sound unappealing, its essence was to cultivate the next generation of trainers. Initially, it was just he and Brother he who had engaged in informal matches, given their long-standing friendship. However, as more kings and experts became aware of this competition, interest surged, leading to an increasing number of participants. After several years, the rules of the private tournament had become more refined, and the participant pool expanded significantly. Yet, it remained exclusive to gym leaders and above. Those beneath this rank were not eligible to partake. Furthermore, the gym leaders' competitive circuit differed from that of the kings. They could only face their own tier of leaders. Gradually, this private tournament morphed into something of great significance. As victories and defeats unfolded under the watchful eyes of the leadership, potentially influencing resource allocation for the following year. Returning to the rules of the private tournament. For the kings, there were virtually no regulations. The tournament occurred annually, precisely during the 6 days following the National Day holiday, held at the Dragon Gym in the capital. During this period, the kings could challenge one another at will, wagering various resources on the outcomes. After the matches, the stakes would be invested in the participants of their choosing. Each leader could bring up to 5 young trainers to compete, provided these participants were no older than 18. However, there were no restrictions on their origins, as long as they were genuine citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Back in his office, following Brother He's unexpected visit, Suyi found himself devoid of motivation to work. Brother He, known as Higuae, was an old friend and a formidable rock-type king, though he often appeared carefree. His strength was indeed formidable, ranking among the top 5 kings in the country. His peak-level Tyranitar was a terrifying force. Once it entered the fray, the battlefield would be engulfed in a sandstorm. Not only was Higuae powerful, but his family was equally impressive, particularly his son, who had achieved the highest score in the province during the college entrance examinations. Additionally, he had a disciple who had led Higuae to victory against Suyi last year, cruelly claiming his Magcargo in the process. Now, Higuae's son was set to bring that same Magcargo to challenge Suyi's young trainees. This was truly intolerable. In frustration, Suyi slammed his palm onto the desk, causing a gust of wind to send several documents cascading to the floor. With a sigh, he bent down to retrieve them. At that moment, a striking photograph caught his eye. It was a detailed character report on Feng Xuan, chronicling his life's journey across 3 generations, complete with his birth certificate and ancestral origins. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten about this young man amidst all the chaos in the Northwest? The progress he made during that week of training was astonishing. With a little nurturing, he could undoubtedly secure victory in the next private tournament. Suyi mused, clutching Feng Xuan's August behavior report, a spark of excitement igniting within him. This time, I can truly introduce him to the world. For the upcoming private tournament, I will certainly fight for him. However, he pondered, there were still 4 slots available. Whom should he choose? Surely, his cousin's gym must have some exceptional apprentices? No. He himself needed to bring young trainers to compete. Perhaps his cousin's university could yield a few fire-type prodigies? It seemed there were also several promising young individuals beneath his own faction. Piecing them together might suffice. If not, perhaps it was best to forego the tournament this time. He sighed, reflecting on his less-than-stellar younger relatives and his own lack of descendants or disciples. Thus, Feng Xuan's journey during the 11-day holiday was set, with the destination being the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. What serendipities awaited Feng Xuan on this voyage remained to be seen. Chapter 79, Sales. The capital. Concurrently, in the northwest region, within a mysterious cavern, a group of individuals clad in peculiar attire paused in their activities. At that moment, a man dressed in red entered the cave, his expression cold as he surveyed the group. Remembering the search officers recently dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, an air of impatience crossed his face as he addressed the crowd. Cease your resting. Continue the exploration. We must locate that relic before the Alliance discovers us. Meanwhile, on the way home from school, Suhao strolled with his hands behind his head, exclaiming with exasperation, "Ah, I wish I could be like you. So popular with the girls. Receiving love letters from beautiful maidens daily. and encountering a confession from another lovely girl every few days. Thus, I shall have the opportunity to date 7 beautiful maidens during the 7 days of the National Day holiday. Feng Xuan cast a disdainful glance at him, then ruthlessly shattered his illusions. What kind of delusional fantasy leads you to believe that life is filled with beautiful maidens? Su Hao, undeterred by the harsh reality, continued to indulge in his daydreams. 7 days, each accompanied by a different beauty, he chuckled to himself. Observing his foolish grin, Feng Xuan disdainfully walked away, turning back only to depart at the intersection. Su Hao scratched his head and called after his retreating figure. Hey, how many days are you going out for? I have no idea. Feng Xuan did not turn back, merely waved his hand dismissively before leaving. Su Hao, regaining his composure, slapped his own cheeks. Phew, tomorrow, I'll head to the Shuanghua arena. Time to put in some effort. Meanwhile, on another side, Zhang Siru was returning home in a private car. Upon entering her villa, she immediately spotted her grandfather sitting on the sofa. Grandpa, what brings you here? She dashed to his side, her face lit with joy. Haha, of course. I came to see my adorable granddaughter. The elderly man, spry and lively, sensed that his granddaughter seemed a bit down. As the sole heir to his supernatural abilities in the family, he had always cherished and nurtured her. Her unhappiness was his unhappiness. What's wrong, Cheru? You seem a bit off today. Did someone bully you at school? I shouldn't have agreed to your father sending you here to study. If you were in the capital under my watch, who would dare to bully my granddaughter? Zhang Siru quickly grasped her grandfather's hand, explaining, No, Grandpa. It's just that I'm contemplating where to train during the National Day holiday. My skills are still too weak. The old man's eyelids twitched. You're still weak? With your supernatural powers, your skills are nearly beyond the standard. No peer can match you. If you seek an opponent, you'll have to look among university students. However, he was always inclined to fulfill his granddaughter's wishes. Let me think. Oh, how about your uncle takes you to participate in the private competition during the National Day? I hear it's filled with prodigious youths. Competing with them will surely aid your growth. The old man said with warmth. National Day private competition? What a strange name. Zhang Siru looked perplexed. However, a competition that caught her grandfather's attention must indeed be of considerable caliber. All right, thank you, Grandpa. Her sweet gratitude instantly brought a broad smile to Zhang Laozu's face. Meanwhile, observing the suddenly altered list in his hands, He Guowei felt a twitch in his eyelids. This fellow is truly troublesome. Even now, he dares to change the list. Do you think a mere list can alter your long-standing bottom ranking? On the day of the National Day, Feng Xuan rose early, needing to catch a flight. Mom, I'm heading out. Take it slow, watch for vehicles. Have you brought your ID? Don't forget to have lunch when you get there, avoid talking to strangers, and remember to call me when you arrive. I know. I'm off. Stepping out of the house, Feng Xuan promptly made his way to the elf shop. Upon reaching the door of Manager Huang's office, he politely knocked. Come in. Oh, it's little Xian. Come in, come in. Let me show you this. This is our sales report for the Life Energy Cube for this week. What do you think? Isn't it astonishing? Manager Huang greeted Feng Xuan enthusiastically, handing him a document. Curiously, Feng Xuan opened the file and exclaimed in disbelief. Within the document, the first-generation Life Energy was priced at $19.99 each. On the very first day, bolstered by extensive promotion, the Life Energy Cube sold out instantly, depleting the stock. Only after Manager Huang's diligent production efforts was there a meager supply restored. This was despite being marketed in only one city. On the first day alone, sales surpassed 10 million. Although sales dipped afterward, the total for these 7 days had already exceeded 50 million. Of course, this was merely sales figures. Profits were still being calculated. Brother Huang, you are truly impressive. Feng Xuan marveled. Manager Huang, regaining his spirited demeanor, sighed. You are the real genius here, inventing such an extraordinary energy cube. It's all thanks to you. I'm being transferred to the provincial office. When that happens, I'll take our achievements nationwide. Manager Huang's ambitions surged once more. By the way, Brother Huang, I need to step out during the National Day. My apologies. No worries. Leave everything here to me. As for you, little Xian, enjoy your National Day. Watch out for bad people. Thus, after bidding farewell to Manager Huang, Feng Xuan continued on to the airport. Upon arriving at Longjiangbai International Airport, Feng Xuan collected his plane ticket at the front desk using his ID. A glance at the ticket revealed it was for first class. After securing his Pokémon, Feng Xuan boarded the plane, en route to the capital. On board, Feng Xuan reclined in his comfortable seat. His curiosity piqued by the scenery outside the window. Being his first flight, he was captivated by the sights beyond. Oh, that red dot in the distance. Could it be the flame god volcano? Wow, look at that magnificent King Yen. What was that just zipped by? It was even faster than the plane. Moreover, it left behind 2 long trails in the sky. Just as Feng Xuan pondered whether he might encounter a typical protagonist hijacking incident, an announcement chimed. We have arrived at our destination. Disembarking and reclaiming his luggage, Feng Xuan recalled that Wang Su had mentioned someone would be there to pick him up. Sure enough, at the exit, he immediately spotted a sign bearing his name. The sign was held by a stern-looking man in a black suit. As Feng Xuan approached, the man readily took his luggage. You must be Master Feng Xuan? Feng Xuan nodded shyly. Please follow me. Following the man, they boarded a black luxury vehicle with the license plate DA00002. The man in the black suit continued. To help you acclimate to this environment, Wang Su has arranged 3 accommodations for you. The Guai Hotel in the capital, the Dragon's Path Pavilion, and Wang Su's residence. Feng Xuan felt as if he had stepped into a grand world, ultimately opting for the hotel. Please thank Wang Su for me. Just take me to the hotel. The man nodded and started the vehicle. Upon arriving at an extraordinarily magnificent hotel, Feng Xuan realized how limited his experiences had been. With the assistance of the man in black, Feng Xuan successfully checked into the hotel. Before leaving, the man added, Wang Su said all your living expenses in the capital can be reimbursed. Also, he mentioned that you need to be at the Dragon's Path Pavilion tomorrow morning at 9 to meet him. Chapter 80. An Unexpected Encounter. Wang Su's bet. After leaving behind some helpful information, the man in black departed. Naturally, the most crucial detail was to ensure he went to the 2nd floor of the dojo tomorrow on time to find Wang Su. In the afternoon, Feng Xuan chose not to venture out to explore the capital. Instead, he decided to investigate the hotel's entertainment area. It must be said, it was indeed quite upscale. Not limited to esports, there were various sports facilities. Feng Xuan spent the entire afternoon playing billiards with his Pokémon. Notably, Beedrill won the most matches. Its precision made it a formidable player. Conversely, Charmeleon lost the most. Its clumsy little hands often led the cue ball straight into the pockets. In the evening, Feng Xuan took his 3 little companions to the hotel's exclusive cinema. They watched an action film titled Justice Execution. In fact, the cinema had a second showing of a romance film titled The Love of Xanadu. However, Feng Xuan promptly halted his eager companions who wished to stay for more. Then, they went out for a late-night snack. Thus, Feng Xuan spent a comfortable night in the capital. The following morning, the alarm clock on the bedside abruptly awakened the 3 heads resting on the pillow. Feng Xuan yawned and sat up in bed. At that moment, the buzzing sound of flapping wings filled the air. Good morning, Beedrill. Zizip, let's go. It's time to wash up. Accompanied by Beedrill, Feng Xuan made his way to the bathroom. After dampening a towel with warm water, he meticulously wiped Beedrill's body, cleaning its stinger, cheeks, and tail. All right, all cleaned up. Zizip, thank you, boss. Just then, Charmeleon and Monferno, also yawning, walked into the bathroom, indulging in the grooming service provided by their trainer. After relishing the delightful breakfast offered by the hotel, Feng Xuan planned to head to the Dragon Gym. The night before, he had done a bit of research online about this renowned Dragon Gym located in the capital. According to online enthusiasts, the history of this gym can be traced back several centuries. Back then, it was not referred to as a gym, but as the Dragon Guard Camp, a military unit exclusive to the Emperor, specifically designed to train Dragon-type Pokemon soldiers. With such a rich historical background, the Dragon Gym boasts immense prestige. Naturally, its formidable strength should not be underestimated. The current Dragon-type gym leader, Long Chun, is the cousin of the reigning Dragon Champion, Long Du. Her prowess undoubtedly ranks among the elite of all gym leaders. Upon arriving at the destination by taxi, Feng Xuan was finally able to behold the illustrious gym that is famous both domestically and internationally. Standing before the grand entrance, Feng Xuan was struck by one profound impression. It was immense. The gym was indeed colossal. It took him several minutes to walk from its side to the front. Upon entering the lobby, he encountered a continuous flow of visitors. It resembled a 5-star attraction, drawing tourists from all walks of life, including a significant number of foreign friends awestruck by the gym's grandeur. Approaching the front desk, a young lady greeted him with a smile. Hello, how may I assist you today? Hi, I would like to know how to get to the 2nd floor, Feng Xuan inquired. The receptionist looked momentarily taken aback before quickly responding. Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation? Access to the 2nd floor is not permitted without one. At that moment, Feng Xuan was momentarily stunned. A reservation? He pondered. The young lady continued gently. If you could provide me with your name, I can check the reservation list for you. Oh, all right. Thank you. Just then, as Feng Xuan was checking the list, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Feng Xuan, what a coincidence. Turning around, Feng Xuan was met with a familiar face, his very first client, Brother Bai Yang. Brother Bai? Long time no see. Feng Xuan stepped forward to embrace Bai Yang. Haha, I never expected to run into you here. That's wonderful. Thanks to you last time, I'm now stronger than ever. Bai Yang raised an eyebrow, speaking mysteriously. Feng Xuan felt a surge of curiosity, remembering that Bai Yang had recently captured a new Pokémon, Snivy. Brother Bai, it's almost 9 o'clock. And this is... Just then, 4 other young men approached. Oh, this is a friend of mine. Feng Xuan, these are my 4 junior brothers. We have something special to attend to here. Bai Yang continued, apologies, but I must leave now. I can't chat longer. With that, Bai Yang and his companions were led away by another receptionist. After watching them depart, Feng Xuan suddenly remembered he also had matters to attend to at 9 o'clock. Turning back, he was greeted by the receptionist's smile. Hello, I have found your reservation. Please follow me. All right, thank you. Under her guidance, Feng Xuan took the elevator to the 2nd floor. Upon arriving at this enigmatic 2nd floor, Feng Xuan noticed Bai Yang and the others waiting not far away. What a coincidence. The layout of the 2nd floor was quite unique, with a circular hall at its center, surrounded by individual arenas. Each arena was equipped with a vast, realistic battle environment. Such an arrangement was present in nearly every arena, showcasing the gym's luxurious nature. As Feng Xuan entered the hall, he intended to greet Bai Yang but immediately spotted the man in the black suit from yesterday. He decided to hold off on the greeting and report in first. The man in the black suit, who introduced himself as AMO, was the usual driver for the champion, Su. As for the bodyguards, the champion had no need for such things at the moment. Upon noticing Feng Xuan approach, AMO spoke up, the champion is in a meeting. Please take a seat and wait. Feng Xuan nodded, and then turned his gaze to the other 4 individuals waiting nearby. The 4, a mix of 2 boys and 2 girls, appeared to be slightly nervous. Like him, they were seated next to the man in the suit. He realized that the groups were separated into teams of 5. The group he previously encountered with Bai Yang also consisted of 5 members. If that was the case, then these 4 were likely his teammates. At this moment, the 2 young ladies struck up a conversation with Feng Xuan. Hello there. We are students from Qing University. What about you? The 2 girls, one in a white dress and the other in a pink one, smiled warmly. Hello. I'm currently a senior at Longjiang High School in Jiang Province. Feng Xuan replied politely with a smile. Upon hearing this, the term connections immediately popped into their minds. The 2 boys were drawn into the conversation as well, introducing themselves. Hello, I'm Yang Shang, a student at Jiang University. Hi everyone. I'm Su Haoding, a student at Imperial University. Yang Shang was a tall young man, clearly a northerner. Su Haoding seemed more introverted, his voice soft. The girl in the white dress was named Zhou Yakin, while the one in pink was Yurua. They were both from the same university and were astonished to be selected by the champion to participate in the competition, feeling quite nervous. After seeing Feng Xuan, they took the initiative to chat to ease their anxiety. As for the other 2 boys, they were strangers, no conversation had taken place. Upon engaging Feng Xuan in conversation, a thought simultaneously crossed the girls' minds. What a handsome junior. I really want to lure him to Qing University. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the 2nd floor, a group of powerful champions were embroiled in a heated argument over their bets. Impossible. That perfect miracle seed has been in my collection for ages. I won't wager it. What are you being stingy for? It's all for the younger generation. Are you afraid of losing? Agreed. If my junior wins, you have to hand over that seahorse. No problem. But if you lose, you can't cheat with your Lapras. Heh, Su, my young brother. Same old rules. We'll bet on the first match. I have my eyes on that chunk of hard rock you obtained in the northwest. Speak up. What do you want? Hee. Hold on, let me think. Then I want one of your Larvitar. No problem. I have plenty of those little guys. Wait, I'm not that foolish. I want your shiny one. No way. That little one has some issues due to its rarity. You can't handle it as well as I can. If you take it, you won't be able to care for it properly. Nonsense. My cousin is the best breeder in the country, unable to contend with this little fellow. Su, don't be stingy, afraid to let it out. Stingy my foot. Let us see how you intend to win it. Chapter 81, Acquaintances. The Kings. In the conference room, He Guowei said in exasperation, You want my dazzling little creature? Let us see how you plan to win it from me. You, on the other hand, prepare to hand over that hard stone. Upon hearing this, Su Ye's expression momentarily froze. Damn it. He was so preoccupied with what could make him feel heartache that he neglected to consider how to actually defeat him in the competition. After all, the rock type inherently counters the fire type. The 5 young individuals under him would find it exceedingly difficult to win. Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope for that lad Feng Xuan next year. One could only hope that the old fellow he had not resolved the bodily issues of the dazzling Hu by then. Finally, After the stakes for each match were determined, the meeting came to a close. The kings nearly exited the conference room alongside the masters from another meeting room. The masters silently trailed behind the formidable kings. They then proceeded to the central hall, each greeting their juniors as the elders gradually led them into various arenas. At that moment, the driver, AMO, immediately spoke up. "Let us go. Follow the kings." The atmosphere on site was slightly oppressive. No one would dare underestimate this competition. Feng Xuan quietly observed the two leading kings ahead. King Su was as he had always been, donned in a striking red trench coat, exuding an aura of cool confidence. The other, however, conveyed a heavy, rock-like presence. His stature was not particularly imposing, yet when he occasionally turned to glance at them, one could catch a glimpse of a scar at the corner of his eye, further enhancing the aura of this king. Although they did not quite understand why he smiled every time he turned back, Feng Xuan perceived it as a positive sign. Upon entering an arena, the 6 individuals awaiting them immediately captured the attention of Feng Xuan and his companions. Much like themselves, it was a combination of 5 young individuals and a leader. To his surprise, Feng Xuan realized he was encountering familiar faces once again. It was none other than He Tan and his uncle He Chun. The last time they had met seemed like an eternity ago. Yet the impression they left on Feng Xuan was quite profound. After all, it was his first encounter with a quasi-divine infant, and moreover, the highly popular quasi-divine Bangelis. Simultaneously, He Tan spotted Feng Xuan, his eyes widening in disbelief. He quietly murmured to his uncle, "Uncle, I remember that Xian Gu is just an ordinary person, right?" His uncle lightly tapped his forehead and replied with calm assurance. Regardless of whether he was an ordinary person before, his future is certainly not. He Tan nodded in agreement. As an extraordinary second-generation individual, despite his extensive knowledge, he was still astonished by Xian Gu's fiery Charizard. He excitedly waved and greeted, "Xian Gu, welcome to the imperial capital." Feng Xuan reciprocated the gesture with a wave. He Guowei looked around in confusion, sensing something amiss. The only person who could make this kid refer to someone as brother must be his own son. He had yet to meet anyone else. You'll meet him today, JPG. Not only was he puzzled, but his son was equally baffled. The king's son, He Dongliang, inquired of his cousin. "Do you know that young man?" At his cousin's question, He Tan's eyes suddenly lit up. He nodded vigorously, "Yes. He is incredibly powerful. Just not sure who is stronger between you two." Although he leaned towards his cousin, he couldn't let it slip that he might embarrass Xian Gu. "How old is he?" Upon hearing this, Dongliang's interest piqued. He was eager to encounter a worthy rival. Unfortunately, among his peers, he was already at the pinnacle. Those stronger than him were either older or, in one case, younger yet still formidable. Indeed, there was one younger individual who was quite impressive, the renowned psychic girl in the imperial capital. While she might not surpass him in overall strength, she certainly toyed with him using her Yinhila. Although part of it was due to his unevolved Shakira in one-on-one combat, he truly could not match her Yinhila. Nevertheless, in terms of overall strength, he still held the upper hand. Meanwhile, in another arena, Zhang Xiru suddenly sneezed. She curiously rubbed her nose, wondering why she had sneezed. Could it be that someone was thinking of her? No way, that was impossible. Returning to reality, in response to his cousin's inquiry, He Tan recalled that Feng Xuan was still a high school student. Upon hearing this, Dongliang let out a sigh. On the other side, King Su approached Feng Xuan and patted him on the shoulder with vigor, jestingly saying, "You rascal. Ever since we last parted, you haven't contacted me even once. Didn't I say that if you have doubts about training Pokemon, you can come to me? Yet, it seems you didn't ask me a single question. During the upcoming match, let me thoroughly check on how your Charizard is developing." Feng Xuan chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't want to disturb you." King Su replied with a smirk, "You'll be the last to compete today. Make sure you learn something this time. Next time I bring you along, it will be for real." Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan understood the implications. However, he felt that there was no need to wait for the next time to face peers. Although he was technically 18, in reality, he was indeed 18, and he truly could not compete against him. It wasn't pride on Feng Xuan's part. It was simply the truth. His ambitions had never been focused on peers. Ever since his battle with the Emperor of Fire, his aspirations had soared to greater heights. For those legendary Pokemon possessed an innate ability to harness primal forces. Moreover, in the same realm, his Charizard had almost faltered against the Emperor of Fire, who had not even utilized primal powers. However, that duel had been inherently unfair from the start. Charizard had not fully evolved, and its base stats had not been fully realized. Of course, the Emperor of Fire had also not employed primal powers. Nevertheless, that encounter had allowed him to gain a superficial understanding of the might of legendary Pokemon. He found it hard to fathom how those of even higher tiers would be formidable. He felt perpetually diminutive. Some might argue that he was worrying unnecessarily. Why must one compare themselves to divine beasts? Yet, he was acutely aware that there were higher realms to aspire to. He deeply understood that the Emperor of Fire was merely one of the three subordinates of the Phoenix King. They were merely a minuscule fraction of the Phoenix King's power. And beings akin to the Phoenix King existed by the dozens in the world. The deity of creation, Arceus. No one in this world had yet uncovered its legendary tale. Even humanity had crafted its own creation theory. The dual dragons of time and space. The antimatter dragon. The three dragons of the Tao. And so forth. All remain uncharted territories waiting to be explored. After finalizing the order of appearance for the juniors, Su Yi and He Guowei boldly took their seats in the audience. Behind them were the driver Amo and He Chun, his younger brother. At this moment, in the contestant waiting room, Feng Xuan and his companions were cheering for Yangshang. He was the first to take the stage in the opening round. Even this tall young man from the north, despite his stature, felt his palms sweating from the tense atmosphere. Simultaneously, on the grassland-themed arena, a referee stepped forward to announce the rules. The upcoming duel would be in a 3v3 format. Chapter 82, The Battle Begins. The Phoenix and the Dragons soar together. The competition rules dictate a 3v3 format, with each participant permitted to summon a maximum of 3 Pokémon. This is the current structure for the single elimination tournament. Following the singles match, the next phase will feature a 3v3 lineup battle, wherein trainers must field all 3 Pokémon simultaneously, focusing on synergy and strategy. At this moment, the match commenced. The imposing Yangshang inhaled deeply as he stepped onto the battlefield. Meanwhile, He-Tan exchanged encouraging high-fives with his teammates before entering the arena. The first match pits He-Tan against Yangshang. As the referee descended from the platform, the competition officially began. "Come forth, Yount," he urged. "I entrust you, Ninetales." As the Pokeballs illuminated, 2 Pokemon materialized on the field, one a rugged rock type with grayish-green skin, and the other, an elegant Ninetales adorned with 9 exquisite tails. In the background, Feng Xuan silently lamented for He-Tan. Although both trainers had deployed weather controllers, the disparity between them was starkly apparent. Pokemon, Yount. Level, Elite, LV21. Ability, Sturdy. It had been a while since Feng Xuan had seen Yount, and it had evidently grown significantly. He believed it wouldn't be long before Yount experienced an early evolution. Though Tyranitar is known for its late bloom, with proper training, an early evolution is indeed feasible. However, that is a concern for the future. Presently, facing the majestic Ninetales, Feng Xuan felt that He-Tan was in for a thorough thrashing. Pokemon, Ninetales. Level, Elite, LV29. Ability, Drought. Clearly, those who stood upon this stage were the creme de la creme. Ninetales, as Yangshang's first Pokemon, had always been the cornerstone of his team. Such prowess was hardly surprising. As the match commenced, both sides aimed to seize control of the weather. Ninetales, Drought, Yount, Sandstorm. Sunlight and sandstorm erupted almost simultaneously, dividing the arena's sky into 2 contrasting halves, as if they were engaged in a silent contest. Yet, before the weather could stalemate for long, the brilliant sunshine pierced through the sandstorm, marking Yount's defeat in the weather battle. Perhaps Yount should never have contested the weather from the outset. Yount, Rock Slide. He-Tan clenched his fists, wiping away sweat as he commanded with determination. The rock-type attack was super effective against the opponent. There was still a chance. Yount. Yount waved its tiny hands, summoning a colossal boulder that it hurled towards its adversary. Ninetales. With a flash of speed, it darted away. As a member of a family of investigators, Yangshang possessed substantial battle experience alongside Ninetales. With a soft cry, Ninetales transformed into a streak of lightning, evading the rock slide, which instead crashed into the grassy terrain. Ninetales. Confuse Ray. After successfully dodging, Yangshang seized the moment to strike back. Ninetales continued its swift movements, employing the Confuse Ray simultaneously. The technique activated seamlessly, rendering Yount unable to use Rock Slide for a brief period. Aside from the challenging Sharp-Stone attack, Rock Slide was Yount's most formidable rock-type move. Yangshang had done his homework. With Rock Slide now off the table, He-Tan's mind began to falter. His battle experience was still insufficient. Ninetales. Will-O-Wisp. Yount. Dig. Ninetales, multitasking, conjured an eerie flame. Just as the Will-O-Wisp was about to strike, Yount successfully burrowed underground. Ninetales. Do not cease your speed. Simultaneously, it activated the trick move. By now, the shadows of skill stacking loomed over Ninetales. Since the beginning, it had consistently utilized the speed move. During its rapid dash, Ninetales successfully triggered Trick, a dark light glimmering in its eyes, strategizing and enhancing its special attack capabilities. Witnessing this scene, Dongliang, an onlooker, could only facepalm in disbelief. This was pure mockery. The battling style of the boy opposite was remarkably realistic. He was exceptionally adept at controlling the tempo of the battlefield. The ensuing battle unfolded predictably. Once Yount resurfaced, Ninetales unleashed a fiery breath, concluding the skirmish. Yount succumbed, rendering Ninetales the victor. Trainers, please summon your next Pokémon. Tan, biting back his frustration, recalled Yount and summoned his next Pokémon, silently vowing to take down at least one of the opponent's Pokémon. He could not afford to be swept. He threw forth a second luxury ball, and in an instant, a Geodude appeared on the field. However, Geodude's endurance proved even shorter than Yount's. Lacking the sturdy ability, it fell in a single blow. Just as Tan summoned his third Pokémon, the opponent made a switch. Yangshang recalled Ninetales, dispatching a Houndour. Tan's heart sank, tears welling in his eyes, as he sent Geodude to engage in a mock battle against Houndour. In the first match, Yangshang from the Su Yi Tianwang team claimed victory. The current score stands at 1 o'clock. Yangshang nodded, promptly handing his Pokémon to the referee for healing. After a 10-minute intermission, the second match commenced. On Feng Xuan's side, Zhou Yakin, clad in a white dress, prepared to take the stage. Her fair cheeks flushed with nervousness. After exchanging encouraging cheers with Feng Xuan, she inhaled deeply and ascended to the battlefield. Opposing her was a boy whom Feng Xuan did not recognize. The boy sent forth a hefty Graveler, while Zhou Yakin summoned a Vulpix. Graveler versus Vulpix. Graveler wins. Graveler versus Torkoal. Graveler wins. Cottonee versus EV. Cottonee wins. A resounding 3 consecutive victories. Wang Guowei's team scored a point. The current score is 1-1. In the third match, Su Haoding approached the battlefield. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly introverted second-generation member of the Su family summoned a mighty Houndoom. Despite being a dual-type dark and fire Pokémon, its primary attribute was dark. As a creature of shadows, Houndoom's fierce demeanor starkly contrasted with Su Haoding's reserved personality. However, unexpectedly, this Houndoom shared an astonishing bond with Su Haoding. His commands were inaudible even to the referee, yet Houndoom executed them with impeccable precision, achieving a remarkable feat of single-handedly overcoming 3 opponents. Pokémon, Houndoom. Level, Elite, LV30. Ability, Flash Fire. This level of power and achievement instantly captivated the attention of Dongliang, igniting a spark of excitement within him. The current score stands at 2-1. In the fourth match, Urua faced off against Dongliang. Chapter 83, The Speedster, Magcargo, enters the fray. The third match revealed that the seemingly reserved Su Hao possessed a remarkably powerful dark Pokémon, Houndoom, which completed a stunning single-handed triumph over 3 opponents. Such a performance quickly drew the attention of all present, including the esteemed champions. Su Yi gazed in astonishment at his nephew. He had never anticipated that this usually introverted and unassuming boy could cultivate his Houndoom to such impressive heights. When this lad requested a Darumaka as a birthday gift, he had jokingly teased him, suggesting that he sought a Pokémon to complement his own personality. He hoped that he wouldn't end up being bullied by his Pokémon. Yet now, it was evident to any discerning observer that he shared a profound bond with his Houndoom. Guowei also expressed mild admiration for such a promising talent. However, reflecting upon his own son and apprentice, he felt no envy. At that moment, Dongliang was already stirred by the thrill of battle. He slowly ascended the competition stage. Thus commenced the fourth battle, Urua versus Dongliang. Urua, the girl clad in a pink dress, gracefully stepped onto the battlefield. Even in the face of a formidable opponent, she displayed no sign of trepidation. At her call, a fiery Meowth materialized on the field. Opposing her, Dongliang summoned a Sandshrew. Pokémon, Sandshrew. Level, Elite, LV30. Ability, Shed Skin. Both trainers began with the juvenile form of Sandshrew. Dongliang's approach was markedly different from Tan's. Sandstorm. Hammer Arm. In Urua's strategy, she aimed to interrupt the opponent's Sandstorm with Hammer Arm, then conclude the battle with a close-range assault. However, to everyone's astonishment, Hammer Arm indeed struck true. Sandshrew faltered momentarily. Yet, despite this setback, the Sandstorm continued to rage across the battlefield. Urua was left astounded by the scene before her. How many times must one practice to make the Sandstorm an instinctive response? Dongliang remained composed as he observed this development. He had undergone extensive targeted training to prevent interruptions during the release of Sandstorm. Return, Sandshrew. At that moment, Dongliang suddenly retrieved Sandshrew into its Pokeball. Yu Ruo frowned slightly, but did not linger in confusion. Fiery Meowth. Swords Dance. The fiery feline began its swords dance, and immediately, several sword-like shadows appeared around it, significantly enhancing its physical attack power. Meanwhile, the relentless sandstorm continued to inflict damage upon Fiery Meowth. Come forth. Magcargo. Dongliang confidently produced his second Pokeball. Pokemon Magcargo. Level, Elite, LV29. Ability, Shell Armor. As the Pokeball burst forth with light, a red Pokemon emerged onto the battlefield. It was a small Magcargo, its large yellow eyes brimming with combat spirit. Charge with Flame Charge. Yu Ruo commanded coolly. In the next instant, Fiery Meowth, engulfed in flames, lunged toward Magcargo. Protect. Dongliang remained calm and confident, uttering just 2 words. This was a testament to his trust in his Pokemon. Upon receiving the command, Magcargo's eyes sharpened. Summoning all its strength, a glint of metallic light enveloped it, significantly boosting its physical defense. At that moment, the flaming Fiery Meowth collided with Magcargo. Bang! Following the sound of impact, both Pokemon stumbled backward. Simultaneously, the sandstorm continued its unyielding assault on the Pokemon present. Once Magcargo regained its footing, 2 waves of potent energy surged from it. The effects of Magcargo's ability activated, bestowing it with 2 consecutive boosts in speed. The speed at which Magcargo now operated was unfathomable. Protect. Dongliang continued to command, repeating those same 2 words. Swords Dance. This time, Yu Ruo had learned from her earlier experience, prompting Fiery Meowth to strengthen its own state as well. However, Dongliang suddenly smiled, uttering 4 words that signaled the end of the match. 10,000 horsepower. As soon as these words left his lips, Magcargo vanished from its position. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared right before Fiery Meowth, unleashing its full power infused with potent ground-type energy upon it. Bang! In that instant of impact, Fiery Meowth was sent flying as if it were a mere ragdoll. Despite the ongoing sandstorm's relentless assault, Magcargo's strike was nothing short of extraordinary. With a single move, it had obliterated Fiery Meowth. Indeed, just one blow. This realization left Yu Ruo momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. She swallowed her disappointment and summoned her second Pokemon, a charming little Litten. Yet, this adorable creature had to face a Magcargo that was now stacked with speed. Similarly, Litten had no chance of victory and was easily eliminated by its opponent. When her third Pokemon, Miss Skirt, was also dispatched, it was only then that she returned to her senses at the referee's prompt. She fought back the sting of tears, maintaining her composure as she descended the competition stage. Swiftly, she ran back to the waiting area, embracing Zhou Yakin as she began to sob. Zhou Yakin, having experienced her own consecutive defeats, could empathize with her. The 2 girls held each other, silently weeping. Feng Xuan and Yang Shang exchanged awkward glances, mutually recognizing their inability to comfort girls. As for Su Haoding, well, he was best left out of it. After a 10-minute break, Feng Xuan stood up and lazily stretched. Finally, it was his turn. He had been waiting for this moment. Just then, the referee called for the next competitor to enter. Yang Shang gave him a supportive high five, while Su Haoding exchanged encouraging glances. Even Yu Ruo and Zhou Yakin, with their tear-streaked faces, turned to him and cheerfully urged him on. It must be said, Feng Xuan had a remarkable rapport with the audience. However, Feng Xuan didn't require encouragement. He simply needed the cheers of the crowd. Under the watchful eyes of many, Feng Xuan stepped onto the battlefield, facing his opponent. Upon witnessing Feng Xuan's entrance, Su Ye's previously drowsy demeanor suddenly brightened with alertness. This change did not go unnoticed even by He Guowei, who observed with keen interest. Indeed, there was something amiss with this lad. Meanwhile, on the other side, He Dongliang, who had just basked in the praises and cheers of the crowd, suddenly realized he had yet to receive any accolades from his cousin. He felt he had performed admirably in this battle. Why was that boy so silent? He curiously glanced at He Tan, only to find him intently watching the battlefield. Following his gaze, he discovered that the high school student had taken the stage. At that moment, after enduring a round of relentless defeats, He Tan silently pondered, "Brother Xian, let me see what your current prowess is like. Just how vast is the gap between us?" As he observed Feng Xuan standing resolutely on the field, He Tan clenched his fists. The current score stood at 22. Although there were still more matches to come, this 5th round was equally critical. Coincidentally, the final participant from He Tianwang's team was also a young woman. She was the sister of He Tianwang's exceptional apprentice. While she may not be as outstanding as her brother, her innate talent as a trainer was equally impressive. Through her own efforts, she had gained admission to the same university as her brother. Now, Standing on the battlefield, she brimmed with confidence. The match commenced. With the referee's signal, the contest began. Feng Xuan retrieved the central luxury ball from his waist. He addressed the ball. "It's time for you to bask in the glory of victory." Infernape. With a flourish, the luxury ball opened, and a perfect warrior with silver fists emerged onto the field. As he gazed upon the fiery monkey in the arena, Su Ye's brow furrowed slightly. Was this a case of underestimating the opponent? How could one dare to employ a fiery monkey? Yet, this lad did not strike him as someone who would take such liberties. He murmured to himself. Feng Xuan possessed 3 Pokémon, of which he was well aware, including that dazzling Beedrill. However, aside from the shiny pseudo-legendary, the other shiny Pokémon did not garner much of the champion's attention. Moreover, with the exception of the Charmeleon, the other Pokémon had never truly participated in a match. This aligned with Feng Xuan's earlier statement that the fiery monkey deserved to bask in the glory of victory. Standing on the battlefield, the fiery monkey excitedly surveyed its surroundings. Although there were not the thousands of spectators that the elder brother had claimed, the fiery monkey was already brimming with fighting spirit. "Come on!" With a fierce roar directed at the opposing Rhydon, the fiery monkey seemed to sense the provocation. The Rhydon's eyes turned crimson, and under its trainer's command, boulders were hurled with devastating force. In response to the 4 incoming rocks, the fiery monkey nonchalantly swung its fist. A flash of silver light erupted. Bang! 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 The rocks shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, the fiery monkey's momentum surged dramatically, with 4 consecutive boosts from its power-up punch. Its physical attack prowess was enhanced fourfold. Witnessing this spectacle, the girl on the opposite side could not help but exclaim, "What the heck?" Chapter 84, One Punch. Learning close combat on the fly. Observing the scene before her, she was taken aback. She had merely intended to test the waters with a rock attack. How did it lead to the emergence of such a formidable foe? Would the GM of Blue Star Online not ban you for this? As she watched the fiery monkey's sudden surge of power, confusion danced in her small eyes. What had just transpired? Had it truly stacked 4 boosts? Not only was she bewildered by the unfolding events, but her teammates backstage also wore expressions of utter perplexity. Only He Dongliang, who had once been the provincial champion, managed to deduce what had occurred. Simultaneously, the moment the fiery monkey struck, He Guowei rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the armrest. "Damn it, Suyi! I told you. How dare you mention the shiny Larvitar? Was this all just a trap for me?" Facing He Guowei's fierce glare, Suyi felt a mix of confusion and exhilaration. He had been similarly caught off guard last year. He struggled to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward, returning his focus to the battlefield. Perhaps those younger competitors could not discern what had just happened, but they immediately recognized that it was a sequence of 4 rapid power-up punches, achieving an elite level of mastery over the technique. Such proficiency in a Pokémon was unprecedented in their experience. Back in the arena, after shattering 4 boulders, the fiery monkey calmly retracted its fists, striving to project an air of composure. This was a lesson imparted by the elder brother, who had claimed it would earn more cheers. Meanwhile, the girl opposite, regaining her composure amidst her bewilderment, realized that she was up against a formidable opponent. It was best to avoid close combat. Rhydon. Stomp. The Rhydon, harboring immense fury towards the monkey that had provoked it, swiftly summoned the ground-type energy within, delivering a powerful stomp to the earth. Instantly, a wave of formidable ground-type energy surged outward. Feng Xuan smiled faintly, eager for everyone to witness the unparalleled prowess of the fiery monkey's fists. Fiery monkey. Sonic punch. The fiery monkey grinned widely, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed to resonate with its trainer's unspoken command. "Let us conclude this battle in a spectacular fashion." It raised its silver fist, the energy of fighting type gleaming upon it. In the next instant, it moved, transforming into a streak of silver light. It vanished from its original position. The silver flash barreled through the stomp attack with relentless force, striking the massive Rhydon with tremendous impact. Bang! A thunderous collision reverberated throughout the arena. The Rhydon was sent flying as if struck by a soccer ball. In its place stood the fiery monkey, having gracefully concluded its strike. Indeed, that punch had been the fiery monkey's final flourish. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity with its opponent. The fiery monkey calmly brushed off the dust accumulated from the Rhydon's stomp and coolly sauntered back to Feng Xuan's side. At this moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence. Even the referee stood frozen in disbelief. Champion he was left staring wide-eyed at Champion Su, while the teammates backstage found themselves speechless, their astonishment rendering them mute. That punch had been utterly breathtaking. From the fiery monkey's initiation of the attack to the obliteration of its target, The entire sequence was a visual delight. It was a true embodiment of violent beauty. Perhaps the only individual who remained unfazed by the spectacle was the girl battling Feng Xuan. With a pained expression, she recalled her ride-on and, without needing the referee's prompt, summoned her second Pokémon. It was a Blastoise, an intriguing combination of water and rock types. If it were to be struck by fire-type moves, its effectiveness would be reduced to a mere quarter. This was precisely why champion he had chosen to deploy it last. However, regrettably, the strategy to counter fire types was now rendered ineffective. Blastoise, Rock Block. The girl, regaining her composure, commanded earnestly. Rock Block. Hurl rocks to impede the opponent's movements. This will effectively reduce their speed. In the previous battle, the opponent's sonic punch had been too swift, catching her off guard and leading to her defeat. Now, having learned from her mistakes, she was determined to prepare in advance. As she watched the sudden appearance of the rocks, the fiery monkey calmly glanced back at its leader, as if inquiring, "Which move shall I use?" Feng Xuan facepalmed, feeling as though Charmeleon had imparted some dubious lessons. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a recent training session focused on exploring new moves. This particular technique was known as close combat. Close combat. It involved launching fierce attacks at the enemy while sacrificing defense. Although the attempt had ultimately failed to teach the fiery monkey the move, it had grasped the essence of the technique. Fiery monkey. Use consecutive normal punches. The fiery monkey's eyes sparkled as it grinned widely, charging towards the Blastoise without a hint of defense. Its fists swung with relentless fervor, shattering the rocks that obstructed its path. Blastoise, retreat. Continue with Rock Block. The girl, witnessing the increasing number of rocks in the way, felt a surge of urgency. The fiery monkey's excitement only intensified as its punches grew more ferocious. Gradually, waves of fighting-type energy began to envelop its fists, enhancing their strength. The fiery monkey barreled through the rocks with seemingly effortless force. Thus, it surged forward, arriving face-to-face with the Blastoise, halting its energy-filled fist before it. Close combat. Mastered at last. Gazing at the glimmering silver fist before it, the Blastoise lowered its head in submission, transforming into a red light that was drawn into the Pokeball. Holding the third Pokeball in her hand, the girl tossed it expressionlessly. As the colossal onyx crumpled to the ground, the fiery monkey beamed with delight. Today, it had displayed its coolness, unleashed its punches, and indeed, the elder brother's words had proven true. Competing in the arena was far more exhilarating than the usual practice matches. At this moment, the referee, with a look of numbness, announced the result of the match. To everyone's surprise, the massive Onyx had only managed to withstand the first blow. Onyx is unable to continue the battle. In a triumphant display, Monferno leapt joyfully. Turning to look back, he noticed his leader had raised his palm. Monferno felt a tremor of excitement. Instantly, he executed a high five with Feng Xuan at a speed even swifter than during the battle. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly astonished. Goodness! This lad had concealed his strength. Guowei clenched the armrest of his chair with one hand and his chin with the other, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed Su Yi. Brother Su, in light of our camaraderie, I entrust you with my shiny Larvitar. That lad, I want him. What do you say? Su Yi crossed his legs, adopting a haughty posture. What do you mean your shiny Larvitar? If you want me to bring a junior along, let us see how you can defeat me. Returning his words in kind. Shrimp hearts and pig hearts. Chapter 85 Moves. Rewards. At this moment, after retrieving Monferno, Feng Xuan returned to the contestants' waiting room. Upon entering, he was met with the welcoming gazes of 4 individuals. The tall Yangshang stepped forward, sincerely praising him. Classmate Feng, your Monferno is truly remarkable. Feng Xuan smiled in satisfaction. As long as you praise my Pokemon, we are friends. Thank you. He flashed the luxury ball in his hand, expressing his gratitude on behalf of Monferno. Meanwhile, Su Haoding, who had remained silent, also gave him a thumbs up. Feng Xuan reciprocated with a similar gesture. At that moment, he heard the melodious voice of a girl offering her praise. Yu Ruo, with slightly swollen eyes, looked at Feng Xuan with sparkling admiration. Junior, you are so impressive. Yes. How did you do it? You're a year younger than us, aren't you? The girl in the pink dress, Zhou Yakin, also approached curiously. Feng Xuan, without a hint of pride, humbly replied, Thank you for the compliment. It's all thanks to Monferno. Feng Xuan spoke the truth. Monferno's relentless dedication to training had rightfully earned him such splendid achievements. To claim that Monferno's strength was solely due to an advantage would be misleading. While ability stacking indeed enhanced Monferno's potential and power, his current prowess was also a product of countless punches thrown in practice. This undeniable fact speaks volumes about Monferno's unwavering effort. His formidable essence is a synthesis of personal diligence and systematic support, much like Charmeleon. Of course, Feng Xuan, as a trainer, played an indispensable role in this process. As Feng Xuan and his companions joyfully discussed, the door to the waiting room swung open. King Su entered. Accompanied by driver Amo, King Su, radiant and vigorous, strode confidently towards everyone, proclaiming, "In this individual elimination match, you all performed exceptionally. Those who won should not become complacent. There are more contests awaiting you. And to the female contestants who lost, do not be disheartened. Standing on this competitive stage signifies you are already above the majority. The morning battles conclude here. Please rest well and prepare for the afternoon's matches. Lunch has been prepared by your Uncle Mo. Simply follow his arrangements. Feng Xuan, stay back for a moment." Thus, Feng Xuan followed King Su, while the other four accompanied Uncle Mo as they departed the premises. Meanwhile, in another contestant's waiting room, upon the return of the fifth girl, everyone rushed to comfort her. With slightly reddened eyes, she quietly inquired of He Dongliang, "Brother He, what exactly is going on with that young lad?" She was perplexed. Despite all contestants being of elite caliber, how could his moves possess such formidable power? Moreover, what was that inexplicable surge of momentum during the initial 4 strikes? He Dongliang pondered deeply, his tone grave as he replied, "If I am not mistaken, it is due to the moves." "Moves?" the girl asked, puzzled. "Yes. That Monferno has already managed to integrate its proficient moves into its everyday punches. Each strike it throws triggers those moves." The girl was profoundly shocked, stammering, "But shouldn't the integration of moves be something to consider only after reaching the professional level? The first 3 tiers, novice, ordinary, elite, are foundational stages. During this phase, levels can advance rapidly, and Pokémon grow swiftly. It is precisely when new moves should be mastered. Sometimes, there isn't even enough time to learn new moves. Only upon reaching the professional level does the pace of advancement begin to slow. Transitioning from the early professional stage to mid-professional may require several months. Thus, trainers and Pokémon have more time to contemplate the usage of moves or simultaneously train new Pokémon." At that moment, Hitan suddenly interjected, "So, that Monferno just now, after Sister Lin used Rock Smash, must have consecutively utilized 4 punches to enhance its strikes, right?" "Indeed. What you said aligns with my conjecture." He Dongliang nodded in agreement. "And not just that. Before the person arrives, the voice precedes them." The door to the room suddenly swung open. The robust He Guowei strode in with great seriousness. Not only has he managed to integrate moves, but he has also mastered the layered usage of those moves. Moreover, he hasn't even exerted his full strength. After speaking, he cast a look at Hitan, seemingly addressing him, yet also speaking to everyone. "You've been so arrogant day by day. Do you now realize that there are always greater talents?" Hitan immediately lowered his head, murmuring, "I realized that when I encountered Brother Xian during the summer vacation." After sternly admonishing Hitan, He Guowei turned to his son. "Dongliang, this afternoon, do you have confidence in defeating that lad in the lineup match?" He Dongliang shook his head uncertainly. "If it's that psychic girl with Yveltal dominating the field, then I am confident I can win. However, I am unaware of which Pokémon he possesses, what lineup he will utilize, or even his battling style. I have no understanding of it." He Guowei pondered for a moment before replying, "No worries. I just arranged to meet that lad. I can gather intelligence for you, even if you lose. It's not a shame. Gaining experience is quite beneficial. Besides, losing is not disgraceful. If I am correct, that lad should be similar to the special individual from the Zhang family. Such special individuals are those who possess extraordinary abilities. These rare individuals are exceedingly few. To my knowledge, in the past decade, only one such exceptional girl has emerged from the Zhang family in Longhua. As for further back, there was that lad from Longdu. Even further back, old Master Zhang was also among the special individuals." With a head full of thoughts, He Guowei proceeded to the meeting. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan followed closely behind King Su. King Su, reflecting on the past, remarked, "I never expected that in just a few months, your transformation would be so substantial. Tell me, how is your Charmeleon faring?" Feng Xuan lowered his head in contemplation before responding, "Stronger than Monferno." "Ha ha, you lad." King Su laughed heartily and gently patted his shoulder. "You might not know, but winning matches comes with rewards." Upon hearing the word rewards, Feng Xuan's eyes brightened. "Please elaborate." Deep within the Dragon Gym, Su Yi led Feng Xuan into a conference room. In the room, the Rock King awaited their arrival. As he gazed at the flushed Su Yi, He Guowei was instantly overwhelmed with indignation. "You, surnamed Su, that shiny Larvitar, truly has issues. I simply cannot give it to you." "What? There's a Larvitar?" And it's shiny? Upon hearing those words, Feng Xuan's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This must be the reward that King Su just mentioned. If you set such rewards, don't blame me if I let Charizard show you its prowess. Chapter 86. Past Events. Uncapturable. Within the conference room, He Guowei and Su Yi began to bicker vehemently. You, surnamed Su. How many times must I say it? The shiny Larvitar's body is genuinely problematic. Can't you just change your request? He Guowei suppressed his anger, hoping that reason would penetrate Su Yi's stubbornness. Yet it was evident that Su Yi had no intention of yielding. You, surnamed He. How many times must I reiterate? My cousin is the nation's foremost breeder. I am adamant about securing this reward. Su Yi was resolutely fixated on the shiny Larvitar. He had realized that Feng Xuan was not exclusively adept at fire-type Pokémon. A breeder is not a healer. When it comes to rock-type Pokémon, my expertise surpasses yours. Oh, you claim to be knowledgeable? Then why hasn't the issue with the shiny Larvitar's body been resolved yet? That requires time. I believe it's best if I take the Larvitar to seek professional help. Absolutely not. If you can't handle it. Wouldn't that just cause more distress for that little creature? It is already quite reclusive. Breeder, do you understand what it means to be a breeder? You're just causing more trouble. My cousin can undoubtedly help the little one become cheerful and lively. While the two kings were embroiled in their argument, Feng Xuan quietly retreated to a corner, lost in contemplation. Body issues. Is it merely an injury? A congenital defect? Or perhaps a missing organ? Or even a mutation? If it were any of the first three scenarios, Feng Xuan might have a solution. After all, the powers of the Evergreen Force are formidable. However, if it were the last scenario, he would be powerless. Thus, without having truly seen the Larvitar, he could not ascertain whether he could assist it. As Feng Xuan pondered, the debate between the two kings reached a temporary halt. Observing Su Yi's unwavering determination, He Guowei suddenly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his expression had turned solemn. Old Su, let me share my encounter with the Larvitar. If you remain steadfast in your request, then consider all I've previously said as mere folly. You win, the Larvitar is yours. As He Guowei began to speak earnestly, Su Yi's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. In the silence of the conference room, this stalwart man began his poignant narrative. Initially, I discovered it in a vast desert. There, it wandered aimlessly, all alone. As I traversed the sands, I spotted this little creature at a glance. Oh, how exhilarating that moment was. A shiny Larvitar. Thus, I brought it away from the desert. Upon returning home, I eagerly released it, introducing it to its new surroundings. Yet, something strange occurred. The floor beneath the Larvitar was corroded. At this, Su Yi could not restrain himself. Corroded? Indeed, corroded. The Larvitar turned the floor beneath its feet into sand. Witnessing this, I personally attempted to teach the Larvitar, hoping it could control its abilities. Alas, it was futile. The Larvitar unconsciously corroded everything around it. Moreover, to sustain this corrosive ability, its body instinctively provided it with an unending source of energy. This means that the Larvitar not only requires constant nourishment, but its potential cannot grow. Additionally, its corrosive ability is exceedingly terrifying upon contact. A person's skin would instantly dehydrate and peel. Over time, even the Pokeball would be corroded into sand. In that moment, I understood why it was so solitary in the desert. Thus, what do you think of such a Pokemon that cannot be captured or trained? Faced with He Guowei's profound inquiry, Su Yi stood frozen in contemplation. Uncapturable, untrainable. This signified that he could not pass it on to the younger generation, nor could he allow it to exist alongside humanity. With a hint of reluctance, Su Yi asked, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Were you trying to deceive me?" He Guowei scoffed. "Revealing its scars is akin to revealing my own. Why would I disclose that without reason? Therefore, regarding the wager, will you change your request or not? I shall not pry further, regardless of your choice." Su Yi remained silent, casting an apologetic glance at Feng Xuan. He then formed his lips into the shape of the word. No change. At that moment, a youthful voice suddenly resonated in the conference room. Indeed, the moment He Guowei posed his question, Feng Xuan resolutely declared, "No change." The word change caught in Su Yi's throat as he turned to smile at Feng Xuan. "Good lad. The world of Pokemon is replete with miracles. One more 1T hurt. I trust you." He Guowei shot a glance at the suddenly vocal Feng Xuan before returning his gaze to Su Yi. Su Yi blurted out, "No change." He Guowei nodded expressionlessly before finally stating, "Very well. If you wish to acquire the Larvitar, first defeat me." Afterward, the three of them proceeded to have lunch together. During their meal, Su Yi and He Guowei engaged in casual conversation, which inevitably shifted to Feng Xuan. When discussing Feng Xuan, Su Yi's pride was evident. Discovering such a talent among ordinary people, It's not just good vision, it's exceptional vision. Feng Xuan remained quietly enjoying the exquisite meal prepared by the high-end chef. Just as he was relishing his feast, He Guowei suddenly addressed him. Feng kid, are you currently in your senior year? Feng Xuan swallowed a piece of meat before responding. Yes, King He. Where do you study? In Longjiang City, in Jiang Province. What are your goals for the college entrance examination? Well, I hope to get into Qing University. The peculiar dialogue left Feng Xuan somewhat bewildered. After He Guowei asked a few more inconsequential questions, he departed once lunch concluded. In the afternoon, Feng Xuan and the other four reconvened in the contestant waiting room. King Su was explaining the rules for the afternoon match. Unlike the morning, this afternoon's competition would involve participants who had triumphed in the earlier battles. Thus, from Su Yi's team, only Feng Xuan, Yang Shang, and Su Haoding would be eligible to compete. The competition rules required the contestants to simultaneously release 3 Pokémon and command them to battle together. Such rules would rigorously test the contestants' team composition and coordinating skills. You may determine the order of entry. Best of luck, young man. With those final words, Su Yi departed. Meanwhile, in another waiting room, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. He Dongliang scrutinized the data sheet handed to him by King He. Charizard, Infernape, Beedrill. He quickly recalled the characteristics and moves of these 3 Pokémon, contemplating the connections within their potential synergy. At last, the referee stepped onto the arena. The match was about to commence. At this moment, within the contestants' waiting rooms, one of the boys stood up and declared, "Let me take the lead for Brother He. Choose one. I'll go first." Another boy volunteered. In the competition arena, Yang Shang summoned his 3 Pokémon, Ninetales, Pidgeot, and Herdier. Ninetales, the team's weather controller, not only unleashes intense sunlight, but also provides a supplementary boost to special attack damage. The Talonflame serves as the speedster of the squad, adept at both disruption and reconnaissance, while also functioning as a formidable finisher. Houndoom, poised to become a melee powerhouse, can utilize its agility and powerful flame charge to intercept any foes attempting to rush toward Ninetales. Overall, Yang Shang's lineup is considered one of the optimal solutions at this stage. To achieve the best possible strategy, however, one must consider the synergy between weather conditions and Pokémon abilities, such as those that complement Sandstorm weather, Sand Force, Sand Veil, and Sand Rush. Returning to the arena, after a fierce battle, Yang Shang's match is drawing to a close. Regrettably, his Ninetales squad ultimately succumbs to a team of Rock-type Pokémon, which counter Fire types effectively. He Tianwang's side manages to reclaim a point, bringing the score to 3-3. Back in the waiting room, Yang Shang sheepishly scratches his head and apologizes. "I'm sorry. I didn't perform well. It's all right." Yu Ruo and Zhou Yakin comfort him. These 2 lovely girls did not become mere bystanders. Instead, they actively analyzed the opponent's lineup to assist the team. After a brief respite, the second match commences. Coincidentally, Feng Xuan and Su Haoding rise simultaneously. After exchanging a glance, Su Haoding suddenly smiles and nods, then slowly resumes his seat. Feng Xuan enthusiastically high-fives his teammates for encouragement before stepping out of the waiting room. Upon reaching the arena, Feng Xuan stands opposite He Dongliang, retrieving 3 luxury balls from his waist and murmuring, "I haven't let them battle together yet. I wonder if the opponent can withstand them." Chapter 87, The Solo of the Sun. Part 1, Standing on the battlefield, Feng Xuan takes out 3 luxury balls. He Dongliang does the same. With a grand gesture, 6 beams of white light flash, and 6 Pokémon materialize simultaneously on the field. In front of Feng Xuan stands the proud Charmeleon, the cool Monferno, and the aloof Beedrill. Correspondingly, in front of He Dongliang are the Sandshrew, the Magcargo, and the Geodude. 3 exceptional Pokémon subtly face off against one another. In the audience, He Guowei squints to observe the Charmeleon. So this is that kid's starter Pokémon. Charmeleon, huh? Aside from its larger size and fiery tail, it doesn't seem particularly special. Sharing his focus is Su Yi, who, having witnessed Monferno's formidable prowess, is now eager to see Charmeleon's growth. Finally, amid the spectators' anticipation, the match commences. With the referee's whistle, the battle begins. As the contest unfolds, the emotions of Feng Xuan's 3 Pokémon vary. Charmeleon radiates excitement. Monferno is ignited with fighting spirit, while Beedrill appears nervously perplexed. Watching Charmeleon's enthusiasm, Feng Xuan suddenly feels a sense of nostalgia. It seems to have been too long since it faced a worthy adversary. Now, before it looms a level 30 Sandshrew, a level 29 Magcargo, and a level 26 Geodude. With such a splendid opportunity and formidable opponents, Feng Xuan yearns for Charmeleon to once again astonish the world, much like during the initial Flame God Cup. Moreover, Unlike Monferno and Beedrill, Charmeleon desperately requires this match. It needs a catalyst to transcend its elite limits and achieve professional status. Hopefully, this solo performance destined for it will prove beneficial. Determined, Feng Xuan returns to the field. In the few seconds he lost in thought, Dongliang has already initiated the sandstorm. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan's 3 Pokémon, awaiting instructions, refrain from taking action and instead glance back at him with concern. Sensing their emotions, Feng Xuan smiles subtly and locks eyes with Charmeleon. Let us go. Charmeleon, momentarily taken aback, soon wears a defiant grin. No need for excessive words. Both sides have already grasped each other's intent. Charmeleon turns and strides boldly into the sandstorm. It's just 1 against 3. Who is afraid of whom? With this thought, its rebellious smirk deepens. Feng Xuan beams with joy and opens his arms to the other 2 Pokémon. Beedrill is the first to react. Flying to Feng Xuan's side and relishing the gentle ruffle of his hand through its head, Monferno excitedly calls out and rushes over to embrace Feng Xuan's waist, seeking affection. Hearing the enthusiastic call from behind, Charmeleon pauses. How wonderful. Let us finish this battle and return to our leader. With this notion, it casts a proud gaze toward the opposing trio of Pokémon. Smack. What does this mean? Guowei slams the armrest, exclaiming furiously. Does this kid really think he can take us on 1 against 3? How arrogant. Su Yi, unusually in agreement, nods in approval. It's crucial to understand that the synergy among a team can elevate the performance of 3 Pokémon beyond their individual capabilities. This means that Charmeleon's challenge is far more complex than merely facing 3 foes. If Dongliang's team coordinates effectively, Charmeleon may experience the difficulties of facing 4 or even 5 opponents. Is it possible that this kid has truly underestimated the situation? Yet, he senses that something unexpected might occur. As for Dongliang, he finds the situation utterly incomprehensible. Darn it, I put so much effort into analyzing your lineup, and you just send 1 Pokémon to battle me? Is this an insult or sheer folly? At this point, he is indifferent to the implications. He is determined to secure victory in this battle and prepare for Sandshrews' evolution. Sandshrew, unleash a full-force sandstorm. With a dull response, Sandshrew complies and unleashes the sandstorm. At this moment, the simulated battlefield has been engulfed by swirling sand. Charmeleon, show them the true power of the sun. Feng Xuan's confident voice pierces through the sandstorm, reaching Charmeleon's ears. Roar. Charmeleon bellows defiantly, its fire-type energy surging wildly. Under Charmeleon's command, a blazing sun suddenly appears in the arena's sky. Its intensity increases, casting a dazzling light that pierces through the sandstorm. The sandstorm is gradually overwhelmed by the radiant sunlight. It's so powerful. No way. Magcargo, use your full power to stop it. Dongliang exclaims in astonishment, unable to believe that Sandshrew is outmatched in this weather contest. Quickly, he orders Magcargo to intervene. Magcargo nods and transforms into a streak of red light, charging toward Charmeleon. Observing the imminent threat, Feng Xuan remains calm. Without needing to utter a word, Charmeleon intuitively understands. As Magcargo approaches, Charmeleon sidesteps gracefully and continues summoning the intense sunlight. Feng Xuan refrains from issuing an attack to avoid triggering Magcargo's ability. To strike effectively, it must be done in one decisive blow. Considering Magcargo's speed would continuously escalate upon being hit. Geodude, Rock Slide. Seeing that Magcargo's initial attempt to disrupt failed, Dongliang commands again. However, it is too late. The sunny weather has been successfully established. The sunlight breaks through the sandstorm, illuminating the land. In an instant, Charmeleon enters the state of solar power. Waves of heat radiate from its body, and a torrent of raging red fire energy envelopes it. As the rock slide cascades down, Charmeleon effortlessly shatters it with a casual punch. Flamethrower. Feng Xuan fixed his gaze upon Shakira's, uttering for succinct words. Instantly comprehending, the Charizard shifted its focus toward Shakira's, charging its mouth with a furious blaze. In the blink of an eye, a fire dragon, tinged with a hint of gold, was expelled from the Charizard. Confronted with such a formidable fire dragon, Dongliang swiftly fortified his defenses. Shakira's, Rock Slide engage. Golem, block the aftermath. Magma Worm, after using Iron Defense. Strike yourself with Rock Slide. Dongliang promptly issued 3 commands. In an instant, Shakira's summoned a massive boulder, hurling it forcefully at the fire dragon. Boom. The collision produced a thunderous sound. Alas, the fire dragon shattered the boulder, and the residual force surged toward Shakira's. At that moment, Golem rushed to shield Shakira's from the incoming flames. Under the scorching heat, Golem's body turned blackened, and its spirit waned. Fortunately, with its doubled resistance, it managed to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, the magma worm gleamed with metallic brilliance, having successfully activated iron defense. It then conjured a small rock in midair, striking itself. Boom. Its ability triggered. Observing this, Dongliang chuckled lightly. It was time to launch a counterattack. Chapter 88. The Solo of the Sun, Part 2. In the battle for weather supremacy, Charizard dominated the arena with the sun's radiant glow. As the clear skies opened, the power of the sun surged through its being. With a single blast of flame, Charizard threw the opposing Pokémon into disarray. Fortunately, Dongliang was quick to defend, absorbing the initial wave of ferocious attacks. Shakira's countered with Rock Slide. Golem absorbed the residual energy, while the magma worm independently boosted its stats. Shakira's remained in prime condition. Golem bore numerous wounds and required recuperation. The magma worm's iron defense had triggered, and as it was struck by the falling rock, its ability activated. Both speed and physical defense had been enhanced. Witnessing this, Dongliang shrugged with ease. It was time to retaliate. Shakira's Sandstorm. Seize the weather. Golem. Rest. Magma worm. Mud shot to disrupt the opponent. Maintain safe distance. Dongliang swiftly articulated his commands, urging Shakira's to reassert control over the weather. Even if the attempt failed, it would still effectively disrupt the adversary. Golem, heavily injured, needed recovery. The magma worm's speed was accumulating. It was essential to interfere with the opponent to prevent Golem from suffering further damage. On Feng Xuan's side, to avoid an absolute loss in speed, preemptive measures were necessary. After unleashing flames, Charizard immediately charged forward. The searing flames enveloped its body as it unleashed a powerful flame charge towards the opponent. The initial flame was merely a probe. One must admit, the opposing countermeasures were quite commendable. A fully powered blast of flame inflicted no harm upon Shakira's. Just then, influenced by Shakira's, small grains of sand began to swirl across the battlefield. The shift in weather slightly disoriented Charizard. Furthermore, just as it was about to reach the resting Golem, a clod of mud suddenly shot forth from the side. Charizard effortlessly shattered it with its bare hands and continued onward. However, clod after clod came rushing in. Charizard, exasperated, exhaled a torrent of flames, incinerating the mud. As Golem loomed nearby, Charizard unleashed a fireball that required no deliberate charging. A fun fact, moves like Flame Charge require brief preparation. Following that, it activated Flame Charge once more, charging forth enveloped in flames. As the massive fireball approached, Dongliang remained calm in his directives. Shakira's Rock Block, Obstruct. Shakira's nodded and promptly summoned and hurled rocks into the fray. Some rocks collided with the fireball, while others were thrown toward Charizard. Boom. Although the rocks shattered upon impact with the fireball, they successfully diminished its intensity, reducing it to mere sparks. Dongliang observed coolly as the sparks struck home. Boom. The searing pain roused the slumbering Golem. Brewer. Golem stood up with a commanding presence. At that moment, Charizard had shattered the rocky blockade, surging forward engulfed in flames. With a mighty crash, Dongliang regarded the oncoming Charizard and calmly stated, Golem, now charged with great vigor. Golem, propelled by an astonishing force, lunged forward. Boom. The resounding impact reverberated throughout the arena, enveloping both combatants in a cloud of dust. Shakira's Continue the Sandstorm. Magma Worm, Iron Defense, and Rock Slide. With keen focus on the dust cloud, Dongliang's commands remained unceasing. To his astonishment, moments after the collision, a rotund figure rolled out. It was Golem, battered and scorched. Surprisingly, in close combat, this hefty rock-type Pokémon could not withstand the might of the fire-type Charizard. However, fortune smiled upon them. The weather had transformed into a sandstorm. With the special defense and evasion boosts from the sandstorm, coupled with the recovery from its earlier rest, Golem did not lose its fighting capability. Staggering to its feet, it let out a fierce roar into the dust. As the haze began to dissipate, Charizard emerged before all. Though it had sustained minimal injuries under the fusion of Flame Charge and Fire Punch, it had also enjoyed several speed boosts from the previous Flame Charge. Yet, the brilliant sunshine in the sky was slowly waning. The sun's power within Charizard began to dim. The clear skies were the core of Charizard's strength. Feng Xuan could not afford to overlook the threat of losing control over the weather. Charizard, clear skies. With Feng Xuan's command, Charizard rallied its energies and began to summon the brilliant sun once more. Witnessing this, Dongliang suddenly smiled. After orchestrating for so long, the moment he had awaited had finally arrived. Shakira's Rock Slide. Golem, ram with vigor. Magma Worm, 100,000 power. Simultaneously issuing 3 commands. Dongliang's trio of Pokemon sprang into action. Under Shakira's summoning, a colossal rock materialized on the battlefield, crashing down violently toward Charizard. Golem growled, charging forth with tremendous momentum. Targeting Charizard, the magma worm, with its incredible speed, surged ahead, unleashing its full force toward Charizard. Even confronted with the simultaneous assault of three formidable foes, Charizard and Feng Xuan maintained their composure. Instead, a shared smile blossomed on their faces. Charizard, do not let them undermine you. Activate Dragon Rage, Feng Xuan passionately urged, his voice echoing in Charizard's ears. Roar! Charizard bellowed defiantly, a crimson hue igniting in its eyes. While summoning the clear skies, Charizard simultaneously unleashed Dragon Rage. Faced with the incoming boulder from Rock Slide, Charizard swung its right fist with all its might. Boom! The rock shattered, and Charizard was sent reeling back, its right fist cloaked in dust. Without a moment's pause, Charizard swung its left fist with renewed vigor. With the speed enhancements from the several flame charges, it keenly spotted the incoming red flash. It swung its left fist to collide with the 100,000 power. Boom! With a resounding clash, both fire-type Pokemon were sent sprawling backward. Charizard gasped for breath. The magma worm was bruised and battered. Charge forth, Charizard. This is the final stand. Feng Xuan's words held double meaning, rallying Charizard's spirits. Roar! With blood-red eyes locked in determination, Charizard unleashed another furious roar. Then, it clenched its fists and collided forcefully with the oncoming golem. Boom! The sound was colossal. Dust erupted. The arena fell into a momentary silence. All eyes were intently fixed upon the smoke-filled arena. Dongliang's palms were slick with perspiration. Tianwang gripped the armrests of his seat with fervor. Su Tianwang gazed intently at Feng Xuan on the battlefield. He realized that everyone was focused on the ultimate outcome, except for Feng Xuan himself. He slightly lifted his head, casting his gaze towards the bright, azure sky, and a smile graced his lips. The sunlight of the glorious day pierced through the haze. The result of the battle became unequivocally clear. The fire dinosaur stood tall, adorned with scars, yet proudly defiant. Its audacious and formidable aura radiated fiercely. In stark contrast, the rock giant lay defeated on the opposite side, its gaze shattered, devoid of any fighting spirit. Witnessing this scene, Higuei suddenly rose to his feet, murmuring to himself, "This is a breakthrough."